Billions of individuals across the globe embark on a collective journey through time and space. Each person is bestowed with an expansive floating island and a solitary fishing rod. The sole means of acquiring resources on these ethereal islands is to cast one's fishing rod into the clouds, reaping the necessities for survival. However, Jiang Tian unexpectedly acquires the replication system. Replicate fishing rod. Replicate resources. Replicate. While everyone else toils for survival, Jiang Tian has already unlocked a novel gameplay on the floating island. Chapter 1. The Great Crossing, a universal floating island. Am I truly on a floating island in Minecraft? Jiang Tian opens his eyes, gazing at his surroundings, utterly bewildered. He vaguely recalls that he had been playing the floating island survival map in Minecraft late into the night. After several hours of gameplay, he had dozed off in front of his computer and upon awakening, found himself on a floating island. The azure sky, fluffy clouds, and radiant sunlight surround him. Jiang Tian rises from the ground and surveys his predicament. This floating island. It resembles the floating island from Minecraft almost identically, and it is utterly desolate. Aside from Jiang Tian himself, not a single creature is in sight. After a considerable time, Jiang Tian manages to compose himself. He estimates that the floating island spans roughly 100 square meters. Beyond its edges lies an abyss. Tentatively standing at the edge, he peers down. It is high, exceedingly high. This island is thousands of meters above the ground. Below Jiang Tian's island lies an expansive ocean. Even though Jiang Tian does not suffer from acrophobia, he hastily retreats. After all, even if the expanse below is merely ocean, a careless fall could result in a gruesome demise under the immense pressure. He has no intention of trifling with his own life. In the next moment, Jiang Tian begins to ponder. Is this truly the floating island from Minecraft? Or does it exist as a real aerial island? No, that cannot be. How could such a phenomenon exist in the real world? What is happening? Wasn't he just sleeping at home? How did he suddenly arrive in this place? Could it be a dream? He pinches his arm vigorously. It hurts. This is not a dream. He has indeed been transported to this location while in slumber. As for the reasons and circumstances surrounding his arrival here, Jiang Tian is not particularly concerned at this moment. The pressing matter at hand is how to escape this place. He examines his surroundings once more. At the spot where he regained consciousness lies a fishing rod, a piece of bread, and a bottle of mineral water. Additionally, there is a piece of parchment inscribed with several lines of instructions. Welcome to the global survival game. The sole objective for all is to survive on the island. The clouds floating beneath the island conceal various resources. Using the fishing rod to catch them can alleviate many of your challenges. On the island, natural disasters and calamities may arise. Please seek resources promptly to develop your homestead and safeguard your survival. Bread and water are initial resources. Please use them sparingly. Please note, this is not a dream. Adjust your mindset to accept reality and do not attempt to leap from the island. Cherish your life. Finally, we wish you an enjoyable game. Upon finishing the reading, the parchment disintegrates into fragments of luminous light, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, a highly technological virtual interface appears before him. The first detail displayed is personal information. Name, Jiang Tian. Age, 23. ID, CNNS 1111. Several options are indicated above. Chat system, trade system, alliance, guild system. He first enters the chat system, which, akin to online games, is divided into several chat channels, though several are still gray, indicating they have yet to be unlocked. World channel allows reception of global information. All can post messages in the world chat window, with a cooldown of 24 hours per message. Alliance channel, unlocked. Friend channel, enables private messaging with other survivors, with no limit on the number of messages. Regional channel, an exchange channel within the area, visible to survivors in the same region, with a cooldown period of 2.4 hours per message, which can accumulate. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow at the multitude of channels that appeared before him. Is this a template for online game chat? Upon clicking, the world channel was already in a cacophony of voices. What the hell? Where the heck am I? Oh my God, have I arrived in paradise? Lord, have you heard my daily prayers? Where is this? Why have I suddenly found myself here? Am I dreaming? Ha ha, this must be a dream. I've seen Inception. If I jump down, I will wake up. What does this parchment say? Why has this suddenly appeared before my eyes? Damn it, who the hell brought me here? Who are you people? Do you have any idea who I am? Do you believe I could have you eliminated with a single phone call? Let me go now. I'm so terrified of heights. Can someone take me down? Please, I beg you, spare me. I'll give you any amount of money. I've been waiting for 3 hours. Why hasn't anyone come to fetch us? Could this be some sort of prank reality show? Mom, I'm about to go viral. Various messages surged through the chat channel. Expressions of astonishment, lamentation, curses, and resignation, a veritable medley of emotions. Some individuals still believed they were dreaming, shouting that they wanted to jump down. Whether that person actually leaped remains unknown. Certainly, Jiang Tian would not engage in such impulsive and reckless behavior. The alliance system displayed that it was locked, prompting him to bypass it and delve into the trading system instead. The interface resembled the auction house in the game Dungeon and Fighter. According to the description, survivors could place their supplies for barter. They could also specify their desired exchanged goods in the back. However, at present, no one was offering supplies on the trading system. He immersed himself in thought and closed the interface. After a brief analysis of the situation, a few conclusions could be drawn. 1. Although the reasons and methods are unknown, everyone is participating in this so-called game. 2. It is discernible that individuals from other countries are also sending world messages. Their inputs are automatically translated into comprehensible text. Each person awakens at different times, yet their locations appear to be identical, all situated on an aerial island. 4. The vanished parchment and the sudden emergence of the virtual interface indicate that this world is anything but ordinary. Perhaps there exists some extraordinary power at play. For now, it is best to adhere to the rules outlined on the parchment. The foremost consideration should be the issue of sustenance. As he pondered, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Hidden ability activated. Acquired ability duplication. You may choose one item to duplicate. The replicated item will be indistinguishable in quality from the original. Once per day. After duplicating a certain number of times, the ability can be upgraded, having the time. Just as he contemplated this, the opportunity to duplicate arose. Jiang Tian glanced down at the ground. At present, the items he could duplicate were limited to 3: bread, water, and this fishing rod. Which one should he choose? Chapter 2. Something is hooked. Crouching down to examine the objects, Jiang Tian discovered that the bread resembled the typical breakfast rolls found in supermarkets. Roughly the size of a pack of instant noodles. The packaging was nitrogen sealed, adorned with brand labels and expiry dates. The bottled water was similarly recognizable, a staple from any grocery store. Although food was paramount at this moment, the notion of replicating these items felt like a superficial remedy to a deeper issue. 2 pieces of bread or 2 bottles of water would scarcely suffice. They would be consumed in no time. Ultimately, Jiang Tian's gaze settled on something more intriguing. A fishing rod. Admittedly, it paled in comparison to the fishing apparatus from Minecraft. Yet, according to the parchment's description, this rod was the sole means of resource acquisition at present. He understood the wisdom in the adage that it is better to teach a person how to fish than to simply provide them with a fish. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian lifted the fishing rod. The rod measured over 3 meters in length, its dark body gleaming with a metallic sheen. At the front, a lengthy black fishing line was tied, with a bell attached at the connection point and a float-tipped hook at the end. It felt remarkably well balanced, not too heavy, yet exuding a sense of resilience. Truly a fisherman's coveted tool. Clearing his mind with a shake of his head, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. This was it. Immersing himself in concentration, he chose to replicate the rod. Ding! Congratulations, host. Replication successful. As the command completed, a dazzling light flashed. Moments later, Jiang Tian found an additional fishing rod in his hands. Replication successful. Cooldown period: 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Cooldown period? Jiang Tian glanced at the sky, and suddenly everything made sense. It appeared to be around noon. In just a few hours, the clock would strike midnight, ushering in a new day. This meant that his replication ability would reset with the dawn. The system had also hinted that after a certain number of replications, the cooldown time would gradually decrease. Shaking his head, Jiang Tian decided to set thoughts of replication aside, and instead picked up another fishing rod, examining it closely. Its feel and design mirrored that of the original rod perfectly. Indeed, it was a true replication. At this moment, he pondered whether the multitude of others who had traversed here also possessed such remarkable abilities. Opening the chat interface, he found the world channel alive with chatter. Amidst a cacophony of lamentations and furious messages, there were several nuggets of useful information. Have any of you played Raft? I feel like this world is eerily similar. Are you referring to the Sky Islands in Minecraft? Both games share similar mechanics, using fishing rods to gather resources. But one does it in the sky, while the other does so at sea. In other words, the fishing rod we have can indeed gather resources, but the fishing line doesn't seem long enough. My island is thousands of meters above sea level. I just tried it. It's not fishing. It's fishing for clouds. To my astonishment, there was a wooden crate inside the cloud. I'll give it a shot too. It should be similar to fishing, right? Before long, many survivors opted to use their fishing rods to gather resources. Wow, you can really fish clouds. I pulled up a plastic bag with a loaf of bread inside. How come I can't find a single cloud? How do I even fish? I caught a bucket of instant noodles, but where's the hot water? How do I prepare this? Eat it dry? Wait, I hooked a pot? Haha. I'm an experienced angler. This haul is going to be incredible. Oh no, where's my fishing rod? Seeing this message, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was clear to everyone now that the fishing rod was the only means of obtaining resources. Losing it would mean waiting for death. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who had accidentally dropped their rod into the sea. A chorus of lamentations filled the chat. A barrage of comforting messages followed, alongside some schadenfreude. Jiang Tian refrained from commenting on the misfortunes of others. His thoughts were occupied with a different concern. After observing the world and regional chat for a while, he noticed no one was discussing hidden abilities. It seemed that the power of replication was solely his own. With this in mind, he gazed at the 2 fishing rods. A smirk crept onto his lips. Now that he possessed 2 rods, even if one were to be lost, he would still have a backup, unlike others who faced certain doom. Having grasped the situation, it was time to take action. He picked up one of the rods and approached the edge, gripping the rod with his right hand and pinching the fishing line with his left. As a cloud drifted close to the island's edge, he pointed the rod skyward and released the line as he felt the rod's flexibility. Whoosh! The fishing line sliced through the air, the hook landing deftly within the cloud. Observing this, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Having gone fishing with friends before, he was quite adept at casting. He hadn't anticipated employing that skill here. As the hook settled into the cloud, the soft white mass rippled like a pond before returning to stillness. The once lazily drifting cloud halted, remaining stationary, tethered by the fishing line. Jiang Tian sat down, hands gripping the rod, quietly watching the float atop the cloud, akin to sitting by the shore waiting for a bite. According to the information gleaned from the chat, the moment the bell rang would signify a successful catch. The clouds below meandered gently, time slipping away, yet neither the bell nor the float stirred. Fortunately, Jiang Tian, having fished before, knew that patience was key, and he possessed plenty of it. Continuing to sit cross-legged on the ground, he closed his eyes, savoring the fresh air and the warmth of the sun. It felt quite pleasant. The seasons in this world seemed to hover between spring and summer. Dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and casual pants, Jiang Tian found the climate just right. Not too hot, not too cold. Since he couldn't leave, he might as well relish this moment. In his previous urban life, the relentless pressures of daily existence had seldom afforded him such leisurely respite. Time slipped away unnoticed. Dingling. Suddenly, the bell rang. Jiang Tian opened his eyes wide. The float atop the cloud was quivering violently. Something was hooked. Realizing this, he quickly gripped the fishing rod tightly. He had heard that when reeling in a large fish, its struggles could yank the rod away. While he didn't know if others had lost their rods for this reason, he had no intention of making the same mistake. Despite the bell ringing vigorously, after a moment of holding on, he realized that the rod wasn't being tugged by the line. This meant that whatever was inside the cloud wasn't struggling. Indeed, as others had mentioned, it was merely bags or boxes within the cloud. They wouldn't pull the rod away. Relaxing his nerves, Jiang Tian began to reel in. To his surprise, it felt a bit heavy. He exerted some strength with his arms. Whoosh! The fishing line snapped taut, dragging a cloud towards him, which landed at his feet. What is this? Jiang Tian scrutinized the dissipating cloud with caution. Moments later, the cloud vanished at an observable rate, revealing a large black woven bag. Was this what the World Channel referred to as resources? Jiang Tian warily opened the bag. Inside, he found it stuffed full of pebbles. What on earth? A bag full of stones. Jiang Tian's lips curled in disbelief, his expression one of utter exasperation. Could his luck truly be this dismal? He let out a resigned sigh. Jiang Tian once again lowered his fishing rod into the water. After all, possessing 2 rods meant his yield would inevitably be double that of others. In other words, with just a few more casts, he was bound to make a catch. However, after toiling for several hours, his efforts bore no fruit. He had indeed caught a considerable number of woven bags, yet they contained either pebbles or fragments of stone, accumulating into a small mound. Just when Jiang Tian felt utterly defeated, a sudden jingle from a bell tied to one of his rods rang out. Taking a deep breath, he hastily prepared to reel in his line. Chapter 3. I caught a person with his hands gripping the front end of the rod. The weight caused it to bend into an astonishing arc. The rod, seemingly forged from exceptional material, exhibited no signs of breaking. Steeling himself, he continued to lift the rod. At last, the cloud-like mass became ensnared by the fishing line and began to drift towards Jiang Tian. Stepping back a couple of paces to adjust his angle, the cloud settled before him. With a thud, it emitted a muffled sound before gradually dissipating, revealing a wooden chest reminiscent of a treasure box from Minecraft, Sky Island Survival. Upon closer inspection, the wooden chest was indeed quite large, measuring over a meter on each side and appearing rather hefty. Jiang Tian's heart leapt with joy as he unhooked the line from the chest's handle. He then pulled out the movable wooden lid and peered inside. Given the chest's substantial weight, it was reasonable to assume it contained enough provisions to last quite a while. However, to his astonishment, he found it contained a living person. I don't recall such occurrences in Minecraft, Sky Island Survival, he exclaimed. At that moment, a man clad in simple garments sat cross-legged with his eyes closed within the chest. As the lid opened, he seemed to sense the light, suddenly springing to his feet. After staring intently at Jiang Tian for a moment, he abruptly knelt on one knee before him, clasping his fists and declaring, "Fengxian stands ready to heed your command." Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, his forehead adorned with question marks. The man appeared to be in his 30s, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with sharp brows and fierce eyes, his physique brimming with muscle. Fengxian, master? What on earth is happening? Jiang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. The man nodded earnestly, gazing at Jiang Tian with respect. This humble servant, Lu Fengxian, pays his respects to you, master. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Lu Fengxian? You claim to be Lu Bu, the general from the Three Kingdoms? Lu Bu froze, then replied, Indeed, my name is Lu Bu. My courtesy name is Fengxian. But what do you mean by general from the Three Kingdoms, master? After a brief silence, Lu Bu sighed, his expression turning grave as he looked at Jiang Tian. Master, all I know is that you are my master. Understood, Jiang Tian responded, his gaze sharpening as he nodded. He began to comprehend the world's dynamics. It appeared that characters caught through fishing would automatically belong to him and lacked any prior memories, thus avoiding numerous complications. That said, it felt rather peculiar to have a grown man address him as master. Jiang Tian muttered this under his breath, just as Lu Bu caught wind of it. Lu Bu nodded and replied, In that case, shall I address you as foster father? Foster father. Hearing this, Jiang Tian was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. No, please don't. It seemed that Lu Bu was aware of the ominous connotation associated with calling him foster father. If he truly did so, it would be exceedingly ill-fated. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, From now on, address me as master. Yes, master. Lu Bu nodded respectfully. Excellent. Now please step out of the chest. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Once Lu Bu emerged, he inspected the chest he had caught. Aside from Lu Bu, there were no other items within. However, the wooden chest itself was a resource. Not only had he acquired a laborer, but he had also obtained wood, which could be considered a profit. He directed Lu Bu to drag the chest to the center of the floating island, and subsequently led him to the edge. Lu Bu, can you fish? Fish. Lu Bu looked perplexed. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, just follow my lead. With that, he picked up his rod and cast it once more into a cloud. Observing this, Lu Bu mimicked him, grasping another rod and attempting to fish from the clouds below the island. However, lacking experience, he struggled several times before successfully casting his hook into the cloud. The two sat side by side, fishing leisurely. Naturally, they were not merely idle. Jiang Tian took the opportunity to inquire about Lu Bu. Upon discovering that Lu Bu had completely lost his past memories and exhibited absolute loyalty to him as his master, Jiang Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the title of three-surnamed house slave was indeed quite intimidating. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Bu and noticing the absence of any bites from the clouds, Jiang Tian opened the chat interface once more. The world channel was still a cacophony of voices, filled with all manner of discussions, the majority pleading for assistance. Shifting to the regional chat, the conversation became more coherent, with most discussing their catches. Have you all caught anything? I reeled in a hammer. I fished for ages and only got a few rotten pieces of wood, packed in a plastic bag. Haha, I caught a bag with 3 loaves of bread. How enviable. I only got a bottle of water. You all seem like lucky stars. I'm completely out of resources, my stomach is growling. I caught a bag of nails. What on earth is that good for? At that moment, Jiang Tian tentatively sent a message to inquire about the situation. CNNS 1111. Has anyone caught living creatures? This alphanumeric string was Jiang Tian's exclusive identifier, similar to those used by others in the chat. As soon as he sent his message, the regional chat erupted in chaos. Whoa, you can catch living creatures? My blade has been itching for action. Living creatures? Does a chicken count? I just caught one. What? A chicken? You can't be serious. Cough, cough. This ISNTA kindergarten bus. Let me down. Chapter 4. Master, I'm hungry. That guy with the ID 1111. Did you really catch a living creature? Given your question, it must be a person, right? To be honest, I just caught a person. But he seems a bit off in the head. The user CNNS 4144's comment drew attention from the rest of the regional chat. What? You can catch people? No way. Exactly. How could a person possibly be in a cloud? That is absurd. Hey, don't forget, we're currently standing on a floating island, which is already quite ludicrous. So I wouldn't dismiss the possibility of catching a person. By the way, what use is catching a person? Right now, we're primarily short on food, aren't we? Bro, a person can serve as labor. Just look around. This empty island has nothing, and most of us are modern folks. How many can endure the elements? Hey, that is a good point. Hey, CNNS 4144, what is your deal? CNNS 4144, you're the one with issues. I just went through a ton of trouble to catch a wooden box, thinking it was food, but now I'm done talking. I'm going back to fishing. The survivor numbered 4144's remarks ignited a flurry of discussions. Indeed, the notion of reeling in a person seemed rather futile at this juncture. Resources were already scarce. To share food with a newly caught individual felt counterproductive. Unless, of course, the catch was a female, which would certainly elicit a different kind of excitement. By the way, my friend from number 1111, did you catch a male or a female? Upon being queried, Jiang Tian pondered briefly before responding, a male. The response was met with a chorus of disdainful scoffs. Witnessing this exchange, Jiang Tian shook his head, aware that most individuals harbored a rather limited perspective. He sensed that, although life appeared leisurely at present, it was unwise to rely solely on fishing for sustenance. Significant events were bound to unfold in the future. The planks, nails, and other materials they were currently fishing for were preparations for constructing a home. The parchment had indeed instructed them to seek resources to develop their settlement, which, at this point, could hardly be deemed a home. While an increase in population led to greater consumption, the surge in labor force would undoubtedly accelerate future construction. Hence, an increase in manpower was decidedly advantageous. Lost in thought, a rumble erupted from Lu Bu's stomach. He turned to Jiang Tian and bluntly declared, "My lord, I am hungry." "Bear with it," Jiang Tian replied with a smirk. Although he had yet to consume the piece of bread and water, it was imperative not to share with Lu Bu at this time. Such meager provisions would scarcely suffice, even to fill the gaps between his teeth. Focus on fishing. Bread will come. Indeed. What is this bread? Do not concern yourself too much. You will find out in due time. Yes, my lord. As time passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the moon bathed the land in silvery light. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu had successfully gathered a considerable amount of supplies, neatly arranged at the center of the island. Excluding the wooden crate designated for Lu Bu, their haul comprised 15 planks, 1 stake, a bag of nails, 50 pieces, a lighter, a candle, a pair of scissors, 2 bags of bread, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 3 bottles of mineral water, all encased in cloth and plastic wrappings. Besides Lu Bu himself, this was the entirety of their day's bounty. During their endeavors, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu had each consumed a bag of bread and a bottle of water, saving the remainder for later. Though not fully satiated, they managed to quell their hunger somewhat. Setting the fishing rod aside, Jiang Tian lit the candle with the lighter and placed it atop a wooden stake embedded in the ground. The night was drawing near. After completing this round of fishing, it would be time for rest. "Yes, my lord," Lu Bu responded, though his thoughts lingered on the taste of the bread. "What is this matchstick? It ignites with a mere strike. How fascinating." Jiang Tian smiled faintly at his companion's awe. Such wonders are but the beginning. Many more marvels await. Pay close attention and learn well, for numerous tasks will soon require your stewardship. "I shall serve with utmost dedication," Lu Bu replied earnestly. Jiang Tian, now accustomed to the antiquated manner of speech, responded lightly before checking the chatroom for updates. The regional chatroom was rife with lamentations. "Why have I fished all day and caught nothing to eat? I only managed to reel in 2 loaves of bread, which I have already consumed. After an entire day, I've only caught 3 clouds, and just 1 piece of bread among them. I am equally famished. Is there a kind soul willing to share a morsel? Hee, I caught 5 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. Good heavens, you are lucky. Who among you would trade a loaf for 10 planks? Dream on. In this environment, food is the most precious commodity. How could one barter it for wood? Indeed. Can wood be consumed? CNNS 4144. Damn it, I caught 3 loaves of bread, and this guy keeps drooling at me. It's revolting. Why not share with him, since you have to? Get lost. A fishing rod can only yield so much. Why would I share? Let him perish. How ruthless." Observing this scene, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of relief. Although their consumption had increased, their combined efforts in fishing yielded double the rewards compared to others. At the very least, it ensured their own sustenance. Moreover, this was merely the first day. As time progressed, the number of fishing rods he could replicate would multiply, thereby exponentially increasing the rate of resource acquisition. Chapter 5, A Box of Delights? With this thought, Jiang Tian scrolled through the chat logs. Most messages were cries of hunger and poverty, some lamenting the catching of a single loaf, while others celebrated their good fortune with several. A few unfortunate souls had caught nothing but sticks, rags, and nails. Occasionally, a lucky few seized the opportunity to boast in the chat, reveling in the envy of others, while some vented their frustrations. Not finding the desired information, Jiang Tian switched to the world channel. The content there mirrored the regional chat, with most hoping for a morsel from others. Scrolling further, he encountered several messages. "Oh my god, the yield from a single fishing rod is abysmally low. Lord, grant me another fishing rod. Has anyone caught a fishing rod today? I haven't heard of anyone doing so. Neither have I. Ah, what are these fools thinking? A fishing rod is unlikely to be caught. I require alcohol. Davarishi. I need alcohol. Who can provide me with some? I'm craving a smoke. Alcohol and cigarettes are of little consequence. We are discussing whether anyone has caught a fishing rod. If you have one, I will trade food." After scrolling through dozens of pages without encountering any mention of fishing rods, Jiang Tian reflected on the rarity of such an item, particularly as the foremost means of production. To catch one would indeed be a game changer. Of course, Jiang Tian's situation was far from the norm. His abilities constituted a significant anomaly. Suddenly, a jolt surged through Jiang Tian's fishing rod, signaling that something substantial had taken the bait. He calmly closed the chat interface and gently lifted his rod. Moments later, a large paper bag emerged before the two, containing a red cylinder. Jiang Tian stared in astonishment. "Is this a KFC bucket?" The image of the old man printed on the cylinder, coupled with the tantalizing aroma of fried chicken wafting from within, caused both Jiang Tian and Lu Bu to salivate profusely. Gulp. They both swallowed simultaneously, particularly Lu Bu, who, upon catching the scent for the first time, had his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Noticing Lu Bu's eager gaze, Jiang Tian confidently presented the bucket. Not to worry. Go ahead and eat. I cannot consume this much alone. Thank you, my lord, Lu Bu exclaimed, placing his fishing rod down before bowing with deep gratitude. Jiang Tian donned disposable gloves and urged Lu Bu to do the same. The two then grasped crispy chicken and wings, indulging in the feast. The meat was still warm, as if just pulled from the fryer. A single bite sent juices splattering everywhere. Wow, Lu Bu exclaimed, his eyes shining with delight. This is chicken? Such a preparation is truly exquisite. Marvelous, he mumbled between mouthfuls, his face glistening with grease. Not even the bones of the chicken wings were spared. Every crispy morsel was savored, and only after relishing the flavors and the delectable oil did they set the bones aside. In contrast, Jiang Tian appeared remarkably composed as he savored his meal at a leisurely pace. Before long, the two had polished off 5 finger-licking original flavor chickens and 6 portions of spicy wings. Burp. Ah, how refreshing. Having recently indulged in a bag of pillow bread, both were now belching contentedly. Such fried delicacies are best enjoyed hot. After all, they do not keep for long, so one should seize the moment to indulge. As for the remaining box of mashed potatoes, a sweet corn on the cob, and a bottle of 25 liters of cola in the bucket, those could be saved for later. There were also 10 napkins in the cardboard box. 2 were taken out to wipe their mouths, while the remainder was designated for Lu Bu to take to the center of the island. The wooden crate that had previously contained Lu Bu was tilted at an angle and temporarily repurposed for storing food. Lu Bu pulled the movable wooden panel of the crate to the right, placed several items inside, and then pushed the panel back. This crate was remarkably convenient, resembling a cupboard. Once everything was stowed away, Lu Bu returned to the fishing spot. Jiang Tian was still comfortably seated on the canvas, wiping his mouth. He tossed the remnants of food into a paper bag and let it drop into the abyss below. The bag, filled with leftover bones, plummeted swiftly towards the sea. Splash. Crash. Moments later, a commotion broke the surface of the water below. The two leaned over to investigate. Due to the dimming light and the mist rising from the sea, they could discern nothing unusual beneath the surface. However, judging by the sounds, it seemed some marine creature had reacted to their actions. Since visibility was lacking, they opted to refrain from further scrutiny. Just then, Lu Bu's fishing rod began to respond. A series of crisp bobber sounds rang out. Hearing the commotion, Lu Bu grasped the rod firmly, braced himself, and yanked. Whoosh! Under the immense force, a small cloud rushed toward them. Quick as a flash, Lu Bu smacked the cloud as it neared his face. Crack! The cloud dissipated, revealing a cardboard box, which Lu Bu promptly seized. Upon closer inspection, it was merely an ordinary cardboard box, its packaging concealing its contents. He eagerly opened it. Lo and behold, a box of huazi. Chapter 6, Selling Huazi. If you wish to smoke, bring something to exchange. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight and the moon's glow, the rows of red items inside the box reflected a dazzling brilliance. On it, black marker ink noted the number, 329. Indeed, it was huazi, the 300 series. Lu Bu gazed at the red packaging, puzzled, and asked, "My lord, what is huazi?" "Just a type of cigarette. You'll find out soon enough," Jiang Tian replied, promptly snatching one, tearing off the plastic wrap, and extracting a pack of soft huazi. He tore it open and brought it to his nose. A delicate plum fragrance wafted forth, so intoxicating at this moment. This was the very essence. He quickly took one and placed it between his lips, adhering to the principle of resource conservation, and brought it to the candle's flame for ignition. A wisp of blue smoke spiraled upward. Ah, bliss. He inhaled and exhaled. A cloud of smoke drifting away, his face alight with contentment. Lu Bu leaned closer to sniff, frowning. "My lord, this is huazi, a type of smoke that many people love to indulge in." Jiang Tian produced another stick and offered it to Lu Bu. "Care for a whole one?" Bewildered, Lu Bu accepted it, mimicking Jiang Tian and bringing it to the candle's flame for a puff. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Bu removed the huazi, his expression twisted with confusion. "My lord, this is difficult to smoke. If it's hard to smoke, then don't. Strictly speaking, it's not the best thing," Jiang Tian remarked nonchalantly after taking another puff. It was fortunate that Lu Bu didn't care for it, saving him the trouble of asking Jiang Tian for more huazi. Such a rarity. Upon reviewing the chat history, everyone had expressed a desire to smoke, but no one had mentioned actually fishing one up. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian had Lu Bu hand over the portion he had smoked. In response to Lu Bu's puzzled gaze, Jiang Tian took scissors and snipped off the part Lu Bu had puffed on. Aside from being slightly shorter, it remained a whole cigarette. Subsequently, he opened the trading interface, pointing to the huazi, and the trading information appeared. 300 series huazi, 90 new, only 1 puff taken. Trading conditions, food, or water. Once posted, the huazi transformed into a phantom. Observing these actions, Lu Bu maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of surprise. It seemed that matters related to the system did not draw undue interference from NPCs. After more than 10 minutes passed without any trading notifications, Jiang Tian sighed. At this moment, everyone was primarily focused on food and drink. It seemed no one was foolish enough to barter food for a single huazi. He then opened the regional channel, CNNS 1111. Iron Brothers, I've caught a 300 series huazi. Is anyone willing to trade resource items for it? If interested, message me directly. Act swiftly. As this message was sent, the regional channel erupted in chaos. Trading resources for huazi? With everyone struggling to fill their bellies. Who in their right mind would do that? Hey, the person above, it's not that simple. Do you know how painful it is for a smoker to go a day without a cigarette? Exactly. As a 10-year veteran smoker, I'd rather skip a meal than go without a smoke. But, brother above, are you out of your mind? You can die from not eating. But you won't die from not smoking. Not smoking won't kill you, but it's worse than death. Huazi, I really want to smoke. I just realized I haven't smoked all day. Thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. I want to smoke that, but does anyone sell huazi with a lighter included? I have no means to light it. I only have a box of matches, and I'm reluctant to use them. I'm still trying to start a fire by rubbing wood together. Big shot. I'm just a student. Could you please give me one for free? I thought I was hallucinating when I saw that huazi in the trading hall. Just one. If you're fishing, you should at least catch a pack, right? If you're trading, at least half a pack should be required. Everyone, don't trade with him. This 1111 is asking for lighter items and probably doesn't have anything to light it with. Just let him suffer. Seeing the chaotic replies, Jiang Tian frowned. He then decided not to engage further, simply adjusting the trading conditions from any survival resources to warmth or lighting items. Before long, a flood of trading requests bombarded him. Request ID, RSNN 4235, trading one pair of thermal pants. Request ID, AMIN 7461, trading one pair of slippers. Scanning through, he noticed that most requests were for warmth-related items. With few lighting items available, there were only a handful of flint stones. It appeared that, for now, nobody had acquired flashlights or lamps, and even if they had, they were reluctant to trade them. Jiang Tian contemplated and ultimately agreed to the flintstone trade request. Although he already possessed a lighter, having a backup was always prudent. After confirming the trade, the phantom of the huazi vanished, replaced by two circular flintstones appearing before Jiang Tian. He dragged the phantoms into position and clicked confirm, transforming the phantoms into reality. Two flintstones materialized in Jiang Tian's hand. Meanwhile, on a distant floating island, a rough-looking man with brown hair, a huazi clutched in his left hand, was boasting in the regional channel. Oh, look what I got, a cigarette. Ha, I can smoke now. Simultaneously, the regional channel descended into further chaos. Damn it, I saw that trading message too, but I don't have the resources he wants. I attempted to barter with a pair of socks, but he declined my offer. The only gloves I had left didn't secure me any cigarettes. What did you trade to procure yours? Hey, give it a puff and let us know how it tastes. Observing these messages, the brown-haired man chuckled. I merely wished to test the waters and offered my two precious flints. Huh? As he typed, a sudden realization jolted him. He then erupted in fury. Damn it. My flints are gone. How am I supposed to smoke that damn cigarette now? Hey, does anyone know how to start a fire by friction? Ha ha, ha ha. Upon reading the brown-haired man's messages, the regional chat channel erupted with laughter, creating a buoyant atmosphere in that corner of the realm. Chapter 7, The Bronze Sword. Returning to Jiang Tian, after exchanging 6 cigarettes for 2 mattresses, 2 thin blankets, and 2 pillows, he ceased trading. Engaging in excessive exchanges would raise suspicion, prompting others to deduce that his cigarettes were not merely limited to 1 pack, thereby potentially sabotaging his efforts. Of course, the current demand far exceeded the market supply, and with so many people worldwide, there were certainly individuals willing to trade with him. Even if someone intended to cause trouble, it would not impede his transactions. Presently, the general living conditions were poor, thus, cigarettes must be utilized judiciously to gradually extract resources from others. Moreover, he still needed to smoke himself. Meanwhile, the individuals in the regional chat were utterly bewildered, watching as each cigarette was snapped up in the trading marketplace, while they could only gape in disbelief. Once the betting was arranged, Jiang Tian inquired, Lu Bu, are you feeling tired? Not at all. My lord, please give your orders. Lu Bu responded with understanding, nodding earnestly. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Well, you'll keep watch tonight. If you find yourself with nothing to do, you may as well take this opportunity to fish at night. Understood, Lu Bu replied, standing tall and surveying the surroundings. According to the parchment, anything could happen in this area. It was undoubtedly safer to have someone on watch. Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment before reopening the regional chat box, CNNS 1111, selling 1 cigarette in exchange for a pile of twigs, leaves, and stones. Priority given to those offering larger quantities. This time, the previously quiet regional chat exploded with activity. Wow, the cigarette boss is back. Boss, didn't you just sell several cigarettes? I saw several foreigners in the world chat claiming they got cigarettes, apparently traded for betting. The boss is too generous, willing to trade for twigs and leaves. What were those troublemakers earlier? Boss, I have plenty of twigs, please trade with me. I want to trade too. I have leaves. In an instant, Jiang Tian was inundated with private messages and trade requests. After assessing their stockpiles, he ultimately chose 2 individuals for trading. In exchange for 2 cigarettes, he received a large bundle of twigs, 2 sizable bags of leaves, and a hefty bag of stones. Following the transaction, the 2 expressed their heartfelt gratitude, declaring him a good person. For them, twigs, leaves, and stones were of little use. They provided no nourishment or warmth. Compared to the bedding they had traded, they felt they had struck gold. In reality, for Jiang Tian, parting with 2 cigarettes was not a significant loss. A box of cigarettes contained 50 sticks. Each stick had 10 packs, with each pack containing 20 cigarettes. In total, that amounted to 10,000 cigarettes. Thus, relinquishing 2 was merely a gesture of goodwill towards neighbors. After the trade was complete, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to dig a circular pit. He surrounded the pit with stones, scattered leaves over it, and constructed a shelter with the twigs. Finally, he cut several strips from a cloth bag, ignited them on a candle, and tossed them into the pit. The flames from the strips ignited the twigs and leaves, culminating in a bonfire. Should this bonfire start to dwindle, toss in some planks or branches. If it nears dawn, let it be, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu. Yes, my lord. All right, you continue your watch. I shall retire. With that, Jiang Tian extinguished the candle and nestled into one of the blankets. The purpose of building the bonfire was twofold: to facilitate Lu Bu's night fishing and to ensure he did not stumble in the dark. Though he felt Lu Bu was unlikely to be so reckless, it was better to err on the side of caution. A night without dreams passed. The following day, as Jiang Tian opened his eyes, the sun had already risen. My lord, you are awake, Lu Bu greeted, bowing respectfully. Jiang Tian responded nonchalantly, yes. How was the situation last night? Any abnormalities? Nothing occurred. All was normal. Good. Jiang Tian nodded, lifting the blanket to assess his surroundings. The bonfire had extinguished, and several boxes and packages lay scattered on the ground. Lu Bu introduced, these are the spoils from last night's fishing: 1 iron pot, 2 cups of instant noodles, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a bronze sword. The terms instant noodles and mineral water were foreign to Lu Bu until Jiang Tian taught him yesterday. Upon hearing the first few items, Jiang Tian nodded slightly. Last night, to ensure safety, he had only given Lu Bu 1 fishing rod, preventing him from losing both and rendering replication impossible. It seemed that, although his catch for the night wasn't plentiful, it was still decent. Now with the iron pot, they could boil water. It appeared today they could enjoy instant noodles. At this moment, Jiang Tian's mind began to race as he brightened at the sight of the bronze sword. Let me see that. At once, Lu Bu knelt before Jiang Tian, cradling a package with both hands. As he unveiled the wrapping, a long sword of a bluish-gray hue came into view. The blade measured approximately 3 feet 3 inches. Fashioned in an ancient style without a scabbard, Jiang Tian grasped the hilt, weighing it in his hand, and swung it a couple of times. It felt somewhat heavy. Approaching a fallen log, he swung the sword down. The not-so-sharp blade struck the log with a thud, severing the 3-inch diameter log almost in half. To say it was chopped was perhaps misleading, as the break appeared more like a crush. Nonetheless, it was satisfactory enough, better than having nothing at all. However, one had to wonder, what was the purpose of giving him a sword? Was it for chopping wood? Everything they had caught thus far was indeed useful. The food items, be it bread, instant noodles, or water, along with bedding and mats, were all essential for addressing their immediate needs. The pot and utensils served a similar purpose. The wood and nails were meant for future construction. At this point, one could comprehend the utility of an axe or saw for building a shelter. But a sword? For chopping wood? Especially a bronze sword, which would surely become dull after a few swings. After all, the malleability of bronze is rather poor. While it may suffice for combat, it is hardly fit for lumberjacking. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. Chapter 8. The Monsters of the Sea. Having pondered this, Jiang Tian once again inquired of Lu Bu whether there had been any disturbances last night. Observing his lord's cautious demeanor, Lu Bu responded earnestly, indeed, last night. Aside from some sounds from the sea below, there were absolutely no disturbances in our vicinity. Not a single living creature was present, nor any noise. Good then. Jiang Tian nodded, temporarily alleviating his concerns and setting the bronze sword aside. At this moment, it was worth noting that the area surrounding the island was a void. One could hear neither birds nor insects. Apart from the sound of the waves below, there was truly nothing else to be heard. Fortunately, there exists a formidable individual like Lu Bu by my side. Otherwise, I would surely succumb to despair. Moreover, he is capable of keeping watch over me during the night. And given his immense strength, few would dare to challenge him. Ah, Lu Bu. Jiang Tian patted his shoulder, saying, you toiled through the night. It was arduous. You should rest for a while now. Thank you, my lord. Lu Bu replied with a respectful gesture before stepping back 3 paces and turning towards the bed, ready to retire. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from his stomach. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. What is this? Are you hungry? Perhaps you should eat a little something before sleeping. Lu Bu turned back, clutching his belly, his expression one of embarrassment. Not at all, my lord. I require a moment to relieve myself. Jiang Tian fell silent. Relieve oneself? Was he implying he needed to defecate? It then dawned on him that Lu Bu had consumed a copious amount of fried chicken the previous night. Given that Lu Bu had never indulged in such greasy fare before, it was hardly surprising that he might experience an upset stomach. Jiang Tian, momentarily taken aback, responded somewhat awkwardly, "Ah, I see. Please go ahead." "Thank you, my lord," Lu Bu managed. His brow furrowed as he grasped his belly and made his way towards the edge. "Wait a moment," Jiang Tian called out, noticing Lu Bu's intent. "Where exactly are you planning to go?" Lu Bu gritted his teeth and replied, "To the edge, facing downward." "No, for safety's sake, I suggest you avoid that area." Jiang Tian waved his hand, grabbing the paper bucket from last night's meal. He opened a drawer and stuffed a few sheets of paper inside before handing it to Lu Bu. "For safety, stay a bit further from the edge. Use this bucket. Aim carefully." "Yes, thank you for your concern, my lord. It's nothing. Hurry along. You look quite uncomfortable." Jiang Tian waved him off. Watching Lu Bu waddle away, Jiang Tian felt a wave of emotion. It would be quite the spectacle if the renowned and invincible warrior Lu Bu were to meet his end in such a manner. Caution was indeed warranted. Lu Bu, understanding the gravity of the situation, circled around to a concealed spot behind a wooden crate on the opposite side of the island. There, he squatted down, effectively shielded from view. Moments later, sounds of nature's call broke the silence as Lu Bu began his bodily process. Hearing such sounds from a figure of legendary prowess left Jiang Tian feeling rather awkward. Although he was not well versed in history, he had played his fair share of Three Kingdoms games. To hear such sounds from a man of Lu Bu's caliber was undeniably embarrassing, tarnishing his image in an instant. Yet, there was no avoiding it. The space was limited. Just then, Jiang Tian's stomach emitted a familiar growl. His expression shifted to one of subtle discomfort. Goodness, that fried food was indeed quite greasy. Clutching his abdomen, he grabbed another few sheets of paper and a large bundle of cloth before squatting down himself. At that moment, the previously serene island erupted into a cacophony of sounds. Uft, splat, burble. A few minutes later, both men stood up, adjusting their trousers, their expressions a mix of complexity. Lu Bu called out, "My lord, where shall I dispose of this?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, pointing downward. "Just drop it." "Understood." Lu Bu raised the red paper bucket and tossed it over the edge. Moments later, the sound of crashing waves resonated below. Splash. Both Lu Bu and Jiang Tian leaned over the edge to catch a glimpse. The mist had cleared, revealing ripples across the surface of the ocean below. A shadowy green form was discernible beneath the waves, though its nature remained a mystery. At that moment, Lu Bu approached from the other side. "My lord, what lies beneath?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "I have no idea." He then crouched down, securing the bundle containing the unspeakable item before tossing it down once more. The purple package plummeted swiftly. In unison, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu leaned over to watch. Just as the package neared the water's surface, an enormous creature, resembling a shark from the game Raft, leapt from the depths. With a gaping maw, it devoured the purple bundle whole. Splash. After consuming the package, the great fish sank back beneath the waves, sending a spray of water into the air. Both men inhaled sharply, astonished. "I never anticipated such a monstrous creature lurked in these waters. Truly an extraordinary place," Lu Bu exclaimed. "I too did not foresee this." Jiang Tian responded, his expression one of contemplation. That creature could consume such things. Soon after, the ocean stirred once more as two large fish breached the surface, thrashing about and expelling fish, shrimp, and seaweed in all directions. Their behavior was baffling. After a considerable flurry, one fish expelled a red paper bucket, while the other released a yellow-hued purple package. Chapter 9. Exchange. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu returned to the center of the island, observing the sky. It appeared to be around 8 in the morning, time for breakfast. Jiang Tian opened the food storage cabinet and retrieved the remnants of last night's meal. He handed Lu Bu some mashed potatoes while he took a corn stick for himself. "Here, eat up." "My lord," Lu Bu hesitated, glancing at the mashed potatoes with an awkward expression. I'm not really hungry at the moment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian examined the small lump of potatoes and their unappealing yellow hue, instantly recalling the earlier unpleasant scene. He then glanced at the buttered corn stick in his hand and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After a moment, he retrieved a breakfast package from the initial supplies, tore it in half, and offered a portion to Lu Bu. "Have this instead. Once you've eaten, you can rest. I'll go fishing for supplies." "Thank you, my lord." Lu Bu set aside the mashed potatoes and gratefully accepted the half piece of bread, feeling relieved. The two shared the bread and sipped some water before Lu Bu retired to bed. Jiang Tian, armed with a fishing rod, settled in a spot bathed in the morning sun, his mind focused. Before long, another fishing rod appeared. He cast 3 lines into the clouds, allowing the hooks to sink into the mist before placing the rods down securely. Confident they wouldn't slip away, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. By now, many had awakened and were conversing in the channel. "Good morning, everyone. What's good? I'm starving." "Starving? Didn't you receive some bread along with the fishing rod yesterday?" 2 pieces of bread hardly suffice." "Exactly. I can devour 10 of those in a single sitting." By the way, does anyone wish to trade supplies? I can offer planks and stones in exchange for food. Go on, planks and stones are worthless now. Food is the real currency. How did you all fare through the night? I simply lay on the ground, covered by a bundle. Same here, fortunately. The weather isn't too cold. I had a bit of insomnia last night. Insomnia? I fished clouds all day and was utterly exhausted. I fell asleep immediately. To the poor fellow who couldn't sleep, did you fish at night? Of course not. It was pitch black. I was afraid of falling. Last night, I lay on a plank, gazing at the starry sky and longing for home. Oh, I'm so hungry. I wish to return. Yesterday, I only had a breakfast package and a bottle of water. If this continues, I shall perish from hunger. At that moment, a message from user CNNS0888 suddenly appeared. Starving? Aren't there plenty of resources in the clouds? How can you still be hungry? With this comment, a wave of uproar swept through the regional chat. Goodness. Are you serious? How can you say such a thing? In this moment, everyone finds themselves grappling with hunger. And the remarks made by the individual identified as CNNS0888 seem rather inappropriate. Indeed, within the chat channel, a chorus of famished voices began to lay blame upon this person. After all, the sorrows and joys of humanity are often incomprehensible, particularly when someone emerges from the slums to flaunt their wealth. Such behavior is utterly outrageous. Soon thereafter, CNNS0888 reappeared in the chat. Yesterday I caught 5 loaves of bread, a packet of biscuits, and a pack of instant noodles. I devoured 4 loaves and was already stuffed, and I still have some left. My apologies, I thought everyone was in the same situation, The indignation was palpable. How can you laugh so heartily, as if you were genuinely embarrassed? What a pretentious show-off. Damn, you're insufferable. CNNS0066 chimed in, lamenting, alas. I received a 2-liter bottle of mineral water and several 500 milliliters bottles. Many are trying to barter bread for water, yet they desire something more substantial. It's so bothersome. Another pretentious individual. The chat erupted with disdain as 0888 and 0066 engaged in their display of superiority. Observing this exchange, Jiang Tian felt a stir of inspiration and sent a message. 0066, you crave something more substantial, do you? I have mashed potatoes and corn sticks, generously spread with butter. Sweet and delightful. Would you like some? A collective gasp echoed through the chat as stomachs rumbled in response. This early in the morning, are you speaking of butter? How splendid it would be to indulge in sweet, buttery mashed potatoes and corn sticks at this moment. Ugh, I'm hungry again. Oh dear, I'm starving. Please. Kind sir, share your corn sticks with me. How nauseating. 1111. How did you manage to catch those items? I can't seem to catch anything. Jiang Tian, unfazed by the inquiries, responded casually. Yesterday, I caught a KFC family bucket, which I shared with the fellow who caught it. The mashed potatoes and corn sticks were leftovers. We were stuffed, and it was too greasy, quite nauseating for us. As soon as this declaration was made, the chat erupted in chaos. What? Mashed potatoes and corn sticks? A family bucket? Oh please, I beg you stop. I'm on the verge of starvation. Such pretense, you excel at it. Is this what they call Versailles? In that moment, 0066 quickly sent Jiang Tian a private message. Of course, I want those 2 items, but what is the price? 3 bottles of water. Dream on. As soon as Jiang Tian mentioned the number 3, 0066 immediately retorted. For just those 2 items, you expect me to part with 3 bottles of water? Do you understand what water signifies right now? At this moment, water is the essence of life. One can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the lengthy discourse. All this chatter merely served to haggle. Otherwise, he could simply block the individual and save his breath. Eventually, 0066 conceded with a final offer. For those 2 items, I can give you 1 bottle of water at most. Take it or leave it. Jiang Tian replied with utmost clarity, then I shall not trade. The mashed potatoes and corn sticks are rich in vitamins, salts, and sugars, providing ample sustenance and satiety. Moreover, fats are indispensable for the human body. A lack of oil can lead to dry skin, pallor, and edema. If you find them unworthy, I shall seek another to barter for bread. I shall take my leave. Wait. Seeing Jiang Tian's steadfastness, 0066 quickly called out to him. With a firm resolution, he declared, 2 bottles. That is my final offer. If you wish to trade, then let us do so. If not, then you may leave. Jiang Tian smiled lightly. Deal? His intention was merely to exchange the 2 food items for 2 bottles of water, and he had mentioned 3 solely to allow for negotiation. Before long, a trade request was sent. The mashed potatoes and corn sticks vanished, replaced by 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water before Jiang Tian. Meanwhile, a girl with purple hair, clad in a white t-shirt and jeans, dressed in a trendy fashion, gazed at the mashed potatoes and corn sticks, nearly brought to tears. After a day of consuming nothing but bread, she was on the brink of nausea. Finally, she was presented with a much-desired greasy treat. It felt like a rare treasure. Though they may have cooled slightly, she did not mind, swiftly tearing open the packaging of the mashed potatoes and beginning to savor them. As she ate, she sent a message to her benefactor. By the way, 1111. If these two items are so wonderful, why didn't you eat them yourself? Oh, it's nothing really. Jiang Tian replied nonchalantly. I found them too greasy after yesterday's feast and had an upset stomach this morning. The remnants of what I expelled resembled mashed potatoes and corn sticks, so I couldn't bear to consume them. By the way, are they delicious or are they too gloppy? The girl glanced at the yellowish mashed potatoes in the container, her lips curling into a smirk. You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 10, Empty Soil? Expanding the area. On the other side, Jiang Tian stared blankly at the 3 fishing rods before him. Dingling. One of the bells rang, prompting him to seize one of the rods and give it a tug. He reeled in a cloud. In the next moment, the cloud transformed into white mist, revealing a black soil block of approximately 1 cubic meter before Jiang Tian. Startled, he observed the object as it landed seamlessly upon the surface of the floating island, appearing to merge perfectly with the island's terrain. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Tian pondered. What is this? He examined the cubic meter of soil at his feet and the island beneath him. This black soil block seemed akin to the stone in the survival game Minecraft, capable of expanding land area. As for the underlying principles, he had no understanding, so he dismissed those thoughts. The pressing question now was how to utilize this object. After circling the black soil a few times, he extended his palm to touch it. An ethereal image materialized before him, a rectangular prism, 10 units long and wide, with a thickness of 3 meters beneath the island. Upon seeing this apparition, Jiang Tian realized, this is a representation of my island. At that moment, the black floating soil morphed into a spectral form, converging at Jiang Tian's fingertips. Please select a placement location for the empty soil. The system voice chimed, momentarily catching Jiang Tian off guard. He then pointed to a location on the western side of the island and clicked confirm. Empty soil placement successful. The system voice echoed once more as the spectral image vanished. Regaining his composure, Jiang Tian approached the left side to inspect. A square protrusion now emerged from the previously level edge on the western side of the island. Wow, it's already installed. Jiang Tian mused, according to the specifications. This should only be 1 meter thick. I wonder how stable it is. He then took the fishing rod and prodded the protruding section. The rebound force traveled through the rod and into his palm, feeling quite solid. If someone were to stand upon it, the additional land should not suddenly collapse. Of course, Jiang Tian had no intention of testing such a precarious situation. What if he fell? He returned to his original position, once again casting the rod to hook another cloud, and sat down to ponder. He had been contemplating what the concept of building a home truly entailed. Is it sufficient to construct merely a wooden cabin as a refuge? Regardless of how one contemplates it, a solitary wooden cabin hardly qualifies as a true home, does it? Or should one aspire to create a courtyard, or perhaps a village, or even a city? In that light, the modest 100 square meters would undoubtedly prove inadequate, necessitating an expansion of one's territory. It is quite unexpected to find oneself confronted with this realization. Although a mere cubic meter of land holds little utility, if one can accumulate enough land, this small plot could transform into a vast expanse of prairie. Moreover, with an ample supply of fishing rods, the rate of accumulation would multiply exponentially. Contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Tian tightly grasped the fishing rod in his hand. It bore a striking resemblance to the fishing apparatus in the game Minecraft. Of course, the primary focus now must remain on fishing diligently, for otherwise, all discussions would be in vain. An hour elapsed. Among the 3 fishing rods positioned on the ground, one responded, yielding a bag containing 6 350 milliliter bottles of soda water. The sudden addition of over 2 liters of water resources left Jiang Tian elated. At this stage, water was the most pressing need. Scientific studies suggest that an adult requires approximately 15 liters of water daily for optimal health, and he had scarcely consumed enough yesterday. Furthermore, he intended to boil water for instant noodles later. The earlier exchange of mashed potato sticks and the 0066 for bottled water was motivated by this very necessity. Jiang Tian once again sought out a cloud, casting his line, and then settling down to gaze at the sky, igniting a cigarette, and checking the global channel for updates. At that moment, a new wave of individuals had awakened, clamoring in the world channel. I survived the night unscathed. No demons attacked. Thank the Lord for his blessings. Amen. Ah, Shiba, waking up to see you, what bad luck. Demons don't even exist, right? I didn't sleep well last night. I miss home. I slept reasonably well. The weather seems pleasant today. I didn't feel cold sleeping on the plastic bag last night. Well, I must be grateful that it didn't rain while I was sleeping. Indeed, there is currently no means to shield oneself from the rain. It's quite dreadful. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a meteorologist, and given the clear skies, it will not rain in the coming days. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. In addition, there were those pretending to be cute girls, attempting to swindle food, and others hoping to barter food and water for different resources. Naturally, no one paid them any heed. After all, at this moment, food and water were the most precious commodities. Observing these messages, Jiang Tian exhaled a plume of smoke, murmuring, "No rain, huh? That's a relief. Otherwise, my bedding would surely be soaked." However, one cannot judge this place by conventional wisdom. The parchment clearly states that anything could happen. On a side note, if it were to rain, it would be advantageous. One could simply collect it in buckets. With that thought, Jiang Tian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Rain? Chapter 11. Well, it appears I have encountered a familiar customer. According to the World Channel, everyone's first day has been marked by clear skies, and no attacks have occurred during the night. Aside from a few individuals who could not bear their hunger, no significant events transpired. Although the atmosphere is currently calm, this merely serves as a buffer. It is implausible for it to remain so tranquil indefinitely. The parchment has explicitly indicated that this is a survival game, and one must seize the opportunity to develop a safe haven for oneself. Furthermore, droughts, rains, and snowfalls are certainly impending. It is merely a matter of time, whether it be drought or tempest. One must prepare a shelter to shield against the scorching sun and torrential rains. Immediate action is imperative, otherwise, it will be too late when the time comes. In this state, preparation for unforeseen circumstances is indeed essential. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian began to devise a plan. Based on the current resource acquisition information, it appears that everyone has procured various wooden planks, with no reports of anyone obtaining stone slabs or similar materials. Thus, the most feasible course of action would be to construct a wooden cabin. To achieve this, one must first determine the dimensions of the cabin. At the very least, it must accommodate 2 beds, along with a table and storage for supplies. A simple calculation suggests that, with the available manpower, it is feasible to construct a cabin of approximately 30 square meters in a timely manner. The height should ideally be at least 5 meters. Jiang Tian surveyed the meager 101 square meters of his island. The ambition to create a spacious dwelling seems unrealistic at this juncture. Currently, he possesses 15 square meters of wooden planks and a single 10-centimeter diameter log, which he had just broken. With such limited resources, constructing a cabin is certainly impractical. He promptly opened the trading market in search of timber. Regardless of the type of house, a solid foundation is imperative. As no bricks have been sited thus far, he would have to utilize long logs instead. If the foundation is set at 1 meter and with a height of 5 meters, he would require logs of at least 5 meters in length. He wonders if anyone has managed to procure such logs. Upon inspecting the trading market, he noted a significant increase in available supplies since the previous day. Most items were various types of wood, stones, or a few wires and nails, all marked for food exchange. However, it is evident that no one would be willing to trade food for these materials. Jiang Tian assessed the wooden resources. Some were rectangular or square pieces, each approximately 1 square meter. He decided to pass on those. The logs available were mostly 10 centimeters in diameter and about 1 person's height, with very few extending to 2 meters. These could not serve as a foundation, so he dismissed them as well. Finally, Jiang Tian discovered 2 logs with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters and a length exceeding 5 meters. However, the trading requirements still demanded food. It would be impossible to comply with such demands, so Jiang Tian first sent a message to one of the sellers for negotiation. Hello. I noticed the long logs you have listed in the trading market. Could we discuss? The response came swiftly. Discuss what? Bring food to trade. Food. I'm afraid I cannot meet that request. While I am unaware of how long this log has been on the market, I am certain it has gone unnoticed, as food is currently scarce. However, I do possess some other valuable items you might find intriguing. What valuable items? Seeing the seller's interest, Jiang Tian smiled slightly and replied, although I cannot provide you with food, how about a cigarette to accompany you in this lonely moment? It may not satisfy your hunger, but it can certainly soothe your restless spirit. A cigarette? The seller paused momentarily before sending an avalanche of messages. Hey, I know you. You were the one who sold cigarettes last night. Damn it. You were the one who traded away my flint, making it impossible for me to smoke that cigarette. To be frank, I intended to use this log for fire by friction. If you want it, you must trade my precious flint in return. Oh, and I also need 2 more cigarettes. Reading these messages, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. Well, it seems I've run into an old customer. I accidentally misplaced the flint yesterday. However, I can offer you an additional cigarette and teach you a method for fire by friction. What do you think? After a prolonged silence, the seller finally replied, I tried that yesterday. Fire by friction is impossible. You're not going to trick me. I spent 2 hours trying, and my clothes were drenched in sweat. I nearly caught a cold, and I didn't even see a spark. Jiang Tian smirked slightly. How about this? I'll give you an extra cigarette. That makes 4 in total. You must understand that cigarettes here are a non-renewable resource. More than a day has passed. Have you seen anyone else catch a cigarette? If you are unwilling, I shall seek assistance from others. Chapter 12. Where it is cool, one should stay. Jiang Tian was acutely aware of what a single cigarette meant to a smoker deprived of their vice. The other party hesitated briefly. What good will 4 cigarettes do me? Without a lighter, it is all mere talk. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Are you foolish? Just trade 1 cigarette for a flint with someone else. Upon receiving this suggestion, the individual stood dumbfounded for over 10 seconds. Of course, I want to trade. After a bout of haggling, the transaction was finally concluded. Jiang Tian exchanged 4 huazi for a long log. He He also discerned that his interlocutor was likely a seasoned smoker. They proceeded to exchange IDs, agreeing to contact each other for future trades involving valuable items, which could be exchanged for cigarettes. Naturally, the other party readily agreed, elated by the arrangement. With the log secured, Jiang Tian sought to trade for another. However, another seller of logs was quite obstinate, leveraging the fact that he was the only one with a long log available at the trading post, insisting on food as part of the exchange. Along with 2 additional huazi, Jiang Tian was not one to be trifled with. He promptly closed the private chat window. He then opened the regional chat channel to inquire, is there anyone with a log over 3.5 meters available for trade? Upon witnessing Jiang Tian's message, the regional chat erupted in a flurry of responses. 1111? The Huazi Overlord has arrived. Huazi Overlord, please, grant me a cigarette. I am on the verge of desperation. You just devoured a family bucket. Are you not indulging in a bit of Versailles? After waiting a while, it seemed that no one was prepared to trade with him. Jiang Tian sighed, contemplating the difficulty of locating a 3.5 meter log. Just as he was about to close the regional chat channel, a message appeared before him. CNNS 4144. Huh, what is so delightful about a family bucket? Just a bunch of hormone-laden chickens. Be careful, or you might just kick the bucket. This remark silenced the regional channel. 3 seconds later, a torrent of messages flooded in. Uffed, hormone-laden chickens? With the current state of affairs, I could devour even fried rice cooked in gutter oil. Exactly, given the circumstances, who cares about hormones? As long as it fills my belly. In truth, he had a point. Should any health issues arise from their meals, there would be no medicine available. The regional channel was rife with varied opinions. Jiang Tian merely glanced at that message, furrowing his brow. The individual with the ID CNNS 4144 seemed to be the one who had caught someone yesterday. Was this person mentally unhinged? He hadn't even broached that subject. Besides, what did it matter to him whether or not others partook of a family bucket? However, since this was a global crossover, a diverse array of personalities was to be expected. He decided not to dwell on it and continued perusing the other replies. At that moment, CNNS 4144 unexpectedly sent him a private message. Are you seeking a log over 3 meters? I happen to have one available. Shall we discuss? Jiang Tian remained silent for a moment before replying. What do you propose? Quite simply, 4 servings of food and water, along with a full pack of huazi. Upon reading this response, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and promptly closed the private chat window. The individual at the trading post had merely requested 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water, along with 1 cigarette. Yet this person had the audacity to demand 4 servings and an entire pack of huazi, even if he suspected that his huazi supply exceeded 1 pack. The sheer audacity of this demand was astonishing. Shortly after closing the private chat window, the other party sent another message. What does it mean to not respond? Are you unwilling? After devouring a family bucket last night, you must have a substantial food supply. Can you not afford this price? I saw that at the trading post. There was only 1 log of this length, and it is a scarce resource. Once this opportunity passes, it will be too late. If you wish to buy it later, the price will double. Jiang Tian found this utterly ridiculous. Enough already. You should just stay where it is cool. Damn it, what kind of attitude is that? Don't you dare be ungrateful. Ignoring the other party, he immediately added them to his blacklist. Looking back at the regional channel, another message emerged. CNNS 0888. Oh, ISNT, this the one who devoured the family bucket? Are you seeking a log? Haha, coincidentally, I just caught one, precisely 3.5 meters long. Wow, what luck. You must have huazi to smoke. So envious. I also wish to catch logs to exchange for cigarettes. Observing this, Jiang Tian crafted a response. Perfect. Are you willing to trade that log with me? We can discuss. CNNS 0888. Hee. Oh dear, what splendid luck. I am open to discussion. What do you propose to exchange? I must clarify. I have gathered ample food and water over the past few days, so I am not currently in need. However, if you wish to exchange those items, it is not out of the question. But then, CNNS 0888 continued to boast about his fishing spoils in the regional channel, without reaching out to Jiang Tian privately. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes again. What a show-off. Such individuals were the type he often encountered in games, those who flaunted their good fortune. He never expected to encounter such behavior in this world. Just as he was about to initiate a private chat, another message appeared in the chat channel. CNNS 4414. Let me tell you, this long log is a scarce resource. Do not trade with this guy. Anyone who does is a fool. What is up with you? 4414. Have you lost your mind? What is your issue? Chapter 13. If only you had some cola. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow once more. This fellow was not trading and instead causing disruption. Was he mentally unstable? Before Jiang Tian could respond, another individual began to retort. CNNS 0888. Hey, kid, who are you insulting? Whether I trade with him or not is none of your business. Stay where it's cool, you fool. Well said. I too have found this kid to be unsavory. Catching someone and being stingy with food while insulting others is repulsive. 4144. Stop embarrassing yourself. Just get lost. Suddenly besieged by a barrage of criticism, 4144 was not pleased. What do you mean? How dare you insult me? Do you believe I want to make you pay for this? Ha ha ha. And how do you plan to do that? Fly over from the floating island? Wow, even keyboard warriors exist on the floating islands? How terrifying. If you have the guts, come over. Anyone can talk big. In an instant, 4144 found himself overwhelmed by the collective ridicule of the regional chat. He alone could not contend with so many voices, and as he was mercilessly mocked, his frustration escalated, leaving him unable to type coherently. Ultimately, he exhausted his daily quota of 10 messages, unable to retaliate, merely left to watch others lambast him. Meanwhile, on the other side, what a pathetic system that even prevents me from speaking. Damn it. A young man, no older than 20, clad in a beach shirt and sporting red bangs, raged at the sky. Not far behind him, a stout man, appearing to be in his 50s and dressed in simple clothing, crouched in silence, too afraid to speak. After cursing at the sky for over 10 minutes, the young man finally tired and sat down heavily on the ground. Casting a glance back at the old man, he scolded vehemently. What are you staring at? Hurry up and fetch me a bottle of water. Yes, 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 the man replied, swallowing hard and nodding vigorously. He hurried to the center of the island, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and returned to hand it over to the youth. The young man snatched it eagerly, twisting off the cap with a flourish. Gulping down most of the bottle, he finally began to regain his composure. Clutching the plastic water bottle, a flicker of crimson light ignited in his eyes. 11110888. And those regional channels, what a bunch of worthless leeches. Do they look down on me? If I find a chance, I shall ensure they all meet their demise. With a sharp crack, his fist tightened, contorting the plastic bottle in his grip. Without replacing the cap, he carelessly tossed it behind him. Observing this, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to retrieve it, surreptitiously taking a sip. Come on, 1111, let us continue our discussion. Ignore that fool. All right, came the reply. As Jiang Tian glanced at the message sent by 0888, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought you had such a fiery temper? Indeed. Back when I was a troll, a mere internet commentator, this brat was likely oblivious to my existence. Enough about him. What do you intend to offer in exchange for this branch in my possession? Food is out of the question. No matter how you slice it, sustenance remains paramount. Besides, it seems you are not in want of food or water. How about I offer you 2 cigarettes? Jiang Tian proposed. Naturally, he had no intention of easily trading the branch for merely 2 cigarettes. During his last exchange with a regular customer, he had required 4. Moreover, given the situation with 4144, while the other party had retorted, they surely understood the rarity of the branch and would not relinquish it so readily. These 2 cigarettes merely served to demonstrate a willingness to negotiate, indicating a space for price elevation. As anticipated, a message arrived from the other party. Don't be absurd. While I may not know the true value of that item, I just visited the trading hall and noticed that such a long branch is quite scarce. On the other side, a portly young man clad in a blue hoodie smirked as he typed a reply to 1111. Moreover, since last night, I estimate you've dispensed quite a few cigarettes. If you had only caught a single pack, would you be so generous, leaving some for yourself? I don't smoke. Oh really? Then what about the cigarette you posted on the trading hall yesterday? I must admit, you caught me there, he chuckled. So, how do you intend to negotiate? An entire pack of cigarettes? Absolutely not. Jiang Tian retorted bluntly. The other party's stance was equally clear. If that was the case, they would prefer to barter food and water instead. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian responded. Yesterday, I fished up 3 packs of cigarettes. And considering I've already consumed over a pack, I can offer you 5, along with a 350 milliliters bottle of soda. Huh, you must think I'm gullible. The hoodie-clad man scoffed. From his perspective, 1111 likely possessed more than just 3 packs. In terms of quantity, it should be at least a carton. Even if the cigarettes were scattered in a plastic bag, given his rate of distribution, he would need at least 5 packs to be so generous. After all, cigarettes are a prized commodity. However, the hoodie-wearing man was reluctant to sever ties with 1111, having searched for a considerable time in the trading hall with no luck. As it stood, 1111 was the only seller of cigarettes. If things turned sour, it was likely he would lose the opportunity to trade altogether. Moreover, the offer presented was already quite generous in the eyes of an average person, especially with a bottle of soda included. Glancing at his own supplies, he pondered before replying. The offer is reasonable, but could you swap the small bottle of soda for a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water? I already have soda, and it's rather ordinary. If only you had cola. Cola? Jiang Tian's eyebrows arched in intrigue, a smile tugging at his lips. Cola? I have some. Chapter 14. You are far too candid. What? You have. Upon reading this message, 0888 was momentarily taken aback. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Cola. This 1111 claimed to have cola. Before his arrival in this realm, 0888 was a devoted cola enthusiast. While others drank 2 liters of water daily, he consumed 2 liters of cola. Of course, he understood that excessive cola consumption was detrimental to health, but he could not restrain himself. If he could not indulge in cola during mealtime or late-night snacks, he felt utterly restless. To 0888, cola was the essence of life. Unfortunately, since his arrival in this world, cola seemed to elude him. Although he had been fortunate enough to fish up a decent amount of food and water the previous day, not a single bottle of cola had graced his catch. This morning, he did manage to reel in 2 bottles of soda, which contained a hint of carbonation and sweetness. However, the faint taste only intensified his longing for cola. Just as he struggled with his yearning, 1111 casually mentioned having cola. It felt like a timely blessing. Clearly, he was indeed fortunate. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he replied, "All right, you bring 5 cigarettes and a bottle of cola, and I will trade you for the branch." "A bottle? I don't have that much." Jiang Tian replied with a calm smile. "This cola was part of the family bucket I fished yesterday. I've nearly finished it. Leaving only a small sip, about 200 milliliters. Impossible, I don't believe you. You must have saved it meticulously, probably not even taking a sip. What is there to doubt? Let me ask you this. If you were knee-deep in fried chicken, grease dripping, with cola right beside you, could you resist the temptation to drink it?" That 0888 inhaled sharply. Indeed, if he were in such a situation, he would have long finished the cola, leaving nothing behind. It seemed that 1111 might genuinely be down to such a small amount. As he contemplated this, Jiang Tian sent another message. "Yesterday, it took me a considerable mental struggle to save that last sip of cola for later. It seems today I must let you benefit from it. A fixed price, 200 milliliters of cola plus 5 cigarettes in exchange for your 3.5-meter branch and a bottle of mineral water." "What the heck? Why are you suddenly raising the price? Don't go too far." "Too far?" Jiang Tian smiled lightly and continued, "Mineral water is abundant. I suspect you have plenty as well. But you must understand, this is the only remaining 200 milliliters of cola. Given that, calling it an equivalent exchange is already generous. If you refuse to trade, I will seek another buyer." Wait. 0888 exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "I will trade with you. But can we swap the mineral water for soda?" "Deal." Jiang Tian agreed readily. Soon, both parties began preparing for the exchange. Approaching the counter, Jiang Tian picked up an empty mineral water bottle and shook it, drying off the remaining droplets. He then opened the cola, pouring a little less than half into the bottle. Extracting 5 cigarettes, he pointed them out. The 5 cigarettes and half a bottle of cola transformed into a phantom. At this moment, the other party also presented their items, and another phantom materialized before Jiang Tian. A 3.5-meter branch, accompanied by a 350 milliliters bottle of lemon-flavored soda. Jiang Tian inspected the items, confirming their validity, and clicked to finalize the exchange. On the other side, 0888 glanced at the cola contained within the mineral water bottle. Although he sensed something was amiss, time was of the essence, and he had no opportunity for further contemplation. After the transaction was concluded, 5 sticks exuding the fragrance of plums and a small bottle of black liquid materialized before him. 0888 swiftly seized the plastic bottle, twisting off the cap to take a whiff. The faintly sweet scent of carbon dioxide filled his nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat. Yes, it was cola. 0888 clutched the cola, nearly moved to tears. One day apart had left him yearning. Tilting his head back, he brought the bottle to his lips. The black liquid surged into his mouth like an advancing army, the lively bubbles bursting like fireworks between his teeth. After a few seconds of reverberation, he swallowed, and a hint of sweetness lingered in his esophagus. Burp. The effervescent carbon dioxide prompted 0888 to let out a belch. Carbonation. Sugar. Refreshing. This was the sensation. Delightful. 0888 squinted with appreciation, then glanced at the remaining 100 milliliters of cola in the bottle. Carefully twisting the plastic bottle, he twisted the middle into a knot. The remaining half could be enjoyed later tonight when the fizz would still be intact. He needed to preserve it well. As 0888 mused aloud, a sudden jolt of realization struck him. Something was amiss. He promptly reopened the private chat window, venting his frustration. "No, you deceived me. This cola is so fizzy. It can't possibly be the leftover 200 milliliters that sat overnight. This is the first sip of a freshly opened cola. ISNT it." Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian was taken aback. "What the hell? You can tell that. A connoisseur, I see. Of course. I've been drinking cola for years." 0888 replied with a sense of pride, adding, "Though you tricked me, I'm still grateful you let me have this first sip of cola. After all, 90 of its value lies in that initial taste. I don't know how much cola you have left, but please save some for me. I'll come back to trade later." "No problem." Just as he closed the chat with 0888, another chat window popped up. 0066, "Are you looking for a 3.5-meter pole?" Upon seeing the message, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you have one." "I do, actually. I caught it last night." "What do you need such a long pole for?" "Don't ask so many questions. Will you trade or not?" "I will." "But what do you plan to trade it for?" 3 sticks of plum-flavored cigarettes." 3 sticks. On the other end, a stylishly dressed girl responded with disbelief. "Do you know how much effort it took me to reel in such a long, thick item? I'm a girl, you know. How can you expect to settle this with just 3 sticks? How unreasonable. What attitude is that? Just a moment ago, you weren't speaking like this," Jiang Tian thought, feeling a bit perplexed. Speaking of which, was the person on the other end a girl? Given that female smokers are a rarity, what if she didn't smoke? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "How about I trade you a bottle of soda instead?" Seeing such a miserly offer, the girl was incensed. She had initially planned to adopt the charming tone she observed in the chat window above, hoping to gain an advantage, but her counterpart was not falling for it. She quickly reverted to her true self, refusing, "Water? Are you joking? I've told you before, I have plenty of water." Jiang Tian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and asked, "Wow, aren't you a bit too honest?" Chapter 15, Inferior Plastic Bags. The girl was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she grasped the implication of his words. Her face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, What are you thinking? Pervert. By the heavens. You said that yourself. Why are you cursing me? I mean, the girl's cheeks burned, and after a lengthy pause, she could only respond in exasperation. Stop bringing that up. Let us continue discussing the poll. All right. Since you don't want water or cigarettes, it seems I have nothing left to offer you. After sending that message, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. In such a situation, chatting with a girl like this was rather entertaining. Before long, the other party sent a message. Who said I don't want the cigarettes? Huh. Aren't you a girl? Huh. Can a girl smoke? I'll tell you if you want this poll. You'll need to trade 10 sticks. Surprised, Jiang Tian realized her smoking habit was more substantial than he had expected. After some back and forth haggling, he managed to acquire the long pole for the price of 8 sticks. The girl's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarettes. She picked one up, placed it between her lips, and ignited it with a lighter, taking a deep drag. Ah, how satisfying. Jiang Tian crouched on the ground, gazing at the 3 long poles before him. With this, he now possessed 3 long trunks, though it was still far from enough for constructing a wooden house. However, given the current scarcity of resources, acquiring more would not be easy. It was best to proceed step by step. As for the remaining long pole in the trading post, he decided to leave it be for now, as he was the only one contemplating purchasing wood to build a house, and for the time being, no one would be interested in such seemingly useless items. Moreover, judging by that person's character, no one would barter food for something that appeared to serve no purpose. Jiang Tian placed the cigarettes in the trading post, requesting various types of wood or tools like hammers and saws. He then resumed his fishing activities. Before long, the sun had risen to its zenith. Approximately 6 hours had passed. "My lord, you're awake?" Jiang Tian, puffing on a cigarette, turned to see Lu Bu bowing beside him. Pointing to the paper bag nearby, he said, "Here, have a couple." "What is this?" Lu Bu inquired, peering into the bag, which contained 4 skewers. Picking one up, he examined it closely. It had a 2-inch long piece of something red and glistening with oil. It appeared to be meat. Jiang Tian casually remarked, "That's called a hot dog. It's quite delicious." This paper bag was something he had caught 3 hours prior, containing 6 hot dogs in total, of which he had eaten 2. The taste was quite pleasing. "Is it?" Lu Bu responded, leaning closer to the hot dog to inhale its aroma. Although the hot dog had cooled, it still emitted a faint scent of oil. That faint scent made Lu Bu, who was hungry, swallow hard. Opening his mouth, he took a bite. Splurt. The succulent meat erupted with juices, flooding his mouth with flavor. This taste, so delightful. Upon savoring this flavor, Lu Bu's eyes widened. Gulp. In his excitement, he swallowed the hot dog without chewing. Glancing at the remaining hot dog, he quickly took another bite. The juices once again filled his mouth. After finishing that hot dog, he grabbed another. Wiping the grease from his lips, he couldn't help but express his admiration. "All right, enough with the praises." Jiang Tian interrupted Lu Bu, gesturing towards the plastic bags and parcels, instructing, "Take these away. As usual, food and water should be stored in the cabinet, and the other items can be placed on the ground. Oh, and later, take the flint to ignite the campfire, and set the iron pot up to boil 2 bottles of mineral water. We'll have instant noodles to eat afterward." "Yes." Lu Bu complied, carrying several large bags away. These items were, of course, what Jiang Tian had caught during those 6 hours. In addition to the bag of hot dogs, there were also 3 bags of chips, 4 bottles of mineral water, a pack of toilet paper, 10 rolls, a large bag of pebbles, 2 bags of palm leaves, 1 bag of straw, and 1 cubic meter of black soil, along with a large bag of mud. Jiang Tian naturally stored the loose soil in the western section immediately. Although the 2 square meters below remained empty, the island's surface area had already expanded to 102 square meters. As for the other bag of mud, unlike the peculiar substance of the empty soil, this one, though resembling it in texture, is merely ordinary earth and cannot levitate. Speaking of which, the empty soil must have been caught by others as well. I wonder how their land has developed. Jiang Tian opened the world channel, where a discussion about this empty soil was underway. "Hey, I just fished up a block of black soil. It can expand the area of the floating island." "A block of black soil can extend the land? Could it not also float like the empty island? How could such a thing exist? Are you dreaming? Impossible. I just caught it. It's been personally tested for effectiveness." What he said is indeed true. "I caught a piece this morning, and upon touching this soil, a vision appeared, allowing me to designate land. I selected a spot, and it indeed expanded by 1 square meter. Haha, I caught one too. If I keep reeling in these black soil blocks, I can develop my floating island into a nation." "What? Are you serious? Why haven't I caught any? Can the soil you've caught be placed on the floating island? Why is the piece I just caught merely ordinary soil? I just caught one too. It seems such treasures are only meant for the fortunate. Upon seeing this comment from user CNNS0888, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Goodness. This fellow truly loves to show off wherever he goes. His luck indeed appears remarkable. He seems to catch whatever he desires. Of course, he is nowhere near my level. While reviewing the chat logs, a ringing sound chimed once more. Jiang Tian closed the interface and lifted one of his fishing rods. This cloud is rather diminutive. Is it food again? Jiang Tian tugged on the fishing rod, and a small cloud drifted towards him, eventually transforming into a low-quality plastic bag that landed in his hand. Upon opening the bag, two dirty objects appeared before him. This is Chapter 16. Can you fish up monsters? The two items in the plastic bag were a dull yellow, each the size of a fist. They appeared unremarkable. Yet, as Jiang Tian gazed at the plastic bag labeled with a local market tag, a surge of delight welled within him. Potatoes. What a treasure. This is the fourth most important food crop globally, not only possessing significant nutritional value, but also boasting an exceptionally high yield and remarkable adaptability to various environments. Most importantly, they are easy to store and resist spoilage. With them, I can surely set my mind at ease regarding sustenance. At this moment, Lu Bu had returned after placing the items. Observing the potatoes in Jiang Tian's hand, he inquired with a classic line, "My lord, what is this?" "All right, I will explain later." Jiang Tian smiled, instructing Lu Bu to fetch the straw and scissors from earlier. He then approached the southern edge of the island, crouching down to create two shallow pits of 2 centimeters each with his hands. He placed the potatoes atop them. With no obstructions on the floating island, sunlight cascaded down upon the potatoes. He then evenly spread the straw over them, ensuring it wasn't too thick, allowing a few rays of sunlight to filter through the straw's gaps. The temperature seemed just right. Grabbing a bottle of mineral water, he gently pierced the lid with the scissors to create several tiny holes. A rudimentary spray bottle was thus crafted. He lightly squeezed the bottle, sprinkling droplets of water onto the straw above the potatoes to maintain humidity. The potato sprouting process was complete. While engaged in these tasks, Jiang Tian explained the concept of potatoes to Lu Bu. Observing Lu Bu's somewhat bewildered nodding, he seemed to grasp it only partially. However, that was all right. He would understand once he tasted the potatoes. Gazing at the location of the potatoes, Jiang Tian couldn't help but begin to imagine. When the potatoes grow, will I enjoy spicy potato shreds or braised potato slices? If only there were potatoes stewed with beef, that would be even better. Of course, that would have to wait until the potatoes matured. He wondered how long it would take for them to ripen. Before he knew it, 7 days had passed. On the 9th day, he thought, well, the construction is nearly complete. I can proceed with the next tasks. Yes, my lord. All right, go fetch the materials. Jiang Tian waved his hand, directing Lu Bu to collect the supplies before he began surveying the small wooden house before him, situated at the center of the island. It was hexagonal, topped with a conical roof crafted from wood. It appeared quite presentable. During this time, Jiang Tian had also acquired several tree trunks exceeding 3 meters in height, totaling 12 after combining them with his catches. Initially, he had intended to construct a rectangular wooden house in ancient style, but the suitable materials proved elusive, particularly the lengthy beams, so he reluctantly settled for this design. He used one of the 3-meter-long trunks as a center point to draw a circle, dividing it evenly into 6 sections to outline a hexagonal shape. This would determine the house's footprint, which calculated to about 30 square meters. Following the original plan, he dug a 1-meter foundation, placed the 6 trunks within, and then laid a beam atop them, securing it with hemp ropes. The apex was similarly constructed with slightly shorter trunks, tightly bound with hemp ropes. The framework of the small wooden house was now complete. A gentle push confirmed its sturdiness. Unless faced with an exceptionally strong gale, it should withstand the elements without issue. Jiang Tian nodded, glancing toward the western side of the island, where Lu Bu was busy. There, stacked high were the materials gathered over the past few days, consisting of various wooden planks, sticks, and stones. Additionally, there were somewhat disorganized waterproof tarps and a significant number of palm leaves. Nearby lay tools such as shovels, pickaxes, and hammers, alongside everyday utensils like iron pots and aluminum bowls. The metallic objects shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Further along, food and water were arranged. On the black earth, 4 cardboard boxes were stacked, filled to the brim with mineral water of various brands. Another box contained soft drinks like cola, 7-Up, and Minute Maid orange juice. Though not as plentiful as the mineral water, there were still over 20 bottles. Adjacent to these water resources were several plastic containers, each brimming with food items. Their exteriors labeled instant noodles, bread and biscuits, soy products, meat, and sweets. Observing the neatly organized supplies he had arranged, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile, realizing that his time in this place had seemingly awakened a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder within him. Yet, seeing the abundant resources also filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Turning his gaze to the south, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. The potatoes he had planted were now mounded with soil, the the sprouts reaching impressively tall, about 20 centimeters. To be honest, witnessing this growth rate astonished Jiang Tian. Typically, it takes at least 100 days for potatoes to sprout and yield tubers. But how long had it been? A mere 7 or 8 days, and the sprouts had grown so high. At this rate, the entire maturation period for the potatoes should only be around 10 days. In just 2 or 3 more days, they would be ready for harvest. The fertility of this land was indeed remarkable. Speaking of land, over the past 7 days, he had fished up 12 blocks of 1 cubic meter empty soil. The area of the island had now reached 114 square meters. Just as Jiang Tian was deep in thought, Lu Bu approached, carrying wooden boards and tools such as hammers. "My lord, please instruct." As the framework of the wooden cabin was completed, the task of nailing the planks commenced, with the aim of erecting the roof first. Indeed, the two seized hammers and nails, and the rhythmic sound of their work echoed through the air. An hour later, the still unfinished cabin boasted a roof crafted from planks. After a brief respite, they resumed their labor. Another hour passed, and the main structure was adorned with wooden walls, leaving a square opening measuring 2 meters in height and 1 meter in width for the entrance. Having accomplished these tasks, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu sat on the ground to rest for a while. The cabin, in its essence, was nearly complete. Although the walls, constructed from planks of varying sizes, appeared somewhat peculiar, they could be deemed as an abstract style. Gazing upon their creation, Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. He requested Lu Bu to fetch 2 bottles of mineral water. As he drank, he opened the global chat channel. As the largest communication platform in this world, messages flowed rapidly. "It is day 9, and my supplies have run dry. What shall I do? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can anyone save me? Ha. I'm hungry and lonely. I can't take it anymore. Perhaps death is the answer. No. Let us not fear any challenges we face. Let us meet them with a smile. The best way to conquer fear is to confront it. Keep pushing forward. Let's go. I haven't eaten in 3 days, and the only company I have is a pile of yesterday's waste that is quite unkind to my stomach. Hang in there, brothers. Let's go." As Jiang Tian perused these messages, an unpleasant image surfaced in his mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He was just about to close the chat channel when another message caught his attention. "Help! I've caught a monster. Can anyone rescue me?" Chapter 17. I thought it was a monster. What a misunderstanding. Caught a monster? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. He continued to observe the global channel. The moment that message was sent, chaos erupted in the chat. "Caught a monster? Are you joking? I think he's just hallucinating from hunger. Where would a monster come from in this world? We must be civilized, harmonious, and friendly. If you ask me, this person is just unable to catch food and is trying to use a monster as a ruse to mislead us. I agree. Such people are utterly disgusting. But what if he speaks the truth? The Lord will protect me. Even if a monster appears, it will not harm me in the slightest. Oh my. I caught a wooden box just now, and when I opened it, there was a long-eared, toothy creature that tried to bite me. Luckily, I was quick enough to kick it away. Seriously? Are you all for real?" Messages continued to pour in. The individual who first claimed to have caught a monster had ceased to respond. It was uncertain whether it was due to the global channel's daily 1-message limit or if he could no longer send any messages for the rest of his life. Observing these messages, Jiang Tian's expression grew serious. He did not believe that these individuals were merely spreading alarmist tales. Despite the tranquility of the past 9 days, he remained vigilant, assigning Lu Bu to keep watch each night. As anticipated, an incident occurred today. This island was far from ordinary. Suddenly, from the area where 10 fishing rods were placed on the eastern side of the island, a cacophony of bells rang out. Dingling, dingling. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Tian's eyes sharpened. "Is it here? Lu Bu, my lord, command me. Go, grab the weapons. Obey." Upon seeing Jiang Tian's expression, Lu Bu's demeanor became significantly more serious. He swiftly circled to the northern side of the cabin, where several weapons were laid out. Spears, short swords, axes, and the long sword acquired the previous day. All crafted from bronze and exuding a menacing aura. He handed a bronze sword to Jiang Tian while arming himself with a spear, and together they approached the eastern side. Jiang Tian focused on the fishing rod that had made the sound. The bell was still ringing, and the seemingly innocent white cloud connected to the fishing line was quivering violently. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the fishing rod tightly and lifted it. Feeling the weight from the rod, the cloud was pulled toward the island. Bang! As the cloud descended, the mist dispersed, revealing a wooden box approximately 1 cubic meter in size that fell before the two men. A wooden box, Jiang Tian squinted. It was indeed a rare occurrence to catch a wooden box. The last time he had done so was on the first day, and it contained Lu Bu. Since then, he had not caught another. According to the recent messages in the global channel, perhaps the monsters were concealed within these boxes. Could it be that the box represented a living creature? This seemed quite plausible. If he were to open the box, it was possible that a monster would launch a surprise attack, regardless of what this creature might be, on this isolated island. If an ordinary person were to be bitten or scratched, even if they survived, the resultant wound would pose a significant challenge. Since someone had alerted him, Jiang Tian could not afford to be careless. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Bu, who nodded in understanding. Taking a step forward, he grasped the movable top of the wooden box and slowly pulled it back. With his right hand clutching the sword, he fixed his gaze on the opening of the box. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Then, Lu Bu suddenly yanked the lid off completely, gripping his spear tightly. He assumed a combat stance. Should a monster spring forth, he would pierce it through. Jiang Tian also held his long sword, his expression icy. If a monster were to emerge, he would ensure it met a fate without a burial place. Suddenly, whoosh, a gray figure stood up from within the box. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu's expressions tightened, their arms coiling with power, ready to strike. Their eyes were chillingly fierce. At that moment, a voice rang out. Master, a girl, clad in gray cloth with long black hair, around 15 or 16 years of age, timidly addressed Jiang Tian. Master? Jiang Tian and Lu Bu were both taken aback. On the other side, after the girl called out, she was met with the sight before her. Both her perceived master and the imposing figure beside him brandished weapons aimed at her, their faces fierce and threatening, as if ready to carve her alive. Instantly, she was left stunned, frozen in place. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, though thankfully, her composure held, and she did not burst into tears. However, the sight of the girl's tearful demeanor left both Lu Bu and Jiang Tian momentarily dumbfounded. Why is it a little girl? My lord, what is this? Lu Bu glanced at the girl and then back at Jiang Tian, utterly baffled. Just moments ago, he thought Jiang Tian was ready to engage in combat, and now a girl had emerged. Should they take action or not? Jiang Tian's expression turned somewhat awkward. This young girl had called him master, indicating she, like Lu Bu, had been drawn to him as a new member. The recent tranquility, combined with the alarming messages he had just read, had indeed made him a bit on edge. He raised a hand to Lu Bu, signaling him to stand down. Oh, I thought it was a monster. What a misunderstanding. Quickly, lower your weapons. Yes. As both lowered their weapons, Jiang Tian approached the girl and gently patted her delicate shoulder. Ahem, I apologize, little girl. It seems we've had a bit of a misunderstanding. Please don't cry, we mean you no harm. Upon hearing this, the girl rubbed her eyes. She gently wiped away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes and bit her lip as she gazed at Jiang Tian, her voice choked with emotion. Master? Yes. It is I, Jiang Tian replied, nodding. After the incident with Lu Bu, he was no longer taken aback by the titles bestowed upon those they fished up. However, Lu Bu had forgotten his previous experiences, leaving him uncertain whether the young girl retained her memories. He then inquired, what is your name? Do you remember who you are? Chapter 18, Master, I am afraid. At Jiang Tian's question, the girl glanced at her benevolent master and the burly man beside him, who had removed his weapons and wore a complex expression. Instinctively, she edged closer to Jiang Tian and timidly responded, I am Kai Zhaoji. Zhaoji. Upon hearing this name, Lu Bu furrowed his brow slightly. After a few moments of silence, he remarked, this name seems somewhat familiar. Oh, someone you know? Jiang Tian was initially taken aback as he scrutinized the girl. Her hair was styled with 2 strands tied up, cascading down like drooping rabbit ears. And the name itself seemed to evoke an ancient persona. Yet, it also felt vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Analyzing Lu Bu's words, he deduced she must be from the Three Kingdoms era. Kai Zhaoji, he thought, and suddenly a realization struck him. He turned to the girl and asked, are you Kai Yin? Kai Wencheng. The girl widened her eyes, her expression one of surprise as she affirmed, indeed, my original name is Kai Yin, and my courtesy name is Zhaoji, not Wencheng. Ah, then that settles it, Jiang Tian nodded. Kai Yin's courtesy name was indeed Zhaoji, which she later changed to Wencheng to avoid the taboo associated with Sima Zhao. From now on, I shall call you Kai Wencheng. Is that agreeable? Yes, master. Kai Wencheng replied, blinking her large, watery eyes and nodding obediently. After lifting the girl out of the wooden crate, Jiang Tian inquired further about her situation. She shook her head, unable to recall anything beyond her name. Although Lu Bu and Kai Wencheng felt a sense of familiarity with each other's names, neither could recall who the other was. Jiang Tian decided to let it be. During the earlier unboxing process, the sound of jingling bells from the items on the ground had already become a chorus. Dingling, dingling. A few more fishing rods had caught supplies, which were pulled up one by one. A 2-liter bottle of cola, 2 buckets of instant noodles, and a towel. Throughout this time, Kai Wencheng stood by, her large eyes wide with curiosity as she watched the 2 men haul up the unfamiliar items. Each time she saw something new, she echoed the classic questions Lu Bu had asked previously. What is this? What is that? What is this one? Jiang Tian, weary of reiterating the explanations, entrusted the task of educating the newcomers to Lu Bu. After a period of training, Lu Bu had become reasonably acquainted with these modern objects. With a hearty laugh, he pointed at each item and introduced them to Kai Wencheng. At that moment, the last fishing rod jingled with bells, and another cloud was drawn up to the island by Jiang Tian. Bang! As the cloud dissipated, a cubic meter object fell to the ground, another wooden crate. Hearing the commotion, the 2 individuals, who were busy identifying the items, turned their attention to this new arrival. Kai Wencheng's eyes widened with curiosity as she gazed at the crate. while Lu Bu, understanding the situation, approached the box and pulled aside the movable wooden panel, anticipating what might spring forth. With Kai Wenqing's presence, the atmosphere shifted from tense to curious, for it would indeed be awkward to frighten a new member. 2 seconds after opening the crate, a humanoid creature, entirely naked and with a bluish hue, stood up. It was approximately 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall, hunched over with long, pointed ears and a prominent nose. Though its limbs were frail, its round belly was rather peculiar. Seeing this bizarre creature, Lu Bu looked at Jiang Tian with confusion, uncertain how to handle the situation. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian's expression became somewhat strange. This creature, with its long ears and protruding nose, appeared to be a goblin. He had only ever encountered such beings in games and never imagined he would see one in person, and indeed, it was rather unsightly. In games, goblins often appeared as monsters or acted as NPC merchants. It remained to be seen which role this one would fulfill. Just as Jiang Tian pondered, the goblin suddenly screeched. Wee! With a mischievous grin, leaping toward Jiang Tian. Ah! Kai Wenqing gasped in shock, instinctively stepping in front of Jiang Tian. Master, be careful. Witnessing her protective gesture, Jiang Tian felt a swell of relief within. After all, in this world of survival on a deserted island, having a member with low combat ability and no special skills could be seen as a burden, potentially wasting resources. The fact that Kai Wenqing was willing to shield him brought warmth to his heart. However, the situation was dire, leaving no time for sentimentality. Furrowing his brow, he prepared to pull Kai Wenqing aside to evade the goblin's attack. In the next moment, you seek death. Lu Bu's fierce gaze bore down, his fist slicing through the air with a whoosh. Bang! Crack! Before the goblin could leap, it received a heavy blow to the shoulder and was sent crashing back into the crate. Jiang Tian leaned forward to take a look. The unfortunate goblin lay in the crate in a most contorted position. Its spine seemed to have been broken, its body twitching as green blood trickled from its mouth and wounds, a most gruesome sight. Aside from the goblin, the crate contained nothing else. The bloodied box was rendered useless, and he had no desire to keep it, as they were not in need of more wood. Lu Bu, dispose of this crate immediately, he commanded. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu replied, kicking the crate off the island. The box plummeted rapidly, splashing into the sea with a resounding crash. The goblin's corpse was flung out, floating atop the water. Below, sensing the commotion, various colorful fish gathered around, circling the goblin's body. Had this occurred 9 days prior, they would have devoured it without hesitation. Yet, in recent days, they had consumed a plethora of indescribable items that fell from above, making them more cautious. As the goblin's blood mingled with the seawater, the fish detected the scent of blood and became agitated, rushing toward the goblin's carcass. Splash! The sea erupted in a flurry of waves as the fish tore into one another, vying for this hard-won delicacy. On the island, Jiang Tian gazed down at the white clouds below, lost in thought. It appeared that the creature he had just encountered was indeed the monster mentioned in the World Channel. His suspicions were confirmed. In this place, one would face not only the crises of supplies, but also threats to personal safety. Although the goblin did not seem particularly formidable, any normal adult male might easily dispatch it with minimal injury. This was not the case for women, children, and the elderly. Moreover, there remained the pressing issue. Even if one survived, sustaining injuries in such an environment could prove exceedingly troublesome. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian opened the system marketplace, placing his offerings on display while requesting various medicinal supplies in exchange. Considering that news had spread about the possibility of reeling in monsters, he doubted the procurement of such precious items would be easy. He subsequently added some snacks and soda to his offerings, similarly seeking an exchange for assorted medicines. At present, resources are relatively abundant. Coupled with the fact that I possess a multitude of fishing rods, I can now sell some of the food I have gathered. The cost may be slightly higher, but it is of little consequence. As time progresses, the number of individuals encountering monsters is likely to increase, thus elevating the value of medicinal supplies. It is imperative to prepare these essentials in advance. Upon closing the trading interface, Jiang Tian sensed a subtle movement behind him. Turning around, he found Kai Wenqing, whose petite stature was just at the level of Jiang Tian's chest. Although her complexion appeared pallid, she mustered a smile when meeting Jiang Tian's gaze. Master, I am fine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement and was about to speak when Kai Wenqing, with a quivering lip, expressed her trepidation. Master, I am scared. Chapter 19. Rain is approaching. Upon witnessing Kai Wenqing's distressed demeanor, a wave of warmth surged within Jiang Tian's heart. Even in ancient times, at the tender age of 14 or 15, one was considered an adult. Not to mention that Kai Wenqing had lost her previous memories. Even without such loss, she had once been a refined young lady, unfamiliar with creatures such as goblins. Thus, her reaction was entirely reasonable. After all, not all individuals from antiquity possessed the vivid imagination characteristic of modern individuals. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian gently reached out to stroke Kai Wenqing's silky hair. Fear not, the monster has been vanquished. Kai Wenqing's large eyes sparkled as she nodded obediently. Master, I wish to assist. Very well, you can fish here. You should be able to manage the lighter catches. How do I fish? Lu Bu, teach her. Yes, my lord. This fishing technique is what I shall demonstrate for you. Kai Wenji, being astute, mimicked Lu Bu's demonstration after observing it once, casting the rod with considerable finesse. Jiang Tian instructed her to watch from the east, while he took Lu Bu to the vicinity of the wooden cabin. Surrounding the cylindrical tree trunk were irregular wooden planks. This was merely the beginning. The door needed to be crafted first. Taking a sturdy wooden plank, Jiang Tian measured its dimensions. He sawed off the excess length and secured the narrower sections with wooden boards. After comparing it to the door frame, the size was just right. On one side of the lower door frame, he chiseled a circular hole half a meter in diameter. He marked the corresponding position on the door frame and chiseled another hole there. He then inserted a polished round stone as a hinge and applied a bit of cooking oil. A gentle push revealed it moved smoothly and silently. Entering the interior, he affixed 2 carved wooden blocks as door bolts. With the door completed, the wooden cabin was still not fully finished. Wooden structures are not particularly insulative, and if it rains, they are prone to water seepage. Lu Bu, bring the bucket and soil, and also fetch 2 buckets of water. Yes, my lord. Instructing Lu Bu, he poured the previously gathered soil into an aluminum bucket, added mineral water, and began to mix them together. Subsequently, Jiang Tian retrieved a trowel and, alongside Lu Bu, evenly applied the moist soil around the cabin and atop the dome. They awaited the sun to dry the soil, forming a protective layer. This would significantly enhance the cabin's insulation, shielding it from the biting cold and scorching sun. That said, while water resources are not lacking at present, Jiang Tian felt a pang of regret over using mineral water mixed with mud. It seemed necessary to dig a water reservoir. If it rains, it would facilitate the storage of essential water for daily use. However, should it rain, the downpour could wash away the mud. To be prudent, once the soil dried, he would need to cover it with a layer of waterproof fabric. Previously, Jiang Tian had managed to fish up several pieces of plastic sheeting, which he had placed on the western side alongside other materials. However, the total area of these plastic sheets amounted to only over 30 square meters, insufficient to cover the entire exterior of the cabin. He opened the trading system to see if he could procure more. Upon searching, he found that many were selling plastic sheeting. It appeared that numerous people, observing the splendid weather and the absence of rain for several days, had become complacent, viewing plastic sheeting as a non-essential item. The terms of exchange varied widely. Some offered food and water, while others sought weapons, healing ointments, anti-inflammatory medications, and gauze. It seemed these individuals had also encountered monsters and sustained injuries. Although Jiang Tian had previously caught some weapons, gauze, and a few anti-inflammatory medications, it was unlikely he could trade these for plastic sheeting. He had an abundance of food that could be exchanged. After acquiring sufficient waterproof fabric, he checked to see if the items he had listed earlier had been exchanged for medications. None. Not a single one. Jiang Tian's lips curled into a wry smile. Had everyone become so astute? No one was willing to trade medications for food. The bags of chips and dried tofu he had posted went unnoticed. Upon reflection, it seemed that medicinal supplies had only recently become available. Prior to this, no one had managed to procure them. Additionally, following the recent broadcast of monster attacks, anxiety had gripped the populace. It was likely that acquiring medications would prove difficult. Never mind, let it be for now. With the thought of impending rain, Jiang Tian recalled another task. He needed to seal the gaps between the wooden planks of the walls and the ground, compressing extra soil to form a sloped base, ensuring the cabin was situated at the highest point of the island. This way, if it rained, there would be no risk of water seeping inside. Yes, very meticulous. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Tian decided to dig a water pit. Lu Bu, grab the shovel and get to work. Yes, my lord. After surveying the area, he chose a spot on the northern side of the island, marking out a 2 by 3 meter square. Be careful not to dig too deep. A depth of just over a meter will suffice. Understood, my lord. Once completed, he instructed Lu Bu to compact the soil to prevent seepage. Acknowledged. With diligent effort, the 2 men worked tirelessly, and after over an hour, a water pit was successfully excavated. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue in the west, the day grew darker. Jiang Tian approached the wooden cabin and was relieved to find the mud had dried. Now I can fasten the plastic sheeting, he murmured. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell upon Jiang Tian's face. He looked up, noticing the disquieting change in the sky. By his calculations, it should be around 6 in the evening, yet the atmosphere felt far gloomier than usual. Additionally, the unexpected droplets falling from above were alarming. Drip. Another drop fell. Goodness. Jiang Tian exclaimed, quickly instructing Lu Bu, hurry, it's about to rain. Quickly secure the plastic sheeting. Understood. Lu Bu's expression turned grave as he hurriedly grabbed the plastic sheeting to cover the roof. Forget about below, let us prioritize the roof. Got it. Lu Bu climbed onto the roof to lay down the plastic sheeting while Jiang Tian, in a flurry of urgency, rolled up 2 beds from nearby and tossed them into the cabin. Next to the beds lay several sets of spare clothing, candles, lighters, and Flint placed atop a wooden stump. Without hesitation, He gathered them all and threw them inside, glancing towards the western side where supplies were arranged. He pondered whether there were any other items that needed protection from the rain. Food, water, timber, tools. The food and water he had stockpiled were all packaged in plastic, so a bit of rain would not pose a significant threat. The freshly cooked, packaged food is typically consumed on the same day it is prepared, with no leftovers to speak of. The immediate priority, however, is to ensure the waterproofing of this dwelling. Without delay, he ascended the roof, joining forces with Lu Bu to lay down plastic sheeting. Drip drop, more raindrops began to fall. The sky had opened up to a light drizzle. As Jiang Tian busied himself, he glanced up at the increasingly dim skies, his expression growing more somber. He could not shake the feeling that this rain might be substantial. After 9 days of tranquil weather, it seemed this downpour would be anything but ordinary. He needed to hasten and gather their belongings indoors. Otherwise, they risked being ruined by the impending rain. If the rainfall proved to be heavy, items left on the ground could even be swept away. While the other items were of little concern, the fishing rods were of utmost importance. Realizing this, a sense of urgency gripped Jiang Tian, and he called out towards the fishing area. Kai Wenji, stop fishing. Quickly bring those rods inside. Understood, master. Noticing Jiang Tian's serious demeanor and the suddenly darkening skies, Kai Wenji nodded earnestly. She hurriedly pulled up the fishing rods one by one. Fortunately, none had caught anything. With her physique, she easily lifted them, placing them aside. As she retrieved the last rod, a sudden jingle rang out from the bobber, startling her. After calming herself, she recalled the stance she had taken while fishing and gradually lifted the rod. As she raised it, the fishing line tightened, yet the rod remained unmoved. Kai Wenji paused, then pulled back again, but it would not budge. Firmly gripping the rod, she planted her feet and pushed forward. Ugh, she grunted, straining her small frame to continue tugging at the rod. What on earth could be weighing it down so heavily? Chapter 20. Fine, I shall handle this myself. Drip drop. Drip drop. The once gentle rain now fell with increasing intensity. The raindrops grew larger, transforming from the size of rice grains to that of mung beans, landing on the ground with a rustling sound. The rain was intensifying. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu's clothes had begun to soak through, their expressions growing increasingly anxious. Time was of the essence. They needed to lay the plastic sheeting properly. They could not allow the rain to saturate the soil, or their efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, the plastic sheeting on the roof had been secured, and half of the wall coverings were laid down. Just as they were immersed in their task, Jiang Tian sensed that something was amiss. It felt as though he had overlooked something important. Instinctively, he glanced towards the fishing rods. A diminutive figure stood on the eastern side, drenched in rain, yet still tugging at a rod. Jiang Tian's eyes widened, and he shouted, Kai Wenji, what are you doing out there? Startled by his call, Kai Wenji trembled slightly, her eyes welling with tears as she struggled against the rod. Master, it's too heavy. I can't pull it up. Enough of that. Just leave it and bring the other rods inside. Okay. Kai Wenji pouted, reluctantly releasing the rod. Turning around, she hurriedly gathered the remaining 9 rods and dashed towards the house. With her earlier exertion having drained her strength, she stumbled and fell. The 9 rods scattered across the ground. However, despite being muddy from her fall, Kai Wenji picked herself up with determination. She quickly collected the scattered rods and wobbled towards the wooden cabin. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian felt a pang in his heart. Lu Bu, you continue with the plastic sheeting. I'll go help her. Yes, my lord. Releasing the plastic sheeting, Jiang Tian rushed to Kai Wenji's side. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Master, I'm sorry. I'm so useless. Kai Wenji lowered her gaze at the mud on her clothes and the 9 rods in her arms, her nose tingling as tears threatened to spill. Enough of that. Let's get inside. All right. Jiang Tian swiftly scooped up the rods she was holding, cradling them in one arm while taking her hand with the other, and they hurried towards the wooden cabin. As she held onto Jiang Tian's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Kai Wenji felt a wave of comfort wash over her. The pain of her earlier fall seemed to fade. Once inside, they placed the rods on the floor. Kai Wenji, you stay here. Just then, a sudden realization struck Jiang Tian. Oh no. Huazi and the potatoes are still outside. Without waiting for Kai Wenji to respond, he dashed back out. He grabbed a waterproof cloth and covered the potatoes, weighing it down with a stone, then rushed to the west side to retrieve the box containing Huazi. The box was already damp, feeling soft to the touch. Fortunately, whether it was the 10-pack carton or the individual packets inside, they were all protected by a layer of plastic. With timely intervention, it should remain dry. Bang! He set the box down and took out the Huazi packets, bringing them inside. He then called out, Lu Bu, is the plastic sheeting secured? Reporting to you. My lord, it is all set. Good. Now let's move the other items. Yes. The two braved the rain again, rushing to the west side to retrieve the lumber. Swish. Swish, swish. The rain had intensified further. As Jiang Tian and Lu Bu were moving the wood, a timid voice called out from behind, Master. Jiang Tian turned back, surprised. Didn't I tell you to stay inside? It's raining. Why are you out here? Master, I want to help. Seeing Kai Wenji with her lips pursed, gazing eagerly at him, Jiang Tian chuckled, and freed a hand to ruffle her hair. All right, then you can carry those boxes of chips and instant noodles inside. They're lighter. Okay, Kai Wenji nodded, her eyes forming crescent shapes as she smiled. As Jiang Tian and Lu Bu carried the lumber, Kai Wenji clutched the boxes of food, and the three of them made their way toward the wooden cabin together. At last, we're done. Jiang Tian shook the water from his hands and lit a candle, placing it on a wooden stump. The previously dark cabin was instantly illuminated by the candlelight. Soon he, Lu Bu, and Kai Wenji sat together on the floor, gazing at the stacked supplies within the cabin, collectively sighing in relief. Finally, they had completed their tasks. Aside from their damp clothes and some wet lumber, it seemed there were no significant losses. The tension that had gripped them began to ease. At that moment, achoo! Kai Wenji sneezed. Are you coming down with a cold? Jiang Tian asked, looking at her. Thank you for your concern, master. I'm fine, Kai Wenji replied sweetly. Although her voice quivered slightly, Jiang Tian sighed with a smile, handing her a towel and a change of clothes. All right, quickly change out of those wet clothes and dry yourself off. We don't want you catching a chill. Okay, Lu Bu, you should also change into a dry set. We can't afford to have you getting sick. Yes, my lord. The three of them, clutching their clothes and towels, moved to a corner of the cabin. Each took position in one of the three corners of the hexagonal room. Lu Bu, standing on the right, had his back to the others and began to undress. Jiang Tian had intended to do the same, but he noticed Kai Wenji on the left, holding her clothes and staring down, seemingly frozen in place. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she occasionally glanced at herself, hesitating to speak. Jiang Tian was taken aback, recalling that there were no partitions in this place. Previously, with two large men residing here, it hadn't seemed like an issue, so he hadn't considered erecting a screen or anything of the sort. However, it was certainly inappropriate to allow Kai Wenji such freedom now. At the very least, he needed to provide her with a frame to place something to shield her modesty. Instinctively, he thought of having Lu Bu handle it, but when he turned around, he found Lu Bu already stripped bare, drying himself with a towel. 3 lines of black appeared on Jiang Tian's forehead. If Lu Bu approached in that state, he would surely frighten Kai Wenji into a faint. Well then, I suppose I shall take care of it myself. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian picked up a fishing rod, strung a long line across both sides of the room, and draped a quilt over it. A makeshift curtain was thus created. Though the coverage was limited, Kai Wenji's petite stature meant that the quilt effectively concealed her from the neck down to just above her calves. Seeing this, Kai Wenji let out a sigh of relief and sweetly smiled. Thank you, master. It's nothing. You may change now, but remember to dry yourself off. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, turning his back, just as he returned to his spot and removed his shirt. He prepared to proceed to the next step when he heard Kai Wenji timidly call out to him. Master? What is it? Kai Wenji stammered, taken aback by the sight of Jiang Tian's well-proportioned, fair upper body. Her small face flushed once more as she pointed to her waist. Jiang Tian stepped around the curtain to see what was amiss. Kai Wenji was struggling with a belt made of cloth that had somehow become tightly knotted, and with the rainwater soaking it, she was utterly unable to untie it. Understanding the situation, Jiang Tian crouched before her, skillfully working to unravel the stubborn knot. With a swift motion, the entangled belt was freed, and the 2 ends of the cloth fell away, revealing a sliver of white skin. Both Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji were momentarily stunned. Kai Wenji gasped, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. What happened? Lu Bu, hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow and turned sharply. Upon seeing Kai Wenji standing with her back to him behind the quilt, her clothes disheveled, and his master crouched before her, he felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment and quickly turned away, pretending as if nothing had happened. Chapter 21. A Global Deluge. Pitter-patter. The rain, as large as soybeans, fell furiously to the ground. The island was shrouded in darkness. Inside the wooden cabin, a freshly built campfire radiated warmth. The crackling branches emitted sporadic sounds. Jiang Tian, Lu Bu, and Kai Wenji were gathered around the fire, extending their hands to bask in its glow. They had since changed into dry clothes. Their damp garments hung on nearby branches to dry. A cast-iron pot simmered above the fire, with pure water inside beginning to emit wisps of steam. The scene appeared remarkably tranquil and serene. Inside and outside the cabin felt like 2 entirely different worlds. Yet, the 3 remained silent, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Lu Bu sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression peculiar as he stared into the flames without uttering a word. Kai Wenji sat with her head bowed, hugging her knees, her cheeks flushed. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Jiang Tian, and if their eyes met, she would quickly look down, her face reddening even more. The memory of the earlier incident sent her heart racing, as if a frightened deer were bounding within her chest. Ultimately, it was Jiang Tian who broke the silence. He turned to Kai Wenji and asked, "How are you feeling? Is your body warming up?" She replied softly, biting her lip. Jiang Tian, feeling a bit awkward himself, instructed Lu Bu, "I recall we have ginger slices. Toss a few into the pot to boil." "Yes, master." Lu Bu responded promptly, eager to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere. He had been busy until now, without a moment to check the chat channel, unaware of how others were faring. As he contemplated this, Jiang Tian opened the chat interface. Upon opening it, before he could even select the chat channel, he was surprised to find numerous private messages from people inquiring about his well-being. 11:11, it's pouring here. Is it raining heavily where you are? Are you all right? Huazi is okay, right? Hey, my good buddy. This damned weather suddenly turned to a torrential downpour. It's a disaster here. What is the situation on your end? Did you waterproof the cigarettes? Crap, it's raining. Huazi better not get soaked. 11:11, you absolutely must protect Huazi. Do you hear me? Reading these messages. A smirk crept onto Jiang Tian's face. The main senders of these private messages were 0066 and 0888, along with some of the regular customers who had purchased from him in recent days. Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. Goodness, he had thought they were concerned about him. But it turned out they were worried about Huazi. That said, piecing together the information from these private chats, it seemed they were also experiencing heavy rain on their end. Notably, one of them was located outside his area. Could it be that this torrential downpour was global in scale? Temporarily hiding the private chat interface, he opened the world window. Indeed, the entire world was abuzz with discussions about the deluge. Ugh, the rain and wind are hitting me. It's so cold. How long is this downpour going to last? Am I going to freeze to death? Everyone, don't panic. Quickly use planks to build a shelter. It can help with the rain. Where the hell am I supposed to get planks? I sold all of them. Damn it, it's cold, and my supplies have been washed away by the rain. I'm also at my wit's end, cold and hungry. Am I going to die here today? Buddha, Bodhisattva. It seems I'm destined to visit the Western Paradise today. Lord, why did it start raining before I could finish building my house? Damn it. Haha. Wasn't everything fine just a few days ago? Why the sudden downpour? Is this trying to kill me? Thankfully, I had the foresight to sew a tent from plastic sheeting. Crap. Does anyone have plastic sheeting or raincoats? I'll trade anything for it. Does anyone have a ready-made tent? I'm about to freeze to death. Please, kind-hearted person, send me one. The world chat channel was a cacophony of chaos. Filled with cries of despair, Jiang Tian shrugged, then turned his gaze back to Kai Wenji. He noticed her cheeks were still flushed, seemingly still flustered by what had just transpired. However, considering the awkwardness of the moment, he worried that her face was too red. What if she were falling ill? After all, she had been drenched in that heavy rain, and it was prudent to take precautions. Are you feeling any discomfort? Kai Wenji remained silent. She indeed felt somewhat off, but she didn't know how to articulate it, and felt too shy to speak up. Observing this, Jiang Tian sighed. He reached out his hand to check her forehead. His hand, having been warmed by the fire, couldn't truly gauge her temperature. All right, just be mindful of keeping warm. He extended his hand to adjust the oversized collar of her shirt. Thank you, master. This gesture caused Kai Wenji's cheeks to flush even more, and she responded in a barely audible voice. After a brief search, Lu Bu found a bag of ginger slices, pulling out a handful to toss into the pot. Jiang Tian also retrieved some meat, and after all their efforts, they could finally prepare for dinner. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Tian poured himself a bowl of ginger soup, savoring it slowly. Listening to the sounds outside, the rain continued to intensify. The ground echoed with the sound of raindrops falling relentlessly. Today's events unfolded with startling abruptness. The monstrous catch, the torrential downpour, and the presence of Kai Wenji left me feeling rather unprepared. Chapter 22. Do not be upset, for he traded his lifespan for this. Upon reopening the regional channel, a sense of harmony seemed to prevail. The rain, oh, such heavy rain. Noticing the ominous sky earlier, I hastily constructed a makeshift shelter from a few planks, and now I sit within it, somewhat dazed. I find myself crouched inside the wooden box that housed the creature I caught today. What splendid craftsmanship. It is quite comfortable. Now, standing in the storm with a large wooden board, I feel rather foolish. Nevertheless, this rain is a welcome change, after so many dry days. One might as well consider it a bath. Clad in a raincoat fashioned from plastic bags, I am currently hammering away at some wood. 0066. Yesterday, I managed to reel in 2 raincoats and a pair of rain boots. Wow, what luck. Miss, could you sell me a raincoat? Upon reading this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile. It appeared that the people in this region were quite clever, and judging by their tone, they seemed to be robust youth. A little rain should pose no significant issue. As everyone exchanged tales of their struggles and tips for sheltering from the rain, an untimely message popped up. 0888. Haha. This morning I just happened to catch a tent, and now I'm putting it to good use. What the heck? Damn it, you lucky star. Go away with your arrogance. Everyone, don't be upset. This fortune was bought at the cost of his lifespan. Jiang Tian felt a bit speechless upon reading this. How fortunate to draw a tent just before the rain began. At that moment, 0888 seemed utterly unsatisfied, continuing to boast in the chat. 0888, sitting in my tent, listening to the rain pattering on the canvas, I can't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. I long for a cigarette to soothe my heart. Oh no, I've run out of cigarettes. 1111, how about you? Come out and sell me some. At this, laughter erupted in the regional channel. Ha ha. Look at you acting all high and mighty, and now you're at a loss. Aren't you? By the way, it seems 1111, the big shot. Hasn't he been active all day? 0066. Yes, I just messaged him, but he hasn't replied. I wonder how he is faring. 4144. Haha, not replying? He has probably been washed away to the island's underside, or perhaps frozen to death. Who can say? Haha. Jiang Tian hadn't anticipated that, at such a time. 4144 would re-emerge, inexplicably launching a verbal assault as if he held a grudge against him. The regional channel erupted once more. 0066. Hey, how can you speak like that? Is it appropriate to mock others at a time like this? 0888. Exactly. Are those even human words? Every time I see your messages, I just want to smack you. 4144, go away. Seeing these exchanges, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Though he had maintained a transactional relationship with these individuals over the past few days, they had grown to resemble friends. Compared to the prices on the trading post, the items he exchanged with them were relatively generous, and their support warmed his heart. At that moment, 4144 arrogantly chimed in again. Me die first. Haha. While you all boast, I'm sitting in my 6-square-meter abode, munching on ham sausages while watching you all act foolish. What a joke with your pathetic raincoats and tents, and some even squatting in boxes. This is simply hilarious. You lot with nowhere to shelter, just wait to be drenched. His words prompted a brief silence in the regional channel. Indeed, compared to him, even 0888's tent seemed lacking. However, being mocked by such a person left a sour taste in everyone's mouths. They retorted, what is there to brag about? It's south just 6 square meters. It's perfect for a coffin. Get lost. You don't even deserve to inhabit 6 centimeters. The more they spoke, the more emboldened 4144 became, filling the channel with his laughter. Ha, how pathetic. Keep on being envious. Just a bunch of drenched insects. Aren't you just jealous of me? Why is it so hard to admit that you're envious? In an instant, the regional channel devolved into another round of mutual insults. Observing this, Jiang Tian shook his head. Clearly, 4144 hadn't been idle during this time. He must have stockpiled enough wood to build himself a shelter for emergencies. However, that 6-square-meter dwelling was hardly impressive. After some contemplation, he decided to interject. Thank you all for your concern. I am doing just fine. The sudden downpour caught me off guard today, but I've been busy and wanted to assure everyone of my safety. Upon his message, the focus of the crowd shifted once more. They inquired about Jiang Tian's situation, asking if he had any surplus supplies. Some, including 0888, eagerly checked if his cigarettes were wet. Observing 4144 sneering, Jiang Tian received another message from him. So what if you got lucky with a few packs of cigarettes? Stop showing off. You've probably been busy finding a place to hide from the rain, right? With this downpour, your cigarettes and supplies must have been ruined already. Haha. If you've lost your smokes, I'd love to see how you manage to eat. Starve, you miserable fool. What will you eat? Jiang Tian glanced at the ample supplies piled beside him and at the two individuals next to him belching contentedly. A smirk crept upon his face. Surely, with all this food, the three of us couldn't possibly finish it all. Chapter 23. All according to the master's orders. Reflecting on the situation, Jiang Tian sent a message. Indeed, this heavy rain arrived rather swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving me scrambling. Despite my frantic efforts to salvage what I could, some supplies were unfortunately ruined by the rain. Haha. Upon reading this message, 4144 burst into laughter, while the others felt a pang of concern. Ruined by the rain? What about his precious cigarettes? Oh no, those smokes better not be wet. If they are, don't throw them away. Once the sun comes out, they might dry out enough to smoke again. 0066. How are you holding up? Do you have a place to shelter from the rain? 0888. Weren't you buying plastic sheets to make a rain cover? Didn't you use those to stitch a tent for shelter? 4144. Huh? Stitching a tent from plastic sheets? Are you a beggar? 1111. You're not so impressive now, are you? I'm sitting comfortably in my wooden shelter, silently laughing. 0066. You've said enough. Go away with your smugness, you fool. Once again, the channel erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian continued to edit his messages. With a faint smile, he finally sent out, alas, my current situation is indeed not ideal. Earlier, I managed to salvage some spicy strips, potato chips, chicken legs, marinated eggs, instant noodles, sausages, and a few boxes of cigarettes. But those are merely material possessions. My precious few pieces of wood and cooking utensils have been soaked through, and that truly pains my heart. Now I sit in my 30-square-meter, airtight wooden cabin, feeling utterly bewildered. Though a fire crackles before me, my heart remains chilly, and all I can do is sip a warm bowl of ginger soup to comfort my wounded spirit. As this lengthy message materialized, the previously vibrant chat channel suddenly fell into a state of suspension. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, staring at the few sentences in disbelief for several minutes before the conversation resumed its lively pace. Goodness, the sheer magnitude of this information is overwhelming. A wooden cabin? 30 square meters. Surely, it's not too concerning if pots and pans get wet in the rain, is it? No, wait. Several boxes of food. How on earth did you manage that? Oh dear, how utterly irrelevant. Don't offer me such extraneous possessions. The audacity. A crackling fire, ginger soup, Hey, aren't you pretending to be all high and mighty? Come and take a look at the big shots 30 square meter abode. 0888. I am astounded. You can boast even more than I can. 0066. TCH. What a needless concern. By the way, aren't there two of you? How can you possibly store so much food? Among them, 4144 also sent some expletive-laden messages, but they were promptly ignored by everyone. Jiang Tian began responding to others' inquiries. Two people? No, actually, there are three now. Today, while fishing in the clouds, I caught another girl, probably around 15 or 16 years old, petite, about 155 centimeters tall. Upon sending this message, 0888 exploded with excitement, and the others were equally astonished. 0888. Goodness gracious. A loli. I adore lolis. Oh heavens, why did you bestow such luck upon me yet deny me the chance to catch a loli? Goodness, a woman. Big shot. Tell us, what's this girl like? 0066. A couple of days ago, I also caught a woman, but she was a middle-aged, greasy ant. People can be so disheartening. Observing the inquiries from others, Jiang Tian instinctively glanced at the petite girl beside him. Kai Wenji was still hugging her knees, just having lifted her head to gaze dreamily at her master. Upon suddenly meeting Jiang Tian's eyes, she quickly lowered her gaze, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Jiang Tian smiled softly, continuing to type his message. Honestly, there's not much to say, apart from her large, watery eyes, long eyelashes, fair skin, and lovely long hair. She is just adorably soft when she cuddles in my arms. Moreover, she particularly enjoys following me around, almost like I've adopted a daughter. She's quite clingy. Sigh. It's rather bothersome. Goodness. Is that what you call having no merits? Those are all merits, aren't they? Huh. You've adopted a daughter? I'm almost envious. Sob, I want a daughter too. 0888. 1111. I warn you to stop, or you'll be the death of me with your temptations. 0066. Pa? Indecent. Hey, what is so indecent about wanting a daughter? Isn't your mindset the one that's indecent? Exactly. The chat channel was filled with laughter and banter. Noticing the cold and hungry state of the others, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity. No, wait, it's more like taking advantage of the rain. He instructed Lu Bu to pour 2 bottles of water and some ginger slices into the pot, brewing a warm ginger soup. Then, he traded the steaming ginger soup for more water. 1 cup of ginger soup, the cup to be provided by others, in exchange for 2 bottles of mineral water, which he then placed back into the pot to brew more ginger soup, an endless cycle. On this rainy day, compared to the abundant water resources available, everyone naturally preferred the warmth of ginger soup. Jiang Tian was delighted with the exchanges, filling the room to the brim with boxes of mineral water. After chatting for a while, Jiang Tian closed the chat channel, cracked open a small gap in the door to let in some fresh air, and glanced outside to gauge the situation. He sighed. The darkness was too profound, and with the heavy rain, lighting a bonfire outside was impossible. Lu Bu, you needn't keep watch tonight. Get some rest early. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu nodded in agreement. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, he arranged the beds on either side of the room. Kai Wenji sat in the middle, glancing at the left bed and then the right. Upon realizing there were only 2 beds, her flushed face turned towards Jiang Tian, her lips poised to speak but hesitating. At that moment, Jiang Tian remembered there was now an additional person. Kai Wenji's bed had yet to be prepared. He opened the trading interface to search for bed components and was astonished to find a plethora of mattresses and blankets listed. However, they were all soaked from the rain and utterly unusable. Looking at Kai Wenji, he smiled helplessly and said, "Your bed cannot be prepared for now. How about you squeeze in with me tonight?" Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji's pupils dilated. Her cheeks were aflame, and her little heart raced wildly. A wave of indescribable emotions surged within her. After locking eyes with Jiang Tian for a few moments, she lowered her gaze again. Her delicate fingers began to twist nervously. Finally, she murmured softly, "As you wish, master." Chapter 24. Just asleep together. The bonfire in the room had already extinguished. The only source of light was a half-burned candle resting on a wooden plank. Kai Wenji knelt on Jiang Tian's bed, smoothing out the wrinkles with her small hands. Jiang Tian's bed was positioned on the left side of the room, where Kai Wenji had just changed her clothes. The blanket was the same one used to cover her moments ago. This scene reminded Kai Wenji of the earlier events, and her fingertips brushed over the bedding, sending a shiver down her spine. Soon after, she stood up and softly reported to Jiang Tian, "Master, the bedding is ready." Jiang Tian surveyed the neatly arranged bed, satisfied, and reached out to gently pat her little head. Very good. He smiled. Feeling the warmth of Jiang Tian's palm, Kai Wenji found it incredibly comforting. She squinted her eyes in delight, revealing 2 adorable dimples. "All right, let us sleep." Jiang Tian slipped off his slippers and crawled into bed, waving at Lu Bu, who stood waiting on the other side of the room, saying, "Lu Bu, you should rest early too. We have work to do tomorrow if the rain stops." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu acknowledged and laid down on the mattress, covering himself with the blanket, falling into silence. Noticing Jiang Tian's gaze upon her, Kai Wenji fumbled and said, "Master, you go ahead and sleep first. I'll blow out the candle. Jiang Tian replied, not elaborating further. Kai Wenji extinguished the candle and cautiously climbed onto the bed. She gently lifted a corner of the blanket and nestled in, lying on the soft mattress. Feeling the warmth beside her, Kai Wenji was filled with nervousness. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes tightly shut, palms sweaty, her mind racing with thoughts. This state of anxiety persisted for an unknown duration. With no movement beside her, none of her imagined scenarios unfolded. Kai Wenji opened her eyes and tilted her head, tentatively calling out, "Master?" There was no response, only the sound of steady breathing beside her. He had fallen asleep. Kai Wenji's anxious heart settled, yet she felt inexplicably disappointed. She wanted to reach out and touch her master, but hesitated. Just then, outside the wooden cabin, a silver dragon streaked across the sky. Moments later, thunder rumbled. Boom, boom. The already tense Kai Wenji was startled by the sudden thunderclap. She quickly curled up, resembling a startled kitten. In the darkness, her large eyes were filled with fear. Although in ancient times, at her age, Kai Wenji would have been a mother of several children. Her amnesia rendered her response akin to that of an innocent young girl. What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Jiang Tian groggily opened his hazy eyes and asked, "I'm sorry, my master, for disturbing your sleep earlier. There was thunder, and I was frightened." Humbled, Kai Wenji responded softly, seemingly regretful for disrupting her master's rest. Jiang Tian turned onto his side, reaching out to gently pat her head. "Fear not, for I shall recite a little rhyme for you." Kai Wenji hesitated for a moment, then shyly nodded. Jiang Tian began to recite in a deep, soothing voice. "Little white rabbit, pure and bright, with two upright ears, a delightful sight. Loves to munch on carrots and greens, bouncing about, so charming it seems." As she heard Jiang Tian reciting such a childish nursery rhyme, Kai Wenji felt even more embarrassed. "Master, I am not a child." However, before she could finish, Jiang Tian continued. "Little white rabbit, pure and bright, with two upright ears. Arteries cut tight. Staying still, oh so sweet, skinned and chopped, into the pot, we meet. Add some water, cover it tight. Before it's served, sprinkle with delight." Kai Wenji gasped. This. I was quite touched, master. How could one eat such a lovely rabbit? Yet, it was precisely Jiang Tian's playful rhyme that alleviated her fear. Carefully, Kai Wenji turned her head to gaze upon him. In the dim light of the night, Jiang Tian's profile appeared extraordinarily gentle, captivating her gaze. Before she knew it, she was entranced. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tug, and in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. "Oh, master, be good, do not fear," Jiang Tian murmured sleepily, ruffling her hair before drifting back to slumber. In the darkness, Kai Wenji's cheeks flushed warmly, and she instinctively wrapped her small hand around Jiang Tian's waist. The following day, Jiang Tian and the others awoke early, listening to the outside world where the sounds of wind and rain had ceased. Upon opening the wooden door, they found that the dark clouds had dissipated, and the familiar sunlight flooded the island once more. This weather is truly pleasant, Jiang Tian sighed contentedly, surveying the surroundings. Everything appeared normal, as if nothing had transpired. Save for the puddles on the ground, remnants of last night's torrential rain. Testing the ground with his foot, he left a muddy imprint. Jiang Tian frowned, activating the trading system to purchase a few sets of raincoats and boots. However, they were not available for sale. After the events of the previous night, the once relatively inexpensive rain gear had now become highly sought after. With no alternatives, he resorted to calling out in the regional channel, hoping to find someone familiar willing to sell to him. At that moment, the regional channel buzzed with chatter about the clearing skies after the rain. "Finally, a sunny day? It's not easy," someone exclaimed. "Yesterday's downpour was manageable at first, but later it nearly froze me to death. I set up a small shelter in the rain, burning hay for warmth and to collect water. The ground is a soggy mess. Each step leaves a pit, making walking quite the challenge." CNNS 1111. Seeking to purchase a set of raincoat and boots, negotiable price. Interested sellers, please DM me. Jiang Tian's call ignited the regional channel into a frenzy. "Whoa, the big shot has spoken. How's your interaction with that little loli going? Did anything happen last night? 0066, pervert. 0888, damn. Though I'm not sure what went down, I can't help but feel envious." Messages flew by rapidly. Jiang Tian smirked, bemused that no one seemed to be paying attention to his purchase request. All were instead focused on inquiries about Kai Wenji. Reflecting on this, he glanced over his shoulder. Catching Kai Wenji's gaze, her face flushed, smiling sweetly, appearing quite pleased. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tian sent a message. "Last night, we shared a meal together, and then, if you could sell me the rain gear first, I promise to share the subsequent story once I receive 3 sets of raincoats and boots." "Whoa, speak clearly. Will you? Who has rain gear? Hurry and sell a set to the big shot." With that, the focus of the group shifted back to Jiang Tian's request. Though those with rain gear were reluctant to trade after the previous night's events, 2 individuals privately messaged Jiang Tian. They planned to sell their raincoats, intending to fashion new ones using waterproof fabric and other materials. Many were currently facing a shortage of food. Although they possessed rain gear, their supplies were insufficient for sustenance. In this context, the asking price was somewhat steep. Each requested a pack of instant noodles, ham, bread, and 2 cigarettes in exchange for 2 sets of raincoat and boots, which Jiang Tian reluctantly accepted. And there's one more set, he muttered, scrolling through the messages. At that moment, he received a private message. 0066. Are you collecting rain gear now? Do you have any? By the way, didn't you mention yesterday that you had drawn 2 sets? Yes. I have an extra set, and I believe it would suit you perfectly. Oh, what do you mean by that? The extra one I have is a children's raincoat. It might not fit an adult well. However, didn't you catch a little girl yesterday? Such a coincidence. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Sounds good. What is your price? After a moment of silence, the seller replied, What happened between you two yesterday? You're quite inquisitive. Jiang Tian, slightly exasperated, responded. Didn't I say I'd announce it in the regional channel once I receive the rain gear? This is the last set. Hurry up. Alright. My fire's gone out. I can't boil water. Give me some plastic wrap with oil and cooked food, plus 3 cigarettes. Deal. With a flash. The transaction was completed. Before Jiang Tian appeared a set of bright yellow rain gear adorned with a dinosaur design, complete with matching boots. The raincoat even featured plastic spikes sewn along its back, utterly adorable. Now, when it rains, you can wear this. Come, let us put on the boots first. Wow. So lovely. Kai Wenji exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Thank you, master. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, then handed the other set of adult rain gear to Lu Bu. Finally, he reopened the regional chat channel. At that moment, the 3 individuals who had sold rain gear to Jiang Tian, including 0066, were reporting back, creating quite the uproar in the channel, clamoring for Jiang Tian to recount the events of the previous night. With a resigned smile, Jiang Tian typed, judging by your enthusiasm. After we shared a meal last night, nothing much happened. We merely slept together. Upon this revelation, the regional channel erupted once more. Whoa. You say you merely slept together after that? Oh heavens, strike this guy down. 0888. Woe is me, my little lowly. How did you end up in someone else's arms? 0066. Pa? Pervert. Give me back my raincoat. Jiang Tian laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further. Gathering a few wooden planks, he instructed, Lu Bu, grab the fishing rod. Kai Wenji, bring me a small shovel. Yes, my lord. All right, master, hee. The 3 donned their rain boots and, armed with tools, stepped out of the wooden house, first checking the condition of the potatoes in the southern patch. After such heavy rain, they wondered if they had sustained any damage. Moving aside stones and lifting the rain cover, they discovered the potato sprouts nestled within the straw had only been bent but remained healthy. Gently, they unearthed the soil, carefully inspecting the potatoes. The 2 originally buried potatoes had sprouted into a large cluster, numbering around 30 or 40. Though encrusted with mud, there were no signs of mold or decay. Fortunately, the potatoes remained healthy. He instructed Lu Bu to fetch a bag of preserved fresh soil from the house, to be poured over the damp earth, allowing the potatoes to be replanted. Given their growth condition, they would likely reach full maturity by the day after tomorrow. The only valuable item left outside had shown no issues, which brought Jiang Tian a sense of relief. Next, the most crucial task awaited, fishing for clouds. Jiang Tian instinctively glanced toward the east. A long, black object lay sprawled on the ground, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. His brows furrowed in surprise. The fishing rod from last night is still here? I had thought it would be swept away. During last night's rain, Kai Wenji had been tugging at that very rod. Judging by her effort, the catch must have been substantial. Jiang Tian was reluctant to waste time on this, fearing it might increase his chances of catching a chill. After all, there were plenty of rods. Even if this one were lost, he wouldn't mourn its absence. To his astonishment, the rod remained intact. The 3 of them approached, using a wooden board to scrape aside the damp, water-laden soil in the eastern area. After clearing a relatively dry patch, they deftly cast the hooks from the 9 fishing rods into the clouds. Finally, Jiang Tian turned his attention to the remaining rod from yesterday. He grasped it firmly and lifted it. The rod bent as the cloud was gradually pulled upward. Kai Wenji also looked at the cloud that had troubled her the previous day, her large eyes filled with curiosity. As the cloud was reeled in within the island's range, the mist dissipated. Bang! A rectangular aluminum box, over 1.5 meters long, fell to the ground, splashing the remnants of water around. Kai Wenji squealed like a startled rabbit, darting behind Jiang Tian. He was filled with questions. An aluminum box? What treasures could lie within? It resembled the kind of box seen in films, used for storing money. Could it contain valuable items? He gently patted Kai Wenji's head to soothe her before stepping forward. Crouching down, he unlatched the box's mechanism and lifted the lid. Inside were bags filled with a white substance, prominently marked with the character for iodine. Salt. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu and Kai Wenji also stared in astonishment. What? This is salt. So fine. They simultaneously picked up a bag, marveling at its texture. Not surprised by their reaction, Jiang Tian explained that while salt existed in the 3 Kingdoms period, It lacked modern processing techniques and was typically coarse. After a brief introduction, he counted the salt bags. Each bag weighed 500 grams, totaling 200 bags. Calculating further, that amounted to around 100 kilograms. Goodness, how long would that last? No wonder Kai Wenji had struggled so long to pull it. Interestingly, he and T found the salt particularly heavy when he had caught it. Lu Bu's weight was roughly equivalent, yet reeling him in had been quite the effort. Now, reeling in this weight felt significantly easier. Reflecting on the past few days, moving timber had also transitioned from strenuous to effortless. Was his strength gradually increasing? Jiang Tian glanced at his not-so-brawny arms, puzzled. However, he dismissed the matter, considering it a good thing. He instructed Lu Bu to carry the box of salt back to the house. Thinking back, after last night's exchange for mineral water, the space inside the house must be nearing its capacity with resources. It seemed necessary to construct another storage facility. How large should this warehouse be? With a sigh, Jiang Tian lamented the island's limited expanse. If only it were a tad bigger. Alas, each time he fished up a patch of barren earth, it measured only 1 cubic meter. How long would it take to accumulate more? He had previously experimented with duplicating barren soil, but had refrained. 1 cubic meter was insufficient. Duplicating fishing rods seemed more advantageous. Just as he prepared to replicate the rod in his hand, suddenly, a bell on one of the rods began to jingle. Jiang Tian set down his rod and approached the ringing rod. He felt a tug at his clothing, and a figure leaped in front of him. Master, let me do this. Oh, very well. Observing Kai Wenji's eagerness to prove herself, Jiang Tian nodded with a smile. Hee. Kai Wenji beamed sweetly as she trotted to the rod. She lifted the rod and tugged. Whoosh. A sizable cloud was yanked up, drifting toward Kai Wenji. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow at the sizable cloud. What could this be? And how could Kai Wenji, with her strength, haul such a large mass? Could it be? As he pondered, the cloud landed on the island. As the mist cleared, a gigantic, rectangular black soil block fell just in front of Jiang Tian. Kai Wenji pointed at it, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ah, Master, look. Is this the barren soil you mentioned before?" Chapter 26. Master, what do you think this is? Upon seeing the black soil block, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly examined it. Indeed, it was barren soil. Jiang Tian counted with his fingers. A total of 6 cubic meters. What a substantial find. He was overjoyed and tousled Kai Wenji's hair. Well done, you're amazing. Kai Wenji squinted her eyes in delight, cherishing her master's praise. Jiang Tian pointed at the barren soil, silently intoning, duplicate. Radiant light appeared, transforming into 6 cubic meters of elongated mass. Once the glow faded, an identical black soil block fell before Jiang Tian. He placed his palm upon it. Choosing the western direction, he decided on its placement. Looking again to the west, he noted the addition of another rectangular plot of land. The other 6 cubic meters would serve as a seed for duplicating barren soil. He instructed Lu Bu to push it beside the wooden cabin, nailing down a few stakes to enclose it. In the future, this spot would be designated for storing barren soil seeds. If larger patches of barren soil were discovered later, they could be exchanged for this 6 cubic meter plot. Speaking of which, why had the previously caught land been 1 cubic meter, yet now it had expanded 6-fold? Could it be that the resources within the clouds had changed after the rain? Opening the world channel, he scrolled through the chat logs. Aside from discussing the weather clearing after the rain, there were mentions of barren soil. Haha, I just fished up a 2 cubic meter patch of barren soil. What incredible luck. Oh, my master. Thank you for granting me a 3 cubic meter patch of barren soil. I praise you. Why did the patch I fished up only measure 1 cubic meter? Aish, I can't catch the barren soil you all speak of. Piecing together the messages, it appeared that the amount of barren soil caught now fluctuated between 1 to 3 cubic meters. CNNS 0888. Your information is incorrect. Just now, I fished up a 4 cubic meter patch of barren soil. The size of barren soil should fluctuate between 1 to 4 cubic meters. My island's surface area is now 106 square meters. Damn, this lucky bastard is at it again. I still only have 100 square meters. How infuriating. Jiang Tian sighed in exasperation. This 0888 truly took pleasure in boasting on the World Channel daily. It was quite hate-inducing, wasn't he? That said, he realized 0888 was mistaken. The size of barren soil was indeed fluctuating between 1 to 6 cubic meters. Before him lay a vast expanse of unoccupied land. Jiang Tian gazed at the additional plots on the western side of the island, coupled with the previous 6 cubic meters. The surface area of the island had now reached an impressive 120 square meters. Although 20 square meters beneath remained vacant, it was of little consequence. With this substantial patch of barren land, combined with his abilities and the fishing rods at his disposal, he could easily double the volume of this empty island in no time. He meticulously arranged 10 fishing rods, entrusting Kai Wenji to keep an eye on them. While he made his way to the northern side, the pit he had excavated, measuring 6 square meters and over a meter deep, was now brimming with water. Estimating its volume, it appeared to hold around 10 cubic meters, equating to approximately 10 tons of water. Crouching down, he examined the state of the water within the pit. The rainwater here seemed to differ from that of the previous world. The water appeared rather clear. However, Jiang Tian refrained from drinking it directly, for there could be bacteria lurking within. Besides, he had stocked an abundance of bottled water last night, the consumption of which seemed a distant prospect. It would be better to use this rainwater for foot bathing or perhaps to irrigate some plants. If he were to voice such thoughts in the World Chat channel, it would surely infuriate the other survivors hoarding rainwater for drinking. You use the water meant for survival to wash your feet? How extravagant. 2 hours passed, and the moisture on the island had dried a bit more. The 3 inhabitants busied themselves with their tasks. Lubu was working diligently on the western side of the wooden cabin, wielding a shovel to prepare the foundation for the future warehouse. Meanwhile, on the eastern side, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji had successfully caught several supplies: iron nails, straw, and wooden planks. At that moment, the bell chimed once more. Kai Wenji tightened her grip on the fishing rod and pulled back. A small cloud drifted toward them, and as the mist dissipated, a small cardboard box appeared on the ground. Opening the box, Kai Wenji retrieved an item and presented it to Jiang Tian. "Master, what do you think this is?" Upon receiving it, Jiang Tian observed a transparent plastic bag containing a small handful of brown granules. They resembled seeds, though he could not discern the type of plant. "Ah, seeds? Does this mean we can plant trees?" Kai Wenji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Tian smiled and nodded, "Yes. Let us take a small shovel and head out to plant them." "All right. Regardless of what they are, let's plant them and see how they fare." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji approached the northern side, beside the water pool. They dug a small hole, sprinkled in a few seeds, and covered them up. If trees were to sprout, it would help solidify the soil and prevent water loss. Jiang Tian surveyed the island's surface. Aside from the solitary potato sprout, the rest was merely a monotonous expanse of black soil. If only there were more varieties of seeds, it would add some color to his island. Considering he had managed to fish up seeds, others should be capable of doing the same, right? Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian decided against scouring the world chat for records and instead sent a private message to 0888. "Are you there?" Jiang Tian had come to realize that 0888 was quite the lucky one. He had an uncanny knack for fishing up newly appeared items in this world, such as the tent from yesterday and the 4 cubic meters of barren land from this morning. Of course, he could not quite compare to Jiang Tian, who possessed the means to replicate such advantageous acquisitions. Before long, 0888 replied, "Hey, you arrived just in time. I have good news for you. Do you know? I just fished up a 4 cubic meter plot of barren land." Yes, I know. I saw your world message." Jiang Tian chuckled at 0888's boastfulness, but refrained from mentioning his own 6 cubic meters of land, wanting to spare the pride of this fortunate soul. He soon grew impatient with the pretense and directly inquired, "Let me ask you something. Do you have any seeds?" "Seeds?" The other party hesitated before responding. "Of course. I have plenty of those." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Plenty? Aren't those just released today? How could you possibly have so many?" He pressed further. "Could you spare me a few?" "Absolutely. Just send me your mailbox." 0888 responded cheerfully. Jiang Tian was left perplexed. "No, I mean the seeds that grow in the ground. The ones that sprout into plants, not the kind that, well, you know." "Oh, my apologies. I'm so used to sharing seeds that I just assumed." Upon seeing the reply, Jiang Tian's expression darkened. "All right then, did you even fish up any seeds?" "I caught a cardboard box, and inside was a bag of granules that looked like seeds, but I can't be sure." After some back and forth, Jiang Tian traded half a bag of his seeds for half of 0888's. The latter's seeds were oval-shaped and yellowish white. He had no idea what they would yield. Taking Kai Wenji's hand, he walked to the other side of the water pit and buried a few of the newly acquired seeds. Having just rained, the soil was still moist, eliminating the need for additional watering. Based on his experience with potatoes, they should sprout in no time. After this exchange, Jiang Tian sent another message to a familiar contact. "Are you there?" "Ugh, pervert," came the immediate reply. Jiang Tian was taken aback. "What is wrong with you today? Did I provoke you? Why are you cursing at me for no reason?" "You think I'm cursing you for no reason? What did you do with that little girl you fished up last night?" "I told you, we just ate, and then went to sleep." "Ugh, you still have the nerve to say that. Don't you feel any shame?" Jiang Tian was utterly bewildered. After a lengthy explanation, the conversation continued. "So, you mean to say it was because there was no bed, so you let her squeeze in with you? You did nothing else? What else could I do?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. "Besides, this isn't any of your business. Why are you so worked up, like you've taken crazy pills?" "I'm just concerned for the safety of my fellow women." After a long silence, the other party finally stated, "All right, enough of this. What do you want from me?" Seeing the conversation shift, Jiang Tian directly stated his purpose. "Do you have any seeds?" "Ugh, perverted scoundrel." After another round of explanations, the response came, "Oh, you mean those seeds? I thought you were referring to the other kind." Jiang Tian rolled his eyes again. "Goodness, you and 0888 share the same thought process. What on earth are you both thinking? Just answer me. Do you have any or not?" "Yes, and they are rice seeds." Jiang Tian was taken aback by this revelation. "When I first got my seeds, I couldn't even identify what plant they belonged to. How can you be so sure they are rice seeds? Do you have expertise in agriculture?" "Not really. After I fished up those seeds, another person came along and immediately recognized them. He seemed quite knowledgeable about farming, 0066 explained. Adding, by the way, if you're hoping for those seeds, you might be disappointed. Before you contacted me, that person had already planted all the rice seeds. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tian fell silent for a moment, but then he came to terms with it. With the limited space he currently had, and already filled with so many items, attempting to cultivate such a large crop would be rather challenging. Besides, he already had potatoes. He could leave the cultivation of staple grains like wheat to her, and they could trade food later on. After a brief discussion with 0066, both parties found themselves in perfect accord. Ultimately, Jiang Tian inquired, by the way, do you still have any girls' clothing on your end? Are you planning to dress that little girl? Well, I did manage to catch some girls' clothes previously, but I sold them. Currently, she is wearing my attire, which is somewhat oversized for her. She is wearing your clothes? Jiang Tian exclaimed, incredulous. What is the matter? Nothing much. She's about 1.4 meters tall, right? I doubt my clothes would fit her either, but I can assist in searching for something suitable at the trading post. All right, thank you. After a moment of silence, noticing the lack of response from the other side, Jiang Tian promptly closed the chat interface. At that moment, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Kai Wenji gazing up at him with an expectant expression, her face flushed, softly murmuring, Master, I need to relieve myself. Jiang Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He returned to the house, retrieved a small cardboard box, and handed it along with a stack of paper to Kai Wenji. He pointed towards a vacant area behind the wooden cabin, his intentions unmistakable. Kai Wenji took the box, glanced at the indicated spot, and appeared momentarily stunned. Jiang Tian, feeling somewhat awkward, gently patted her delicate shoulder and said, for now, make do with this. I will find a way to construct a proper toilet soon, which will be more convenient. Given the peculiar circumstances, Kai Wenji nodded obediently, clutching the box as she walked away, her face reddening to the tips of her ears. Jiang Tian turned away, moving to the other side of the wooden cabin. Heaved a sigh. On the first day, both he and Lu Bu found themselves in a rather awkward situation, but as they were both men of stature, they had become accustomed to it over time. Moreover, just a few days prior, they had yet to even get their house in order, let alone address the matter of a toilet. Now that the cabin was established, and with the arrival of Kai Wenji, it was high time to consider the toilet as well. Jiang Tian glanced at Lu Bu, who was busy digging the foundation for a warehouse, and sighed again. With the current manpower, they were still short-handed. It would be beneficial to recruit another laborer to alleviate some of the pressure. However, attracting too many individuals could become quite troublesome regarding meals and housing. We'll take it one step at a time, he mused. 10 minutes later. Master, I'm done. You can dispose of this. All right. Whoosh. A cardboard box plummeted from the height of 1,000 meters. Witnessing this falling object, the large fish in the sea recalled the delicious morsel that had descended from above the previous day. Seizing the opportunity, it leaped up with a swift motion, opened its mouth wide, and consumed it before sinking back into the depths. Splash. Ugh. What the hell? Why has it reverted to its original state again? Is this the work of humans? On the island, Jiang Tian led Kai Wenji to a pond in the north to wash their hands. The bells on the fishing rod began to chime once more. Hand in hand, they made their way to the fishing spot to reap their rewards. Chapter 28. You tend to your business. I can handle the monsters myself. Dingling, dingling. As the bells chimed incessantly, an array of supplies amassed behind Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji. In addition to some timber, they had caught several valuable items. A 5 cubic meter patch of bare earth, a bag of rice, 2 packs of wide noodles, and some more modern items like water pens, A4 paper, plastic sheets, and staplers. After placing a plank of wood they had caught, Jiang Tian raised his fishing rod once more. A cloud descended. A creature with a pointed beak and yellow feathers plummeted to the ground. Entangled in a net, it could only lay there, peeking around and emitting an innocent cooing sound. Coo coo. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Tian said, a chicken? The creature they had caught was indeed a common hen. Kai Wenji crouched down, her large eyes blinking as she gently stroked the soft feathers of the hen, clearly fascinated by the small creature. Meanwhile, Lu Bu arrived from another direction, clasping his fists in salute. My lord, the foundation for the warehouse is complete. A chicken? Lu Bu observed the bound hen, swallowing hard as he asked, my lord, shall we fry it? Hearing this, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. It seemed Lu Bu was still reminiscing about the fried chicken they had devoured last time. However, Jiang Tian was resolute in his decision not to slaughter the hen for its eggs. The correct course of action would be to keep the hen for egg laying, or perhaps catch a rooster to breed and expand their poultry stock. Ensuring sustainable development was paramount, and when the time came, acquiring chicken would not pose a challenge. He promptly instructed, let us not eat this one for now. We'll keep it for a while. You continue with the warehouse tasks. I'll handle this. Lu Bu complied, casting one last glance at the hen before returning to the side of the cabin to continue with the timber. Jiang Tian chuckled softly, reflecting that it had indeed been quite a while since he had encountered living creatures. With today's catch of both seeds and a chicken, was it possible they were entering an era of agriculture? He opened the world channel and noted that a number of players had also caught small animals, chickens, ducks, geese, and fish. This sight further solidified Jiang Tian's conjecture regarding the game's evolving version. Closing the interface, he resumed fishing alongside Kai Wenji. Before long, the bells chimed once more. Dingling. Jiang Tian lifted his rod. With a thud, a wooden box fell to the ground before them, its contents unknown. Upon seeing the box, Kai Wenji recalled the monster that had emerged from it the previous day, feeling anxious as she hid behind Jiang Tian. Lu Bu, alerted by the commotion, rushed over with 2 weapons in hand. He offered a bronze sword to his master, then stepped forward to open the box. Seeing this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. In this peculiar environment, relying solely on others for protection was unwise. He needed to fortify his own abilities. According to logic, the monsters appearing on this deserted island would likely grow stronger over time. He resolved to hone his combat skills while the monsters were still relatively weak. Wait, he called to Lu Bu. If what emerges is the same monster as yesterday, I'll handle it myself. Lu Bu, recalling the feeble creature from the previous day, nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. He instructed Kai Wenji to stand back, and Jiang Tian urged Lu Bu to open the box. Under the watchful eyes of all present, a humanoid creature with pointed ears and a protruding nose hunched over as it stood up, a goblin, just as before. Following Jiang Tian's directive, Lu Bu refrained from acting. Instead, standing still, his gaze fixed on the goblin, poised to spring into action should anything go awry. The goblin glanced at the 2 of them and, choosing the slightly shorter Jiang Tian, leaped towards him. Prepared for the confrontation, Jiang Tian remained composed. With a swift motion, he swung the bronze sword towards the creature. Thud! The goblin was struck, and a surge of green blood spewed forth from its mouth and abdomen. With immense force, its body was sent flying over 10 meters, arcing through the air before plummeting into the sea. Observing the goblin's flight, Jiang Tian glanced at his own not-so-muscular arms. Despite the goblin's frailty, it must have weighed around 50 to 60 kilograms, yet he had managed to send it soaring so far. It appeared his strength was indeed on the rise, though he was still uncertain as to the reasons behind this growth. Lost in thought, Lu Bu respectfully declared, "My lord is truly mighty." Kai Wenji trotted over, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Jiang Tian. "Wow, master, you're amazing." Jiang Tian withdrew his thoughts with a faint smile, gently ruffling Kai Wenji's hair. After all, it was merely a goblin, nothing to boast about. "All right, everyone, let's get back to work." "Yes, my lord." "Understood, master." Following this brief interlude, tranquility returned. Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji resumed their fishing, while Lu Bu returned to the site of the warehouse construction, busily arranging the timber. Ding-ling-ling. The bell chimed, and Kai Wenji lifted her fishing rod. This time, she reeled in a black plastic bag. Inside the bag, a fish weighing around 2 pounds flailed about. "Kai Wenji, please toss this fish into the pond." "Yes, master." With the plastic bag in hand, Kai Wenji skipped merrily to the pond's edge. After releasing the fish into the water, she squatted down to watch the fish swim, occasionally splashing the water to observe its reactions, clearly delighted. Meanwhile, Lu Bu, leaning against the timber, suddenly paused. He set down the wood and walked into the house, retrieving a stack of tissues and a plastic bag before squatting in a corner to the south. Observing this, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of concern. Sigh, it's about time we constructed a restroom. This situation cannot persist. However, the issue of manpower remains. Just then, the bell on the fishing rod rang again. Ding-ling-ling. Jiang Tian lifted the rod. Bang! Another wooden chest landed at his feet. Hearing the commotion, Lu Bu looked up, preparing to rise. Jiang Tian, finding the sight of Lu Bu squatting amusing, quickly waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, continue with what you're doing. I can handle these creatures myself." Lu Bu nodded awkwardly and resumed his business. Jiang Tian picked up a bronze sword and slowly pried open the wooden lid. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged from the chest. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, he nodded respectfully and addressed him, "Master." Realizing that the contents of the chest were not monsters, but rather a new member addressing him as master, Jiang Tian relaxed from his combat-ready stance. He took a moment to observe the man, who wore a blue shirt and black casual trousers, with a closely cropped hairstyle revealing a smooth, slightly balding forehead. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow at the attire. This appears to be a modern individual? Chapter 29, a new member skilled in civil engineering at this moment. Kai Wenji also trotted over, standing behind Jiang Tian and curiously surveying the new member. After a brief introduction, they learned his name was Shiji Gang, a name undoubtedly reflective of contemporary naming conventions. He was familiar with items like chips and ham, as well as televisions and computers, confirming his status as a modern individual. This was Jiang Tian's first encounter with a person from the modern era, piquing his interest. He then inquired with genuine curiosity, "Aside from these, do you recall anything else? What did you do before, and how did you end up here?" "I can't recall much," Shiji Gang replied, shaking his head. "However, I seem to have some fragmented memories related to civil engineering." Civil engineering? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. He had just been troubled by a shortage of labor, and now, a skilled individual in construction had appeared before him. Just when I was feeling drowsy, a pillow has been delivered. He could now delegate many construction-related tasks to him. Shi Jigang nodded, asking, Master, is there anything you would like me to do? Indeed. I need you to construct something for me right now. Jiang Tian pointed to the land on the west side. Please build a restroom there. A restroom? Shi Jigang turned to look in the direction Jiang Tian indicated. As he turned, he caught sight of Lu Bu squatting in the south. In that moment, everything clicked for him. He nodded in understanding. All right, I see. What materials and tools do we have, and what are the requirements for the size and style? There are no specific requirements. Anything usable will suffice. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Currently, materials are limited, primarily wood. As for tools, never mind, just follow me. With that, Jiang Tian led Shi Jigang into the house to show him the available tools. Afterwards, he took him to the area designated for the restroom construction. After surveying the space, Shi Jigang nodded. All right, I know how to proceed. First, I'll sketch a rough design. He instinctively reached for the pocket of his blue shirt, only to find it empty. Jiang Tian understood and turned to Kai Wenji, gently instructing, please fetch the pen and paper we just fished up. Of course. Kai Wenji beamed, running to the fishing spot to retrieve a cardboard box. She brought it back, and Shi Jigang extracted a stack of paper and a pen. Skillfully, he sketched for a moment before handing the paper to Jiang Tian. Master, does this design look acceptable to you? Jiang Tian accepted the paper and examined it. The design depicted a small, triangular roofed structure, with dimensions and specifications noted alongside it. The building was rectangular, measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and occupying an area of 2 square meters, with an internal height of 2 meters. The foundation, wall thickness, and window placements were also detailed. It was evidently professional work. Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Very good. You shall handle this from now on. Now, let us get to work. Understood, Master. Jiang Tian waved his hand. From now on, please call me boss instead of master. Yes, boss. Shi Jigang nodded in acknowledgement and promptly went inside to retrieve a shovel. After marking out an area on the ground, he began to dig. Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment before calling Lu Bu, who had returned to his task, instructing him to assist Shi Jigang, the expert, in constructing the restroom first, after which they could work together on the warehouse, thus enhancing efficiency. Jiang Tian then returned to the eastern side with Kai Wenji to continue fishing. As the four of them busied themselves with their respective tasks, time passed. The sun sank in the west, casting a golden hue over the landscape. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang approached Jiang Tian, who was still fishing, to report, Boss, the restroom has been completed. Let us go take a look, Jiang Tian replied, rising. Kai Wenji also set down her fishing rod, her curiosity piqued. The four of them made their way to the west side. By now, a small building had emerged, constructed of wood, standing over 2 meters high, with a 30-centimeter opening for ventilation. The structure had been polished and adorned with palm leaves, presenting a rather pleasing appearance. Upon opening the wooden door and peering inside, they found a circular hollow wooden piece serving as the pit. Given that the island was suspended in midair, there was no need for elaborate plumbing. A simple hole could be created in the ground below. In the future, any unspeakable substances could simply be washed away with water. Since the ground was only 1 meter deep, excavating it posed no significant challenge. Stepping out of the building, Shi Jigang inquired, Boss, does this meet your approval? Jiang Tian nodded. Yes, it looks good, and the efficiency was commendable. Certainly, the most pleased among them was Kai Wenji, as today's events had left her feeling quite embarrassed. After all, she was a girl, and such public displays of nature were rather undignified. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson. No, I mustn't dwell on it. It's too shameful. Boss, now that the restroom is completed, should we proceed with the construction of the warehouse? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. As twilight approached, it became evident that the construction of the warehouse would not be completed in a timely manner, and there was no need to hasten the process. Other pressing matters beckoned. Thus, we shall defer the warehouse discussion until tomorrow. Earlier, we had caught some chickens and ducks. Please prepare the enclosures for the domesticated poultry. Understood, my lord. Acknowledged, boss. As night fell, the moon ascended, signaling the end of a day's toil. The enclosures for the poultry were completed, and a small shelter was erected nearby to shield them from the rain. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang cleaned the mud from their tools before entering the dwelling. Kai Wenji volunteered to prepare dinner. Jiang Tian sat outside the small hut, lighting a cigarette while tallying the day's bounty. In addition to various materials, he had procured 10 cubic meters of empty soil. Excluding the 6 cubic meters reserved for duplication, the island's surface area now measured 130 square meters. Furthermore, there were 4 chickens, 3 ducks, and 5 fish. He tossed the chickens and ducks into their enclosures and placed the fish in the pond. It appeared that today's harvest was quite bountiful. However, reminiscing about past fishing trips, he recalled that instant noodles, potato chips, and packaged meats from supermarkets typically constituted over 30 of his catches. Today, however, it seemed to have diminished to around 15. Among the haul were also some rice and noodles, which required processing before consumption. As time progressed, The availability of such ready-made supplies from supermarkets would likely dwindle, possibly until they vanished entirely. Jiang Tian considered the likelihood of having to rely solely on agriculture and livestock farming for sustenance in the future. Moreover, today he had also caught 5 goblins. Although there were several fishing rods available, the probability of catching monsters had reached 50. Perhaps, in the future, the chances of reeling in monsters would increase, along with their strength. If this truly was a game, it seemed the novice phase had passed. It appeared survival would become increasingly challenging. While smoking, Jiang Tian's thoughts wandered. Suddenly, a small figure darted in front of him, smiling sweetly, and said, "Master, the porridge is ready. We can eat now." Let us go," Jiang Tian replied with a smile, taking Kai Wenji's hand as they entered the hut. Chapter 30, Clay, ready for brickmaking. Inside the hut, a campfire had been lit, with branches crackling and small sparks occasionally drifting upwards. The 4 of them gathered around a wooden crate being used as a table, on top of which sat a stainless steel pot designed for an induction cooker. The pot emitted gentle steam from the simmering porridge. Kai Wenji fetched a bowl, filled it, and handed it to Jiang Tian. "Master, here is the freshly cooked porridge." Very good," Jiang Tian praised, ruffling Kai Wenji's hair as he accepted the bowl. After blowing on the steam, he took a sip. A warm wave flowed into his stomach, enveloping his body in a comforting warmth. Having subsisted on instant noodles and snacks for so long, it had been ages since he enjoyed a bowl of rice porridge. The taste was indeed nostalgic. The other 3 also took bowls and began to savor their porridge. After a day of labor, the warmth of the porridge brought smiles of contentment to their faces. However, porridge alone felt a bit monotonous. Jiang Tian rummaged through his supplies, producing a few marinated eggs, sausages, and spicy snacks to accompany the meal. Eating snacks while drinking porridge felt somewhat peculiar. It would have been delightful to have a few side dishes to enhance the experience. With that thought, Jiang Tian shook his head in resignation. Cooking? Given their current situation, that was unfeasible. Firstly, there were no vegetables. Even the potatoes planted earlier wouldn't be ready until tomorrow. Moreover, there were no facilities for cooking. Using an iron pot over the campfire seemed rather foolish. At the very least, a stove would be necessary, and even with a stove, cooking inside the hut would create a mess of smoke, making it uninhabitable. This meant a kitchen was also required. With the warehouse still unconstructed, the prospect of a kitchen seemed even more distant. Jiang Tian sighed and inquired of Shi Gang. "How long will it take to build the warehouse tomorrow?" "It won't take more than a day for a 20 square meter structure," Shi Gang replied confidently. That is good. Once the warehouse is completed, we can construct a kitchen from wood. It would be rather dull to only have porridge. A kitchen is certainly possible. We have enough timber." But Shi Gang pondered, continuing, "It would be best to have a stove for convenience in cooking. A stove, something to ignite fire, couldn't be made of wood. If only we had bricks and cement," he lamented. "Bricks and cement?" Jiang Tian reopened the trading interface, finding no such items available for purchase. In the world chat, no one had mentioned catching such items either. Even after inquiring with 0888, he learned that none had caught them. This indicated that these materials had yet to appear in this world. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Was it truly impossible to create a stove? He had hoped to fry some potato slices and stew fish. Jiang Tian sighed. In that case, we can only take things one step at a time and wait for these materials to become available. Turning his gaze, he noticed Kai Wenji looking at him with a pitiful expression and red-rimmed eyes. Jiang Tian hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Why are your eyes red?" Kai Wenji pursed her lips. "Is it because the food I cooked isn't to your liking, master? Are you upset?" Jiang Tian paused, realizing his earlier comments might have been a bit inconsiderate. Just after enjoying the porridge she made, he lamented about its simplicity and sighed. No wonder she misunderstood. Jiang Tian smiled, pinching her cheek gently. "How could it be bad? This bowl of porridge is the best I've ever had." "Really?" she asked, her eyes brightening. "Of course," Jiang Tian affirmed, downing the porridge in a few hearty gulps and giving a thumbs up. "Delicious." Kai Wenji's laughter rang out, and she reached out to wipe the rice grains from Jiang Tian's lips. As the night deepened, it became time for slumber. The wooden hut had been constructed with adequate defenses, eliminating the need for Lu Bu to stand watch. Should any disturbances arise, they would be awakened. It was more prudent for him to rest normally and collaborate with Shi Gang to complete the warehouse. As for Shi Gang, he would have to share a space with Lu Bu. The 3 men settled into their beds, covering themselves with blankets. With a sigh, Kai Wenji extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. Jiang Tian closed his eyes. In the twilight between dreams and wakefulness, he felt a small body snuggle up to him, adorned with a sweet smile. The following day, the 4 of them ventured out to commence their respective tasks. Lu Bu and Shi Gang focused on constructing the warehouse, while Jiang Tian replicated a portion of the empty soil and set it aside before heading out to fish. Kai Wenji took a bowl of porridge and some breadcrumbs to feed the chickens, ducks, and fish. The island was enveloped in tranquility. A bell on one of the fishing rods jingled. Upon reeling in the line, Jiang Tian discovered a bag of white-yellow soil. Initially taken aback, he pondered, "Is this mud?" Yet it seemed odd, as he had previously only caught black soil. What could account for this color? Looking at the contents of the plastic bag, a spark of realization flickered in his mind, prompting him to turn and call out, Shijigang, come here for a moment. Startled while fiddling with a wooden stake, Shijigang paused, set down his tools, and approached. Boss, what do you need? Jiang Tian handed over a bag of soil. Take a look at this. Do you recognize it? Upon examining the contents, Shijigang furrowed his brow, then extracted a clump of earth, exclaiming, Boss, isn't this clay? Indeed. Jiang Tian smiled slightly. If this is clay, it implies. Shijigang, filled with excitement, interrupted, it means we can make bricks. Chapter 31, Completing the Warehouse and Enjoying Fish Soup. The substance they had caught was indeed clay. The red bricks used in traditional residential buildings are made from clay. Elated by this revelation, Shijigang danced with joy. Holding the handful of clay, Jiang Tian, brimming with hope, gazed at the clay and mused, with bricks in hand, we should be able to construct a brick house, right? However, upon hearing this, Shijigang's expression turned sour. It might not be that simple. Why not? Jiang Tian inquired. From my recollection, a brick measures 240 millimeters in length, 115 millimeters in width, and 53 millimeters in height. To build a 100 square meter house, accounting for a 2-brick thickness and the foundation, we would need over 20,000 bricks. As he spoke, Shijigang's previously jubilant demeanor faded. Looking at the clay in his hands, he sighed and continued. And that doesn't even account for the bricks needed to partition the rooms. Even if our space isn't vast, constructing a smaller house would still require a staggering number of bricks. With just this amount of clay, it seems. At that moment, Jiang Tian also grasped the reality. Even though he had caught clay, the prospect of using it to fire bricks for building a house was far from straightforward. 2,000 bricks for the exterior? Just how much clay would that consume? On a related note, Shijigang had struck a chord with Jiang Tian's desires. He genuinely wished to construct a 100 square meter house. Yet, glancing at the island's meager expanse, Jiang Tian could only smile helplessly. Given the current circumstances, the ambition of building a spacious dwelling seemed a monumental undertaking. All right, go about your work. I'll devise a solution for this. Yes, boss, Shijigang replied, returning to the construction warehouse to resume his work with the wooden stakes. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before posting a purchasing request on the trading platform. Food in exchange for clay. Acknowledging his limited resources, he hoped to acquire more. Just then, Kai Wenji returned after tending to the animals. After assigning her to watch over the fishing rods, Jiang Tian joined the other two in the construction warehouse. They focused on completing the warehouse first, leaving other matters for later. With Jiang Tian's involvement, the pace of the warehouse's construction accelerated significantly. By the time the sun set, the wooden structure was complete, coated with a layer of mud and rainproof cloth. However, the work was not yet entirely finished. The constructed warehouse had yet to fulfill its purpose. Observing that the daylight was still ample, Jiang Tian seized the moment, leading the others to transfer the supplies stored in the wooden house into the warehouse. Once everything was moved, the once cramped wooden house finally felt more spacious. Allowing Lu Bu and Shijigang to rest inside for a moment, Jiang Tian made his way to the fishing spot. Upon seeing him, Kai Wenji beamed with delight, tugging at her master's clothing as if to seek praise while pointing at the adjacent supplies. Master, look. Today I caught 8 cubic meters of empty soil, 2 chickens, 6 fish, and some clay and wood. Have you put the little animals in their cages? Yes, they're all settled, and the fish are in the pond. Good girl. Jiang Tian ruffled Kai Wenji's hair and said, let's head back for dinner. Okay, master, I'll make porridge. Jiang Tian thought for a moment. With an abundance of fish, it was time to indulge. Forget the porridge for today. Let's prepare rice instead. We will stew a fish and enjoy fish soup tonight. All right. As the moon ascended and stars twinkled, the 4 of them sat by the campfire, bowls of rice in one hand and chopsticks in the other, eagerly focused on the stainless steel pot perched atop the fire, where 2 fish were simmering. After 20 minutes of cooking, the broth had turned a milky white and was gently bubbling. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's senses. Kai Wenji sniffed the air and swallowed hard. It smells so good. Master, is it ready? Jiang Tian prodded the fish with his chopsticks. Feeling no resistance, he easily pierced through the flesh to reach the bones, revealing tender, white fillets. The fish was indeed cooked. He scooped a spoonful and tasted it. While it had flavor, it was slightly bland since the freshwater fish lacked salt. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Tian. I have salt. And plenty of it. He asked Lu Bu to fetch a packet of salt, tore it open, sprinkled some into the pot, and stirred lightly. After tasting again, he declared, the fish soup is ready. Let's enjoy it. Unable to contain their excitement, the others eagerly filled their bowls. Slurp. Delicious. Truly delightful. For reasons unknown, this bowl of fish soup evoked a profound sense of nostalgia for home. The rich, creamy broth slid down their throats, and each face shone with a hint of bliss. While they savored the meal, Jiang Tian opened the global chat channel. The messages scrolled rapidly, as many were also enjoying their dinners, engaging in discussions surrounding food. I'm eating baked potatoes. How about you? Haha. I caught a fish today and am currently enjoying sashimi. Sashimi? Dude, That's freshwater fish. I caught a chicken. After so many days, finally meat. What a relief. I envy you all. I'm still stuck with bread. Master, I too wish to eat meat. Grant me a chicken. Aren't you a monk? How can you utter such crude words? I grilled the fish, but it's a bit bland. Anyone have seasonings? I also want to ask, who has salt or MSG? Hee hee. I caught a jar of chili powder. Wow, big shot. Please trade. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian felt inspired. He promptly opened the trading platform, packaged a portion of salt into 10 small boxes, and listed them, specifying a desire to exchange for other seasonings or ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic. This was in preparation for future culinary endeavors. Glancing at the purchasing request he had posted earlier, he noted that he had received some clay, albeit in limited quantities, with only a few people exchanging it for bread and snacks. Furthermore, based on others' comments, since the rain, many had managed to catch chickens, ducks, and fish, making food relatively plentiful at the moment. Suddenly, Jiang Tian noticed that there were hardly any sellers of timber in the trading platform. Following the recent heavy rains, everyone had come to realize the importance of wood. With today as clear weather, people were hastily constructing their own small wooden houses, making it rare for anyone to part with their timber. Even those who had a small amount for sale were asking exorbitant prices. After some contemplation, he decided to list more salt and wooden boards. 5 grams of salt for 10 liters of clay. 1 wooden board for 50 liters of clay. He then closed the interface and noticed the scene before him had changed. Lu Bu, stop eating. The fish soup and rice are almost gone, but I'm still not full. The master has barely eaten, yet you have the audacity to consume bread. At this moment, Jiang Tian observed that within a brief span, the fish soup in the pot had nearly run dry, leaving behind but a bare skeleton of a fish, while the rice had dwindled to a meager portion. Kai Wenji was fiercely guarding the remaining half of the fish with her chopsticks, while Lu Bu gazed longingly at his own portion. Shi Jigang, however, displayed no particular preferences, contenting himself with a packet of bread. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian could only smile in resignation. He had encountered a similar predicament the previous day when Lu Bu had devoured an entire pot of porridge. As a renowned general, Lu Bu's appetite was certainly not something ordinary individuals could contend with. It must equate to at least 3 people's worth. Had it not been for his surplus of fishing rods, sustaining him during those earlier days would have proven quite the challenge. Very well. Let Lu Bu eat to his heart's content. Shi Jigang, please go and catch 2 more fish to prepare a fresh pot. Kai Wenji, make sure to prepare a larger quantity of food in the future, enough to serve 6 individuals in a sizable pot. Understood, boss. Very well, master. Thank you, my lord. Woof woof. Chapter 32, The Kitchen. Another day has passed. Jiang Tian's slumber was interrupted by the crowing of roosters and the sounds of conversation. Oh, Shi Jigang. You go ahead and start preparing the kitchen's foundation. I will set up the fishing rods. Understood. The voices of Lu Bu and Shi Jigang faded into the distance. In a state of half-dreaming, a small creature nestled against his chest began to stir. The blanket was cautiously lifted, creating a narrow gap through which it escaped, subsequently smoothing down the edge of the blanket. Moments later, Jiang Tian awoke and opened his eyes. Master, you are awake. Turning his head towards the voice, he noticed that sunlight was streaming through the doorway, casting a gentle glow throughout the room. Kai Wenji knelt before the bed, holding a towel, with a basin of clean water beside her. Master, the water has been heated, please use it. Jiang Tian sat up, took the towel, and dipped it in the water, wiping his face with a few strokes. The temperature was just right, warming his skin. After drying his hands with the towel, he affectionately patted Kai Wenji's small head. This is delightful. Thank you for your efforts. Hee hee. Kai Wenji beamed sweetly, revealing her dimples. She took the towel from Jiang Tian and placed it in the basin before stepping outside. Jiang Tian rose, stretching lazily as he walked out. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang were situated towards the west, wielding iron shovels, with a pile of dirt nearby. Further ahead, a large wooden cage had been constructed, filled with hay, where chickens and ducks pecked at the food in the trough, occasionally squawking. Cluck, 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 quack, 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 quack. To the east, 10 fishing rods were already set up, their bells yet to ring, silently glistening in the sunlight. Circling around the wooden house, he arrived at the pond. The seeds planted earlier had sprouted into delicate shoots, with tiny droplets of water glistening on their tender leaves, as if recently watered. Kai Wenji stood nearby, tearing pieces of bread to feed the fish. Observing this serene and harmonious scene, Jiang Tian nodded appreciatively. It was beginning to resemble a quaint country cottage. He greeted Kai Wenji, instructing her to finish feeding the animals before coming to check on the fishing rods. He then approached Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to assess the kitchen's progress. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang had completed the foundation, compacting the wood inside. On the ground nearby lay a blueprint outlining the kitchen's design. Gazing at the depicted arrangements, Jiang Tian recalled the conversation he had with Shi Jigang the previous day regarding the stove. He pondered for a moment, checking on the clay acquired last night. As salt and wooden planks were currently in high demand, many were eager to exchange for these items, although the amount of clay caught by others was still insufficient. After a single transaction, he had managed to procure 2 hefty bags. He called Shi Jigang over, placing the clay before him. Is this clay sufficient to construct a stove? Shi Jigang examined it thoughtfully, stroking his chin before responding. There is indeed enough clay, but it has yet to be fired into bricks, and we currently lack cement. How about this? I will use this clay to create a temporary stove for the time being. What do you think? As long as it can cook, that will suffice. Let us proceed as you suggest. Very well, since the clay needs time to dry and be fired, I will make the stove while we have some sunlight. All right. I leave it in your capable hands. Upon receiving Jiang Tian's affirmation, they exchanged a few more words before Shi Jigang went to dig a pit on the other side, breaking the clay into pieces and pouring it in. Jiang Tian fetched 2 buckets of water and poured them in, mixing the clay into mud, which he then returned to the bucket to drain. Shi Jigang assessed the kitchen area, gradually shaping the clay into the form of a stove. Meanwhile, Lu Bu continued to work on the kitchen's walls, following Shi Jigang's instructions and refraining from rushing to build the roof. Instead, leaving an opening for sunlight to dry the clay. Jiang Tian assisted the two, handing them tools and materials as needed, occasionally checking the trading post for any seasonings or vegetables available for exchange. Compared to the others, he felt quite leisurely. Master, could you pass me that board? Sure. Here you go. Boss, could you hand me the trowel? I need to smooth out the edges of the stove. Here it is. Master, I caught another box while fishing. Step aside, let me see what's inside. Wee. Oh, come on. Splash. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a 10-square-meter rectangular cottage with a roof emerged on the small island. Boss, I have checked the kitchen for ventilation and rainproofing. There are no issues. Furthermore, these 2 stoves should be ready for use. Shi Jigang spoke to Jiang Tian, who stood behind him. He then squatted down, observing the flames within the 2 cylindrical stoves, patting their surfaces to gauge their hardness. Nodding, he remarked, it will do. While somewhat rudimentary, they function well for cooking. Indeed good. Jiang Tian surveyed the kitchen's interior, then glanced at Lu Bu and Kai Wenji, who were observing from outside. With a smile, he declared, all right, everyone prepare yourselves. Let us indulge in a fine meal tonight. Chapter 33. I just simmered a pot of fish soup. What about you? Unbeknownst to them, the moon had risen to the horizon, twinkling stars dotting the sky. In the kitchen, Jiang Tian wielded a kitchen knife, chopping a fish on the cutting board. He then wiped the knife, tossing the cut fish pieces into the iron pot over the stove. Sizzle. The fish chunks hit the hot oil, producing a bubbling sound. He picked up a spatula, stirring the mixture. Clang, clang. The spatula collided with the iron pot, creating a symphony of metallic sounds. The fish pieces tumbled within the pot, mingling with ginger, garlic, and scallions, releasing an enticing aroma. Master, I have already chopped the potatoes. I brought the 2 largest ones. Kai Wenji bounced into the kitchen, holding a muddy potato in each hand. Her little nose twitched as she inhaled the delightful fragrance, her eyes widening in excitement. Ah, it smells so good. Well, let us wash the dirt off the potatoes. I'll fry some potato slices for you to taste. Jiang Tian smiled at Kai Wenji, lifting the pot's lid and setting down the spatula. He squatted down, gently brushing away a smudge of dirt from her nose. How did you get so dirty? Remember to wash your little hands and face too. Hee. Kai Wenji giggled shyly as she took the potatoes outside to the large water barrel for cleaning. Meanwhile, Lu Bu stood outside the kitchen, awaiting orders. Shi Jigang stood in front of another stove, lifting the lid to check inside. Boss, the chicken is ready. All right, take it inside. I will have you fry the potatoes shortly, and I will prepare a tomato. Indeed, Lu Bu. It seems that those hens laid some eggs today. Please fetch them. Yes, my lord. 20 minutes later, within the wooden cabin, on the newly crafted wooden table, for steaming dishes were laid out. A vibrant stir-fry of tomatoes and eggs in hues of red and yellow, translucent fried potato slices, braised fish pieces garnished with green onions, and a pale yellow, glistening chicken soup. The tantalizing aroma ignited the appetites of the 4 seated nearby. Lu Bu and Kai Wenji's eyes widened, and they swallowed in anticipation. Jiang Tian chuckled, gesturing towards the table. All right, let us begin. Taste the culinary skills of a millennium and 8 centuries later. With that, Jiang Tian took the lead, ladling a spoonful of chicken soup. Shi Jigang, with a hearty smile, extended his chopsticks. Although Lu Bu and Kai Wenji were unaware of the significance of that era, they too picked up their chopsticks and joined in. Nom nom. Munch munch. The faces of the 4 glistened with oil as they indulged. Boss, your culinary skills are truly commendable. You're too kind. You're not so bad yourself. My lord, the chicken is rich in flavor, and the soup is deliciously sweet. Truly nom nom nom. Slow down, don't choke. Ah, this stir-fried tomato and egg is tangy and sweet, absolutely delightful. Master, I also wish to learn to cook. Certainly. When we prepare meals in the future, you can assist us, observing and learning. All right. Hee hee. More than 10 minutes later, the 4 dishes on the table had been completely devoured, and the 4 sat back, contentedly burping. After a brief respite, they resumed their respective duties. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang began clearing the kitchen and table refuse, while Kai Wenji took charge of washing the pots and utensils. Jiang Tian leisurely strolled around the island to aid digestion, then settled by the outer campfire, lighting a cigarette. Ah, this life is becoming ever more comfortable. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Although I initially thought to raise these chickens, I did not expect to stew one so soon. I must admit, it is quite fragrant. After all, I possess numerous fishing rods, making the acquisition of resources considerably swifter than others. There is no need for unnecessary worry. While pondering, he opened the regional chat channel to check on the living conditions of others. In this world devoid of televisions or computers, engaging in such conversations post-meal serves as an excellent form of leisure. At this point, the channel was abuzz with discussions about dinner. I just simmered a pot of fish soup. What about you? Yesterday was fine. I caught a fish, but today I've caught nothing, leaving me utterly perplexed. I did manage to catch a chicken today, but with 2 people here, it feels inadequate. 0066. May I interject? Do you have clothes for little girls? 0888. Huh? I also have 2 people. Yesterday I caught a fish and a duck, and today I caught 2 chickens. We've been quite satisfied these past few days. Wow. The luckiest one is showing off again. I beg you, stop talking. I haven't caught any meat these past few days. I wonder what that big shot 1111 is having for dinner tonight. I'm curious. They're probably enjoying chicken right now. Noticing someone inquire about him, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Thanks for the invitation. I just finished dinner and came to take a look." His response stirred quite a commotion. Big shot. What did you eat? 0888. I'm curious. Same question. Big shot. Are you also enjoying fish soup? Did you roast the chicken? With 3 people, was there enough for dinner? Would you trade some food for salt? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and replied nonchalantly, "If you're in need of salt, feel free to trade for some." As for dinner, it was merely some home-cooked dishes. I stir-fried potato slices, made a tomato and egg dish, prepared braised fish pieces, and simmered a chicken soup. By the way, we are 4 people now, and we're utterly stuffed after dinner. Speaking of which, do you have any digestive tablets? I could trade for salt and cigarettes. Upon hearing this, the regional chat channel fell into a brief silence. Then, what? 0888. Wow, I can't compete with you in boasting. Your subtlety in showing off is lethal. 0066. Both of us didn't eat enough, yet you 4 are stuffed? And you want digestive tablets? You must be joking. Not to mention, are you sure you're not mistaken? Tomato and egg? Fried potato slices? Braised fish pieces and chicken soup? Big shot. Did you just dine at a restaurant on the floating island? Chapter 34. Each to their own, preparing to build a brick kiln. The channel buzzed with the astonished voices of various survivors, all inquiring how Jiang Tian managed to procure such a lavish meal in such a barren environment. Some, envious, hoped to request a taste of his warm dishes. Naturally, Jiang Tian paid them no mind. Others sought to trade food and materials for finished products, which Jiang Tian also declined. At present, he was utterly untroubled by food, rendering such exchanges meaningless. In the chat channel, survivors expressed their envy for Jiang Tian's feast while lamenting their own struggles. They shared that although they had caught food, with 2 people on the island, it was hardly sufficient. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian gleaned additional information from the conversation. Over the past few days, it appeared that many had gradually fished out companions from the clouds. Now, most survivors on the islands had a partner, young and old, from ancient to modern, some ordinary, while others possessed unique skills. For instance, some were stronger, faster, or, like Shi Gang, contributed to island construction. For example, the one caught by 0066 had knowledge of agriculture. Could it be that not only had the area available for fishing changed, but the probability of catching characters had increased as well? As Jiang Tian pondered this, another message appeared in the channel, capturing everyone's attention. Damn, today my luck is truly dreadful. I didn't catch a single animal, but I did reel in 3 wooden crates. Thought they were people, but they turned out to be goblins. What? Dude, your luck is abysmal. I can barely catch one a day. I think my luck isn't much better. I only caught 2 today. I have a feeling the probability of catching goblins has increased compared to before. No way. Although I only caught 1 today. I agree that goblins seem to be appearing more frequently. Everyone should be cautious these days. Prepare your hatchets and hammers before opening crates to avoid surprises. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian frowned. His previous suspicion was indeed correct. The frequency of monsters appearing from crates had increased. Moreover, it seemed to be on a gradual rise. The chance of reeling in wooden crates had significantly increased as well. Where he could once catch only 5 a day, he now managed to catch 10. Although these goblins posed no threat to him, it was prudent to prepare for the unexpected. His surplus of fishing rods not only accelerated resource acquisition, but also enhanced his chances of encountering monsters. Additionally, these creatures might grow stronger over time, becoming more formidable than they were now. Weapons needed to be readied. Although he possessed a few, it seemed he had not caught any more lately. So he needed to devise a plan to procure them. Yet, as of now, he had not seen anyone catch iron or other metals. While he contemplated these matters, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. Upon witnessing the weather, the discussions in the regional chat channel swiftly returned to the topic at hand. After exchanging greetings, everyone set about filling buckets to collect rainwater resources. As the group busied themselves, the once vibrant interface gradually fell into a hushed calm. Drip. A droplet of rain landed on a cigarette, butt, emitting a faint sizzle. Jiang Tian snapped back from his reverie. Never mind, he thought. Let us focus on constructing the brick kiln first. Only with bricks can he contemplate the forge. Snuffing out the cigarette, he closed the interface. Observing the rhythmic patter of raindrops. Since it was raining, it would be prudent to gather more water. In recent days, he had used a considerable amount for irrigating clay and washing dishes. Although his resources were ample at present, conservation remained essential. Moreover, he required additional water for crafting clay. At this moment, a few individuals who had been occupied with household chores returned. Jiang Tian smiled and commanded, "It's starting to rain, Kai Wenji. Take those buckets outside to collect some water." "Yes, master," replied Kai Wenji. "Sure, Jigang, please excavate that pit where we muddied the clay a bit more." "Understood, boss." "Lu Bu, don your raincoat and expand the pond." "Yes, my lord." The following day, as everyone awoke and pushed open their doors, the sky continued to drizzle gently. Though the rain was light, the ground was still adorned with a thin layer of water. Shi Jigang volunteered to manage the drainage. Lu Bu donned his raincoat and headed east to set up the fishing rods. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji, who had just finished attending to Jiang Tian's face washing, gazed out at the drizzle. Her large eyes blinked thoughtfully, as if an idea had struck her. She dashed back inside, rummaging through her belongings until she found a small yellow raincoat, complete with triangular spikes on the back, just the one she had procured from 0066. Slipping into the raincoat and donning her rain boots, she rushed to Jiang Tian's side, tugging at his sleeve. "Master, look." Jiang Tian chuckled, pinching Kai Wenji's cheek. "Little dinosaur. You're simply adorable." Hee hee. She beamed at his compliment, humming a little tune as she headed westward to tend to the poultry. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian ventured to the northern edge of the island to inspect the pond that had been expanded the previous night. It had grown from 6 square meters to 10 and was now brimming with water. More than a dozen fish frolicked within, and Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. The water resources had indeed increased. The seedlings planted nearby had also grown considerably taller. Moving to the other side, the drainage work on the island was nearly complete. The sun began to rise higher in the sky, to the south of the island. There lay a pit filled with rainwater, an excavation from when clay was used to construct the furnace, now larger than before. Outside, more than 10 large buckets filled with water stood ready. This rain had proven bountiful. At this moment, Jiang Tian likely possessed the most water resources among all survivors. Yet, his purpose for collecting this water diverged from that of others. He did not intend to drink it. The numerous boxes of bottled water in the storage could sustain him for an indeterminate time. The pit was excavated to prepare for crafting clay bricks. Over the past 2 days, he had amassed a substantial amount of clay, but the water necessary for mixing it was insufficient. He could hardly bear to use the bottled water for this purpose. Fortunately, last night's rain had arrived just in time. Glancing at Lu Bu and Shi Jigang, who were on standby, he smiled and announced, "All right, everyone, prepare to construct the brick kiln." Chapter 35. Goodness, are we here to survive or to vacation? They extracted all the clay, breaking it into pieces and pouring it into the water-filled pit. Lu Bu stood at the edge, wielding a shovel to mix the soil and water into a cohesive mud. Shi Jigang returned to the house to retrieve the brick molds he had crafted the previous night. The creation of these molds was remarkably straightforward. He had merely sawn several wooden planks to a specific length and nailed them together to form a hollow rectangular prism. Then, the prepared clay was placed inside, resulting in a perfectly shaped clay brick. However, crafting each brick individually proved inefficient. The night before, Shi Jigang had improved and enlarged these molds, ultimately producing 2 larger square molds, each with a side length of 1 meter, filled with rectangular hollow gaps. Positioning the molds on the ground, they tossed in large chunks of clay, compacting it firmly. They then scraped off the excess clay that overflowed from the top of the molds before lifting them. This method allowed for the simultaneous creation of 32 brick blanks. Consequently, the efficiency of production increased significantly. Naturally, the freshly made bricks would require drying before they could be fired. While Lu Bu busied himself mixing the clay, Jiang Tian and Shi Jigang began constructing a wooden rack for drying the bricks, 8 square meters, over 2 meters high. Based on the thickness of the bricks, they divided it into more than 20 layers, calculating that if the rack were filled, it could accommodate approximately 5,000 bricks at once. With the wooden rack completed and the clay in the pit thoroughly mixed, the trio began filling the molds and transporting the bricks. Occasionally, Jiang Tian would take a moment to attend to fishing, opening a box, battling goblins, or setting up empty plots. In the midst of their industriousness, they lost track of time. Having awakened around 7, they only paused their labors as noon approached. Unbeknownst to them, the sun blazed down upon them. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu collapsed onto the sun-dried earth, exhaling in relief. Snap! Jiang Tian lit a cigarette and took a drag. Gazing at the wooden rack brimming with brick blanks, he mused, "Who would have thought I would survive this long and find myself doing manual labor? I feel like a cog in a factory assembly line. I wonder how long this work will continue." Shi Jigang chuckled, "Boss, you'll get used to it. Though I don't recall my past experiences, I have a peculiar feeling I've endured similarly before." As they chatted, Kai Wenji and Lu Bu returned with water and food. After washing their hands, they began to satisfy their hunger. Typically, lunch was rather casual, consisting of the common fare found in supermarkets. The four shared bread and ham, washing it down with cola. Once they had finished, they retrieved the ringing fishing rods to check their catches, assigning Shi Jiang and Lu Bu to kindle a fire beside the wooden rack of bricks to hasten the hardening process. Jiang Tian then took Kai Wenji by the hand and retreated to their quarters for a midday nap. Had the other survivors known of their current lifestyle, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Many of them were struggling to find food at this hour, fishing while also needing to spare time to further construct their own wooden shelters. Where would they find the time to return for a nap? Moreover, how could one even contemplate napping while cuddling a little girl? Goodness. Were they here to survive or to vacation? An hour later, Master, it's time to wake up, chimed Kai Wenji, the human alarm clock. Stretching and rubbing his sleepy eyes, Jiang Tian stepped outside to the crackling fire. Shi Jiang, how are the bricks drying? Boss, they're all completely dried. So soon? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Approaching the wooden rack, he touched the surface. It was already dry, the moisture nearly evaporated. It seemed that the materials here were indeed different from those he had encountered before. However, it must be noted that the plants here matured in just a few days. So it was not surprising for the bricks to dry more quickly as well. Certainly, in its current state, the bricks are not yet ready for deployment. They must endure a fierce fire to be thoroughly baked, sintered, and cooled before they can truly become bricks. This represents the final and most crucial step. Herein lies the necessity for a brick kiln. Selecting an appropriate location, the three gentlemen made their way to the southern part of the island. The empty soil they had caught, in addition to the partial filling on the western side, was further supplemented by some on the southern side. While preparing the southern land, Jiang Tian had a sudden inspiration. When arranging the empty soil, he decided to place the newly acquired soil in an area of equivalent thickness at the island's center. He delineated a square region of 12 square meters and commenced digging. After excavating a pit 1 meter deep, he set a fire pit at the center. Subsequently, he began to pile clay along the edges. As the clay beneath was gradually baked and solidified, he continued to layer new clay atop it, reminiscent of the previous experience in constructing a furnace. At long last, after laboring until sunset, a rudimentary brick kiln was finally completed. The overall structure stood at 2 meters tall, with a 1 meter depth to facilitate the introduction of fuel. Following this, the trio remained industrious, stacking the bricks one by one inside the kiln before gathering branches to produce charcoal. Eventually, as the moon ascended, flames flickered to life within the small kiln. Their day's work came to a close. After an exhausting day, the three of them felt utterly spent. At last, their labor was concluded, which had proven quite challenging. Jiang Tian gazed at the brick kiln, filled with myriad emotions. Shi Jiang, panting, remarked, "Indeed, the intensity of today's work has evoked a sense of familiarity within me. Alas, the workforce remains insufficient. If only we had a few more hands." Jiang Tian waved his hand and called out to the fishing area, "Kai Wenji, reel in your line." Coming. Upon hearing the call, Kai Wenji began to lift her fishing rods one by one. Just then, one of the rods jingled once more. Dingling. Kai Wenji froze for a moment before quickly regaining her composure. With both hands, she lifted the rod. Feeling the weight upon it, her heart skipped a beat. This weight seemed akin to that of a wooden box. Thud. Just as she pondered, the clouds parted, revealing a wooden box descending from above. She promptly shouted towards the other side, "Master, what's happening?" "Oh, understood." Jiang Tian sighed and stood up. "How many times has this box been caught today?" "I believe we have hooked over a dozen, all filled with goblins. Their pointed ears, protruding noses, and bizarre cries have nearly made me nauseous. Just when dinner was about to be served, we catch another one. Truly unfortunate," Jiang Tian mused inwardly. Approaching the fishing area, he beckoned Kai Wenji to step aside and gently pulled the wooden board aside. 2 seconds later, a hunched figure stood up. "Damn it!" Jiang Tian clenched his fists, preparing to strike this creature. Suddenly, he paused. An old man. Chapter 36. Goodness, are you truly this fortunate? The figure that emerged from the box was indeed a stooped old man. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the elder slightly bowed and cupped his hands, saying, "Master, a new member?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, retracting his fist. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the need for more individuals, and now, unexpectedly, he had caught one. However, Jiang Tian circled the box a few times and scrutinized the old man, his expression somewhat peculiar. Given his frail appearance, it seemed he could hardly be of any assistance, only fit for consuming rations. At that moment, Lu Bu and Shi Jiang approached with curiosity, casting a glance at the old man. Noticing Jiang Tian's discontented expression, Lu Bu frowned and said, "My lord, this old man appears frail and incapable of any labor. I suggest we kick him out to avoid wasting food." Before Jiang Tian could respond, the old man's face turned pale, and he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Young man, what kind of talk is that? To say I can't do any work at a glance? You are too dismissive of the elderly." Kai Wenji tugged at Jiang Tian's sleeve, interjecting, "This grandfather seems kind and gentle. He doesn't appear to be a bad person. Kicking him out is rather excessive." "Indeed. This little girl understands the importance of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, the old man remarked. Master, perhaps you could let him assist Shijigang with odd jobs. Being a laborer isn't so bad either. Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes and added, Grandfather, I just praised your respect for the elderly. Why must you deviate from the norm? At my age, can I truly be expected to bear the burdens of labor? Just then, Lubu scoffed. I do not understand what it means to respect the elderly. I only know that you will waste the master's food. Ah, young man. What do you mean by wasting food? I, the old man, have a fair understanding of matters both mundane and strategic. Becoming an advisor is well within my capabilities. How could it be considered a waste of food? Lubu's irritation intensified upon seeing the old man. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. After all, individuals caught through fishing might possess certain knowledge or skills. Perhaps this old man had some hidden talents. He then spoke. All right, elder, why don't you tell us your name? The old man contemplated briefly before respectfully cupping his hands and replying, I am known as Wang Yun, at your service, master. Wang Yun? Lubu's expression grew exceedingly complex. Noticing his reaction, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and inquired, Lubu, what troubles you? This name sounds quite familiar. Although I don't believe I've encountered him before, hearing these two characters makes my teeth itch. Jiang Tian smacked his forehead. Wang Yun? Isn't he the one who presented Jiao Chan to that old scoundrel Dong Zhuo? No wonder Lubu is so hostile towards him. After all, the hatred of a man for the abductor of his wife is never forgotten. Lubu shot Wang Yun a glare before turning to Jiang Tian, bowing and stating, Master, I still believe we should kick him out. Indeed. Jiang Tian stroked his chin, scrutinizing Wang Yun from head to toe. The intensity of his gaze made Wang Yun feel somewhat uneasy. This old man certainly appeared to be of little use, and keeping him around could easily incite internal discord. Jiang Tian then glanced at Wang Yun and gestured towards the edge. Why don't you take a leap? Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian with concern. Wang Yun appeared somewhat confused as he stepped out of the box and peered over the edge. He immediately recoiled in fright, taking 2 steps back. Goodness! If I fall from such a height, I might not even survive. Master, spare my life. Wang Yun suddenly knelt, bowing his head repeatedly towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian smiled lightly, waving his hand. I was merely jesting. All right, why don't you take a fishing rod and try your luck with the clouds? Though Wang Yun appeared weak and ineffectual, Jiang Tian was not in dire need of food. Moreover, he was not a cruel individual. Let us keep him for now. After all, he is a figure of some renown from the 3 kingdoms. Who knows when he might come in handy? Upon witnessing this scene, Kai Wenji exhaled a sigh of relief. Although she did not harbor any fondness for the old man, she still hoped her master would not resort to such actions. Jiang Tian found himself both amused and exasperated. If Kai Wenji were to learn that her father had been killed by Wang Yun, she would likely be even more furious than Lubu. Subsequently, Jiang Tian explained to Wang Yun what it meant to fish for clouds. Observing Wang Yun wielding the fishing rod and casting the hook into the clouds, Jiang Tian casually remarked, All right, you can stay here and fish for now. When the bell rings, raise your rod. If the catch is too heavy, just leave it for now. We'll come back to assist you later. Having said this, he turned with the others and prepared to head back to cook. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang out behind him. Jiang Tian paused and turned around. Wang Yun's fishing rod was ringing wildly. He quickly urged, Have you caught something already? Hurry, reel it in. Oh, all right. Wang Yun grasped the rod and yanked it back. A large, fluffy cloud was hooked onto the line, slowly drifting towards the island. Observing his efforts, Jiang Tian felt it appeared to be quite effortless. An idea sparked in his mind. Could it be, as the cloud was drawn onto the island, the mist dissipated, revealing an enormous black soil block before everyone. Jiang Tian stepped forward cautiously, extending his hand to tug at it. His eyes widened in astonishment. A substantial black cube presented itself before him. Such a vast expanse of empty soil. He reached out to touch it, and its data materialized before him, 2 by 5, totaling a remarkable 10 cubic meters. Kai Wenji's eyes also widened in disbelief. Wow, such a massive empty soil block. How impressive. Wang Yun, bashfully receiving the praise, smiled modestly. Meanwhile, Lubu let out a dismissive snort, appearing utterly indifferent. Jiang Tian approached Wang Yun and scrutinized him closely, surprised by the unexpected outcome. Although the volume of empty soil had increased since the torrential rain, the maximum had been around 6 cubic meters. This 10 cubic meter find was unprecedented. He wondered if it was mere luck or a fortuitous coincidence. Turning to Wang Yun, he encouraged, Come on, don't dawdle, continue. Oh yes, master. Wang Yun stood up again, somewhat clumsily casting the fishhook forward. This time, Jiang Tian and the others did not rush away but remained nearby, eager to see if the fishing would be as swift and fruitful as before. However, after 10 minutes, the bell remained silent. The bobber on the hook lay motionless atop the cloud, showing no signs of activity. Jiang Tian frowned. Was it truly just luck earlier? As they pondered, their stomachs began to grumble. Never mind, let's head back for a meal. He decided to push the 10 cubic meters of empty soil back to the wooden cabin, replacing the previous 6 cubic meters used for replication. With that settled, He returned to the small house to prepare dinner, simmering rice and fish soup for a satisfying meal. After they had eaten their fill, Kai Wenji washed the dishes, while Lu Bu and Shi Jigang arranged a bunk bed, and she returned to the fishing spot. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she gasped in astonishment. To the east of the island, 3 black soil blocks were neatly stacked behind Wang Yun, each identical in size to the one he had just caught. Jiang Tian approached, his eyes lighting up. Empty soil. They're all empty soil. Each one is 10 cubic meters. With a mix of excitement and disbelief, he turned to Wang Yun. Good heavens, do you possess such extraordinary luck? Chapter 37. With all these rods, let's fish together. Truth be told, Wang Yun's unique trait had indeed astonished Jiang Tian. He had previously worried that such a small island wouldn't suffice for future construction. Yet, unexpectedly, this old man had continuously reeled in substantial blocks of empty soil. If he could maintain this streak, they would never have to worry about land in the future. Flattered by Jiang Tian's compliment, Wang Yun felt a bit shy, stroking his beard as he replied, "To be honest, I don't even know what this thing is. I was just fishing at random." Just then, the bell on another rod beside Wang Yun chimed. This rod had been left untouched since Kai Wenji had caught the box earlier. Jiang Tian's eyes brightened. "Quick, reel that one in too." "Yes, master." Wang Yun obediently set down the rod in his hand and grasped the ringing one. With a lift, a cloud lazily floated over, revealing a small package as the mist cleared. Upon unwrapping it, he found several pieces of wood inside. Why isn't it empty soil? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating. After a moment of thought, he arrived at a hypothesis. Must the rod be held by Wang Yun himself to catch empty soil? Without delay, he grabbed a few other rods nearby and handed them to Wang Yun. "Here, take all these rods and fish together." Wang Yun looked at the collection of metal rods in his arms, a troubled expression crossing his face. "At my age, I fear I cannot manage so many fishing rods. I can manage only 2 at most." "I see." Jiang Tian observed the frail hands of the old man and sighed. "What a pity. If only he had a few more hands." "All right then, just hold on to 2. Be careful not to drop them." "Yes, master." "Don't call me master, it sounds odd. From now on, just call me Lord." "Understood, Lord." Wang Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, one rod in each hand resting on his thighs, presenting a rather comical sight. Jiang Tian watched for a while longer, but saw no movement. This time, the fishing was not as swift as the first. He decided not to dwell on it. Collecting the other rods and setting them aside, returning to the cabin, he found Kai Wenji had already cleaned the dishes and was tidying the bedding. Their sleeping arrangements had improved. Instead of resting on the floor, they now had a simple wooden bed crafted by Shi Jigang the previous night. Although the construction was rudimentary, the surface of the wooden planks was smooth enough for a comfortable sleep. On the opposite side of the room, Shi Jigang had planed 4 equally sized wooden pieces, standing like the legs of a bed in the corner. The planer had smoothed the rough edges of the logs, and nearby lay some polished boards and strips, where Lu Bu was hammering away industriously. Once the bunk bed was completed, the two would no longer have to sleep cramped together. As the 4 of them had improved their sleeping arrangements, the quality of their rest would surely be better than before. At that moment, Kai Wenji finished arranging the bedding and glanced towards the 2 building the bunk bed. She tugged Jiang Tian's sleeve and asked, "Lord, what about that old gentleman? Where will he sleep?" This question reminded Jiang Tian that they had indeed welcomed another person today. He had been so focused on Wang Yun's catch of empty soil that he had neglected the matter of his accommodation, regardless of the old man as past. Having arrived on the empty island, he was now part of their group and deserved care. He promptly instructed Shi Jigang, after finishing the bed, "Let Wang Yun know that if he feels tired, he can return to sleep." "Understood, boss." With Shi Jigang's acknowledgement, Jiang Tian climbed onto the wooden bed, lay down, and closed his eyes. The following day, Jiang Tian yawned and opened his bleary eyes. He had been quite exhausted the previous day and had fallen asleep almost immediately. Having gone to bed early, he seemed to be the first to awaken today. The room was quiet, with only the sound of gentle breathing filling the air. As he stirred, he felt a warm weight resting on his chest. Raising his head slightly, he discovered Kai Wenji's head nestled comfortably against him, soundly asleep. Her delicate lips parted slightly, murmuring something incomprehensible. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Previously, he had risen rather late, and by the time he awoke, Kai Wenji was already up. He hadn't anticipated that her sleeping posture would be so ungraceful. As Jiang Tian stirred, Kai Wenji was startled awake. Kai Wenji emitted a soft sound, her long eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. Upon meeting Jiang Tian's gaze, which was neither fully amused nor entirely serious, her heart raced. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Ah, master, what is the matter? Did you not rise early today? Did you not sleep well last night?" Jiang Tian inquired as he gently brushed Kai Wenji's long hair. Kai Wenji bit her lip, appearing somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "I slept lightly. They were making noise and banging on the beds quite late, master. I'll go heat some water now." With that, Kai Wenji hopped out of bed and hurriedly exited the room. Ever since the kitchen was established, the task of boiling water had been designated there. After she left, Jiang Tian sighed. He had indeed been too exhausted yesterday and had not considered these matters. Living in this cramped space was quite inconvenient. He needed to expedite the construction of more rooms to create some separation. Previously, the available land had been limited, leaving him with no other choice. But now that he had caught that old man with that thought, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh right, Wang Yun. I almost forgot about that little old fellow. Did Shiji Gang notify him to come back and rest last night? Contemplating these matters, Jiang Tian rose from his bed and glanced towards another part of the house. At that moment, the wooden bunk beds had been completed. Shiji Gang slept on the upper bunk, while Lu Bu occupied the lower. The old man Wang Yun lay on the ground at Lu Bu's feet, covered with some discarded clothing, his head resting on a pair of socks, whose he did not know, looking rather pitiful. Jiang Tian found the sight both amusing and exasperating. All right then, I should hasten to expand the house, he resolved. Chapter 38. Prepare for the consequences. Not long after, Kai Wenji brought over the boiled water and assisted Jiang Tian in his morning ablutions. The sound of the door creaking open and the flowing water roused Lu Bu and Shiji Gang from their slumber. Good morning, boss. Greetings, Your Excellency. The two greeted as they climbed down from their beds. Upon noticing Wang Yun still blissfully asleep on the floor, Lu Bu rolled his eyes, while Shiji Gang smiled helplessly. Choosing not to comment, Jiang Tian cast a glance at Wang Yun and promptly asked, Shiji Gang, what time did this old man fall asleep yesterday? Shiji Gang, with a complex expression, replied, after we set up the beds, when I went outside to call him, he was already sprawled on the floor asleep. I had to drag him back. So he asked that heavy a sleeper? Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. All right, hurry up and wake him. With that, Lu Bu and Shiji Gang each took a side and called out to Wang Yun. As he awoke, he rubbed his eyes, appearing groggy. It wasn't he until Lu Bu brought out food and began eating breakfast that he fully regained his senses, grabbing a piece of bread and a sausage. He praised the meal enthusiastically, earning another eye roll from Lu Bu. After a simple breakfast, everyone ventured outside to commence their respective tasks. Jiang Tian first headed east to inspect the progress of Wang Yun's fishing from the previous night. In the east, 3 large black soil blocks sat quietly arranged to the side. Fortunately, Wang Yun had managed to generate some land yield before dozing off. Jiang Tian mused that with Wang Yun around, he wouldn't need to worry about land issues anymore and could continue replicating fishing rods. He then placed his palm on the empty soil, filling each patch on the island. The previously caught empty soil, combined with what Wang Yun had fished up yesterday, had expanded the island's area to over 200 square meters, with sufficient thickness to lay a foundation for house construction. Next, he needed to consider the bricks. After Kai Wenji finished feeding the animals, he arranged for her and Wang Yun to head east for fishing. He then took Lu Bu and Shiji Gang to fetch clay. Commencing the brick-making process, they filled molds with the clay, mixed it, and placed the formed bricks on wooden racks. Since they had prepared the tools the day before, their pace was significantly quicker today. They worked diligently until noon. While Lu Bu was mixing clay, he suddenly remarked, Master, it seems we're running low on water. Jiang Tian paused, glancing into the mixing pit filled with clay dust. Only a small section remained clumped together. It dawned on him that they had produced over 5,000 bricks yesterday, and the rainwater they had stored had long been depleted. The water in the buckets was also exhausted. At that moment, Shiji Gang inquired, Boss, should I go draw some from the pond? Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment and then waved his hand. If we truly need to build a house, I fear the pond's water won't suffice. I might as well go buy some. After a brief reflection, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, where discussions about their current development were underway. Haha, through my relentless efforts, I've finally constructed a wooden house. I just finished making a small one, barely over 10 square meters. Lucky you. I just managed to build an 8 square meter one. What is too expensive now? 1111 managed to construct a 30 square meter wooden house. I wonder how he is faring now. Has he expanded? Don't mention him. Just thinking about that makes me want to cry. I heard he was collecting a large amount of clay yesterday. He should be farming now, right? Farming? Why would he need so much clay for that? Who knows? We can't fathom his intentions. Seeing the messages, Jiang Tian smiled faintly and replied, CNNS 1111. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I am in urgent need of a substantial water supply. If you wish to trade for resources, please reach out to me. Look who is here. Water? Didn't you collect plenty of bottled water when it rained? Has it all been consumed? Maybe he has too many people. They drink a lot. I recall he collected around 180 boxes during the rain. How could that be gone? 1111. I don't need bottled water. Just the rainwater you collected will suffice. The price is negotiable. Rainwater? What do you need that for? Wait, do you really need that much water? 4144, you fools. He collected clay before, and now he is collecting water. Clearly, he is planning to make bricks and build a house. And you're still talking about farming? It's absolutely hilarious. A house? What? How large do you plan to build, boss? Upon hearing this, the regional chat erupted into chaos. Jiang Tian hadn't anticipated that someone would discern his intentions at this moment. Without concealing anything, he directly acknowledged, yes, I am indeed building a brick house. And I have exhausted all the rainwater I collected. If you have any surplus rainwater, I am willing to trade for it. As soon as this message was sent, before anyone else could respond, Another message immediately popped up. 4144, you fools. If you trade water to him, what will you do if a drought occurs later? Just because he wants to build a house, you're willing to risk your own thirst? Aren't you afraid he'll hoard the water resources and sell them to you during a drought? With this message, the regional channel fell silent once more. Soon after, others began to voice their thoughts. Boss, thinking about it this way, the weather in this world is indeed unpredictable. What if a drought truly happens? Indeed. While we have stockpiled rainwater, it is still insufficient, especially considering there are two of us here. My apologies, esteemed one, but perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian let out a sigh. No worries, I can empathize with your situation. I shall explore the world channel instead. Little did he expect that such a predicament would arise. It was as if he had severed his own avenues for resources. Just as he was about to switch to the world channel, another message popped up in the chat channel, brimming with arrogance. 4144. Ha! 1111. Are you dumbfounded? I currently possess over 300 square meters, and I haven't even built a house yet. How dare you think you can? Who do you think you are? Over 300 square meters? Jiang Tian was taken aback by this figure. How could he have amassed so much? Did he possess some extraordinary ability? Shortly thereafter, 4144 sent another message. Just keep collecting. Even if you manage to build something, that house will still belong to me. Clean your neck and wait. Chapter 39. Is there really such a method to wealth? Upon hearing 4144's proclamation, the entire regional channel fell into astonishment. The implication that even if one succeeded, the house would still belong to him was perplexing. What did he mean? And what of this inexplicably acquired 300 square meters? With a furrowed brow, Jiang Tian felt an ominous suspicion arise within him. Could it be? At that moment, others began to discern the implications of 4144's words. They clamored with questions. What do you mean by that? Clarify yourself. Also, I only have around 130 square meters. How did you come by the excess of over 200 square meters? We're all on the same fishing rod. Why did you manage to catch so much empty land? How did you accomplish that? 4144. Guess away. You'll all find out when you encounter me, won't you? What's with that? Just yesterday, a friend of mine messaged me saying an empty plot was flying towards him to investigate, but he never replied afterward. At this, Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed. Could it be that your floating island can move? 4144, bingo. Ha ha ha, congratulations on your correct guess. And about that fellow you mentioned, does he happen to have a stockpile of wood? Ha ha ha, it's all mine now. What? He was indeed yours before. What have you done to my friend? 4144, what have I done? Hee hee, when you meet me, you'll find out when you ask your friend, won't you? Ha ha ha. At that moment, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. His floating island could move? Did that mean he was utilizing this trait to plunder? Moreover, the friend of the individual who had been robbed was likely. Previously lively conversations in the channel fell silent, replaced by an air of unease. Yet, many who had been less active in the chat were now drawn out. Upon reading these messages, their eyes lit up with excitement. Good heavens! Is there truly such a method to amass wealth? 4144, how did you accomplish this? Me too. Please teach me, Almighty One. My luck has been abysmal. The things I catch are hardly sufficient to sustain me. 4144, beg me. If you do, I might just share my secrets. Thereafter, the chat was filled with 4144's arrogant boasts and the fervent inquiries of others seeking his guidance. Suffused with a palpable sense of ambition, it wasn't until they exhausted their messages that this topic waned. However, this interlude left others disinterested in continuing their conversations. Such an atmosphere unnerved those who wished to develop through their own efforts, prompting them to hastily exit the chat channel, leaving the records of these conversations lingering like blood-stained words etched on a death warrant. Observing this, Jiang Tian too closed the regional chat channel, exhaling a sigh. Earlier, 4144 had claimed his land spanned over 300 square meters. This implied he had already harmed 2 survivors, and, it appeared, many others harbored similar intentions. Clearly, not everyone sought to obtain resources through hard work. Greed and plunder are, after all, inherent flaws in human nature. Though he remained oblivious to how 4144 managed to move his floating island, the latter had yet to divulge his methods. However, he had inadvertently provided others with a concept. Many would likely attempt to mobilize their islands for invasion. At that moment, a phrase from a parchment resurfaced in Jiang Tian's mind. Natural disasters, man-made calamities, anything could occur. Man-made calamities? Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this floating island survival game would become increasingly tumultuous. Weapons, equipment, personnel, these essentials must be amassed in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Regaining his focus, he re-entered the world channel to procure water resources. However, once his message was sent, it was swiftly drowned out by the flood of global messages. Only a handful of individuals sent him trade requests. This was precisely why Jiang Tian had previously avoided resource acquisition in the world channel. The sheer volume of messages made it nearly impossible to discern any single one before it was refreshed. Moreover, one could only post a message once a day in this channel, which was rather cumbersome. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian sought out the foreign acquaintance from whom he had previously purchased tobacco, offering a few sticks as an incentive for him to act as a mediator and call out for help in other regions. Fortunately, this strategy proved effective. An unending stream of rainwater trade requests flowed toward Jiang Tian, allowing him to seize the opportunity to acquire additional clay. With these resources secured, the mixing of clay could continue. Lu Bu was diligently mixing the clay when Jiang Tian called out to another individual. Shijigang, come here for a moment. Shijigang paused, wiping his hands on the apron made from rainproof material before jogging over to inquire. Boss, what is it? How much longer until this house is completed? Upon hearing Jiang Tian's question, Shijigang glanced at Lu Bu, who was stirring the clay, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, though I have considerable experience in this area, and both you and Lu Bu work with remarkable efficiency, if we push to finish the entire set, it will likely take 4 to 5 days, and that would only yield a bare shell of a house without any furnishings. 4 to 5 days? Jiang Tian's brow furrowed in thought. Noticing his expression, Shijigang asked, Boss, what is the matter? Nothing much. I just hope the house is completed swiftly so we can get the blacksmith shop up and running. The blacksmith shop? Boss, have we acquired iron yet? Shijigang inquired. After he posed the question, Jiang Tian opened the trading post to check. Currently, there were no metal sales available. Instinctively, he reached out to 0888, asking, Are you there? I have a question. Have you caught any iron ore in the past few days? After sending the message, there was no immediate response. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Then it struck him that 0888 had not spoken during 4144's earlier boasting. Given that 4144 had already invaded 2 individuals, could it be that 0888? Just as Jiang Tian was speculating that something unfortunate may have befallen him, a message finally came through. Nope, what's up? Nothing much, just checking in. Where were you earlier? Didn't you see the regional chat messages? Nothing, I was just busy. I won't say more, I'm off to continue my work. After sending that, the other party fell silent. Observing this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Although unaware of what the other party was preoccupied with, the mere fact that a response had been received indicated their safety. Moreover, it appeared that the iron ore had likely not yet respawned. At that moment, Jiang Tian recalled 0066, who had seemingly not replied to any messages either. Chapter 40. I am wuxianovel, at your service, master. He sent another message to 0066. But after a minute of waiting without a reply, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. This girl had previously been quite active, often responding almost instantaneously to his messages, appearing rather leisurely. What had changed today? It seemed as though she had fallen silent, which was rather uncharacteristic of her. The increased frequency of goblin spawns, combined with the earlier comments made by that individual, could easily lead to some unsettling conclusions. Jiang Tian sighed. In the current situation, overthinking was futile. He closed the messaging app, determined to cast these concerns aside. Refocusing his mind, he contemplated what actions to take next, turning his attention back to Shijigang. Although he had yet to spot any iron ore, he was confident it would eventually appear. For now, he decided to lay the bricks. If he could expedite the construction over the next few days, they could erect a house and then commence building a blacksmith shop. Yes, boss, Shijigang replied. Returning to his work, the relentless stream of tasks had begun to overwhelm Jiang Tian, prompting him to abandon bricklaying in favor of a stroll around the island. As he ambled, he began to survey the current state of affairs. First, he arrived at the warehouse. It was brimming with supermarket provisions, mineral water, and an array of screws and tools. Even the plastic bags used to store these items were neatly stacked in a large cardboard box. Due to the abundance of fishing rods, many items had been caught previously. Even now, despite everyone having exhausted the initial resources from the supermarket, Jiang Tian's supply remained plentiful. Rice, flour, and oil were stored in the kitchen. To the north, over 20 fish frolicked in the pond. He could vaguely discern some silvery figures darting about, the fry of those fish. At the pond's edge, the plants that had been previously sown were flourishing. Several saplings had reached over a meter in height, though they had yet to bear fruit. On the opposite side, a few green vines adorned with large leaves had sprouted, blooming with small yellow flowers. The tomatoes he had previously sliced and planted had also germinated, and the potatoes he had unearthed were now sprouting seedlings. In the western cage, chickens and ducks huddled together, totaling more than 10, including 2 geese he had caught earlier. There were also 7 or 8 chicken and duck eggs, alongside a large goose egg. Once these poultry hatched, he would need to have Shijigang expand the cage. As Jiang Tian listened to the clucking and quacking, he pondered the situation. Regarding timber, due to its sheer volume and size, most of it had been secured with waterproof tarps and plastic bags and stored in the eastern section, apart from a few smaller planks placed in the rooms and warehouse. After surveying the area, Jiang Tian felt somewhat reassured. Food and water were ample, and timber was in abundance. Although clay and water were being consumed at a staggering rate, both could be procured with relative ease. The land had also expanded, allowing for the construction of more buildings for development and habitation. Furthermore, with Wang Yun, the elderly man, present, there was no immediate concern over land usage. Jiang Tian seemed to lack worries regarding resource demands. What he truly needed was improved work efficiency. The number of people was still too few, and progress was rather slow. Moreover, although there were 5 individuals on the island, only 2 possessed any combat prowess, himself and Lu Bu. This situation was untenable. If the goblin population continued to grow, the 2 of them would likely be overwhelmed. Additionally, there were others harboring intentions to raid the island. Whether for development or to establish a defensive force against external threats, more manpower was essential. At that moment, a loud bang caught Jiang Tian's attention as a wooden box, caught by Kai Wenji, landed on the ground. Turning to look, he saw her removing the hook. Suddenly, he recalled that Kai Wenji seemed to have gained strength, as it had previously taken considerable effort for her to haul up a box containing goblins, leaving her breathless. Now, however, she appeared to be fishing with increasing ease. Locking eyes with Jiang Tian, Kai Wenji smiled brightly. "Master, the box." "Coming," Jiang Tian replied, picking up his bronze sword and strolling over to where she was fishing. At that moment, there were 11 fishing rods in total, 1 held by Kai Wenji, 2 by the elderly Wang Yun, while the rest lay on the ground. Since bringing Wang Yun aboard, Jiang Tian had shifted his focus from duplicating barren land to duplicating fishing rods to enhance resource acquisition. As he asked Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to step back, Jiang Tian approached the freshly caught wooden box. He pried open the wooden planks, and, after a brief 2-second pause, the figure that emerged was not a goblin, but rather a man clad in coarse cloth. As he rose, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Lu Bu, who was mixing clay nearby, instinctively glanced over. Their gazes met, and both raised their brows slightly in response. The eye contact lasted but a second before they averted their gazes, with Lu Bu returning to his task, and the man now looking at Jiang Tian. To be honest, Jiang Tian was somewhat taken aback. Another had appeared following the visit from the previous night. Just when he needed labor, he had reeled in this unexpected catch. It seemed luck was indeed on his side. Observing the man before him, Jiang Tian noted that he was somewhat short, yet stood upright, approximately 1.7 meters tall. He had a square face, fair skin, and delicate features. Jiang Tian had also noticed the brief exchange of glances between this man and Lu Bu. Was it possible he was another figure from the 3 kingdoms, perhaps an adversary of Lu Bu? Before Jiang Tian could inquire, the man knelt on one knee, clasping his fists before Jiang Tian, and declared, "I am wuxianovel, at your service, master." "Wuxianovel?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. What are your orders, master?" Wuxianovel's response was filled with unwavering resolve. Jiang Tian remained silent, studying wuxianovel for a moment longer. He hadn't anticipated that he would reel in such a remarkable individual. This man was no ordinary character. He was a renowned general from the Han Dynasty, known for his feats during the reign of Emperor Wu, having earned titles through his victories. It was unfortunate that he had met an untimely demise. Shrouded in a veil of ambiguity, Jiang Tian yearned to inquire about the circumstances of his death, but hesitated, realizing it might be deemed impolite. Furthermore, by custom, he likely lacked prior memories, rendering such questions inconsequential. That said, how had he crossed paths with Lu Bu? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian glanced at Lu Bu and chuckled softly. He recalled that Dong Zhuo had once dispatched Lu Bu to raid the tomb of Emperor Wu. But Lu Bu had failed to locate the desired treasures and, in a fit of fury, had desecrated wuxianovel's grave. What a tumultuous affair that had been. With Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and now wuxianovel all surfacing, it seemed each individual he had caught, apart from the modern-day Shiji gang, had connections to Lu Bu. Truly, Lu Bu had his fair share of intrigue. Chapter 41, The City's Defenses. Having pondered all of this, Jiang Tian returned to the moment, looking at wuxianovel with a smile. "All right, from now on, refrain from calling me master, address me as lord." "Yes, my lord," wuxianovel replied with another respectful bow. At that moment, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun approached with curiosity to observe the new member. After allowing wuxianovel to emerge from the box and engaging in a brief introduction, they returned to their tasks, resuming their fishing. Jiang Tian took wuxianovel on a tour around the island, introducing him to the other 2 individuals. He then cast a few discerning glances at wuxianovel. Historically, this individual was renowned for his formidable psychological fortitude and exceptional combat abilities. It appeared that many responsibilities could be shared with him in the future. Indeed, fortune had favored them this time. Even in the face of an ambush, Jiang Tian felt considerably more assured. Observing this, wuxianovel's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "My lord, do you harbor any concerns?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, surprised to be so easily discerned. It seemed the accolades regarding wuxianovel's acumen were well-deserved. Turning his head to ponder, he decided that since wuxianovel was now one of his subordinates and possessed high competence, it would not be inappropriate to discuss certain matters with him. Bottling everything up within himself was hardly a viable strategy. Thus, he shared details about the island's general conditions, the peculiar creatures caught while fishing, and the recent threats he had faced. With ample provisions, what need was there to fear external threats? Upon hearing this, wuxianovel frowned, a glint of intelligence flashing in his eyes. "In my opinion, We should take the initiative to gather intelligence on the enemy. If possible, we must eliminate them before they can strike. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. He had been contemplating the same strategy. However, he had yet to devise a means to track the enemy's movements, nor did he know their location or appearance. In this bizarre world, it was prudent to first gather information and prepare before taking action. After sharing these thoughts, Wuxianovel contemplated further. In that case, let us adopt a strategy of patience. According to your words, the enemy employs a floating method for their raids. I believe we must create long-range weaponry to strike them down as they approach. Long-range weaponry. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Precisely, Wuxianovel replied, clasping his hands. Although I cannot recall my past experiences, I possess knowledge of crafting crossbows. If we can equip the island with powerful crossbows, we shall undoubtedly vanquish any intruders. Powerful crossbows? Jiang Tian mused for a moment, recalling the ancient siege weapons mounted on city walls. If such devices were placed on the island, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc on any advancing foes. Naturally, Jiang Tian was wholly supportive of this proposal. Wuxianovel continued, to construct these crossbows, we will require hardwood for the bow body and bronze for the mechanism. Bronze? You say? Jiang Tian began to respond, mentioning that he had not procured any metal recently, only to notice Wuxianovel's eyes fixated on his right hand. Glancing down, Jiang Tian realized that he was holding a bronze sword. In the midst of their conversation, he had forgotten about it. And now it was under Wuxianovel's scrutiny. Momentarily, Jiang Tian fell silent. What luck! This sword, previously only used for chopping wood, could now serve a greater purpose. Did this mean he was to melt down the bronze for the mechanism? Seeing the eager anticipation on Wuxianovel's face, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Parting with this item was not a matter of sentimentality. Furthermore, he recalled that he possessed more than just this bronze piece. There were axes, short swords, and spears in his possession, which might suffice for crafting several mechanisms. However, the blacksmith shop was not yet operational, rendering him unable to melt anything down. At present, I lack the metallurgy skills. Please, tell me about other materials. What kind of hardwood do you require? Would those timber pieces suffice? Jiang Tian gestured towards the wood intended for construction. Wuxianovel immediately shook his head. This wood will not do. What wood is needed then? Jiang Tian inquired, and Wuxianovel replied, the best is mulberry wood, followed by elm and oak. Jiang Tian felt somewhat exasperated. He had none of those three types of wood, only the ordinary timber caught while fishing. It seemed that the timber he had acquired was of uniform quality, lacking any distinction. He surmised that these trees would need to be replanted. Previously, he had seen saplings for sale at the trading post, but he had not given it much thought. On one hand, the island's space was limited, making it impractical to plant every type of flora. On the other hand, he already had ample wood, rendering the notion of planting trees seemingly pointless. Given this, it appeared that the powerful crossbows would have to wait. Jiang Tian muttered, should I ask in the chat channel again? Opening the chat, he suddenly noticed a private message reply. 0066, what's up? What do you need from me today? Jiang Tian was taken aback. A response. It seemed that among the two individuals who invaded 4144, she was not one of them. Actually, I have no pressing matters. Just a casual inquiry. Have you seen the regional chat channel? No. I was busy planting trees, learning from the teacher while I sewed, my hands still muddy. On the other end, the violet-haired girl, still with dirt on her hands, paused after sending her message, suddenly taken aback when she saw the message from 1111. She stared at it for several seconds. What did he mean by casually asking? She muttered to herself, does he want to chat with me? But since I didn't reply, he feels dejected? Unbeknownst to her, a smile was beginning to form at the corners of her mouth, lifting her spirits. The fatigue she had felt seemed to dissipate. And she thought for a moment before replying, by the way, what's with you today? You're so concerned about me. Nothing much, really just asking. Is that so? The violet-haired girl hummed a little tune, slightly amused. I didn't realize you were so tsundere. Lightly teasing, she then replied, all right then, what is it you need from me? I already said, just a casual inquiry, truly nothing important. After typing this out, Jiang Tian paused to reflect and then deleted the message. Since the last time he misspoke during a meal and upset Kai Wenji, he now carefully considered his words in every conversation. He then sent, well then, I would like to ask how your wheat cultivation is progressing. Also, have you planted any trees? What kind of trees? Upon reading this, the violet-haired girl scoffed, realizing he was using wheat as a diversion. What a clueless guy. Since he had asked, she decided to answer. 0066. The wheat should be ripening soon. I'll trade you for potatoes when the time comes, no need to rush. Also, I caught a big package of saplings today, which includes peach trees, rubber trees, walnut trees, and one particularly oddly named tree called the tuo tree. I just planted them. What's wrong? Oh, that is fine. Jiang Tian had intended to respond casually and close the chat window when suddenly, his eyes lit up. 1111. What did you say? Tuo tree? Chapter 42. If he comes over, I'll just take him down. Upon seeing this message, the violet-haired girl was momentarily stunned. What was with 1111 today? He seemed unusually animated, unlike his usual demeanor. Filled with confusion, she replied, yes, the tuo tree. When I caught these saplings, the teacher said this tree is very precious. So he urged me to plant it quickly. Is there something wrong? 11:11. What a coincidence. I just happen to need that tree. Humph. The young girl let out a light hum. Damn straight, man. Your flirting techniques are utterly cliched. You definitely don't have a girlfriend. With a playful tune, she responded. Is that so? Meanwhile, Jiang Tian stared at her reply, utterly bewildered. While he was certain that this 0066 had not been invaded and was now safe, her inexplicable tone left him perplexed. It felt as though she had transformed into a different person entirely. 11:11. Indeed, this tree is precisely what I require. Speaking of which, what's with your peculiar demeanor today? You sound rather effeminate. 0066. You bastard, I am indeed a woman. What do you mean by sounding like one? The violet-haired girl nearly spat out her drink upon reading Jiang Tian's message, realizing her earlier assumptions might have been slightly off. In contrast, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Now that's the tone I expect. Just tell me, once this tree is grown, will you sell me some of its lumber? Why should I? The girl replied, reverting to her normal tone. Now, let us discuss what benefits I shall receive for this tree. 11:11. For a mature tree, 1 unit of currency per meter. 0066. No way. 5 units per meter. 11:11. Deal? The girl was taken aback. Wasn't the usual practice to negotiate thoroughly before sealing the deal? Why was he so agreeable today? I mentioned that I genuinely need this tree. We agreed. So hurry up and plant it. Then sell it to me, understand? Were you really seeking me out just for the wheat and trees? Why else would I? But you said you needed this tree at just the right moment. How did you find me? That is precisely why I said it was a coincidence. The violet-haired girl felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed she had overthought things this time. Curiosity struck her. By the way, what do you intend to do with this lumber? After a moment of silence, Jiang Tian replied, you might want to check the regional chat logs. You'll find out. Oh, she casually responded, then opened the chat logs. Although some conversations were still ongoing in the regional chat channel, the number of speakers was few. After flipping through a few pages, she stumbled upon the chat between 4144 and others. Upon seeing this, her eyes widened, and her muddy hands instinctively covered her mouth. The mention of 4144, South Mobile Island, invasion, and the followers eager to join in sent her heart racing. Since her arrival in this world, while her life had been considerably tougher than before, luck had favored her. She often caught fish and managed to trade for basic necessities. The first time she caught a goblin had startled her, but the odds of catching one were low, and she had grown accustomed to it over time. Whenever she encountered a goblin, she simply kicked it away. Although she occasionally saw messages in the chat about others being harassed by goblins, she had felt a pang of sympathy but ultimately accepted it. After all, they were monsters. Even if they harmed people, it was due to their differing races and stances. However, now, as she witnessed 4144 casually uttering those words and saw the followers openly proclaiming their intent to invade alongside him, the sense of security she had been comforting herself with shattered in an instant. It dawned on her that she was not merely experiencing life in another world. This was a survival game. A bloody survival game. If 4144 were to find her, what would become of her? The girl shuddered involuntarily. Despite the blazing sun overhead and her recent labor, she suddenly felt a chill, a bone-deep cold that no warmth could dispel. She glanced at her mentor, who had been caring for her since she arrived in this world, imparting knowledge about plants. If those invaders truly set foot on her island, what fate awaited her and her mentor? Panic surged within her. She was unsure whether to inform her mentor about the impending danger. She felt utterly lost. At that moment, a private message popped up. 11:11. So did you see it? The message snapped the girl out of her panic-stricken thoughts. Swallowing hard, she replied, yes, I saw it. Jiang Tian's expression returned to normal as he continued. I need these trees to craft crossbows for establishing defenses on the mobile island. The girl stared at the message in silence for a moment, feeling her panic diminish slightly. She asked, you seem rather calm. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? Of course, you should be. These aren't just foolish monsters. They're villains. What if they come after you? And you've made an enemy of 4144. Aren't you worried he'll retaliate? Why be afraid? Jiang Tian replied, puzzled. If he comes at me, I'll just take him down. Are you that confident? Naturally. Just look at wuxianovel. At this declaration, the violet-haired girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Wuxianovel. Just then, her mentor, who was tending to the trees, noticed her startled reaction and asked, Shaowen, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Nothing. The girl waved her hand dismissively. She gulped nervously. As someone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, how could she not know of the legendary wuxianovel? Wuxianovel, who first stepped onto the battlefield at the age of 17, captured the MVP title, became the center of attention, and was honored as the Marquis of Champion. At 22, he accomplished the feat of Fenglang Jushu, remaining undefeated throughout his life. It was the lifelong ambition of countless generals. To think such a figure was associated with 1111, what luck Jiang Tian had. The violet-haired girl took a deep breath, confirming once more, so, you mean to say you caught wuxianovel? Chapter 43. If only there were cement. Shortly after, a message came in. Yes, it's indeed Huitzubing. I just caught him. It's really him. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you realize that from my observations in the chat channel, most people catch ordinary individuals? Very few can claim the names of legendary figures. Just the other day, someone caught Panfoam, and everyone was envious. But you managed to catch Huitzubing. You're incredible. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Huitzubing, who stood before him awaiting orders. And then at Lu Bu, who was nearby mixing clay. Oh, is that so? Of course. Knowing there's such a formidable person on your side, I'm so envious. The girl exclaimed, then curiously asked, are the crossbows you're making being crafted by Huitzubing? Yes, they're intended for city defense. The girl recalled the tower defense games she used to play, envisioning powerful crossbows launching massive arrows. If she had one, she could protect herself, no longer remaining so passive in the face of danger. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself. Once you have completed the task, could you sell me a copy? I shall provide the materials. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. It is settled. The conversation came to a close. Jiang Tian then turned his attention to Huitzubing. I have identified the channels for Tumu, but they are not yet fully developed. And the powerful crossbow will require some time to manufacture. Now, I have another task to entrust you with. Please issue your command, my lord. Very well. Follow me. Saying this, Jiang Tian led him to the place where the brick molds were being crafted. Prior to his conversation with Huitzubing, Jiang Tian had instructed Shi Jigang to create another mold for the bricks, which was now complete. After demonstrating the manufacturing process, the four of them resumed their labor. Lu Bu added several shovels of clay, while Jiang Tian, Shi Jigang, and Huitzubing worked in unison to produce 3 batches of bricks simultaneously, totaling 96 pieces. Their work efficiency had significantly improved. A few hours later, the wooden rack for holding the bricks was filled to capacity. After a simple lunch, Shi Jigang ignited the nearby fire to accelerate the hardening of the bricks. He instructed Huitzubing to keep watch, while Jiang Tian allowed the others a brief respite, permitting them to take a nap. Upon entering the room, Kai Wenji attended to Jiang Tian, preparing his bed, and then lay down beside him. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang climbed into the upper and lower bunks, respectively, each face adorned with expressions of contentment, except for Wang Yun. The old man stood by the bed, glancing at the two resting in the bunks and then at the pile of clothes on the floor. He turned back, casting a somewhat aggrieved look at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, reclining in bed, couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Yun's predicament. After some contemplation, he reasoned that, after all, Wang Yun was one of his subordinates and should not be treated poorly. Moreover, with Huitzubing now present, it would be unreasonable to have them all sleeping on the floor. However, having Shi Jigang construct another bed would make the room feel cramped, even though it could accommodate it. After a moment's thought, he opened the trading post and purchased 2 tents and 2 sets of bedding, allowing Wang Yun and Huitzubing to make do for the time being. Once the tents and bedding were procured, a smile finally graced the old man's face as he exited the room to set up the tents. The other 4 were also able to indulge in a sweet slumber. An hour later, they awoke and resumed their work. Some fished while others continued bricklaying. During their labor, Kai Wenji occasionally pulled up a few wooden crates. With a few more hands available, Jiang Tian assigned Huitzubing the task of opening the crates. He instructed him that if a person was found inside, to bring them over. If it was a goblin with pointed ears and a protruding nose, to simply kick it off the edge. He then directed Huitzubing to push the floating soil over, so he could attach it. Huitzubing complied with each instruction. With additional assistance, Jiang Tian felt considerably more at ease. Time flew by amid their busy activities. Before long, the sun began to set in the west. As the tools had been prepared the previous day, and with the addition of a new member today, the results of their labor were commendable. Jiang Tian surveyed the thousands of bricks before him and nodded in satisfaction. Noticing that it was getting late, he clapped his hands. Well done, everyone. Let's call it a day. At these words, everyone rose to their feet. Huitzubing stood silently, gazing at the bricks without uttering a word. Lu Bu, stretching his wrists, looked towards the kitchen, his stomach rumbling, clearly signaling hunger. Shi Jigang raised his arms and stretched his back, exhaling deeply. Wang Yun, the old man, set down his fishing rod and laid down on the ground, snoring almost instantly. Kai Wenji scampered over, leaping into Jiang Tian's embrace. Master, what shall we have for dinner tonight? What would you like to eat? I want braised fish chunks. Very well, Shi Jigang, go catch a few fish. Understood, boss. Hee, you're so kind, master. I'll start preparing the rice and then help you learn how to cook. Indeed, very obedient. Off you go. After washing off the mud, Jiang Tian, Shi Jigang, and Kai Wenji entered the kitchen. On the small island, the aroma of cooking began to waft through the air. Half an hour later, they brought the dishes into the room, the fragrance wafting delightfully. Even Wang Yun, who had been sleeping outside, was roused by the delicious scent, wiping his mouth as he hurried towards the wooden house. After finishing their meal, the group sat around the table to rest and digest their food. After about half an hour, they felt sufficiently rejuvenated. Jiang Tian assigned Kai Wenji to wash the dishes, while Lu Bu and Huitzubing tidied up the kitchen. They then roused the blissfully sleeping Wang Yun, instructing him to return to the fishing area for extra work. Subsequently, Jiang Tian and Shi Jigang proceeded to the brick kiln to perform the next steps. They extinguished the fierce flames within and sealed the kiln to cool. Generally, the completed bricks would require continuous firing for 5 days. However, considering the previous experience of drying the bricks in just an hour, the materials here differed from reality. Calculating the time, it seemed they were nearly ready. After 1 more hour, they reopened the kiln, allowing external air to flow in. The bricks had nearly completed their firing. The next step was to remove the finished bricks and place the freshly molded ones inside for another round of firing. At this point, the others had also completed their respective tasks and were on standby. Except for Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, Jiang Tian summoned the rest to join him. Before long, all the bricks were removed from the kiln. Jiang Tian picked one up, inspecting it closely. The originally white-yellow clay had been transformed into vibrant red bricks. They appeared indistinguishable from the red brick houses he had seen before, albeit with a slightly fresher hue. Weighing it in his hand, he noted it felt comparable in weight. Shi Jigang also picked up a brick and stood on it, finding no signs of it cracking. He nodded in approval. These bricks are quite good. Jiang Tian glanced at the other thousands of molded bricks and raised an eyebrow. So, at this rate, we shall soon complete the construction of the house. Theoretically, yes. Shi Jigang responded, looking at the bricks, then suddenly chuckled ruefully. However, the quality of the constructed house may not be very solid. If only we had cement. Chapter 44, Collecting Ashes from Wood. Cement, you say? Jiang Tian murmured to himself. He opened the trading post once more and searched, yet found no trace of cement. Since there were no finished products, he resolved to make it himself. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Tian encountered another dilemma. The components of cement include limestone, clay, and iron or powder. While clay was readily available, where could he find limestone and iron or powder? Jiang Tian had come to understand that. In this version of the game, metals would not respawn for the time being. Furthermore, there was no sign of limestone either. How on earth was he supposed to manage this? Was the recent clay spawn merely intended for survivors to cultivate crops? Wasn't self-construction of brick houses supposed to be permitted in this game? Observing Jiang Tian's furrowed brow, Shi Jigang realized that even he, as the boss, could not procure cement in the short term. He then assured Jiang Tian earnestly, "Rest assured, boss. As long as I am here, even without cement, the houses we build will not be of inferior quality." Very well, Jiang Tian sighed. "All right, I leave it in your hands." He instructed everyone to stack the finished bricks and then to move the dried bricks into the kiln for firing. Jiang Tian ambled alone on the island, his hands clasped behind his back, seeking solace in solitude. He glanced at the thicket and pond to the north, then turned his gaze towards the flock of chickens, ducks, and geese to the west. Before he realized it, he had wandered into the storage shed, where an array of boxes filled with supplies awaited him. Opening several containers, he discovered an assortment of construction materials including nails and plastic sheets. The sight of these items triggered memories of cement, deepening his sense of frustration. As he continued to peruse the space, he soon found himself in a corner of the warehouse, where a large plastic bag lay, containing a small mound of gray powder. This was the residue from the tree bark and leaves used as fuel during previous cooking sessions, known scientifically as wood ash. The purpose of storing this substance was primarily to enhance the preservation of potatoes, and it could also serve as fertilizer to boost plant yield. In this resource-scarce environment, it could even be utilized for staunching bleeding in the event of injury. Overall, it proved to be quite versatile. However, Jiang Tian found himself with little time to ponder its uses. Observing the ashen hue and the powder's texture, he couldn't shake the notion that it resembled cement powder. Crouching down, he scooped a handful of wood ash, lamenting to himself, "If only you were cement." As the powder trickled through his fingers, he muttered under his breath. After uttering this thought, a wry smile crept across his face. How foolish of me. Wood ash is merely wood ash. How could it possibly transform into cement? Suddenly, he paused, his eyes fixated on the wood ash as if a revelation struck him. His mind raced through memories, and soon, several images materialized in his mind. Yes, it was indeed wood ash. Tossing aside the ashes in his hand, Jiang Tian clapped his palms together with delight and strode purposefully out of the shed. "Shi Jigang, come here for a moment." The following day dawned bright and sunny. On one of the empty islands, survivors were engaged in conversations while setting up their fishing rods. In the regional chat channel, some were exchanging pleasantries, while others were seeking various supplies. Looking to trade for a chicken, interested parties can DM. 2 fish for a plank. Trading planks for food. Hey, you two upstairs, can't you just DM each other? No way, I can't communicate with that jerk. The price he offered is far too low. Only 1 plank for 2 fish? I'll look elsewhere. Haha, I just caught a chicken. What price are you offering, chicken buyer? Everything seemed to revert to a state of tranquility, as if the events of the previous day had never transpired. Yet, numerous unfamiliar names had emerged, and the tone of conversation was notably brash. Upon closer examination, it became evident that these individuals were the very same ones who had sought to align themselves with 4144 during his boastful display yesterday. Amidst the flurry of purchase inquiries and the squabbling of various personalities, a familiar acquisition message suddenly appeared in the channel. CNNS 1111. Seeking clay, rainwater, and wood ash. This nonsensical request from a well-known ID instantly captured everyone's attention. Wood ash? Boss, if you're looking to build a house, I can understand the need for clay and water, but why wood ash? ISNT wood ash, just the refuse left after burning firewood? What is the purpose of that? Are you planning to farm? It certainly seems like you are, or else why collect clay and wood ash? If you'd mentioned that sooner. I threw away all the wood ash I had left over from cooking. Wow, turns out you're trying your hand at farming, not building a house. You really startled me yesterday. Exactly, I'm still living in a tent. My wooden house isn't even built yet. How could you possibly construct one? Haha, this guy is just putting on airs. I genuinely believe that 1111 is building a house. Why don't you all believe it? If this fool is collecting what you call trash, then let's trade with him, huh? Bah, pretentious fool. The chat channel buzzed rapidly with messages, most of which mocked Jiang Tian for boasting the previous day. Yet, this acquisition notice had its effect. While many ridiculed him, a significant number of trade offers began to flood in his direction. Jiang Tian merely smiled faintly at the derision. Believe what you will. The house I am building is not for your approval. Completely unfazed by the jests, he accepted the incoming trade offers, initiating communication as he poured the collected wood ash into a large burlap sack. The limited amount of wood ash each person had stored prolonged the trading process for over an hour, leaving his hands sore. Meanwhile, the chat channel remained abuzz with discussions. Many still mocking Jiang Tian for using precious resources to collect what they considered refuse. Others, who had a decent rapport with him, remained puzzled about his intentions with the wood ash. Ultimately, with a portion of food, some salt, and a small amount of wood, he acquired 2 large sacks of wood ash. A smile spread across Jiang Tian's face as he beheld his bounty. Finally, it was enough. He excitedly grabbed one of the burlap sacks and made his way to the bricklaying area. Shiji Gang, come take a look at this. Boss, what is this? Shiji Gang questioned, perplexed as he gazed at the 2 sacks filled with powder. He pinched a handful and rubbed it between his fingers, asking with curiosity, is this wood ash? No, Jiang Tian replied with a slight smile. This is our cement. Upon hearing this, Shiji Gang was left with a multitude of questions. While he could not definitively assert that this was indeed wood ash, he was equally certain it could not be cement. His extensive knowledge of construction led him to this conclusion. Why would his boss claim this was cement? Was it possible that due to a lack of actual cement, the pressure had led to a distortion in perception? As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of concern crossed Shiji Gang's features. Boss, you know, it is possible to construct without cement. Please trust me, stay calm. Jiang Tian was taken aback for a moment, but upon seeing Shiji Gang's expression of disbelief, he understood. Ah, I see. He doesn't believe in my vision. Rolling his eyes, he chose not to elaborate further and simply inquired, have the items we prepared yesterday dried? Yes. I just checked. They are ready for use. Good, follow me. After assigning Lu Bu and Wuxianovel to continue crafting brick molds, Jiang Tian clutched a handful of wood ash and led Shiji Gang away from the bricklaying site. After a moment as thought, he instructed Shiji Gang to fetch a plank, a water-filled plastic bucket, and a wrapping cloth. They then proceeded to a nearby location beside the brick kiln. In contrast to the previous day, a large furnace made of clay had been added, alongside a similarly crafted large bucket. In the midst of Shiji Gang's curious gaze, Jiang Tian tossed the wood ash into the bucket and began to stir it, ensuring an even mix as it settled. Once completed, he took the plank and wrapping cloth from Shiji Gang, instructing him to ignite the fire in the furnace. Next, Jiang Tian placed the plank on the ground, laying the wrapping cloth atop it. At this point, the wood ash in the bucket had nearly settled. Jiang Tian gently skimmed his hand across the water's surface, removing any floating impurities. After draining some of the water, he lifted the slurry of wood ash and water, placing it onto the wrapping cloth. Wrapping it up, he pressed firmly to expel excess moisture. When he opened the cloth again, he found the wood ash slurry had formed into a compact sphere. Shiji Gang's curiosity only grew as he watched, prompting him to ask, Boss, what is this? You will find out shortly. Jiang Tian chuckled softly, placing the ball of wood ash beside the fire to dry. After a careful inspection, he deemed it sufficiently desiccated and tossed the ash ball into the flames of the furnace. Quickly, fan the flames with the wooden board to elevate the temperature. Oh right. Shiji Gang, momentarily taken aback, picked up a thin wooden plank and vigorously fanned the fire. Jiang Tian, not idle, grabbed another board to aid in stoking the flames. The fire in the furnace blazed more fiercely, and dense smoke billowed from the chimney above. After a while, Jiang Tian waved his hand, signaling Shiji Gang, who was drenched in sweat, to stop. He then retrieved 2 branches and, amidst the flames, extracted the now orange-red ash ball, tossing it into a bucket of water. With a hissing sound, the high-temperature ash ball met the water, producing a series of extinguishing sounds and bubbling. Grabbing another clean stick, he began to stir the mixture in the bucket. Soon, the thoroughly burned ash was blended uniformly. Shiji Gang, bring over the clay powder. Oh, splendid. After his companion handed over a bag of clay, Jiang Tian instructed him to add it to the bucket. The water, once shrouded in gray mist, transformed into a mass of gray mud as Jiang Tian kneaded it with his hands. Ultimately, he poured the mud onto a wooden board, flattening it into a disc shape and pressing it firmly. The task is accomplished. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction at the mud cake. Seeing this, Shi Gang felt somewhat bewildered. Boss, what does this mean? You'll find out in due time, Jiang Tian teased, placing the board with the mud cake near the fire to expedite moisture evaporation. He then stood up, rubbed his muddy hands together, and waved at Shi Gang. Let's continue making the bricks. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the few individuals on the island ceased their labor. Shi Gang, stretching lazily and contemplating what to cook for dinner, was approached by Jiang Tian, who smiled and said, "Come, Shi Gang, let us admire our handiwork." All right, boss. Surprised at first, Shi Gang soon followed Jiang Tian southward. As they reached the furnace, he recollected the day's events, how his boss had mixed wood ash and clay to mold a cake, though he remained uncertain of its purpose. Jiang Tian crouched down beside the furnace, picking up the cake from the wooden board and brushing off the mud. A smirk appeared on his lips. Indeed, it had taken shape. Upon seeing the object in Jiang Tian's hands, Shi Gang was initially taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is this? He crouched down and accepted the mud cake from Jiang Tian, his face a mask of astonishment. The circular object, crafted from mud, had transformed into a stone-like disc. A gentle flick of his finger produced a clear sound, reminiscent of nails striking stone. When squeezed, it proved to be incredibly hard. Observing this, Jiang Tian smiled and remarked, "No need to test it further. The block formed after solidification is no inferior to cement. Is this truly made from wood ash?" Shi Gang held the stone cake in awe, his expression one of sheer shock. Despite lacking prior memories, he felt his understanding shift in that moment. "Boss, you truly know how to make cement? You are remarkable. What is the underlying principle?" Jiang Tian merely smiled faintly, choosing silence. The method for creating cement had been something he had stumbled upon in a video previously. He never imagined he would put it to use now. After reveling in his excitement over the stone cake, Shi Gang turned serious, looking at Jiang Tian. "Boss, as long as we have this material, I guarantee we can construct a solid house." That assurance suffices, Jiang Tian said, patting him on the shoulder. "Now, let us have our meal. With this new procedure added, we will likely become busier." "Understood, boss." Setting down the stone cake, the two turned toward the wooden cabin. On their way back, Jiang Tian clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky with a serene smile. Even without limestone or iron or powder, what of it? Soon, he would construct the first cement brick house of the entire aerial island world. Chapter 46, The Reinforced Goblin? Another night passed, and with the dawn's light, the rooster's crow roused the inhabitants of the wooden cabin and tents from their slumber, all except Wang Yun. As Jiang Tian and the others stepped out of the wooden cabin, Hu Bing was already hard at work laying bricks, displaying remarkable diligence. In contrast, Wang Yun remained nestled comfortably in his tent. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, instructing Lu Bu to wake him, and only then did they all begin their tasks. Those who were to fish did so, while others moved bricks. Jiang Tian, as was his custom, took a stroll around the island to inspect the current state of development. The animals in the western section had multiplied significantly. There were now over 20 chickens and ducks, and the 4 geese had also appeared. Additionally, 5 chicks and 3 ducklings had hatched at a commendable rate. The day prior, Jiang Tian had instructed Shi Gang to create another cage, where these chicks and ducklings were housed separately. Although the goose eggs had yet to hatch, they seemed close to doing so. Heading north, the planted vegetation thrived, with a small tree having grown an additional 20 centimeters. As for the vine plants, tiny fruits had begun to develop, though their type remained indiscernible. Glancing at the pond, he observed fish fry swimming around, appearing somewhat larger than before. If this continued, the small pond would surely become insufficient to sustain so many fish. An expansion was necessary. Initially, Jiang Tian had contemplated further digging to enlarge the pond, but while arranging the empty soil, he conceived a time-saving and labor-saving method. Pondering this, a smile crept across his face as he looked towards the far north. At that moment, a square hollow had emerged at the northern edge of the previous aerial island, entirely composed of empty soil, measuring 50 square meters, 2 meters above ground, with a volume of 100 cubic meters. While arranging the empty soil, Jiang Tian had an epiphany. He placed all the empty soil he had acquired over the past few days at the northernmost base of the island, forming a tiered pit. He then enclosed the edges of this area, creating a natural swimming pool-like terrain. With just a rain, this pit would fill with rainwater effortlessly, eliminating the need for laborious digging. Even in the absence of rain, he could store collected rainwater there. Once the pit filled, he would gain an additional 100 tons of reserve water resources. To be honest, Jiang Tian felt a sense of pride in this idea. Approaching the southern part of the island, Lu Bu, Shi Gang, and Hu Bing were diligently laying bricks. Nearby, stacks of over 2-meter-high finished bricks basked in the sunlight. emanating a muted red hue. Considering the quantity produced in the last few days, they had amassed around 30,000 bricks. If they completed today's quota, they would be ready to lay the foundation tomorrow, followed by large-scale cement production, marking the official commencement of house construction. Observing these developments, Jiang Tian felt a sense of contentment. This little island, once devoid of anything, was gradually taking shape. It filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. After scrutinizing the work status of others and confirming everything was in order, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel to continue acquiring resources. Clay, rainwater, and wood ash are in demand. Those wishing to sell, please respond promptly. Jiang Tian intended to keep acquiring these materials during this period. There was no need to mention clay and water resources. Future construction would heavily rely on these two items. As for wood ash, the more he stockpiled, the better. To others, such items are mere worthless debris, emotionally cheap trinkets. Yet, in Jiang Tian's eyes, they are treasures. The ability to produce cement is self-evident. But should limestone and iron ore remain elusive, he will rely on this to facilitate construction. If others were to discover that wood ash can indeed be transformed into cement, he might even profit from reselling it. Even if cement production becomes feasible later, discarding wood ash cement would be of no consequence. As the lands of others gradually expand and vegetation flourishes, these materials will inevitably be needed as fertilizers, thereby enhancing their value significantly. Purchasing now is a surefire investment. Upon voicing this opinion, the previously distracted crowd in the channel redirected their attention. Oh wow, this fool is back. Ha ha, still collecting wood ash? How much land must you farm for that? Seriously, do you even have enough land to farm? What use is all this fertilizer? Hey, why does it matter what the big shot buys? Can't you speak properly? It's none of your business. You're just as foolish. Ignore them, big shot. I support you. To those who supported him, Jiang Tian expressed his gratitude and silently noted their IDs. Should he engage in trade with them in the future, he would offer appropriate discounts. As for the mockers, he paid them no mind. Their perspectives were simply too divergent to warrant a response. In no time, a plethora of transactions came pouring in for Jiang Tian, predominantly consisting of wood ash, what the average person would deem refuse. Clay was considerably less frequent, and water was practically non-existent. Following the chaos instigated by 4144, many individuals in the vicinity had developed a desire to hoard clay and water for construction. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian had overseas channels. Utilizing two currency notes as intermediaries, he called upon a foreign friend to assist in his endeavors. Transactions for clay and rainwater soon began to flow his way again. After over an hour, this wave of acquisition concluded. Surrounding Jiang Tian were large sacks of clay and plastic barrels filled to the brim with water. Whatever wuxianovel fit in the barrels was poured into the pool he had created. The feeling of abundance was indeed refreshing. Jiang Tian paused to smile, planning to take a brief respite. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he opened the regional chat channel to pass the time. At this moment, the taunts directed at Jiang Tian for collecting refuse had largely subsided. Survivors within the channel began posting their own purchase requests or engaging in light banter about their recent catches, be it a creature they'd hooked or boasting of having constructed a wooden house of over 10 square meters. The atmosphere appeared quite harmonious. Just then, a message appeared, capturing everyone's attention. Oh my, I just hooked a chest, and out popped a goblin. I thought there was something significant in there. It's just a goblin. Seriously, what is the big deal? I've caught one of those before. This guy must be lucky. He hasn't caught one prior, has he? As the crowd mocked the individual, the one who had caught the goblin spoke up again. No, the one I caught isn't the usual goblin. It's been enhanced. Chapter 47. My lord, don't touch it. I'll handle it. What? An enhanced goblin? What on earth is that? How is this goblin enhanced? Explain. In an instant, the regional chat channel buzzed with excitement. Everyone clamored for the person to clarify this so-called enhanced goblin. Under the collective gaze, the individual spoke again. I can't describe it precisely, but this goblin is different. Its belly is smaller, it has more muscle, and it seems taller. It even wields a stick. It feels like it's leveled up. Goblin upgrades? I just caught one. And it was a regular goblin. Are you dreaming? Is this guy trying to fool us? He is telling the truth. I just caught one like that too. It even hit my subordinate with a stick. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and smashed it with a stone. Oh wow, could it really be that these things can upgrade? That raises the stakes. If they can upgrade, can we still contend with these monsters? The chatter in the regional channel escalated, the messages flowing rapidly. Initially, the appearance of goblins from wooden boxes startled many. However, over the past few days, discussions in the world and regional chat channels have provided a clearer understanding of these creatures. It appeared that all the goblins caught by everyone were of a similar caliber. With their physique and combat prowess akin to a 10-year-old child, they posed little threat. Even if caught, a simple scuffle would suffice to deal with them. And they were not regarded with much concern. However, the recent increase in the frequency of goblin spawns and the notion of them being enhanced stirred a wave of unease. Observing this, Jiang Tian switched windows and entered the world chat channel. A flurry of discussions about the upgraded monsters filled the space. Hey, I just caught a goblin. Why has it become stronger? Did it hit the gym? My goodness, what am I seeing? There's a moving skeleton in the chest. Oh my. There's a hyena in this box. I've been bitten. I just opened a box and found a merman. Huh. Isn't a merman a great find? It sounds thrilling. They mean a merman with a fish upper body, not a mermaid with a human upper body. You dolt. Upon absorbing the situation, Jiang Tian grasped the overall changes. It seemed the game had undergone another update, enhancing the monster system and introducing a variety of new creatures. Yet, some individuals, particularly fortunate ones, still managed to catch the previously weaker goblins. It appeared that the anticipated difficulty of living in this realm was gradually escalating. That said, since others were catching these upgraded monsters, surely with so many fishing rods at his disposal, he had also secured something similar, right? Recently, the task of fishing had been entrusted to Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, while the task of opening boxes had been delegated to Huotsubing. Jiang Tian was somewhat in the dark regarding what had been caught on his end. However, he distinctly recalled hearing the sound of heavy objects falling into the sea during the transaction, likely from Huotsubing's actions. Just then, a shout from Kai Wenji at the fishing spot caught his attention. Oh dear, this thing feels a bit heavy. Heavy? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Lately, Kai Wenji's physical capabilities had improved, her strength significantly enhanced. She had never complained of heaviness when reeling in larger timber. What was different this time? Closing the chat interface, he exchanged a glance with Huotsubing. Huotsubing set down his brick and followed Jiang Tian to the fishing area. There, Kai Wenji's fishing rod was bent into a U-shape. Without needing instruction from Jiang Tian, Huotsubing stepped forward to take the rod. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled up a medium-sized cloud. Just as Jiang Tian presumed he had hooked a wooden box, the mist dissipated to reveal a white pig, bound and squealing. Sprawled on the ground, the pig appeared neither too fat nor too thin, weighing at least 200 kilograms. Upon seeing it, Jiang Tian's interest was piqued. Initially expecting a monster, he was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected catch. Though he had previously reeled in some animals, they had all been poultry or fish. This time, he had directly caught a pig. It appears that although the difficulty of this game has intensified, the rewards have likewise escalated. The slaughter yield of a pig ranges approximately between 72 to 80%. If one considers a pig weighing around 400 gene, it would yield approximately 300 gene of meat. Just this single pig could sustain several individuals for dozens of days. Moreover, it has been quite a while since I last savored braised pork. Gazing at the pig, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Jiang Tian's eyes. Simultaneously, the old man Wang Yun was also appraising the pig, his index finger stroking his beard, chuckling to himself. Lost in contemplation. On the other side, the pig lay on the ground, squealing while casting furtive glances at its surroundings. When its eyes met those of Jiang Tian and Wang Yun, it was momentarily taken aback. The expressions on their faces were decidedly menacing, as if contemplating how to end its life. Instantly, its squeals ceased, leaving the pig utterly bewildered. Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction and commanded, Huotsubing, take it to the west and set it down. On your way, kindly ask Shi Jigang and Lu Bu to cease their work and join us in constructing a pig pen. Yes, my lord, Huotsubing replied, hoisting the pig and departing. Jiang Tian turned to Kai Wenji and inquired, Kai Wenji, during this time, have you caught any chests? I've caught one, she replied. What is inside it? Kai Wenji pondered for a moment, blinking her large eyes. It seems to contain a goblin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian was taken aback. Seems to? He questioned. Did you not see it? No. Kai Wenji shook her head, explaining, since yesterday afternoon, Huotsubing has not waited by the box as he did initially. Instead, after opening it, he peered inside, and upon seeing it was not human, he punched the contents and discarded the box, so I could not ascertain what was inside. Jiang Tian found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet, this was indeed Huotsubing's style, bold and direct. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tian sat down on the ground, awaiting the next opportunity to fish up a wooden box, eager to personally open it and see what transformations the creatures within had undergone. Before long, the bell chimed once more. Bang! Kai Wenji hoisted a wooden box out of the water. Jiang Tian instructed Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to step back momentarily as he prepared to open the box. Just then, a commotion erupted behind him. My lord, do not touch it, allow me, Huotsubing exclaimed, rushing toward him, eyes fixed on the wooden box, a murderous intent radiating from his gaze. He swiftly arrived at Jiang Tian's side, requesting permission to open the box. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Tian stepped aside and commanded, if you are to open the box, ensure that if it contains a monster, do not hastily discard it. First, pull it out for me to inspect. Understood, my lord, Huotsubing replied with a salute. Moving to the box, he swiftly pulled out the movable wooden plank and leaned in to look. Inside, the creature sensed the light, let out a cry, and suddenly felt its neck grasped by an iron hand, lifting it up. Bang! A humanoid being was thrown onto the ground by Huotsubing. Jiang Tian approached to examine the creature. It was yet another goblin, though it appeared considerably more robust than those he had encountered previously. The once frail arms now bore some muscle, and its belly was no longer the protruding roundness of before. It also seemed taller than its predecessors. Clutching a stone club resembling a baseball bat, it was swiftly discarded by wuxianovel, crashing to the ground. It seemed to be a higher-tier version of the previous goblins. Of course, its face remained as grotesque as ever. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that, in comparison to before, this goblin's combat prowess had roughly doubled, and it was now armed. While such strength would be insufficient against Jiang Tian's side, it posed a significant threat to unprepared ordinary folk. Seeing this creature, Kai Wenji hurried to Jiang Tian's side, gripping his hand tightly, seemingly frightened. Yet, her face bore no expression of fear, instead adorned with a sly smile reminiscent of a little fox, as if she had gained some advantage. After observing, Jiang Tian nodded. Very well, dispose of it. Yes, my lord. Just as the goblin regained its senses, wuxianovel hurled it overboard. Splash! The sea erupted in waves as various fish gathered around. At that moment, Jiang Tian felt a warmth on his left hand. Turning around, he smiled and gently stroked Kai Wenji's hair. Do not worry, the monster has been cast away. Continue fishing. Okay, Kai Wenji pouted, reluctantly releasing Jiang Tian's hand. Jiang Tian then turned his attention back to wuxianovel, reflecting on his earlier box-opening actions, and advised, in the future, when opening boxes, merely remove the lid and stand to the side. Do not lean in directly, understood? My lord, it is of no concern. A mere pawn. What is there to fear? wuxianovel dismissed the caution. Jiang Tian shook his head at this. Currently, these monsters posed no threat to him. They were scarcely even worth considering as mere pawns. Yet, in such an unpredictable environment, what lay within the boxes could change in an instant. No one could predict what treacherous surprise might leap out next. Should he inadvertently fall victim to a trap, it would indeed be troublesome. After issuing a few more directives in a commanding tone, wuxianovel finally acquiesced. Subsequently, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun resumed their fishing, while wuxianovel joined Lu Bu and Shi Jigang in constructing the pig pen. Soon, the pen was completed, and the pig was released inside. They hastily resumed crafting bricks. Everything returned to its previous rhythm. However, each time a box was pulled up, wuxianovel would pause his work, insisting on opening it. Observing his eager demeanor, Jiang Tian did not object, merely instructing him to first extract the monster for inspection before discarding it into the sea. As time flowed, the sun dipped toward the horizon, signaling the end of the workday. Jiang Tian headed east to tally the materials gathered from the day's fishing, beyond the usual wood and grains. He noted the acquisition of various seeds and animals. In total, they had caught 2 geese, 2 sheep, and 1 pig. Additionally, there were some noteworthy finds. Among the monsters caught today, besides the enhanced goblin, there were also some skeletons wielding weapons and fishmen. Jiang Tian surveyed the array of stone clubs, bone knives, and stone forks that had fallen from the defeated creatures. It could be considered a fortunate haul of equipment. After a brief rest, Jiang Tian assigned Shi Jigang to prepare a meal. At this moment, Kai Wenji approached with a cheerful demeanor. Master, let me cook this time. You want to cook? Yes. Over the past few days, I've learned while assisting. So quickly? Jiang Tian was somewhat astonished. Yet, considering Kai Wenji's background as a talented scholar, it was not surprising that she possessed a quick learning ability. Allowing her a chance seemed reasonable. He gently ruffled her hair and smiled. Very well. I shall await the delight of your culinary skills. All right. Kai Wenji beamed, bouncing into the kitchen. The wait for the food was lengthy. Within the wooden house, the group sat around the table, feeling somewhat bored. Shi Jigang took out paper and pen, sketching something to pass the time. Jiang Tian, finding himself with nothing to do, opened the regional chat channel once more. The atmosphere was lively, filled with discussions about the fluctuations in cloud resources today, as well as the increasing strength of monsters. Haha, I caught a pig today. Now I have plenty to eat. Damn, I also managed to snag a pig. Though it was just a wild boar that jumped out of a box. It chased me all over the place. Those tusks are terrifying. A wild boar. I've heard they're quite formidable. How did you manage to escape? It couldn't stop itself while chasing me and ended up plunging into the waters, only to be devoured by a large fish. What a pity. I've heard wild boar meat is quite delectable. To enjoy that, one must live to tell the tale. Haven't you heard the saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers? Enough about food. Today I fished out a chest, and a merman jumped out and stabbed me. It pierced my arm, and I'm still bleeding. Who has a bandage? I'm in desperate need. 4144. Ha, what is there to fear? You lot are pathetic. I caught 3 monsters today, and I dealt with all of them myself. As soon as 4144's message appeared, those who had previously sought to align with him quickly began to flood the chat with messages of admiration. 4144, you're amazing. No wonder I look up to you. Can I join you? How does your island move? Teach me. Bolstered by their flattery, 4144 seemed to bask in the attention. After a brief display of bravado, he scrolled through the chat history and sent another message. Hey, where's that 1111? Why hasn't he said anything? Did a monster get him? Haha. Chapter 49, what are you two up to? This audacious remark caused Jiang Tian to roll his eyes, deciding not to engage with this fool. Those who were fawning over 4144 immediately jumped on the bandwagon. Haha, the boss is right. I also think that guy probably got killed by a monster. That farming fool must have been too scared to move when he hooked a monster. You lot have foul mouths. You're the ones who should worry. 1111 is just busy. 0066. Puffed. Your whole family would perish before 1111 ever does. You piece of trash. Oh, is 1111's dog barking for its master now? I've heard he has plenty of resources on his island. 4144, go take them. With Jiang Tian absent and 4144 receiving such adulation, he grew even more smug. He continued, ha ha ha, even if he is lucky enough to be alive, so what? If anyone knows 1111's whereabouts, let me know. Once I seize all his possessions, I'll share half with you. I've disliked that pretentious brat for a long time. What else with the showboating? Exactly, boss, take him down. Count me in. A horde of sycophants. Truly nauseating. 0066. You idiots, 1111 caught Wuxianovel yesterday. If you're brave enough, go challenge him. One by one, you'll fall. As soon as 0066 words were sent, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an eerie silence. For a moment, the regional chat channel seemed to freeze, motionless. After a brief pause, messages began to trickle in. What? Wuxianovel? Are you talking about the legendary general who annihilated 110,000 Xiongnu forces? Wuxianovel? My heavens, I can't be mistaken. If this were a game, he would be an SSSS-ranked hero. Damn it. Why did I only catch a common bandit? Why is it that he can reel in such extraordinary beings while I'm left with nothing but an ordinary person? I caught someone claiming to know Taekwondo, which I thought was impressive, but he caught Wuxianovel. 1111 is truly remarkable. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian felt a sense of exasperation. Good heavens. How loose-lipped could this girl be? The news of him catching Wuxianovel had only been shared with her, and now the entire region was aware. This would only serve to heighten 4144's vigilance. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and began drafting a private message. Meanwhile, on the other end, the purple-haired girl felt a surge of pride upon seeing the effect of her words. She continued, 0066. Humph, so what? Weren't you all shouting loudly just now? Where are you now? Where's 4144? Come out and keep pretending. Silence ensued. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl felt even more triumphant, as if she had personally caught Wuxianovel, making them all fearful of her presence. She continued to edit her message. Let me tell you, 1111 is currently crafting weapons. Just as she was finishing, a private message arrived. 1111. All right, enough of that. Don't divulge my information like this. Are you a spy sent by 4144? The girl was taken aback, quickly realizing her mistake. Oh, I'm sorry. I let it slip. 1111. From now on, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I want to be able to communicate with you openly. Okay, she replied. After sending the message, the purple-haired girl scrutinized Jiang Tian's words, her face suddenly flushing. Puffed. Pervert. Jiang Tian was left bewildered. In the regional chat channel, neither Jiang Tian nor 0066 continued their conversation. However, others who found 4144 unappealing kept mocking him. After a while, 4144 finally sent a message in the chat window. So what if it's Wuxianovel? Can he fly over and attack me? Besides, if I can't take him on one-on-one, can't I just gang up on him? I'll be honest with you all, I just slaughtered another one today. That kid from the island is now with me, and once I gather a crew, I'll wipe you all out. As soon as he finished, another message quickly followed. Yes, today I was lucky enough to have 4144 visit my little island. Our islands have merged, and from now on, I'm with the boss. Haha. A chorus of dog-like followers. Upon reading that message, nearly everyone thought the same thing. It was utterly disgraceful how he was groveling after having his territory invaded. After a brief exchange, the two fell silent due to a lack of message quota. The chat channel finally returned to normal. At this moment, the meal was ready. Kai Wenji and Shi Jigang placed dish after dish on the table, and everyone began to prepare for dinner. Jiang Tian also closed the chat channel. Come master, try this. Kai Wenji served Jiang Tian some rice and offered him a pair of chopsticks with a piece of meat. Jiang Tian accepted it and savored the fish, chewing slowly before swallowing. Although the taste was somewhat inferior to before, it was indeed impressive that Kai Wenji could cook this well on her first attempt. Master, how does it taste? Kai Wenji gazed at Jiang Tian with wide eyes, eagerly awaiting praise. Jiang Tian smiled and set down his utensils, complimenting her. It's quite good. Very delicious. Do you really like the dishes I make? Absolutely. That is wonderful. Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji's eyes curved into crescent moons. Overjoyed, she leaped into Jiang Tian's embrace and exclaimed, if you like it, I'll cook for you every day. All right, I appreciate your hard work. Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled Kai Wenji's hair and said, now, let us eat. Master, try this too. Not long after, the meal concluded. Kai Wenji went to wash the dishes while Wuxianovel and Shi Jigang tidied up the kitchen. Lu Bu remained in the room, diligently cleaning the stains off the table, while Jiang Tian and the elderly Wang Yun rested nearby. In this moment of idleness, Jiang Tian's mind wandered back to the recent scene in the chat channel. The individual whose island had been invaded had become a captive, yet still found the audacity to fawn over that 4144. Such behavior is incomprehensible to any reasonably sane person. Sighing, Jiang Tian expressed his thoughts. He felt no sympathy for that individual. Rather, he found the situation somewhat pitiful. At that moment, Lu Bu, catching the sound of the sigh, furrowed his brow and curiously inquired, "My lord, what troubles you?" After a moment's reflection, Jiang Tian decided to share his thoughts with Lu Bu. To ensure Lu Bu comprehended, he likened the island to a nation, recounting the tale of a land being invaded and the disgraceful actions of those who grovel before their conquerors. "What? Such people exist?" Lu Bu exclaimed, his anger igniting as he cursed vehemently. "A true man, living in this vast world, how can he endure a life beneath others for so long? What a worthless wretch." Wang Yun chimed in, "Lu Bu speaks well." "Indeed, he does," Jiang Tian replied casually, only to realize those words sounded familiar. His mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Bu and Wang Yun, asking, "What exactly are you two plotting?" Chapter 50. This thing must not be consumed recklessly. The following day, with the crowing of a rooster, the inhabitants of the island awoke one by one. Wang Yun, who had indulged in a lie-in, was roused by wuxianovel, following Jiang Tian's orders to join in fishing. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian himself remained tucked in bed, still asleep. "Master, shall I prepare for your morning wash?" Kai Wenji inquired, holding a basin of water at his bedside. In a state of half-dream, Jiang Tian waved his hand and mumbled, "No, I didn't sleep well last night. Let me rest a little longer." "All right, I shall tend to the animals first," Kai Wenji replied, blinking her large eyes before setting the basin down and leaving. As she walked away, she thought to herself, "My master must be exhausted. Today, I must prepare a splendid meal to nourish him." With that resolution, she headed west, selecting some well-grown poultry. Soon, Jiang Tian was left alone in the room, continuing to slumber, his breathing rhythmic as dreams enveloped him. In his dream, he found himself resting in a room, while Lu Bu and Wang Yun were in another room, engaged in a fervent discussion. Suddenly, Lu Bu slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "A true man, living in this vast world. How can he endure a life beneath others for so long?" Wang Yun echoed, "With the general's talents, he cannot be constrained by Jiang Taisher." The two continued their discourse, and Lu Bu suddenly grabbed a sword and charged towards him. In an instant, Jiang Tian jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, his heart racing. "Damn it, not again. This nightmare has haunted me all night." This singular dream had startled him awake countless times, contributing to his restless night. What on earth is happening? Jiang Tian shook his head in resignation, abandoning the idea of sleep. Leaning against the bed rail, he opened the chat channel, seeking distraction. To his surprise, upon accessing the chat system, he was inundated with a multitude of private messages. "Big Boss, you've become a sensation. 1111 Big Boss. The world channel is buzzing about your wuxianovel. You're truly remarkable. How did you manage to catch wuxianovel? Can you share your experience?" 1111 Big Boss. "I previously played mobile games and had terrible luck, always failing to draw good cards. Do I have a chance to catch a famous general like you? Do you have any more renowned heroes? Could you spare me a few? As a student, could you possibly gift me wuxianovel?" Jiang Tian stared at these messages, utterly bewildered. What on earth is this nonsense? Clicking into the world channel, he discovered indeed that discussions about him were rampant. You all heard, right? Number 1111 in the CNNS area caught a wuxianovel. We knew it long ago, it spread last night. That 1111 has incredible luck to catch someone like wuxianovel. In our CNNS region, everyone is a big shot. I feel like I'm incredibly impressive now. Oh my god, are you talking about that god of slaughter, wuxianovel? I admit, your wuxianovel might be impressive, but my Miyamoto Musashi is no slouch. True, I also caught Oda Nobunaga yesterday. Sometimes, catching certain monsters pales in comparison before this esteemed figure. Haha. I caught the legendary pirate Blackbeard, Edward Teach. Wow. He is my idol. Dude, you're amazing. But seriously, what is the point of catching a pirate on the floating island? That does seem a bit off. Why is it that I only know your generals? Don't we have any here? In that moment, the world channel erupted with individuals boasting about the famous figures they had caught. Each claimed that their catches were the most impressive. A few even began to quarrel, urging each side's generals to duel and see whose strength was superior. Of course, given the current circumstances, they were unable to fight, unless they also figured out how to move the floating island. The thought of moving the island naturally led him back to the 4144. Given the cowardly attitude he exhibited yesterday, it was unlikely he would trouble Jiang Tian in the near future. By the time he did come around, the island's defenses would surely be fortified. What Jiang Tian needed to do now was to lie in wait, ready to deliver a decisive blow when the opportunity arose. With this thought, Jiang Tian felt somewhat more at ease. Stretching, he slipped out of bed to wash his face, then stepped out of the wooden cabin, meandering around the island. On the island, everything appeared normal. Kai Wenji and Wang Yun were still fishing, while Lu Bu, Shi Jigang, and wuxianovel were busy crafting brick molds. Once this batch was completed, they could dig the foundation in the afternoon and use ash to make cement. The chickens, ducks, geese, fish, sheep, and pigs had all been fed and were enjoying their meals in their respective areas. Spotting the plants growing by the pond, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. The vines he had planted were bearing fruit that had begun to take shape, long, round, and a vibrant green. It was now clear what these plants were: cucumbers. This was a delightful find, as cucumbers are not only rich in vitamins and sugars, but they can also be used in cooking or enjoyed as fruit, providing cooling and detoxifying properties. Jiang Tian felt quite satisfied with the prospect of cultivating such a vegetable. As for another batch of trees that were still growing and had yet to bear fruit, he was in no hurry. At that moment, Kai Wenji's voice rang out from the fishing spot. "Master, I caught something. It's a paper tube wrapped in a plastic bag. What do you think this is?" Jiang Tian was taken aback and walked over to the fishing area. Kai Wenji was holding a plastic bag, her small nose sniffing inquisitively at it. "Wow, it smells delightful. What is it?" Jiang Tian took the bag from her and peered inside. A yellow paper tube contained chunks of something golden and fragrant, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Another bucket of fried chicken? Fried chicken. Lu Bu, who was mixing clay, turned his head. Upon seeing the cylindrical plastic bag, he swallowed hard, abandoning his shovel and striding over, his eyes fixated on the fried chicken pieces within. As noon approached, the Lord remarked, "Why not indulge in this delicacy?" Observing his eager demeanor, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. It appeared that Lu Bu was still reminiscing about that delightful fried chicken they had previously enjoyed. At that moment, the elderly Wang Yun also joined them. Although he had never encountered such a dish, the enticing aroma wafting from it made his mouth water. Both men awaited Jiang Tian's command, and upon his signal, they prepared to savor the fried chicken. However, Jiang Tian suddenly shook his head. "No, we cannot eat this fried chicken." "Why not?" Lu Bu exclaimed, bewildered. Jiang Tian pointed to the packaging. "This bucket of fried chicken is different from the one we had last time. Previously, we caught KFC, but this time, we have Wallace." "My lord, what is the difference between the two?" Lu Bu inquired. "Of course," Jiang Tian replied, both amused and exasperated. "Wallace's meal cannot be consumed casually. Finishing it will turn one into a jet warrior." "A jet warrior? What does that mean?" The other three looked utterly confused. "Simply put, eating this will result in explosive diarrhea," Jiang Tian explained vaguely. As he described this brand of fried chicken, a complex expression crossed his face. He had once indulged in a Wallace meal himself. While it was indeed delicious at the time, he had spent the entire night writhing in discomfort, nearly collapsing on the toilet. And that was not the worst of it. He had heard tales online of someone who suffered for 2 whole days after consuming it. In their current circumstances, they could not afford to be incapacitated by such an ordeal, as it would hinder their productivity. Having concluded his explanation, Jiang Tian observed the disappointment on the faces of the 3 men and reassured them. "In any case, we cannot consume this. It's merely fried chicken. We can prepare it ourselves in the future." At this, their spirits brightened once more. Lu Bu then asked, "My lord, if we cannot eat it, what shall we do with it? Should we simply discard it?" "Discard it? How could we?" Jiang Tian chuckled, eyeing the yellow paper bucket. "Of course. We shall sell it." With that, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. In the regional chat, various individuals were posting buy and sell requests, engaging in casual banter, and sharing their experiences on the island. "Buying wooden planks. DM if interested. 2 eggs for sale. I think my plants have finally grown. Have yours sprouted yet? I planted something too, but I didn't know what it was. Now I see it's cabbage. Same here. I only realized I had chili seeds after they grew. Haha. I caught radish seeds before. Now we'll have something to eat. 0888. My little cucumber seems ready to ripen. Haha. Is it even appropriate for you to say that? Bro, are you revealing something? By the way, why is a cucumber called a cucumber when it's clearly green? 0888. I know. Even though it's green, its uses are quite yellow. Uft. What an explanation. Pervert. What the heck? Show off, bro. 666,666. Just as the discussion about vegetables was unfolding, a rather untimely message appeared. 1111. Selling a bucket of fried chicken. Highest bidder wins. Upon seeing this, everyone was taken aback. What? Fried chicken? I haven't had that in ages. How much? Boss. Can I trade you clay and water for it? Boss, why are you suddenly selling fried chicken? Did you catch a bucket again? Dude, how do you keep fishing up such treasures? Boss, you're actually selling these? Don't you want it for yourself? In response to the inquiries, Jiang Tian pondered before explaining. I had it once before. It's too greasy and not that tasty. I decided to sell it instead. Wow, that sounds infuriating. I want to buy it. Boss, I'm willing to trade 10 wooden planks. I'll offer 15, plus a bag of clay. I'll give you 20, along with a bag of clay and a bag of ash. Messages flooded in, each vying for the chance to acquire the bucket. Jiang Tian received countless private messages from those eager to purchase it. Among them were a few familiar names. 0888. Come on, this isn't fair. If you're selling fried chicken, why didn't you talk to me first? We could negotiate. Jiang Tian smiled wryly. 1111. I made it clear beforehand. This is a Wallace bucket. If you want it, I'll sell it to you. 0888. What? You mean that Jet Warrior meal? No thanks. 0066. Fried chicken? I haven't had that in so long. Can you sell it to me? 1111. This is a Wallace bucket. 0066. Wait, I see why you're so generous. You're up to something. I don't want to end up with diarrhea, so sell it to someone else. After warning a couple of acquaintances, Jiang Tian began selecting the highest bidders from the private messages. Just then, one message caught his eye. I am willing to trade 50 wooden planks and 3 bags of clay for that bucket. Is that acceptable? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. What a generous offer. Though he himself lacked for wood, in this environment, timber was exceedingly valuable to the average person. Most other bids for the bucket were only around 25 planks. Upon checking the ID of the sender, Jiang Tian was surprised to realize it belonged to the sycophant who had lost land to 4,144 the previous day. Why would he suddenly seek to trade with him for fried chicken? After a moment's contemplation, it wasn't hard to surmise. This must be 4,144's directive. A sly smile crept across Jiang Tian's face. This little fellow wanted to eat but was too embarrassed to ask directly. Perhaps he feared Jiang Tian would refuse him. So, he sent a lackey to negotiate. That said, this lackey had indeed gathered quite a bit of resources. Well then, if you're willing to pay, I am willing to oblige. Jiang Tian feigned ignorance and began negotiating with the individual. Not long after, on a certain sky island, my lord, the bucket was acquired, costing 70 wooden planks and 5 bags of clay. A youth, around 16 or 17, bowed deeply as he presented a paper bucket to 4144. However, the brand name on the bucket had been obscured with a black marker. Good work. 4144 accepted the bucket. His spirits lifted as he gazed at the fried chicken within. Ha ha ha. 1111 never expected this. The bucket he caught is now in my hands. In the World Channel, few could boast of catching a bucket like this. Its value far exceeded that of mere timber. He couldn't believe he had sold it for such a price. What a fool. Chuckling derisively, he pulled out a chicken leg and took a hearty bite. The sight made the youth's mouth water. My lord, could I perhaps have a piece? Get lost. Who do you think you are? This is all for me. 4144 scoffed. Go do your work and stop being a nuisance. Yes. The youth could only cast one last longing glance at the fried chicken before quietly exiting the room. After finishing his meal, 4144 licked his fingers clean, savoring the lingering taste. Since arriving on the Sky Island, it had been an eternity since he last indulged in fried delicacies. To his surprise, he had managed to exploit a fortunate loophole this time. It was all thanks to the foolish 1111. Otherwise, he might have gone his entire life without tasting fried chicken. Although he possessed both chicken and oil, his previous attempts had failed miserably to replicate that exquisite flavor. Truly, the ready-made variety was the most delectable. With this thought in mind, he opened the regional chat channel. 4144, 1111, you absolute fool. Your fried chicken is quite delightful. Thank you, huh? Chapter 52. Why not slaughter that pig and craft some pigskin armor? Upon sending the message, those who had failed to procure fried chicken, along with others eager to align with 4144, began to mock him simultaneously. Aren't 1111 and 4,144 rivals? Why would he sell chicken to him? I was the one who traded with 1111. I bought it, and then gifted it to the esteemed 4144. That dimwit fell for my ruse, huh? Oh, so you're that sycophant? How dare you speak to me like that? I simply choose my allies wisely. No wonder 1111 seemed absent when 4144 announced his recruitment of followers yesterday. He was oblivious to the developments. It was amusing to think that this fried chicken had ended up in the hands of his adversary. What a stroke of luck for 4144. Ha ha. That pretentious 1111 must be utterly dumbfounded now. Observing these messages, 4144 felt quite pleased. He called over the young lad occupying his territory and instructed him to dispose of the food remnants. As he savored the lingering taste, a smirk crept across his face. However, he soon sensed something amiss. After waiting for quite some time, 1111 showed no signs of response. Not only that, but the two guardians of 1111, 0888 and 0066, also refrained from confronting him. Had they truly been shaken by his trickery? TSK, 4144 scoffed, shaking his head. These little rascals were far too inexperienced to challenge him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a frown creased his brow. He suddenly felt an odd sensation in his stomach. Gurgle. His abdomen emitted a sound akin to a vibrating phone, and an unsettling nausea washed over him. This is, as 4144 remained in a daze. He suddenly experienced a heavy, leaden sensation in his lower abdomen. In that instant, he felt as though his intestines were roaring. Oh no, I need to relieve myself. 4144's brow furrowed tightly, and his midsection felt as if it were in a vice grip. He hastily pushed aside the wooden door and, clutching his belly, dashed outside. In the midst of his subordinates' bewildered gazes, he hurried to the area designated for digging pits as toilets. As he unbuttoned his pants, a cacophony erupted. In another part of the island, a young boy held the remnants of the fried chicken that 4144 had left behind, gazing at the scraps with a sigh. What a waste. There was still meat clinging to those bones. I can't eat all of this, yet he refuses to share even a morsel with me. He glanced around furtively. Then, he stealthily took the box to an isolated spot and began to feast on the remaining chicken. Munch, munch. It had been ages since he last savored fried chicken. Today was indeed a stroke of luck. The boy chewed contentedly. tossing aside a clean bone into a bucket before discarding it. Just then, a grumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Gurgle. His brow furrowed, and his midsection tightened. He dashed toward the toilet area, squatting down beside 4144. Both of them appeared pale, staring at each other in bewilderment. Are you also? Yes. I snuck a bite, and this chicken must be poisoned. Damn it, I noticed it too. This is ridiculous. I've been duped. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiang Tian and the islanders concluded their day's labor. After tallying the spoils of the day, the haul was quite satisfactory. Aside from clay, wood, and other materials, they had also acquired some flour, rice, and additional food, along with a couple of pigs and a sheep, resources for sustainable development. Moreover, Wang Yun had surprisingly caught a man named Jiang Tian. Yet, this man was rather unremarkable in name, appearance, and overall qualities. He seemed like an ordinary individual without any distinctive traits. However, that was of little consequence. It was a time when manpower was essential. Jiang Tian arranged for Shi Jigang to lead him in construction work. This morning, they completed the last batch of brick molds. In the afternoon, several of them collaborated to excavate the foundation. After dinner, they continued working overtime, burning wood ash and clay to produce cement and fill some areas. After tidying up, Kai Wenji greeted Jiang Tian before rushing into the kitchen. Huotsubing ran west to catch chickens, while Lu Bu took Zhang San to the pond to fish, each preparing ingredients to minimize waiting times for meals. Shi Jigang entered the house, pulling out paper and pen to sketch designs for future renovations of the house. Everything appeared rather mundane. At that moment, Jiang Tian turned to the old fisherman lying beside him and inquired, Wang Yun, how many monster-filled crates did you catch today? The old man pondered for a moment. About 20, all collected by Huotsubing. 20? Are they all enhanced monsters? Mostly. But there should be a few ordinary goblins as well. Understood. Jiang Tian stroked his chin, pondering for a while. Yesterday, he had caught over 10 monster-filled crates. Today, the number had risen to 20. It seemed the frequency of monster appearances was on the rise. Glancing at the chat channel, he noticed that no one seemed to have discovered this phenomenon yet. This was to be expected. Typically, individuals possessed only one fishing rod, averaging one monster catch per day. Those who caught 2 or 3 merely blamed their bad luck. Had he not possessed multiple rods and ample data to analyze, he might not have uncovered this trend. At this hour, it was also mealtime for the others. The chatter in the chat grew more lively as people shared their meals and discussed their encounters with monsters. Today, I caught a pig. Wow. Buddy, remember to sell me some meat when you slaughter it. I haven't had pork in ages. Who says otherwise? Why can't I catch such large animals? Forget pigs. I caught a goblin and a skeleton today. Nearly got stabbed. Same here. I was so startled that I spent the night crafting wooden armor with planks and ropes. Now I feel much sturdier. Wooden armor? How do you make that? You carve pieces of wood to fit your body and then bind them together with ropes to wear. Wow, that is impressive. I'll make one too. Seeing this, Jiang Tian silently nodded. Although the variety of materials was currently limited, and Lu Bu and Huotsubing's formidable strength rendered such protective gear unnecessary for now, precautions still needed to be taken. Of course, the wooden armor described by the other survivors was hardly worth considering. Given its quality, it would likely break down quickly. Moreover, crafting it in the manner they suggested seemed to be a waste of time. Lu Bu and Huotsubing would not be interested in such trinkets. Without metal, they couldn't craft iron armor at the moment. In light of this, what could be created? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian contemplated. How about we slaughter that pig and fashion some pigskin armor? Chapter 53. What on earth did you do to the fried chicken? When this thought emerged, Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words. Setting aside the matter of the defensive capabilities of pigskin, the idea of encasing oneself in a layer of it felt rather peculiar. Lu Bu and Huotsubing would likely struggle to accept such an absurdity. Perhaps it would be best to forego the notion of leather armor altogether. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian resolved to revisit the idea in a few days. If he could manage to fish up some metal, he would craft a metal armor. If that proved unfeasible, he could always gather some vines to create a vine armor. He promptly sent a message to 0888, requesting to be informed should any metal be caught, so he could arrange for its purchase. Additionally, he asked 0066 to collect some vines for him to sell later. After organizing these tasks, the meal was nearly ready. Compared to yesterday, Kai Wenji's culinary skills had evidently improved further. The group dined and conversed, enjoying a warm and convivial atmosphere. However, with the increasing number of attendees, the small round table felt rather crowded. It was a stark contrast to when only 4 individuals occupied it. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yun and Huotsubing had joined, bringing the total to 7 with the newcomers caught today. It seemed inevitable that a new table would need to be constructed. Given the current trajectory, the number of people would only continue to rise. Merely building tables would be a temporary solution. It would become laborious to keep crafting new ones periodically. Moreover, accommodations for everyone would also need to be arranged. As he mulled over these considerations while eating, Jiang Tian was unaware that the meal had concluded. Others began tidying up or returning to their workstations. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian reclined leisurely, opening the chat channel to pass the time. At that moment, It appeared that others had also finished their meals and were engaging in casual conversation. Selling radish plant seeds in exchange for food or wood. Selling fresh cabbage, available for trade with other foods or wood. Selling scallions and garlic. Upon seeing these enticing offerings, Jiang Tian sent a message expressing his interest in purchasing. 1111. Those selling food seeds and vegetables may approach me for trade. Prices are negotiable. Wow. The big shot has arrived. Big shot. I have garlic here. Can I trade it for some salt and spicy strips? 1111. Big shot. I have chili peppers. I heard you have chips and cola. Let's trade. Big shot. Me too. I have fresh carrots. 10 carrots for just 1 huazi. What do you say? As Jiang Tian was engaged in trade, a familiar ID suddenly appeared in the regional chat, venting angrily. 4144. Damn it, everyone. Do not trade with this 1111. This scoundrel poisons food. The bucket of fried chicken I bought from him this morning nearly killed me. Upon hearing this, those who were about to trade with Jiang Tian halted, their expressions shifting to shock. What? Poison? Surely not. I traded food with the big shot before, and nothing like this ever happened. If 1111 really poisoned his food, how can you still be here ranting? But what if what 4144 said is true? What if 1111 really did poison the food? Then we would be in peril. Amidst the speculation, an official message suddenly surfaced in the chat window. Official notice. All items traded in the trading system must accurately reflect the conditions described in the transaction. No information that deviates from the original item may be concealed. For example, if wood has been wet by rain, it must be noted as wood soaked by rain. If any chemical substances are indeed mixed into the traded food, they must also be explicitly mentioned in the notes. Player 4144, you are being warned for defaming the system and for concealing facts. Should this occur again, penalties will be imposed. Seeing this, the group that had just traded with Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, even Jiang Tian's huazi, which he had taken a puff from, was annotated. There was no room for deception. This meant that as long as the notes were accurate, the items traded were indeed safe. Furthermore, when Jiang Tian sold the fried chicken today, others had checked the trading system to verify its status. The notes clearly indicated that it was a bucket of freshly fried chicken. There was absolutely nothing amiss. It seemed that 4144 was simply attempting to frame him. However, 4144 was left dumbfounded. Although he harbored doubts about 1111, the official statement should be trustworthy. Yet, what he had stated was also a fact. If that bucket of fried chicken was fine, how could he have been suffering until now? He angrily exclaimed, 4144. What? No poisoning? Then how the hell did you screw me over? I ate all the fried chicken you brought, and ever since, my stomach has been in turmoil. I've been running to the toilet all day. You better explain yourself. At this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Wait, first tell me. How much of that bucket of fried chicken did you consume? 4144. I finished it all. Damn it, my stomach feels like it's about to explode. I can't stop running to the bathroom. The entire day, I've done nothing but deal with this digestive disaster. Damn it. Just what did you do to that fried chicken? Chapter 54. When I opened the box earlier, a giant spider jumped out. Haha, running to the bathroom all day? 4144. You are truly something else. 4144. Can you still stand? With that, Jiang Tian burst into laughter. It was impossible to explain anything to such a person. It would be a futile endeavor. Besides, the diarrhea was not his fault. The product he offered was indeed genuine. Jiang Tian felt no guilt about the resources he had earned. If 4144 wanted to place blame, he should direct it towards the cold chain of Huailai, or perhaps lament his own stomach's inability to withstand such fare. Speaking of which, 4144 seemed to have consumed an entire bucket by himself. He would likely take 2 or 3 days to recover. A mischievous smile crept across Jiang Tian's face as he promptly closed the chat channel, leaving 4144 to scold him and those who mocked him while he scrambled for toilet paper. The next day, with the crowing of roosters, the group arose. Master, you are awake. Indeed. Jiang Tian stretched and sat up, allowing Kai Wenji to assist him with his morning routine. Thankfully, he had not endured any nightmares the previous night. His sleep quality had finally returned to normal. Shortly after he finished washing up, Shi Jigang entered with breakfast. A dozen fried dough sticks, some steamed buns, and boiled noodles. These offerings were a refreshing change for those who had previously relied on bread for breakfast. For a moment, Jiang Tian felt as if he had returned to his former life. As he savored his meal, Jiang Tian swallowed the last morsel of fried dough and wiped the grease from his mouth. How I wish we had some soup dumplings, along with a chicken and meat pie soup. Meat? Upon hearing this, Lu Bu's eyes sparkled. Master, are we going to slaughter a pig? Well, that is worth considering. Master, when shall we slaughter a sheep for mutton? Your thought process is quite the leap. For now, let's not think about sheep. We only have one, and once it's gone, it's gone. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Stop fixating on these matters. Get back to your work. Yes, master. After finishing breakfast, Kai Wenji took care of the dishes and watered the plants. Wang Yun headed to the fishing spot with his rod, while the others began their new tasks for the day. At this moment, the relentless toil of crafting brick molds finally drew to a close. Lu Bu and Huo Tsubing commenced the excavation of the foundation, while Shi Jigang, accompanied by Jiang Tian, ventured to the furnace to concoct cement from wood ash. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. Jiang Tian strolled leisurely across the island, humming a gentle tune. Ah, the splendid springtime, akin to a dream, perfumed with the scent of fresh grass. With the increase in population, though accommodations were somewhat inconvenient, the augmentation of labor certainly alleviated some burdens. Jiang Tian could engage in work whenever he desired or simply sit aside, exchanging goods as he pleased. Compared to the initial days, he now enjoyed a wealth of leisure time. Wandering around the slightly enlarged empty island, he observed the fish in the pond and amused himself with the chickens, ducks, and geese. It began to resemble a pastoral paradise. Eventually, Jiang Tian cast his gaze towards the pig pen. Presently, there were 3 pigs within, 1 male and 2 females, all contentedly munching on their feed. This prompted Jiang Tian to reminisce about the delights of soup, dumplings, and braised pork. It had been quite a while since he had savored meat, and he felt a pang of longing. However, prioritizing the maximization of benefits, he resolved to allow them to breed first, raising their numbers before contemplating a feast. After some contemplation, he opened the chat channel to see if anyone was selling pork. To his surprise, there were indeed numerous offerings, both pigs and sheep available. Fresh pork for sale, in exchange for long-lasting provisions. Freshly butchered lamb for trade. Similar to the offerings above, either for durable food or timber. 1 pound of pork for 5 packs of instant noodles. Act swiftly. Damn. How envious I am of you all for managing to catch pigs and sheep. Indeed, my luck is so poor that I can only reel in flour. I've sent you a trade request. Why are your prices so exorbitant? You can't possibly consume all that meat from 1 pig yourself. Lower the price a bit. If your meat doesn't sell, won't it just spoil? It would be better to sell it to us at a lower price. Damn it. Do you even know how difficult it is to catch this stuff? I finally managed to reel one in. Why should I sell it cheaply? A bunch of broke folks can buy or not. I'll toss it away if I have to. Damn, you're being too much. Oh. The wealthy feasts stink while the roads are littered with frozen bones. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian promptly sent a message. Purchasing pork and lamb, swift transactions desired. No exorbitant demands. Damn, the Great One 1111 has appeared. Great One, trade with me. I only need some salt. Great One, I have lamb here. Let us swap it for salt. I want it too. As soon as Jiang Tian made his presence known, messages bombarded him from all sides, all seeking to trade for salt. These requests were understandable. 1 pig yields hundreds of pounds of meat. With only 2 or 3 survivors on the island, including the ones they caught, they could never consume it all, and it would inevitably spoil if left unattended. Their proposal for this exchange aimed to acquire more salt to preserve the meat. Jiang Tian readily accepted, trading 300 grams of salt for 30 pounds of meat. Given their appetite, this was sufficient sustenance for 5 or 6 days. After concluding the transaction, he anticipated exchanging for fresh meat blocks again in a few days. With the meat secured, Jiang Tian summoned Shi Jigang and Jiang San, instructing them to temporarily halt their tasks to process the meat, rendering fat for oil and curing the lean portions. Subsequently, he turned his attention back to the chat channel, contemplating the acquisition of other materials, such as clay and wood ash. In the chat channel, the discussion regarding pork prices continued to escalate in fervor. Suddenly, a message disrupted the heated exchange. Damn. While opening a chest just now, a giant spider sprang out. The mention of a monster instantly shifted everyone's focus away from pork, inundating the chat with inquiries. What? A giant spider? Is that thing resurfacing now? How large is this spider, and what does it look like? The spider is black and hairy, about half a meter long, with fangs. It leaped out as soon as I opened the chest and bit one of my men. His arm is still bleeding. I need a bandage. What? That big? Ugh. Just the thought of a hairy spider is revolting. Thanks for the heads up. I'll need to be cautious moving forward. Is that spider venomous? What is the status now? The spider has been dispatched, but whether it's poisonous remains uncertain. My subordinate's wound is bleeding but shows no other symptoms, so it should be fine. Phew, that's a relief. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. The variety of monsters was becoming increasingly diverse. Furthermore, according to this individual, the creature had leaped out the moment the chest was opened, leaving no time for the opener to react. It seemed prudent to advise them to exercise greater caution when opening chests. Just as he prepared to exit the chat channel to inform Manhwaedit, another message regarding the wooden boxes emerged. Damn, I just caught a box too, and something crawled out of it. Chapter 55, The Pigman, a Menace to the Vegetable Garden. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian shifted his gaze back to the chat channel. The phrasing was peculiar. What exactly had crawled out of the wooden box? And why had the individual not completed their thought? Simultaneously, the channel erupted with inquiries. What crawled out? Speak clearly. Damn it, I detest those who leave us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us what you found. You remind me of those cliffhanger novels I used to read. It's infuriating. Just then, the person who had left them hanging resumed speaking. Honestly, I'm not sure what it is. It's plump, wearing only shorts. It looks humanoid, but isn't quite human. It has a furry back and an ugly face, with a large round nose, resembling a standing pig. A standing pig? What on earth is that? Is it edible? Good heavens, you haven't caught a mythological figure, have you? What? Can you really fish up mythological beings? I need to hurry and see if I can catch Chang'e or the jade rabbit. What a ridiculous notion. Is this creature a monster or a potential ally? Has it attacked you? After a brief pause, the individual spoke again. It hasn't attacked me or my subordinates, but it ignores us when we try to communicate. Just wandering around my island humming to itself. What now? Has it laid a hand on you? What's this pig up to? Do tell. Come on. Keep your composure. Don't panic. Just communicate. The chat channel was filled with inquiries. However, the individual who had encountered the bizarre creature fell silent, leaving everyone in suspense about their fate. Speculation arose that the pig-like creature had perhaps slain them. Finally, after several minutes, the individual spoke again. Damn. This pigman just charged into my vegetable garden, devouring the cabbages I painstakingly cultivated. And it's incredibly strong. 2 people couldn't restrain it. When my subordinates tried to stop it, one was knocked unconscious with a single punch. I can only watch helplessly as it ravages my crops. And as if that weren't enough, it's eating while running around, leaving a mess everywhere, turning my island into a foul-smelling wasteland. This is infuriating. I'm going to have it out with it. Ah, what a vivid image that conjures. I can hardly bear to imagine, though it does not actively assault humans. In a certain respect, it is more abhorrent than goblins. Goodness, I am in the midst of breakfast. Could you refrain from such vivid descriptions? Upon reading this, Jiang Tian suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Silently, he closed the chat interface and began to analyze the events of the game that day. The large spider was somewhat understandable, as it could be classified as a type of monster. Without allowing the survivors any time to react, it leaped out of the box, thereby enhancing the intensity of the monster system. As for the pigman, it evoked a rather subtle feeling. According to the victim's account, it did not attack humans like a monster would. However, the torment it inflicted upon survivors was not insignificant. It wasted food and defecated indiscriminately, reminiscent of a mischievous child bursting into one's home, smashing collectibles, and installing various bloatware on the computer C drive. Its purpose for coming to the island was evidently to cause chaos. Jiang Tian gazed at the sky, contemplating how this game, beyond its brutality, was imbued with a sense of dark humor. He wondered what the developers were thinking. After striving to erase the vivid imagery from his mind, Jiang Tian called over Lu Bu and wuxianovel and led them to the fishing spot. He also instructed Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to cease their activities and form a line before him for a brief meeting. I just received news that the monsters within the box have undergone changes again. Jiang Tian paced before the 4, recounting the situations of the spider and the pigman. In summary, the characteristics of these monsters were becoming increasingly bizarre, now exhibiting behaviors such as jumping out without giving any time to react. In the future, there might even be creatures that could open boxes on their own or attack immediately upon being fished up. Therefore, whether one is responsible for opening boxes or fishing, they must exercise increased caution, understood? Yes, my lord. Lu Bu and wuxianovel replied in unison. At that moment, the 2 responsible for fishing appeared somewhat unsettled. The elderly Wang Yun, with an awkward expression, inquired, My lord, if such a creature were to appear, wouldn't the fishing task become quite perilous? May I request to be assigned to construction work instead? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes at the floating soil beside him and replied, What do you think? The old man fell silent, his lips pursed in a rather distressed manner. Kai Wenji then nestled into Jiang Tian's embrace, gazing up with wide eyes. Master, that spider you mentioned is so frightening. I'm scared. There, Jiang Tian chuckled, tousling Kai Wenji's hair. Rest assured, I will ensure safety. Henceforth, we shall assign an additional person to oversee defenses during fishing. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, wuxianovel stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. My lord, I am willing to take command at the border. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. wuxianovel seemed to possess a peculiar obsession with slaying enemies. Thus, it would be fitting for him to oversee this task. Very well, from now on, please retrieve a weapon and proceed to the fishing spot to specifically handle the boxes that are fished up. Lu Bu shall continue with construction for the time being. Thank you, my lord. wuxianovel responded with another clasp of his fists. All right, everyone, return to your tasks. wuxianovel, if you fish up a box, inform me before opening it. Do not rush to slay these monsters. Allow me to inspect them first. Understood. After the brief meeting concluded, everyone returned to their respective posts. At the fishing spot, following wuxianovel's arrival, both Kai Wenji and Wang Yun found their spirits lifted, feeling less fearful than before. After all, wuxianovel had been handling the monsters these past few days, and his strength was evident. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu continued to work on the foundation, advancing their progress. As they dug, Jiang Tian pondered the need for more manpower. If they could fish up a few more laborers, it would enable warriors like Lu Bu and wuxianovel to focus on the island's defense, while others managed construction tasks. Just then, a loud thud echoed from the fishing spot, the sound of a wooden box hitting the ground. wuxianovel instructed Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to step back temporarily and called out to Jiang Tian, My lord. Understood, Jiang Tian replied, setting his shovel down and approaching the wooden box. All right, let us open it. Be cautious about how you do so, and it's best to leave a live specimen. Yes, Huotsubing acknowledged with a slight bow. He picked up his short sword and deftly pried open the movable wooden panel. In that instant, a dark shadow sprang out from the box, landing on the ground not far away. Chapter 56. Can metal or be fished up? The sudden appearance of this creature startled both Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, and even Huotsubing frowned slightly. Had he still been the same as before, directly peering inside, he might have been caught off guard. As Jiang Tian and Huotsubing examined the creature closely, they observed that its body was divided into 2 round segments, with a fluffy abdomen that was large and rounded, and 8 legs as thick as rolling pins. Its entire body measured nearly half a meter in length. At the front, its head bore 2 white pincers that waved menacingly, and it had 4 black eyes, 2 large and 2 small, all glued together. Though it lacked pupils, it was clear that it was fixating its gaze on the 2 men, watching them with predatory intent. After sizing up the spider, the half-meter-long shadow launched another attack. Tap, tap, tap. Its 8 legs rapidly tapped against the ground, spinning in place as it adjusted its direction. Once aligned, its legs sank slightly in preparation, and it leaped toward Huotsubing, its white fangs raised, glinting ominously. It was fast, but Huotsubing was faster. With a swift motion, his azure garb fluttered, and a bronze light flashed. 4 of the spider's long legs were severed and fell to the ground, writhing slightly. The spider, now missing part of its body, fell onto its back. Blood of a bluish-green hue oozed from the stumps of its severed limbs, and its abdomen convulsed as the remaining 4 legs flailed wildly, seemingly attempting to right itself. However, lacking limbs on one side, its movements appeared grotesquely uncoordinated, with its pincers scraping against one another, producing a hissing sound as if threatening those present. The sight was exceedingly bizarre. At that moment, Huotsubing moved again. A flash of light, and the remaining 4 legs were also severed. With another swift motion, both pincers were cut off as well. Now, the spider was utterly subdued. Its abdomen continued to twitch, amplifying the sense of revulsion, confirming that there was no longer a threat. Huotsubing used his short sword to nudge the severed legs and pincers to the side of the spider. After shaking the blood off his sword, he approached Jiang Tian and clasped his fists. "My lord, the monster has been subdued. Please take a look." Excellent," Jiang Tian replied, feeling quite pleased. It seemed Huotsubing had not forgotten his instruction to leave a live specimen for study. Stepping forward, he examined the creature. The black body writhed in agony on the ground, its severed limbs lying beside it. This scene reminded Jiang Tian of a dismembered king crab, albeit in a rather grotesque manner. This, indeed, was the spider that someone had mentioned in the chat channel. He had not expected to encounter it so soon, and it was quite large. This was Jiang Tian's first time seeing such a creature. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji trotted over, peering at the spider. Its compound eyes, severed limbs, and writhing body, along with the greenish blood, made her pale with fright. This bizarre sight caused her to retreat to Jiang Tian's side. He gently patted her head, advising her to rest nearby for a moment. Jiang Tian then resumed his study of the spider, picking up a stick to poke at it. He examined the spider's severed limbs closely. The front segments of its legs were quite sharp and aggressive, yet its exterior was not particularly sturdy. Although it possesses a certain degree of aggression, its defensive capabilities are rather limited, rendering it relatively easy to dispatch. As long as one avoids its ambush during the opening of the chest, maintains a strong psychological fortitude, and does not succumb to fear of such a formidable arachnid, it is not exceedingly difficult to deal with. As for the other matters, Jiang Tian is not a biologist and cannot glean much more information. Well then, let us dispose of it. This grotesque spider is likely to be of no use, even for material exchange. It is better to discard it altogether, benefiting the fish below the floating island. Indeed, my lord. Huotsubing complied, using his short sword to sweep the spider's dismembered parts off the island. Wang Yun, fetch a bucket of water to wash away this spider's blood. Understood, my lord. The old man ambled toward the pond, glancing back at the spider's remains with evident disdain. Such a large spider is exceedingly repulsive. I hope not to encounter such a creature again. After this brief interlude, tranquility returned. Once the ground was cleansed, Huotsubing stood guard over Kai Wenji and Wang Yun as they resumed fishing. Jiang Tian returned to the construction site to contribute to the building of the new house. Whenever a wooden chest was reeled in, Jiang Tian would occasionally wander over to inspect it. The previous monsters continued to make their appearances. The familiar goblins, skeletons, and fishmen were still found within the wooden chests. A spider was caught once more, identical in size to the previous one. However, Jiang Tian felt no inclination to study this creature any further, finding it repugnant. He instructed Huotsubing to send it flying off the island. The morning passed uneventfully, and just as the group finished their lunch and prepared for a nap, Jiang Tian received a private message. 0888. Hee, are you there? I have some good news to share. What good news? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Did you catch some metal? Shortly thereafter, the other party replied, Holy cow. How did you know? I just reeled in something. A purple metal block that feels cool to the touch. It should be metal. Purple? Jiang Tian pondered and speculated. Could it be copper? 0888. I have no idea what it is, but I caught it. Do you want it? Of course I want it. What will it cost? Let us see the trade first. After sending that message, the other party sent a trade invitation. The system noted it as a copper ingot. Indeed. The item was a rectangular block, measuring over 20 centimeters in length and more than 10 centimeters in width, with a thickness of about 5 centimeters. Considering the density of copper, this ingot likely weighed around 20 pounds. 0888 inquired. So what is your offer? 1 pack of snacks and a soda, deal? Holy cow. That is quite frugal. I put in a lot of luck to catch this. I told you the moment I caught it, and there is an information fee here. You need to offer more. Alright then, how about some spicy strips? Holy cow, it seems like you can't even catch snacks from the supermarket anymore. How do you still have spicy strips? How did you manage that? Don't worry about the details. Are you trading or not? Let's trade. Jiang Tian tossed in 1 pack of snacks, 200 milliliters of soda, and a small bag of spicy strips. The trade was completed, and he obtained the copper ingot. Jiang Tian weighed it in his hands. Although it had some heft, its volume was not substantial. This small piece was hardly sufficient for crafting anything. Moreover, it appeared to be pure copper, soft in texture, making it unsuitable for forging equipment. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian smiled faintly at the copper ingot. The fact that someone was able to catch such an item indicated that metals had likely begun to spawn. As long as they were spawning, not only would his subordinates be able to catch them, but they could also acquire a stockpile. There was no need to worry about quantity. Furthermore, based on his conjecture, there should be other metals besides copper. If he were to receive some tin or iron, it would prove immensely beneficial. Chapter 57. Quick, catch it. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tian posted purchasing messages for metals on the trading platform and in 2 chat channels, offering food, salt, wood, and other resources in exchange for various metals, inviting interested parties to contact him. After sending the message, a few individuals indeed submitted trade requests, albeit in limited quantities. Jiang Tian remained unperturbed, based on experience. Newly spawned items inherently had a low appearance frequency. Moreover, the blacksmith shop was not yet operational, so there was no rush. He could afford to accumulate gradually. With visions of a bright future in mind, Jiang Tian comfortably laid down for a nap. An hour later, Master, it's time to wake up. At the call of the human alarm clock, Kai Wenji, Jiang Tian rubbed his eyes and rose. After washing his face, and as the others exited, Jiang Tian opened the trading system to check on the status of his metal acquisitions. In the past hour, 2 more individuals had sent trade requests. Jiang Tian negotiated each one, acquiring a small copper ingot and a small piece of tin. The metals received during lunch were mostly copper, along with 2 pieces of iron and 1 of tin, ridiculously small quantities, even less than what he received from 0888 at noon. Well, I'll gather them slowly. Closing the interface, he stepped outside to continue working. Those working on the foundation worked on the foundation, while others poured cement. Occasionally, there were sounds of wooden chests colliding and creatures plummeting into the sea. Time slid by slowly in accordance with the sun's position. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Kai Wenji's voice echoed from the fishing spot. Ah, this thing is a bit heavy. Hand it over to me. Huitsubing stood up, taking the fishing rod and lifting it. A long cloud was pulled over. Bang! A wooden chest fell to the ground with a louder than usual thud. Hearing the noise, Jiang Tian approached curiously. Given the sound, the contents of this chest seemed extraordinary, and it appeared larger than the previous ones. Giving Huitsubing a knowing glance, the latter understood. He picked up his short sword and cautiously approached the wooden chest, intending to pry open the planks. Just then, the planks on the chest began to shift on their own. Whoosh! Crack! The moving planks slid to the edge and fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian and Huitsubing's expressions sharpened. Their suspicions were confirmed. There was indeed something that could open its chest by itself. However, it remained uncertain whether the contents were human or ghostly. Motioning for Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to step aside, Jiang Tian and Huitsubing readied their weapons for combat. At this moment, 2 pudgy appendages emerged from the chest's opening, resembling hands with only 2 fingers, clinging to the edge of the box. Then a large, round object poked out of the chest. With broad ears, a plump nose, and a chubby face, 2 round eyes spun around, peering out as it grinned widely. Jiang Tian and Huitsubing were momentarily taken aback. Is that a pig's head? This bizarre spectacle prompted the 2 to exchange glances, conveying a sense of astonishment. What a massive pig's head! Huitsubing then focused intently on the pig's head, gripping his short sword tightly. My lord, is this what you refer to as a pigman? How should we deal with this creature? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before instructing. I have heard that it does not proactively harm others. Let us maintain our distance and observe for now. Yes, as the 2 conversed, the pig inside the chest had fully stood up. Its head appeared quite lofty, seemingly taller than Lu Bu, likely reaching around 2 meters. Its upper body was robust and imposing, while its lower half remained concealed by the wooden chest. Subsequently, the pigman clumsily leaned against the edge of the chest, struggling to emerge. As the center of gravity shifted, the wooden crate toppled over, causing the pigman to tumble down alongside it. Splash! Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue in dismay. Goodness, that must have hurt, especially landing face first. At that moment, aside from the onlookers Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, even Lu Bu, Shi Jigang, and Zhang San, who were occupied with construction on the other side, turned their heads to observe the commotion. They were all taken aback by the sight of such a large pig. The pigman, sprawled on the ground, shifted slightly before rising to its feet, grinning foolishly as if nothing had happened. It appeared rather dim-witted. Upon standing, they noticed that the pigman donned a small skirt fashioned from hay. Moreover, although its upper body was quite robust, its lower half was disproportionately short, comprising merely 1/3 of its entire form. No wonder it struggled to climb a crate that was a meter high. Once on its feet, the pigman began to take small steps forward, curiously surveying its surroundings with a joyful expression. As for Jiang Tian and Huitzubing, the pigman cast a fleeting glance at them before turning away, showing no interest whatsoever. Indeed, as the survivor had mentioned, it exhibited no aggressive tendencies. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Tian and Huitzubing refrained from intervening, trailing behind as they observed this peculiar creature. The pigman was covered in short white fur, resembling an ordinary pig. Its body tapered into a rounded, curly tail situated towards its rear. As it ambled past the central wooden cabin, it sniffed the air with its snout, seemingly unimpressed, and veered away to continue its journey. Soon, they found themselves in the western section, where the domesticated animals were kept. The pigman first approached the cages containing chickens, ducks, and geese, snorting with amusement. It then spotted several pigs in their pen and scampered over, leaning down to poke at their snouts. The pigs grinned back, as if mocking their unusual counterpart. In response, the pigs in the pen gaped in astonishment at their peculiar kin, evidently bewildered. What on earth is this? How can a pig look so remarkable? Throughout this encounter, Jiang Tian and Huitzubing remained vigilant, weapons in hand, while even Lu Bu set aside his shovel to join them. If the pigman intended to harm the other pigs, they would be ready to intervene. Fortunately, the pigman soon lost interest and stood up again, glancing around, its round eyes suddenly lighting up. Without warning, it dashed northward, its face alight with excitement, saliva flying as it ran. Jiang Tian's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, it's heading for Huitzubing's plants. Quickly catch it. Chapter 58, My Lord. We've caught a woman. Following the command, Lu Bu and Huitzubing sprang into action, each seizing one of the pigman's arms. As the pigman attempted to run, it suddenly felt a jolt. Its stubby legs pushed against the ground desperately, yet it could not advance an inch. Only then did it realize it was being restrained by two individuals. With a snort of indignation, the pigman glared at them, thrashing its arms wildly, but to no avail. Its pudgy face contorted in anger. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and lunged at Lu Bu, with crooked teeth and a foul odor emanating from its mouth. Lu Bu furrowed his brow and raised his other arm, clenching his fist to meet the oncoming snout. Behave yourself. Bang. The pig's head rolled back, its eyes rolling as its body flew backward. However, still held by Lu Bu and Huitzubing, it was pulled back and gradually slumped down. Observing this, both Lu Bu and Huitzubing released their grips. Thud. The pigman landed on its back, staring up at the sky. Upon closer inspection, blood and foam were oozing from its mouth and ears, and its snout was flattened. At that moment, the others paused their work and gathered around, pointing and exclaiming, "Oh my, how grotesque. I've never seen such a humanoid pig before. Is it a monster? How could this be? Isn't there reproductive isolation between humans and pigs?" Jiang Tian approached the pigman, crouching down to poke its chubby face with a stick. "Is it dead?" Huitzubing knelt beside him, probing the pigman's neck and checking for breath. "It seems to be lifeless." Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. According to the person in the chat channel, this pig was supposed to be quite formidable, resistant to being subdued by two individuals. How could it have been so easily knocked out by a single punch from Lu Bu? Lu Bu, too, looked at his fist in confusion. It appeared so robust, yet it had fallen so easily. How weak. Jiang Tian scrutinized the pigman's form. Its head, limbs, and features were distinctly swine-like, albeit with an unusual body proportion allowing it to walk upright. Overall, it still resembled a pig, but the thought of consuming it was unappealing. Its behavior was somewhat human-like, albeit lacking in intelligence. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "All right, dispose of it." "Yes, my lord," Huitzubing replied, taking the pigman by the scruff of its neck and dragging it towards the edge. "Now, you all should return to your tasks. More strange creatures will likely appear in the future. There will be plenty of opportunities to observe." Jiang Tian gestured for the onlookers to disperse. Soon, everything returned to normal. Shi Jigang and Zhang San resumed pouring buckets of cement into the foundation Lu Bu had excavated. After tossing the pigman off the floating island, Huitzubing returned to his fishing spot to continue his angling. Jiang Tian pondered over his earlier remarks, realizing they held some truth. The monsters to come would likely possess increasingly bizarre traits. He should gather more information about these creatures to avoid potential pitfalls. Subsequently, Jiang Tian opened the chat system to observe the situation and procure some supplies. First, he accessed the world channel. The messages were rapidly flowing, predominantly discussing the new monsters that had appeared today. Good heavens, a humanoid pig has appeared on my island, wreaking havoc on my farmland. A spider just devoured one of my eyes. I encountered the pigman as well. Its defense is high, and it possesses great strength. When it approaches, throw food overboard to lure it off the island. I also caught a monster, but it turned out to be a fishman, not the spider or pigman you mentioned. Today, I attempted to battle them and discovered my physical condition seemed to have improved. I can now push them back several steps with a single punch. Indeed, I've noticed my strength feels greater than before. Ha ha ha. Could it be that we're leveling up? Will we become superheroes in the future? After hearing you all, I can't wait to find a monster to test myself against. After observing for a while, Jiang Tian noted that aside from goblins, fishmen, and skeletons, the most discussed topics revolved around the spider and pigman, with no mention of other creatures. It appeared that only these two new species had emerged today. Jiang Tian then switched to the regional chat channel, where the conversation also revolved around the monsters that had been caught that day. By the way, what weapons are you all using when you fight those monsters? I have fashioned a spear from wood, and it proves to be quite useful. Haha, I have a bone knife dropped by a skeleton. Yesterday, while battling goblins, I stumbled upon a stone club, although its quality was rather poor, and it broke during today's skirmish. Goodness, how enviable. I have nothing here. I too desire a bone knife. That spider is utterly repulsive. I require a longer weapon. Do you still have stone forks? I beseech you for a stone fork. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Weapons. He had an abundance of them. In recent days, he had caught numerous creatures wielding such arms. When these monsters were expelled from the island, their weapons fell to the ground and were subsequently collected. He had amassed more than 40 pieces, including stone clubs, stone forks, and bone knives, all piled up in the east. The quality of these items was exceedingly poor. Jiang Tian originally intended to investigate if they could be used as materials. Unexpectedly, he discovered there were individuals interested in such trinkets. Perhaps these items could fetch a handsome price. With this thought, Jiang Tian began composing a message. Sending. 1111. Weapons for sale, including bone knives, stone forks, and stone clubs. Exchange for various supplies, metals preferred. Limited quantity. Act quickly if interested. As soon as the message was dispatched, silence enveloped the chat channel, followed by an uproar of astonishment. What? Fewer than 50 pieces? Goodness, where did you acquire so many weapons? Aren't these the very ones wielded by those monsters? Did you fish them up from their lair? I want to buy. I want to buy. You are incredible. I have no metal. Can I trade clay instead? Please. I have nothing. Could you spare me a few? In an instant, a flurry of trade requests flooded in. Various bags of clay wood. And some seeds appeared around Jiang Tian. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt a surge of joy. After defeating so many monsters, he finally witnessed some returns. Just then, Huixubing approached and reported, "My lord, we have fished up a woman." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. A woman? Chapter 59. Master, my name is Li Xiaoning. Jiang Tian turned his gaze toward the fishing area. Indeed, there stood a wooden box with a woman dressed in green fabric and long hair. She appeared to be a woman from ancient times. Beside her, Kai Wenji stood by the box, curiously observing. In comparison, it was evident that this woman stood at approximately 1.70 meters, a head taller than Kai Wenji. Go, bring her over for me to see. Yes, my lord. Huixubing complied, returning to the box and speaking to the woman. She stepped out of the box, and together they approached Jiang Tian. During this process, Jiang Tian noticed that both moved with a similar gait, striding confidently. Soon, they stood before Jiang Tian, both offering a respectful bow. My lord, we have brought the person. Master. At this moment, Jiang Tian finally discerned the woman's features. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, possessing a striking oval face. Beneath her willow-like brows were bright, spirited phoenix eyes, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her demeanor exuded a sense of decisiveness and fortitude. In summary, she appeared remarkably capable, devoid of any childishness that might be expected at her age. Instead, she radiated a mature charm. Were she to don a professional outfit in a modern urban setting, she would embody the image of a formidable career woman. To return to the matter at hand, this woman moved with the same efficiency as Huixubing, each action characterized by clarity and purpose. Amidst the gentle sound of a spring, there was an undercurrent of resolve. Is she a soldier? Perhaps. Jiang Tian squinted and inquired, "What is your name?" Your servant responds. The woman nodded. My name is Li Xiaoning. Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. He had misjudged her identity, expecting her to be Hua Mulan. Nevertheless, this Li Xiaoning was no ordinary woman. She was indeed renowned. Li Xiaoning was the third daughter of Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, and the elder sister of Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of Tang. Known as Princess Pingyang. Of course, with numerous siblings, her fame could not solely be attributed to her lineage. During Li Yuan's uprising, she actively supported her father from the rear. Disguising herself as a man and calling herself Li Gongzi, she recruited armies and led them to victory, earning a formidable reputation for her all-female army. It could be said that she played a pivotal role in establishing much of the Tang dynasty's territory. The phrase "women are no less than men" fits her perfectly. After a moment of recollection, Jiang Tian nodded. Once again, he had reeled in an extraordinary individual, bolstering his armed forces. Moreover, it seemed a long time had passed since he had caught a female subordinate. The last was Kai Wenji, on the 9th day. Now, on the 18th day, he finally managed to catch another female, and a princess at that. This addition made the team appear more balanced. Subsequently, he instructed Wuxianovel to return to his duties. Jiang Tian then led Li Xiaoning on a tour around the island, showcasing the pond, the areas for planting, the livestock, the location of the latrines, and the construction site for the houses. After providing a comprehensive introduction, they happened upon another box at the fishing site. Jiang Tian brought Li Xiaoning over and had Wuxianovel open it in their presence, disposing of the creatures within by kicking them off the island. Having nearly completed the tour of the island's living conditions, it was time to assign work. Jiang Tian asked, Li Xiaoning, what interests you? Would you prefer to help construct houses or go fishing in the east? Master, I can do both. Li Xiaoning replied earnestly, resembling a soldier on standby. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian made a decision. He would first assign her to fishing, pairing her with Wuxianovel to learn more about the monsters. Additionally, he instructed Wuxianovel to allow Li Xiaoning to practice her combat skills if she wished to face the monsters herself. With arrangements in place, Jiang Tian returned to the construction site to expedite the building of the houses. After several hours of diligent work, the sun hung low in the sky. Jiang Tian glanced at the sun and brushed the dust from his hands. Time to clock out. Dinner awaits. Hu Jigang stretched lazily. Lu Bu's stomach rumbled. His gaze fixed on the direction of the kitchen. Enough staring. If you want to eat quicker, you should go prepare the ingredients. Go, start cooking the rice. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu clasped his hands and hurried to the storeroom for rice. Master. Kai Wenji trotted over and leaped into Jiang Tian's embrace. With her large eyes raised, she asked, Master, what do you want to eat tonight? Let me think. Jiang Tian absent-mindedly stroked Kai Wenji's hair while contemplating the available ingredients. Today, he had procured some pork, and the cucumbers appeared to be ripe. A new home-cooked dish could be made. With a smile, he declared, Tonight, let us make fish soup and stir-fried cabbage. Oh, and we can try 2 new dishes, braised pork and cucumber stir-fried with ham. Braised pork? Cucumber stir-fried with ham? Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes. Master, I don't know how to make these 2 dishes. I will teach you. All right. Hee. Hu Jigang, go catch 3 fish. Yes, boss. In the kitchen, the newly acquired steamer emitted white steam, with rice cooking inside. Meanwhile, on the table lay several cucumbers and ham. On the cutting board lay a substantial piece of pork belly. Jiang Tian, wielding a chef's knife, meticulously sliced the meat into small, approximately 2-centimeter cubes. He then placed the cubes into a large pot filled with cold water, added a splash of cooking wine, and set it ablaze to bring it to a boil. Kai Wenji stood obediently beside him, quietly observing the process. As the meat was being blanched, Jiang Tian began preparing the next dish. He picked up a cucumber, ready to slice it with the knife. At that moment, Kai Wenji suddenly spoke up. Master, let me cut it. Sure, Jiang Tian replied, stepping aside as Kai Wenji positioned herself at the cutting board, grasping the knife. Mimicking Jiang Tian, she pressed her left hand down on the cucumber, contemplating where to cut. Jiang Tian cautioned, be careful with the slices, make them thin, but don't cut yourself. Kai Wenji paused, blinking her eyes. Master, how do I cut this? I'm not very skilled at it. Let me guide you through the proper technique, Jiang Tian said, moving behind her to offer hands-on instruction. Like this. Slice it gradually to achieve this thinness. Kai Wenji murmured softly. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tian, as she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Her heart raced, and a smile formed on her lips. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Just then, Li Xiaoning entered the kitchen, carrying a basin of fish. Master, I can cook too. Both Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji, who were engrossed in cutting the cucumber, froze and turned towards the door. Oh, the 3 exchanged wide-eyed glances. The atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Chapter 60, I will absolutely destroy you. Inside and outside the kitchen, the trio remained silent for a moment, staring at one another. Jiang Tian, breaking the silence, asked, what brings you here? Where's Shi Jigang? Although it was quite normal for him to teach Kai Wenji how to cook, the sudden appearance left him feeling somewhat uneasy. I saw Shi Jigang preparing fish, so I took over when I heard the master was cooking. I thought I could help alleviate your workload, Li Xiaoning replied, also somewhat taken aback. She then glanced at the 2 maintaining their positions, seemingly realizing something. A hint of embarrassment crept into her voice. It seems I arrived at an inopportune moment. No, you arrived at the perfect time, Jiang Tian unexpectedly retorted. His intention was to dispel the awkward atmosphere, but the words only added to the discomfort. Glancing at the cucumber on the cutting board, he quickly added, we're currently slicing cucumbers. Why don't you join in? All right, Li Xiaoning eagerly responded, placing the basin of fish on the table. She stepped forward, took the knife, and brought the cutting board and cucumber over. With swift, deft movements, she sliced the cucumber into neat, round pieces. Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Your knife skills are quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Master, Li Xiaoning replied, continuing to slice another cucumber. In the future, you can entrust the cooking duties to me. Yes, that would be fine. The previously tense atmosphere began to ease. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji watched the scene in stunned silence, her mouth pouting in disbelief. I was here first, how could you? Hey, Kai Wenji, what are you mumbling about? That sounds oddly familiar. Ah, Master, it's nothing. Jiang Tian observed the subtle change in Kai Wenji's expression and pondered, perhaps I should leave the kitchen duties to the two of you from now on? Yes, Master. They both replied in unison. All right then, the meat should be blanched by now. Let us proceed with the next steps. You both should pay close attention. Subsequently, Jiang Tian began stir-frying the pork belly, adding soy sauce and hot water before simmering it on low heat. Throughout this process, Li Xiaoning watched intently. While Kai Wenji's gaze was fixated on Li Xiaoning, her cheeks puffed in irritation, lost in thought. An hour later, an array of dishes was prepared and placed on the table, filling the room with a tantalizing aroma. The delightful scent ignited the appetite of those present, especially Lu Bu, whose eyes sparkled at the sight of the braised pork. He swallowed hard. Jiang Tian sampled a piece of meat and nodded, smiling as he declared, all right, let us dig in and savor these two new dishes. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone eagerly reached for their chopsticks. Master, is this the braised pork? Its color is vibrant, and the flavor is rich. It's truly a delicacy. Indeed, it's fatty yet not greasy, with a fragrant sauce. I'm thoroughly impressed. The familiar taste of braised pork brings back memories of home. This cucumber stir-fried with ham is refreshingly crisp, with a unique flavor. Truly, you are a culinary genius, Master. Seated to Jiang Tian's left, Kai Wenji placed a piece of fish into his bowl. Master, have some fish. All right. Jiang Tian accepted the fish and took a bite, glancing at Kai Wenji, who appeared somewhat downcast. He smiled and offered her a piece of braised pork, saying, here, try this. Kai Wenji's eyes lit up, her long eyelashes fluttering as she opened her mouth to take the piece of pork from his chopsticks. How is it? Tasty? Delicious. Hee hee. A smile re-emerged on Kai Wenji's face, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Here, Master, have some of this. All right. After what felt like a long-awaited meal, they took a moment to rest. Kai Wenji washed the dishes, Li Xiaoning tidied up the kitchen, and Shi Jigang cleared the dining table. Jiang Tian sat back, enjoying the respite while the others returned to their respective tasks. Everything was arranged impeccably. It was time to pass the time by checking the chat channel. Yo-Yo opened the chat system and clicked on the regional channel, where discussions about dinner were already underway. Everyone, I just boiled an egg. What about you? Haha. I roasted a duck, and it's absolutely delicious. I've already had duck before. I haven't caught anything in the past few days, so I'm stuck with fish. You should be grateful. I only cooked a bowl of noodles without even adding salt. Haha. I caught a pig, and am currently enjoying roast pork. Wow, I'm envious. Stop talking. I'm practically drooling. Haha. I bought a piece of pork today, and it's currently stewing. I'm making you all envious. Damn, you guys are showing off too much. 1111, where's the big boss? Come and take them down a peg. Exactly. What is there to be so arrogant about? By the way, the big boss hasn't shared his menu these days. I'm quite curious about what he is eating. With his skills, he should also be roasting meat right now. As someone happened to mention him, Jiang Tian replied. Thanks for the invite. I'm indoors and just finished my meal. Whoa, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Big boss, what did you have for dinner tonight? Tell us. I'm curious too. Uffed. That guy used to love trading food for clay. Now he probably has nothing to eat, just gnawing on dirt. You sycophant. You're the one who is a bootlicker. Jiang Tian chuckled nonchalantly, satisfying the other survivor's curiosity as he stated, actually, I didn't have anything extravagant. Just some very common dishes. I stir-fried some cabbage, made fish soup, and prepared a bowl of cucumber stir-fried with ham, along with a casual bowl of braised pork. Nothing to be overly curious about. Honestly, I found the braised pork a bit overwhelming lately, so I won't be making it again for now. A moment of silence fell over the chat channel. Then, well, a bowl. The big boss is so impressive, using a bowl for cooking. You're just showing off again. What is there to boast about? Big boss, I was wrong. Please don't say anything more. I'm about to starve. Indeed. The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Do not underestimate the youth in their impoverished state. Oh, esteemed one, might you share a morsel with me? Upon seeing these messages, Jiang Tian merely smiled faintly. It was clear that they were the ones interrogating him about his evening repast. Yet, when he obliged, they seemed displeased. As for the mockers, Jiang Tian could not be bothered to engage. For several ensuing minutes, the regional chat channel was incessantly abuzz with discussions about Jiang Tian's dinner. Some even contemplated selling their possessions to procure pork. Ironically, this inadvertently boosted sales for the pork vendors, with some expressing their gratitude in private messages. After observing for a while, Jiang Tian sensed something amiss. Where was the notorious 4144 today? This was uncharacteristic of him. Just then, it appeared that one of 4144's lackeys had reported back to his master. The familiar ID materialized in the chat channel. 4144. You scoundrel. Ever since I devoured your fried chicken yesterday, I've been indisposed, and you dare to flaunt yourself here. Damn it, I will make you pay dearly. Chapter 61. I merely tasked you with scouting, not with engaging him. Haha. Oh, 4144. You truly are repulsive. What on earth was in that fried chicken that it's wreaked such havoc? Could it have been the Jetstream special? Good heavens. 1111. You are merciless. Once 4144 emerged, the regional channel erupted in laughter. 4144, damn. Laugh all you want. Just wait, I will have my revenge. With this proclamation, the jovial atmosphere in the chat channel persisted. However, after uttering this statement, 4144 fell silent. Perhaps he was rendered weak, or had fainted. On the other side, on a modest island spanning several hundred square meters. Damn, this wretched lot. Dongjua, lend me a hand. Of course, my lord, replied a rotund man with a long beard, hastening over to assist a man clad in a beach shirt, reclining in a dirt pit. Wipe me down. I lack the strength. Quickly. Understood. Dongjua cast a complex glance at the lower half of the man's body. He then procured a piece of wrapping cloth and gingerly dabbed at the discolored area. It wasn't he that he wished to avoid using paper. Rather, all the toilet paper had been exhausted over the past few days. If this continued, they might have to resort to using leaves. Once he deemed the task sufficiently done, he discarded the wrapping cloth to the side. My lord, it's done. Now help me pull up my pants. Certainly. After attending to these matters, the man in the beach shirt collapsed onto his back. Damn it. In the last few days, I've gone through 3 pairs of pants. It's all that 1111's fault, the bastard. He gazed up at the starry sky, his pale face contorted in anger. Damn it. I've truly fallen for it this time, tricked into consuming the Jetstream special, and that rascal dares to flaunt it. The man clad in the beach shirt was none other than 4144. Although his body was weak, his invectives did not cease. By heavens, I will find you and make you pay. Upon hearing this, Dongjua's body stiffened, a shadowy smile creeping across his plump face. My lord, shall we set out to find him now? Find? How? We have no idea where he is. Contemplating this, 4144's fury intensified. Damn it, that bastard also has a companion. Huitsubing, do you think we can contend with him? Huitsubing? Dongjua's jowls quivered as his eyes drifted skyward in thought for a moment. He did not recall the name, but instinctively sensed it was significant. Regardless, he is but one man. We have strength in numbers. Why should we fear such a mere pawn? Dongjua, with a sycophantic grin, suggested, moreover, if 1111's subordinate proves to be exceptionally formidable. As long as we can control the valiant 111, he too will serve our purpose. After pondering for a moment, 4144 nodded. Your reasoning holds merit. Very well. I shall find him. Away, come here. As soon as he spoke, a pale-faced youth staggered over to 4144. My lord, what is it? Tomorrow? No, now? 4144 commanded. You shall take a crew and venture out in the spaceship to scout for that 1111. Are we to seek the one who consumes braised pork? Upon hearing this ID, Away's face betrayed a glimmer of greed, though he hesitated, saying, My lord, he is accompanied by Huitsubing. If I go there, fear not. 4144 glared at him. I merely sent you to scout. I did not instruct you to engage. If you encounter him, simply relay his location to me. But where do I find him? Fool. You will search gradually. If you happen upon any other islands thriving similarly, signal me. I will feast upon them just the same. Oh, all right. My lord is wise. Now go. 4144 weakly raised his arm in dismissal. Away, with a greedy smile, ambled towards a section of the island. Here, there lay a small detached island, spanning over 10 square meters. As night drifted by, the crescent moon descended, and the multitude of stars gradually succumbed to the encroaching sunlight. Cock-a-doodle-doo. With that, a group led by Jiang Tian opened their eyes. Good morning, boss. Good morning, my lord. You may place the items down first. Come back for breakfast shortly. Understood. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang greeted Jiang Tian, who was still reclining on his bed, before stepping out. Good morning, my lord. Good morning. As the door swung open, Huitsubing and Li Xiaoning stood outside, cupping their hands in greeting. You too, good morning. Jiang Tian waved his hand lazily. After exchanging brief pleasantries, the others departed to attend to their tasks. Huitsubing went to retrieve a fishing rod, while Li Xiaoning headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang exited to see 3 tents before them. While the main house was being constructed, the later arrivals had taken residence in the tents outside. Currently, there were 3 tents, one for Huitsubing, one for Li Xiaoning, and one shared by Wang Yun and Zhang San. At that moment, Zhang San had just donned his clothes and emerged from the tent, greeting Jiang Tian. Shortly thereafter, Shi Jigang went to the storage to organize tools. While Lu Bu approached the tent of Wang Yun, he squatted down, entering the tent, and pulled Wang Yun out. Hey, old man, stop sleeping. It's time to get to work. Lu Bu boisterously slapped Wang Yun awake. Lu Bu, do you have any respect for the elderly? Enough chatter. Lu Bu shot him a glare. Hurry up, lest you provoke the Lord's ire. Only then did the old man rise and make his way towards the fishing area. Muttering to himself, what do you mean, provoke the Lord's ire? It's clearly you who looks down upon me. Back inside the house. My lord. Kai Wenji regarded Jiang Tian, who was still drowsily keeping his eyes shut. I'm going to boil some water. Jiang Tian responded absent-mindedly. Observing his lord in such a state, and recalling the earlier wave of greetings, she playfully rubbed her cheek against Jiang Tian's palm before getting up to boil water. Not long after. My lord, the water is ready. Jiang Tian rose from his bed. Kai Wenji held a towel, dipping it in warm water, then gently wrung it out. She began to wipe Jiang Tian's face slowly. Ah, that feels pleasant. Stimulated by the warm water, Jiang Tian gradually regained his senses, letting out a sigh of contentment. The sensation of being catered to is truly delightful. Upon receiving compliments, Kai Wenji couldn't help but smile. Master, I shall step out to feed the little animals now. With that, Kai Wenji took up the water basin and exited. Jiang Tian stretched lazily once more before also making his way outside. The first task upon rising each day was to duplicate fishing rods to bolster his income. Chapter 62. Jiang Tian sensed something amiss. Outside, he arrived at the fishing spot and grasped a fishing rod, silently reciting, "Duplicate." A shimmering mirage of dawn appeared. And soon after, another fishing rod manifested before him. It was the 19th day, apart from the few days spent duplicating barren land. The number of fishing rods had steadily increased with the passage of time. Presently, he possessed 16 fishing rods. Wang Yun and Wuxianovel were busy hooking each one onto the clouds. Jiang Tian nodded in approval and proceeded to the construction site. The tools, clay, and water were all neatly arranged, awaiting the commencement of work. At that moment, Shi Jigang approached and remarked, "Boss, Li Xiaoning has asked me to report that breakfast is ready. All right, please inform the others as well. Let us have breakfast before getting to work." Understood. Inside, 8 individuals sat gathered around a table. A large pot of noodles, sprinkled with scallions and emanating the enticing aroma of lard, sat at the center. 7 bowls were placed before each person, with an additional basin positioned in front of Lu Bu. As the noodles were served, several began to partake in breakfast, engaging in light conversation while slurping their noodles. Jiang Tian, amidst his thoughts, mused, "Now that we have pork, cabbage, and scallions, perhaps we could attempt making dumplings to diversify our breakfast offerings? Li Xiaoning should be adept at making dumplings. I shall speak with her later." As they chatted, the meal soon concluded. The group returned to their respective tasks, and the day's work officially commenced. Jiang Tian opened the chat channel as per usual to procure supplies, while also checking for any changes in the monsters today. At this time, most people had risen and were exchanging greetings in the channel. "Good morning, everyone. Have you all risen?" "Yes, I'm currently fishing on the clouds. Last night terrified me. I pulled up a chest and a pig's head popped out." "Whoa, you encountered a pigman too? What happened?" "I recognized it immediately and swiftly pushed the chest away before it could crawl out. You were lucky, otherwise your island might have faced devastation. By the way, what happened to the guy who caught the pigman? Didn't he say he would confront it? He hasn't spoken since. Could he have been killed by the pigman?" With that, the chat channel erupted in excitement, as everyone began to call out to the individual who had caught the pigman, eager to learn about his fate. In this resource-scarce environment, their greatest enjoyment lay in discussing such intriguing topics during their leisure. Even Jiang Tian found himself curious about the subsequent events concerning that individual. Before long, the brother who had been tormented by the pigman finally spoke up. "CNNS 2345, stop guessing. I'm not dead yet." "Whoa, hurry up and tell us. What is the status of the pigman on your island?" "Yeah, quickly share. Did you manage to kill it? You must have taken advantage of its slumber to slay it, right?" 2345 fell silent for a moment before responding, "Don't say such things. I actually find that pigman rather agreeable." This statement left the others astounded. "What? Agreeable? Dude, you didn't say that yesterday. Didn't you claim you would confront it? Have your feelings changed overnight? What on earth transpired between you and the pigman?" "Upstairs. Your words seem a tad off." The regional channel buzzed with speculation about what had occurred between 2345 and the pigman throughout the night. Some comments were so crude that they received warnings from the system. After a brief interval, 2345 finally released a lengthy message detailing the previous day's events. "Yesterday, I mentioned confronting the pigman, but I simply couldn't overpower it and decided to continue fishing. Later, I pulled up another chest, and a spider sprang out, chasing me and frightening me terribly. Just then, that pigman rushed over and pummeled the spider, saving my life. Sometimes, having such a companion on the island feels rather nice." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. "What? The pigman can serve as a bodyguard? Is there such a thing? Could it be that the pigman is on our side? My goodness, the pigman even helps in battling monsters. I want to fish for a pigman too." And what happened next? 2345. Later, the pigman devoured the spider and seemed to be in a good mood afterward. "I've decided to let it stay on my island, if it comes to it. I can forego planting vegetables. That's incredible. I want to raise a pigman too." "Me too." Subsequently, a wave of enthusiasm swept through the channel, with many expressing their hopes of fishing for pigmen, wishing to cultivate a formidable force to assist them. Observing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and switched to the world channel to survey the situation. Here, discussions about pigmen aiding in combat against goblin fishmen were also underway. After the pigmen defeated them, they would consume the corpses of the monsters. According to the survivors' conjectures, pigmen belonged to the friendly faction, assisting them in battles. Seeing this news, the other survivors were filled with exhilaration. However, Jiang Tian felt something was amiss. Just yesterday, when Lu Bu and Hui Xiubing restrained the pigmen from entering the vegetable garden, it had become furious, ready to bite. Could such a creature truly be an ally? Yet, it exhibited aggression towards monsters. After much contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. These pigmen likely represented an independent faction, maintaining neutrality with the survivors, showing little interest in humans, yet forming adversarial relationships with monsters. As long as the survivors did not attack them or impede their feeding, they would not pose any threat to humanity, at most causing havoc among the crops on the island. However, obstructing the pigmen would lead to retaliation, and if they were driven to extreme hunger, who could say what they might resort to? In summary, Jiang Tian had no intention of raising such creatures. He did not require pigmen to do anything for him. If he needed muscle, he had plenty on his island already. The pigmen had been felled by Lu Bu with a single punch yesterday. With such combat prowess, it was better left alone. As for others, if they wished to raise pigmen, so be it. He could use their experiences as a reference to see how things unfolded with the pigmen. Switching back to the regional chat channel, discussions about the pigmen continued, filled with fantasies of such companions. Some even expressed hopes of fishing for more pigmen and allowing them to breed, to cultivate their own armed force. At that moment, a new comment emerged, redirecting everyone's attention from the topic of pigmen. Whoa, I see a small island flying towards me. Chapter 63, a small island is flying towards you? Wait, I think I remember someone mentioning this before. Was it 4144? Goodness, are you being targeted by him? The chat channel erupted in chaos. The individual who had spotted the flying island continued to describe, I'm not certain if it's 4144's island. It has a large sail. By the way, 4144's island seems to be over 300 square meters, but this one looks rather small, probably not even 20 square meters. It should not be his. The small island was drawing closer. I'm going to check it out. Hey, my friend, exercise caution. Indeed, gather your subordinates. Do you have any pigmen with you? Bring them along. In the ensuing minutes, this individual fell silent. Everyone began to speculate whether he had met with misfortune. At that moment, another person, who had encountered the floating island, spoke up. I summoned my 2 subordinates. The small island has now drifted to the edge of my territory. I discerned its structure and understood how it had traversed here. Besides a large sail harnessing wind energy for movement, there was a manually operated wooden fan at the back, with 4 burly men seated on it, vigorously turning the fan to generate thrust. This diminutive aerial island measured less than 20 square meters. Its sides thinned to merely 1 cubic meter in thickness to alleviate weight. Then, wait a moment. For burly men? Oh. As soon as this news broke, the individual ceased all communication. Others refrained from sending further messages, merely staring blankly at the previous announcement. For a moment, the regional channel descended into silence. Although none had witnessed the situation firsthand, through this message, everyone understood that this person was likely facing dire straits. After an indeterminate period, the messages in the regional channel began to surge anew. What do you think has become of that fellow? I believe he must. Could he have perished? My heavens, such a living soul is about to vanish before my eyes. Who are those arriving from the moving island? Is it an aerial island? Goodness. So this is how aerial islands navigate. I've finally learned something. Aerial pirates? What a splendid name. Ha ha. I've finally discovered a method to venture onto others' islands. Not you lot. What are you planning? Ha ha ha. What do you think we intend to do? You'll find out when we come to visit. Hey, judging by your ID, didn't you catch a pig yesterday? Your usual chatter suggests you have ample resources. Damn, are you lot planning to emulate those others and prepare to rob? Hee hee. We aim to rob the likes of you fortunate fools. I'm starting to craft sails and fans. Do you have any timber? Sell it all to me. The price is negotiable. Don't come over here. I want to gather resources too. Damn, don't compete with me, or I swear I'll fly over and deal with you. If you have the guts, come at me. I'll be waiting. The chat channel erupted in a cacophony of panic and disputes. Witnessing this frenzy, many understood that this region was on the brink of utter chaos. On the other side, above a certain area, 100 square meter island hovered in the air. Adjacent to it was another island, measuring less than 20 square meters, equipped with a sail and fan. Between the 2 islands, wooden stakes tied with ropes secured their positions. On the larger island, a youth, accompanied by 2 strong men, surveyed the surroundings, while 2 other robust men stood tall, their feet planted on a bound young man dressed in modern attire. Beside the young man were 2 injured men, kneeling with their heads cradled in their hands. The 2 men gazed in terror at their master being threatened, yet they dared not act. The young man, head bowed, wore a pallid expression. Moments ago, he had spotted an island approaching, merely to observe the commotion, but unexpectedly, for armed brutes and a brazen youth leaped onto his island. Just as he was inspecting the structure of their aerial island, a blow struck his head, and his subordinates were soon beaten. By the time he regained his senses, His hands and feet were bound, and his mouth silenced. This young man was none other than the unfortunate soul who had been invaded in the chat channel. At that moment, the audacious youth, having completed his inspection, swaggered back to the bound young man, motioning for the strong men to make space. With a resounding slap, a foot was carelessly planted on the young man's face. Well, you've developed quite nicely. You've cultivated numerous plants. Ha ha ha, they now belong to us. Thank you very much. Stop. Remove your foot. Seeing their master being trampled, the two kneeling men could no longer contain themselves and shouted, struggling to rise and resist. Bang. Behave yourselves. As the two men attempted to stand, one received a kick from a nearby strongman, collapsing back to his knees. Umph. Observing their humiliation, the youth scoffed, twisting his foot on the young man's face a couple of times. I advise you to behave, or I cannot guarantee what fate awaits your master. Witnessing this scene, the two men gritted their teeth, but at that moment, they were but lambs to the slaughter, too fearful to voice their anger. Enough. The youth withdrew his foot, clapped his hands, and addressed the two strong men. You, take this bound fellow and toss him onto the smaller ship. Understood. The strong men complied, hoisting the young man and carrying him to the smaller aerial island. The youth then approached the kneeling men, bending down and arrogantly raising his chin. Your island is now under our command, and your master is in our grasp. Soon, your new lord will arrive with a large force to claim this island. Clean it up and prepare to welcome your new master, understood? The two men remained silent, their gazes fixed on the master of the small island, their faces etched with worry and anger. The youth paid them no mind, turning away with a swagger. Let us go back and report. He then returned to the small island with the other two strong men. The sail unfurled, the fan whirred, and they departed with ease. In the air, a small island of over 10 square meters was slowly gliding. A youth was engaged in private chat messages with someone. Master, today we discovered an island with wooden cabins and vegetable plots. It has already been claimed by us. I am already aware. Return at once. On the other side, 4144 reclined on a wooden chair, scrutinizing the private message and the debates in the regional channel. He chuckled coldly. Chapter 64. Theoretically, this method is feasible. On the slowly flying small island in the sky, for burly men were strenuously shaking the fan, while a bound young man lay beside them. At the forefront, a youth sat on the ground, gazing at the young man with a triumphant smile. He was none other than Awei, dispatched by 4144 to locate Jiang Tian's whereabouts. Although Awei had not found 1111's position, this time, his discovery of the agricultural island could be deemed a merit. To be honest, when he first laid eyes on that island, he contemplated whether to land directly. After all, if it were 1111's territory, encountering that wuxianovel would mean certain doom. Just then, the fool lying on the ground inadvertently revealed his ID. As long as he wasn't T1111, Awei felt no fear whatsoever. At the very least, in this region, no one wielded greater power than he and 4144. He wondered what rewards his master would bestow upon him upon his return. Once 4144 expanded, perhaps he would lead a team to vanquish enemies, and he could become a regional overlord. Then, he could do as he pleased. On the other side, TCH, didn't he find 1111, huh? A proud, sardonic smile spread across 4144's face. However, first claiming some other islands and laborers to augment our strength isn't a bad idea. It was indeed this Awei who, astonishingly, provided others with the time to react and divulged the method of island relocation. As he muttered to himself, 4144 stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Recalling the initial days upon his arrival at the floating island, he found himself in dire straits with scarce resources. In the midst of his frustration and ire, a young lad suddenly approached him, navigating a mere 10 square meters of island. The device he employed for movement was, in fact, the prototype of the flying apparatus that 4144 now utilized. Naturally, this individual was subsequently imprisoned by 4144, confined to the island to construct fans. Initially, 4144 had contemplated using this method to gradually conquer others for his own development, but little did he expect that it would soon become widely known. However, it wasn't long before 4144 came to terms with it, a smile re-emerging upon his face. In truth, this could work to his advantage. Should others engage in conflict and subjugate rival factions, he could then swoop in and annihilate them, effectively decimating multiple islands at once, sparing himself the trouble of seeking them out individually. The larger fish devours the smaller, and the smaller fish consumes the shrimp. Once he had claimed dominion over this expanse, he would emerge as the largest fish in the sky. Air pirate. Ha ha ha. What a splendid name. Upon reviewing the chat logs, Jiang Tian fell into a moment of silence. He surmised he had gleaned the method of island relocation, presumably the same one employed by 4144. To be candid, Jiang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially feared that 4144 possessed some concealed advantage. It appeared, however, that he merely utilized a tool, devoid of any extraordinary attributes. He pondered how many resources this young rascal had plundered and how his development fared. Moreover, It seemed prudent for him to acquire this method of island relocation as well. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian proceeded to the construction site. Shi Jigang, come here for a moment. Boss, what is it? Shi Jigang rushed over, curiosity etched across his face. Each time his employer summoned him, it often heralded some new discovery or a proposal for the island's development. Thus, Shi Jigang's expression was brimming with anticipation. It's this. I have just discovered a method for relocating floating islands. Can you see if we can apply it to our island? The method is as follows. Jiang Tian then elucidated the procedure gleaned from the chat channel. Upon hearing this, Shi Jigang raised an eyebrow, subsequently turning to survey the island. His brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Jiang Tian and replied, in theory, this method is feasible, but what? Jiang Tian inquired, intrigued. Shi Jigang frowned and replied, though I am uncertain of the underlying principles, this floating earth should possess a degree of buoyancy, yet it also carries a substantial mass. According to what you just mentioned, the moving island is less than 20 square meters, which reduces the energy required for its propulsion. Given the area of our island, coupled with the multitude of resources we possess, the sails and fans needed to mobilize, it would be quite considerable. Crafting them would demand a significant amount of timber and labor. While we have ample materials, our current workforce, he glanced at the many individuals laboring at various posts. The implication clear. I understand, Jiang Tian nodded. Let us set this matter aside for now. We should focus on completing the housing first. The construction should be nearing completion, correct? Indeed, we are currently laying bricks and applying cement. It should be ready by tomorrow. Very well, you may return to your tasks. After Shi Jigang departed, Jiang Tian contemplated the situation. The multitude clamoring to equip their islands with mobility devices merely sought to invade others for resources. However, given his existing skill set, his development was inherently faster than theirs. Diverting resources and manpower to invade others would likely result in a net loss. It would be far wiser to prioritize construction and bolster the island's defenses. As long as his strength was formidable enough, even if others attempted to invade, they would merely be consumed in return. Of course, aside from construction, he also needed to prepare weaponry. He needed to expedite the completion of the housing, and during the period of metal collection, establish a blacksmith's workshop. He then made his way to the fishing area, instructing wuxianovel to set aside his fishing rod for the next couple of days to assist at the construction site to expedite progress. With wuxianovel now well acquainted with these monsters, and noting that no new creatures had emerged today based on the chat messages, she could manage on her own. Subsequently, Jiang Tian opened the chat system, intending to procure some metals. At that moment, a private message pinged in the chat system, 1111. Did you see the chat channel just now? Another person was attacked, and they revealed the method of moving floating islands. Everyone is going mad, frantically acquiring timber, seemingly intent on building sails and fans to invade others. What if they come after me? You must sell me some weapons quickly. Rolling his eyes at the message, Jiang Tian responded, and what of your lumber collection? I'm still waiting for your materials to craft the crossbow. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl glanced at the several trees towering 5 to 6 meters in height around her and replied, the plants cultivated on the floating island grow rapidly. They should be ready in a couple of days. Very well, contact me once they are ready. Chapter 65, Song Yingxing? A crisis approaches. The two exchanged a batch of potatoes and wheat before closing the chat interface. Soon after, the purple-haired girl arrived at the edge of the fields and called out to the two men laboring in the soil, Teacher, Uncle Wang Jian. A man clad in a white shirt and black trousers, alongside another dressed in blue fabric, simultaneously turned to face her. What is it, Xiaowen? The purple-haired girl bit her lip, disclosing the potential threat of invasion she had heard about. Elsewhere, Jiang Tian continued his resource procurement in the warehouse, purchasing metals and clay, alongside all construction materials barring exorbitantly priced timber. Since the revelation of the floating island relocation method, the price of timber had skyrocketed. Metal and clay were obtained in exchange for a modest amount of timber. After over an hour, Jiang Tian paused, shaking out his weary arms as he stepped outside to bask in the sunlight. Just as he exited, he encountered Kai Wenji jogging toward him, pointing towards the fishing area. Master, someone was just fished up. Jiang Tian squinted toward the fishing area, where a wooden box lay. Li Xiaoning was assisting a man clad in green fabric as he emerged from the box. Let us go take a look. As they approached the fishing area, upon noticing Jiang Tian, the man in green immediately bowed, addressing him, Master. Jiang Tian nodded, scrutinizing the man. His hair was flecked with gray, his face lined with wrinkles, indicating he was likely in his 60s or 70s. A tuft of goat-like beard adorned his chin. To his surprise, yet another elder had arrived. Jiang Tian inquired directly. Old man, what is your name? Master, the elder bowed again. I am called Song Chongging. Chonggong. That name seems unfamiliar to both the Western Han and Eastern Han dynasties, nor does it belong to the Tang dynasty. Tang, Song Yuan. Ming Jiang Tian's eyebrows raised in intrigue as he probed. Could it be Song Yingxing? Indeed. Upon hearing Jiang Tian utter his name, Song Yingxing displayed a hint of astonishment, bowing once more. I, the old man, am indeed Song Yingxing. Excellent. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. The previously complex emotions within him had eased somewhat. The individual he had caught this time, Song Yingxing, was no ordinary person. He was an eminent agronomist and naturalist of the late Ming dynasty, with his work Tiangong Kai Wu hailed as a comprehensive encyclopedia of craftsmanship from the 17th century. Beyond delegating tasks related to agricultural production to him, there were numerous inquiries pertaining to knowledge that could be posed to this living encyclopedia. Subsequently, Jiang Tian engaged in casual conversation with Song Yingxing. Everything proceeded as usual. Song Yingxing had seemingly forgotten past events, yet his expertise in agriculture remained firmly ingrained in his memory. From now on, please refrain from calling me master. Refer to me as lord instead. Yes, my lord. Song Yingxing replied with a courteous bow. Jiang Tian then turned to Kai Wenji, saying, Kai Wenji, please escort Elder Song to familiarize him with the situation on the island. Additionally, you may hand over the responsibilities of tending to the plants to him. Understood, my lord. Kai Wenji replied with a blink of her large eyes, leading Song Yingxing away. Although she was unfamiliar with this Song Yingxing, she had sensed from their earlier conversation that he possessed considerable knowledge about plants. Once the two departed, Jiang Tian reiterated his previous plans, meandering leisurely around the island. At this point, the island's area had expanded to 400 square meters, and this included land thick enough for construction. When adding the 50 square meters of water reservoir and the aquaculture area, the total surface area of the island had surpassed 500 square meters. Among those diligently fishing, he felt he was the foremost. In the initial days of his arrival, he had attempted to replicate the empty island, curious whether he could achieve a territorial expansion of 2 to the power of n. However, Jiang Tian discovered that this loophole could not be exploited. Whether it was due to the overly ambiguous concept of land or the island's diverse elements that could not be calculated as individual entities remained uncertain. He pondered about the current size of the territory held by the resource-plundering 4144. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Jiang Tian strolled with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant expanse. He couldn't help but wonder when another island might drift into his line of sight. He would also need to assign someone to patrol the island, so that they could be prepared should such an event occur. With this in mind, Jiang Tian arrived at the construction site. Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing were laying bricks while Zhang San was busy mixing cement at the furnace. Shi Jigang was scurrying back and forth, supervising the workflow on both sides. The manpower was somewhat tight. Perhaps he could take on the patrolling duties himself? This task, under normal circumstances, was not much different from taking a leisurely stroll, and he felt it was manageable. As he contemplated this, he ambled along, admiring the surrounding scenery. Dingling. When Jiang Tian reached the fishing area, the bell rang just in time. Li Xiaoning lifted her fishing rod, and a wooden box descended from the clouds onto the island. Bang! Noticing the commotion, Jiang Tian halted in his tracks, intrigued as he watched Li Xiaoning open the wooden box, speculating about its contents. Creak! A skeleton slowly rose, brandishing a bone dagger in its right hand. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoning executed a swift kick, sending a white oval object flying off the island. In the next moment, the creature became a headless skeleton, bewildered with its bone dagger in hand. Jiang Tian nodded, saying, Very well, leave the bone dagger, and kick the creature away. My lord. Please wait. At that moment, an elderly voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw Song Yingxing jogging toward him. Looking at the skeleton, he remarked, My lord, if we simply kick it off the island, it would be quite a waste. Why not grind it into bone meal for fertilizer? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. This creature has such a function? Very well then, Li Xiaoning, from now on, whenever you encounter a skeleton, shatter it, and pack the fragments into a bag. I will make a large stone hammer with cement later and grind it into powder tonight. Yes, my lord. Li Xiaoning replied with a nod, then picked up a short sword to shatter the joints and discarded them aside. Jiang Tian also headed to the construction site, grabbing a wooden stake and a bucket of ash and cement to begin his work. As time flowed by, everything appeared to be calm and serene. Meanwhile, on a more expansive island, a young man and 2 robust men entered a small dwelling, dragging a bound young man along. They arrived before 4144, who lounged on a wooden chair, dressed in a beach shirt. Bang! The young man was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by the burly men. The youth, somewhat obsequious, said, Master, we have brought back a survivor. It is time for you to claim the land. Well done this time, 4144 replied, casting a disdainful glance at the youth on the ground and casually waving his hand. All right, confine him with the others. The 2 burly men nodded and took the young man out. Away, come here, 4144 beckoned away and inquired, How many people do we currently have at our disposal? Away pondered for a moment. Aside from the survivors detained in the prison, there are 13 of us, including you and me, with 3 of them being martial generals. We have amassed quite a number, 4144 mused, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Then, a hint of a defiant smile appeared on his face. Go. Instruct them to set sail and seize that land. Divide into 2 groups to locate 1111 and eliminate him. Yes. Chapter 66. Just wait, I'll deliver you a grand surprise. As time passed, The clouds drifted leisurely. The sun hung in the northwest, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Tian leaned against the side of the building, reviewing the supplies at the trading post. At that moment, a voice called from behind, "My lord, Wang Yun has caught another person." "Another one?" Jiang Tian opened his eyes wide to see Kai Wenji leading a young man with tousled hair, clad in a checkered shirt and jeans, standing before him. After a brief assessment, this individual struck him as exceedingly ordinary. Moreover, his attire resembled that of Jiang San upon his arrival. "What is your name?" "My lord, my name is Li Si. Do you recall what skills you possess?" After chatting for a while, Jiang Tian shook his head, concluding, "Well, just an ordinary person. He is practically the same as Jiang San." "All right, from now on, call me boss. I will take you straight to work." "Understood, boss." With that, he instructed Kai Wenji to return to fishing. Jiang Tian led Li Si to the construction site. "Sure, Ji Gang, we have another newcomer. You will guide him from now on." Sure Ji Gang nodded and asked Li Si, "Given your appearance, you must be a modern individual. Do you know how to move bricks?" "I seem to have some recollection." "All right, I'll take you to lay bricks." Observing the busy workers on the construction site and the steadily rising brick walls, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. Another laborer had joined, hastening the pace of construction. Tomorrow, they should be able to move into the new house. At this moment, Lu Bu yawned, seemingly finding bricklaying a rather dull task. Indeed, this endeavor was rather monotonous. Jiang Tian contemplated that Lu Bu had either been mixing clay or laying bricks for days, and it seemed he hadn't engaged in any physical exercise for quite some time. It might be beneficial to let him engage in some combat to stretch his muscles. He then instructed, "Lu Bu, set aside the bricklaying for now. We may have external enemies approaching in the coming days. Take a few fishing rods and patrol the island periodically." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu's face brightened as he dropped the bricks and hurried off to fetch the fishing rods. With 4 fishing rods in hand, he sprinted to the west and set them up with precision. He then strode confidently around the island, his spirits evidently high. Jiang Tian offered a faint smile as he opened the trading interface, beginning to procure supplies. 2 more individuals had arrived today, necessitating the purchase of 2 additional tents. Each position on the small island functioned smoothly, adhering to the usual protocols. Several hours later, under the gentle glow of the moon, survivors across the world had slipped into slumber. The CNNS region lay in serene silence, with only 2 small islands bearing sails drifting lazily in the night. The following day, at dawn, on the flying island, Away was roused from his dreams by a booming male voice. "Away! Away! Wake up! Damn it! What is all this shouting so early in the morning?" Away groaned, rubbing his eyes as he sat up, grumbling. Casting a glance at the 3 burly men beside him, he inquired, "What is the commotion? What has happened?" "Away, look." One of the strong men pointed ahead. "It seems there's an empty island over there." Away perked up, immediately rising to his feet and gazing into the distance. Indeed, several kilometers ahead, an island floated in the air. "Is that not an empty island?" Away exclaimed with delight, commanding, "Quickly, accelerate. Let us go take a look." Yes. The 3 strong men took their seats and began to row vigorously. The small island surged forward, rapidly closing the distance to the distant isle. "Stop. Lower the sails." When they were 2 kilometers away from the floating island, the burly men halted their rowing. As the small island glided forward with inertia, Away leaned over, watching as the island gradually grew larger in his sight, his eyes widening. "By heavens, this island is quite substantial," Away murmured. "It must be over 500 square meters, right? What is that large pit-like structure? It seems to be adorned with numerous plants. And that round object in the center, could it be a wooden house? What about that large square object beside it that resembles a block of stone?" At that moment, Away's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a brick house? As the small island continued to drift closer to the larger island, despite the inability to view it in detail, the large square object indeed appeared to be a brick house. Estimating its area, it must be around 100 to 180 square meters. Suddenly, a familiar idea sprang to Away's mind, causing him to gasp in astonishment, his eyes widening. "What? 100 square meters? A brick house? Could this possibly be the island of 1111? I thought he was just bragging, but it turns out he is actually building a house." As these words escaped his lips, the 3 strong men beside him froze in surprise. Although they had no idea who this 1111 was, they had often heard their island leader mention the number 1111 with a rather unfriendly expression. "Have we stumbled upon the territory of a rival?" At that moment, Away's confidant stepped forward and said, "Away, considering the richness of the resources in this area, perhaps we should." "Shut it." Away snapped, his brow furrowing, his expression unreadable. "If my guess is correct, that's the island of 1111. In this region, aside from us, no one possesses more resources than 1111. He is definitely the one. That island hosts a formidable figure, Wuxianovel. Are you certain you 3 can contend with him?" Upon hearing the name Wuxianovel, Away's confidant faltered. Though he couldn't recall the details, he instinctively sensed that the 3 of them were no match. "So what should we do now?" he asked. "Fool. Turn around immediately and report back." "Yes." After issuing the command, the strong men hastily began to manipulate the sails. The small floating island gradually altered its course, returning from whence it came. As they departed, Away stood still, gazing at the figures on the opposing island, a sly smile creeping across his lips. He opened the chat system and sent a private message. Master, good news. I've located the island of 1111. Meanwhile, on the other end, reclining on a wooden chair and perusing the chat messages, 4144's eyes lit up. Are you certain? How do you know it's his island? I'm sure. I saw the house. They're constructing a building. Plus, their island is quite large. After a moment of silence, 4144 murmured, how are they managing to build houses? After pondering for a moment, he directly inquired. Alright, what is their location? Didn't we just swallow that new island yesterday? It's to the southwest of our current position. Is that so? I didn't expect we'd find it so soon. 4144 stroked his chin, a smirk forming. Come back. I want you to report the situation in detail. Understood, master. After receiving the reply, 4144 closed the chat interface and shook a bell beside him. Dongjua hurried over from outside, bowing slightly as he addressed 4144. Master, what is your command? Go, light the signal fire, and summon the other team back. We have a significant prize this time. At these words, a hint of a sinister smile appeared on Dongjua's plump face. Yes, master. With that, Dongjua turned and hurried away. 4144 watched Dongjua's retreating figure, his smile gradually morphing into something more sinister. 1111, you've finally crossed my path. Just wait. I'll be delivering you a grand surprise. Chapter 67. Are you in a hurry? Meanwhile, on a small island of around 400 to 500 square meters, Jiang Tian and his group were observing the distant flying island as it slowly drifted away. My lord, Huitzubing furrowed his brow. Is that the external threat? Yes. It should be them, Jiang Tian replied, gazing intently at the horizon. The island appeared to be rather small, estimated at about 20 square meters. As for how many individuals were present, he couldn't discern clearly. However, the situation seemed to align closely with the description provided by the individual who had been attacked yesterday. A large sail, a windmill, and a small island. This was likely the same group that had assaulted other islands yesterday. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel, where a cacophony of discussions ensued, covering a variety of topics. Most were messages regarding the procurement of timber, while others inquired about how to craft windmills. It was a chaotic mess. He didn't see any messages from the individual who had been attacked yesterday, so it was likely that they had met their end. Speaking of which, the person who was attacked mentioned that they had charged straight onto the island. Why hadn't they done the same this time? Had they been intimidated by Huitzubing after being recognized? Jiang Tian glanced back at the nearly completed structure behind him. It was likely that this was what had given him away. However, if these were indeed 4144's people, they wouldn't simply let it go. According to his claims, they would likely rally others to mount an assault on his island. Considering this, Jiang Tian looked at his companions, who stood by, awaiting orders. The unknown invaders had instilled a sense of tension among them, albeit to varying degrees. Jiang Tian smiled reassuringly and said, everyone need not worry too much. Their strength is probably on par with the pigmen. Even if they come, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Our strength is not to be underestimated. Reflecting on the previous message from 0066, which hinted at Huitzubing's involvement, 4144 had not boasted about possessing formidable subordinates. Instead, he had mentioned gathering a larger crowd to swarm him. This suggested that in terms of quality, he held no advantage. At most, he had a numerical advantage. Although it is said that quantitative changes can sometimes lead to qualitative changes, Jiang Tian glanced at Lu Bu, Huitzubing, and the nearby Li Xiaoning, unable to suppress a smile. To instigate a qualitative change through quantitative means in their presence requires a considerable amount of preparation, which is indeed a challenging proposition. What needs to be done now is to devise methods for long-range strikes to prevent the adversary from engaging in a long-range confrontation. He then instructed the two beside him. Shiji Gang, Huitzubing, set aside your current tasks and promptly convert the ash furnace into a blast furnace. Then extract copper to fabricate the mechanisms for our crossbows. Yes, my lord. Understood, boss. The two accepted their orders and made their way to the furnace. Lu Bu, continue your patrol, and if you detect anything suspicious approaching, notify me immediately. Yes, my lord. Jiang Tian then gently rubbed the head of Kai Wenji, whom he held in his arms. All right, you all return to your duties. There is no need for concern. MHM. Kai Wenji blinked and returned to her fishing spot to pick up her rod. The others nodded and resumed their posts. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the logs from 0066 to arrive. He subsequently opened the chat system and sent a private message. How is your log growth progressing? Not long after, a response came. It's almost done. It should be ready tomorrow. Are you in a hurry? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and composed a message. A small island just flew past us. My location is likely already known to 4144 and his group. Do you understand what I mean? Does that mean? Thus, I must expedite the production of the heavy crossbow. Regardless of how the logs are growing, they must be delivered to me tonight. Do you understand? The other party fell silent for a moment before responding. All right, I understand. Jiang Tian then thought for a moment. By the way, take these items. As he spoke, he sent a trade invitation to the other party. What are you planning? 0066 inquired, and upon accepting the invitation, discovered two items presented by Jiang Tian. One was a large bag of wood ash, and the other was a sizable sack of bone meal. After reading the notes, 0066 was taken aback. Bone meal? Where did you acquire so much? Don't worry about that. You should be aware of the purpose of these two items, right? Use them to accelerate the growth rate. If necessary, apply some artificial fertilizer. 0066, momentarily bewildered, suddenly realized something was amiss. Hey, what do you mean by artificial fertilizer? Are you suggesting that I should? Ugh. Scoundrel. In response to 0066 complaints, Jiang Tian chose to ignore him. He approached Shiji Gang and wuxianovel, who were busy transforming the furnace, to inquire about the scale of the heavy crossbow production and other materials needed. He then began searching for materials to make hemp ropes. Everything appeared to be in a flurry of activity, yet remarkably organized. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually progressed in the sky, by around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Under the strenuous efforts of the strong men who were hastily shaking the handles, Wei and his group arrived at the newly relocated headquarters. They went directly to the central building of the island and entered to find 4,144 reclining in a chair. My lord, we have returned. Come here and provide a detailed account. 4144 nodded, beckoning Wei closer. Wei complied, bowing slightly as he spoke. This morning, we detected the island of 1111. He then recounted everything he had seen that day, including the general structure of the island and the more prominent buildings. Upon hearing his description, 4144 furrowed his brow and suddenly inquired, You say his house is nearly finished? Are you certain? I am certain, Wei affirmed, though it was quite distant. The main structure is indeed nearly complete, perhaps around 100 to 180 square meters. When I passed by, I even saw people applying cement to it. What did you say? 4144, who had been reclining, suddenly sat upright. How is that possible? I have waited so many days, and his tiny house isn't even finished. Yet he has completed a 100 square meter building? Damn, was he telling the truth all along? Suddenly, 4144 seemed to realize something. Grabbing Wei by the collar and tightening his brow as he asked, Did you just say they were applying cement? Are you certain it wasn't clay? Oh, I assure you, it was indeed cement. Although it was a bit far away, I definitely saw someone applying something to the walls. It was a gray substance. Absolutely not clay. Caught off guard by the sudden grip on his collar, Wei felt flustered but managed to convey what he had witnessed. Upon hearing this, 4144 released Wei's collar. However, his furrowed brow remained tense. Damn it, I have searched for so long without finding anyone selling cement. We have iron, but no limestone. Where on earth did this 1111 procure cement? Relieved to be released, Wei sighed and flatteringly remarked, My lord, why should we concern ourselves with that? Even if he finishes the house, when we strike, won't it still belong to us? As for the cement, once we capture that 1111 fellow, we can simply interrogate him for the method, can't we? Upon hearing this, 4144's brow gradually relaxed, and a broad grin reappeared on his face, his eyes gleaming with greed. That makes sense. Prepare a 30 square meter vessel, gather the equipment, and we shall set sail at once. Chapter 68. This island is mine for the taking today. Amidst their bustling activities, a day passed, and day turned to night. The following day, in the hazy sunlight, an island of approximately 30 square meters was steadily advancing in a singular direction. My lord, look, we are nearing our destination. Wei leaned over, waking the slumbering 4144. Unlike the usual furious response to being awakened, 4144 surprisingly did not erupt this time. Instead, he sprang up and gazed ahead. Indeed, within his line of sight appeared a diminutive island, made small by the distance. Are you certain this is 1111's island? I am certain. Wei, likewise gazing into the distance, was filled with greed. This is the exact course we took yesterday. There is no mistake. Excellent. 4144 sneered, surveying the group that had risen alongside him, including several who were operating the fans. This time, in addition to himself and Wei, he had brought along a cadre of subordinates, 12 in total. Moreover, all the martial generals were present. Only one trusted aide was left to guard the headquarters. With such a force, how could they possibly fail to capture the insignificant 1111? He then instructed his companions, when we arrive at their island, we shall initiate an attack with our weapons. If they retreat, we will seize the opportunity to land on the island. As long as we capture 1111, everything will be at our discretion. Do you understand? Understood. The 12 men of varying statures chorused in unison. Very well. 4144 flashed a triumphant smile. At that moment, one of his subordinates suddenly asked, Isn't there someone named wuxianovel on their island? I've heard he is quite formidable. What if he obstructs us? Useless. 4144 raised his hand and slapped the subordinate, scolding, I told you last night that the rumors of him having wuxianovel are just hearsay. Have you seen him with your own eyes? How do you know if he is not simply boasting? Besides, even if he truly has wuxianovel, what of it? With so many of us and several martial generals, we can send a few capable ones to engage wuxianovel while the rest capture 1111. Is that not sufficient? As he spoke, 4144 cast his gaze toward 3 men clad in simple garments. One of them is Dong Zhuo. Upon hearing this, he took a slight step back, lowering his head as if he hadn't heard anything at all. However, that was of little consequence, for 4144 had not expected much from him. Another man, clad in plain attire, furrowed his brow and gazed at the sky, seemingly deep in thought. 4144 frowned slightly, about to utter a word, when suddenly the last man, dressed in simple clothing with a square face adorned with a short beard, broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, the master speaks truly. What are Ho Chu Bing and his ilk but a bunch of empty names? I possess the strength to rival tens of thousands. Any foe can be vanquished beneath my blade. Upon seeing this man, 4144 nodded in satisfaction. This square-faced fellow had been recruited just a few days prior. Judging by his name and appearance, he seemed to be a warrior as well. 4144 was not well versed in history, possessing only a cursory knowledge of particularly famous figures. Thus he was somewhat unfamiliar with this square-faced man. Nevertheless, it mattered not. His demeanor over the past few days exuded confidence, suggesting he was indeed formidable. Perhaps he was a low-profile expert? Regardless, having observed him assaulting ordinary people during prior conquests, he certainly displayed considerable ferocity. All right then, if we truly encounter Ho Chu Bing, I shall leave him to you. Indeed, the square-faced man responded eagerly, reveling in the reverent gazes of the others. Just as 4144 was about to announce the battle plan, the island in their sights drew ever closer. At this moment, 4144 could discern more details about the island's condition. A wave of indescribable joy surged in his heart upon making the discovery. Brick houses. There were indeed brick houses. Moreover, there was a completed brick house spanning 100 square meters, plastered with cement. This island appeared to boast over 500 square meters in total. Never would he have imagined that within this area, there existed land belonging to others of such magnitude. 4144's excitement grew as he smiled with a cold smirk. Starting today, this land would belong to him. Little did you know, 1111, after all your arduous efforts, you would ultimately be sewing garments for me. 4144. With that thought, 4144 commanded his subordinates, halt the sails. Maintain a distance of approximately 100 meters from the other vessels. Understood. The men at the helm ceased their actions, while the others stowed away the sails. The 30-square-meter empty island continued to drift forward due to inertia, and the situation upon the island became increasingly clear to 4144. He cast his eyes upon the island and noticed several individuals at work. To the east and north of the island stood 2 old men, a young girl, and a woman. Only one robust man, wielding a weapon, seemed to be watching them intently. He must be Ho Chu Bing. Just then, the man shouted to those behind him, and the young girl along with the 2 old men hurried back to a wooden shack. The other woman also stood up, weapon in hand, staring in their direction. Upon witnessing this, 4144 couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, an old man, a child and a woman? Is this their combat strength? Just one Ho Chu Bing and a defenseless woman think they can stop me? This island is as good as mine today. In high spirits, he casually draped an arm over Away's shoulder. Away, I never expected you to actually find him, and to think he has developed so well. You've done well this time. Once we seize this island, you shall reap the rewards. Hearing this, Away beamed with joy. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. 4144 waved his hand dismissively, his expression radiating an air of authority. No need for such formalities. Being called master sounds rather foolish. Back when I was in the underworld, they called me Brother Jia, so you may as well do the same. Yes, Brother Jia. The small island gradually approached, now only about 200 meters away. As he watched the island draw nearer, 4144's spirits soared. His mind was filled with visions of this warrior entangling the robust man before him, while he, himself, would force 1111 to kneel and plead for mercy. Suddenly, 4144 paused. Wait, if this big man is Ho Chu Bing, then where is 1111 himself? Could he be hiding? At that moment, the unexpected occurred. From behind the stone brick house, 4 more men emerged, pushing 2 mysterious objects towards them. These 2 items were covered in purple cloth, obscuring their true nature. Although the sudden increase in numbers surprised 4144, it mattered little. After all, these 4 newcomers appeared utterly unremarkable. And with their 6 members combined against his 14, the overwhelming disparity in strength was evident. At this point, the gap between the 2 islands had closed to just over 100 meters. It was clear that conflict was imminent. 4144 smirked coldly. Opening the regional chat channel, he announced, I have good news for you all. I am currently beside 1111's island, and today I shall broadcast the slaughter of 1111. Chapter 69. Men, toss them aside. Spare the women. As 4144's message rang out, the once boisterous regional chat fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, messages began to flow in. What had 4144 just said? The chat log was right there. He claimed to be at 1111's place? Could it be? Oh my god. Is 1111 about to be slaughtered by 4144? Really? I wondered why 4144 had been so quiet these past few days. I thought he was exhausted, but instead, he went to confront 1111. Haha, this is perfect. I have long found him displeasing. 4144, take down that pretentious fool. What if 1111 is slaughtered? Where will I buy my goods? Am I supposed to trade with this bastard for 1144? I had thought 1111 was quite prosperous. If he were to be consumed, would 4144 not soar to greatness? Haha, 4144, go take him down. Carry me to the heights. If he devours 1111 and then comes to trouble us, we would have no means to resist. Take him down along with that wretched 1111 and eliminate all the others who think they are so grand. I cannot remain in this region any longer. These people are too terrifying. I must flee. I need to escape via the flying device. No. How could you possibly take down 1111? He has Ho Chu Bing on his side. Who do you think you are? 4144. Who do you think will broadcast his slaughter? Today, I shall certainly take him down. A bunch of fools. If I were unprepared, I would not be standing here. The message channel erupted in a flurry of reactions. Excitement, disbelief, and panic rolled through in waves. Observing the chaos within the chat, 4144 felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. This was the reverence he sought. He gestured grandly. Now, turn the fans again and move the island a bit closer. I wish to berate this fool right before his eyes. Yes. The men on the island responded in unison, resuming their efforts at the helm. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian stood upon the island, gazing at the man in a beach shirt across the small, empty island, who was raising his arms and babbling incessantly. It was clear without a doubt that this individual was a survivor, sending out chat messages. Concurrently, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, the messages flowing into his view. 4144? So it's truly you. Observing the content within the channel, Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing through them. Although he had never instigated trouble, it did not imply that he was afraid of it. Since the other party had taken the initiative to confront him, they would certainly not extend any courtesies. As the saying goes, if you are willing to die, then I am willing to bury you. At that moment, a familiar ID popped up in the chat channel. 0888. What the hell? I just got up, and I see such a huge situation. 1111. Are you about to be taken down by 4144? Hurry, report your location. I'll come to help. I just drew a Su Chu and a Zhang Liao. Let me take care of him. Oh, and I have one more thing to say. 4144, I'm telling you, playing is one thing, but don't joke about Huazi. If anything happens to Huazi and Kayle, I swear I'll take you down. This caused the chat channel to erupt once more. What does this mean? Two renowned generals drawn in succession. Is this what it means to be a lucky bastard? Damn it. It's infuriating. How come all I catch are plumbers and delivery men? Don't say anything. If you can catch an ordinary person, you should be grateful. I once caught a bandit, and that damn bandit just lazes around all day, tough as nails, impossible to beat. Yesterday, I caught a wooden box, hoping for a legitimate new member, but instead, I got a pig man. Now my bandit hangs out with the pig man, ruining my food, whispering and calling each other brothers. It's driving me insane. Damn it, you're worse off. Upon seeing 0888's message, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Their positions were the same, both beneath the blue sky and white clouds, with the ocean below. Where was he supposed to fetch your location? Just as he was about to close the chat system, another private message popped up. 0066. You rogue, get up. Do you know that 4144 has come to your place? Check the chat channel. Yes, I see it. 4144 and his crew are standing right across from me. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow at the message. What is going on? The sun has just risen, and you're up so early? 0066 replied, I couldn't sleep last night. Is that thing of yours ready? Fortunately, you sent those pieces of wood early. I worked all night and finally finished it. You wouldn't believe it. One of my buddies fainted from exhaustion. After sending that, Jiang Tian glanced at the two large objects covered by cloth in front of him. He added, now that 4144 is here, it's the perfect opportunity to test the power of this thing. Message sent, he closed the chat interface. At this moment, the distance between the two islands had narrowed to about 20 meters. 4144 sneered as he stepped forward, scanning the few people on the opposite island. Who the hell is 1111? Step forward. However, no one responded. Instead, they looked at him with strange expressions, as if he were a pig man. 4144's expression soured. So, you're all too cowardly to step forward? Fine. I'll torture you one by one. Fool, Jiang Tian scoffed, his voice not loud but perfectly audible to 4144. At this, 4144 had finally found his target. He arrogantly raised his finger, pointing at Jiang Tian's nose as he cursed. Damn it. So you are 1111? Weren't you all about acting tough before? Now that I've come knocking, you're dumbfounded. Huh? Hurry up and bow to me and admit your mistake. I might consider letting you join me in the future. On the other side, Jiang Tian said nothing. Instead, he sat calmly on the ground, observing 4144 as if watching a clown perform in a circus. After a long pause, he finally spoke. 4144? Have you considered going to Gotham City and performing alongside Batman? Upon hearing this, 4144's mouth twitched. Despite the army pressing down on him, he still dared to act so arrogantly? Damn it, I was going to spare your life. But now you have the audacity to mock me? I wonder where you get your confidence and courage. Fine, I'll throw you all to the fishes later. As he spoke, 4144 glanced at the group on the opposite island, 5 men and 1 woman. His gaze settled on Li Xiaoning, instantly igniting his anger. All right, there's a woman on your island. I was so focused on slaughtering your island that I forgot about this. After all this time, I've caught so many people and slaughtered so many islands, yet I haven't seen a single woman, not even a female animal. This is driving me to the brink of confusion about my sexual orientation. 4144 leered lewdly and shouted to his men behind him, throw all the men overboard. But spare the woman. Yes, his subordinates responded in unison. Then, 4144 shot Jiang Tian a glance, disdainfully eyeing the bulliest man among the group. Huh. You think you're impressive just because you have a wuxianovel? What is so grand about that? One person can't withstand so many of us. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and his men stepped forward, forming a stark contrast between their group and Jiang Tian's. 4144 laughed heartily, pointing at Jiang Tian. Do you not understand the situation? We have 14 people here, while you have only wuxianovel as a fighter. Just look at the others beside you. 2 are clearly ordinary, 1 is a short-faced weakling, and the last is a woman who couldn't harm a fly. 1111. What do you have to fight me with? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian sensed something amiss. He glanced at the individuals beside him. The 2 ordinary people were undoubtedly Zhang San and Li Si. The woman who couldn't harm a fly must refer to Li Xiaoning. But this short-faced weakling? Jiang Tian measured their heights. Among the men, the shortest was indeed wuxianovel, standing at 1.70 meters. Was 4144 contradicting himself? Just a moment ago, he praised wuxianowel's fighting abilities, and now he referred to him as a short-faced weakling? Where was Lu Bu? Surely he didn't mistake wuxianovel for Lu Bu? At this moment, a square-faced man stepped forward from behind 4144, volunteering, Master. Let me go first and dampen their spirits. Huh. 4144 raised his eyebrows, casting a satisfied glance at the square-faced man. Very well. I'll send you out first to give me some face. Yes. The square-faced man clasped his hands, striding forward boldly. He looked at the opposing group, scanning around before pointing at the most robust man among them and asking, are you the so-called wuxianovel? This sudden inquiry left Lu Bu and wuxianovel bewildered, caught off guard. Lu Bu furrowed his brow, unsure of the man's intent. Why was he pointing at himself if he was looking for wuxianovel? Wuxianovel also frowned and stepped forward to say, I am wuxianovel. Who are you? Humph, so you are wuxianovel? The square-faced man shifted his gaze, sizing up wuxianovel with a look of utter disdain. Huh, just you? A small, weak face like yours doesn't deserve such renown. You must be inflating your own reputation. Seeing this, 4144 felt a rush of satisfaction. His subordinate didn't disappoint. Regardless of strength, just the bravado alone marked him as a formidable warrior. He even sent a message in the regional chat channel. 4144, huh? What of that 1111 and his wuxianovel? Here, I also possess formidable generals, and I am in no way intimidated by his wuxianovel. It is well known that wuxianovel is merely proficient in warfare. Looking at his diminutive stature, I suspect his personal prowess is not as exaggerated as history portrays. Initially, 4144 held a degree of trepidation regarding wuxianovel, but upon witnessing the latter's appearance, all lingering doubts evaporated. I knew it. Truly, 4144 is remarkable indeed. This time, 1111 is finished. Short stature? Haha, so this is wuxianovel's true form. 4144, pray tell, what generals do you have? Goodness, could it be? The chat channel erupted with speculation. Observing this, Wei felt an unaccountable sense of pride and encouraged the general he had brought along to step forward and hurl a few insults, so he could show off. Meanwhile, wuxianovel, taken aback by the unfounded ridicule, could not fathom why this young man opposite him seemed so peculiar. Since regaining consciousness, he had been diligently working, oblivious to the claims of his supposed renown. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Bu also felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, sensing that he had been inexplicably overlooked. Pointing at the adversary, he inquired with a scowl, who are you? State your name at once. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a square-faced man suddenly laughed heartily, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, You wish to hear my name? Speak it, and it shall startle you. I am the foremost warrior of my lord. Xing Daro. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. Good heavens, it is this fellow? Lu Bu and wuxianovel exchanged puzzled glances. My lord, who is this Xing Daro? Why does your expression change? Could it be that he is a master of sorts? Not that it matters who he is. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Previously, I claimed their combat prowess was akin to that of pig men, but I have come to realize I was mistaken. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu, wuxianovel, and Li Xiaoning exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. Could it truly be as they suspected, that this Xing Daro? In an instant, the countenances of Lu Bu, Wuxianovel, and wuxianovel grew serious. Yet Jiang Tian smiled nonchalantly. They are even inferior to pigmen. At that moment, upon witnessing the demeanor of the opposing side, Xing Daorong, having revealed his name, was infuriated to find them whispering among themselves. You rodents, upon hearing my name, dare to converse in hushed tones? Reveal your names, that I may claim your heads. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu's anger flared. With fierce eyes, he bellowed, I, Lu Fengxian, stand here. If you seek battle, then let us engage. The revelation shocked 4,144 profoundly. Lu Bu? This is truly Lu Bu? One Wuxianovel was not enough. Yet there he stood with a Lu Bu. This cannot be real. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was interrupted by the square-faced man challenging him and the stir caused by his first subordinate. Bang! Xing Daorong froze, his expression blank as if struck dumb. He was bewildered, feeling out of place. Meanwhile, Dong Zhuo, standing off to the side with his head bowed, looked up at the imposing figure and collapsed to the ground. His trembling arm pointed forward, his face contorted in fear, cold sweat pouring down his body. It was as if he recalled something, yet nothing came to mind. Only a profound sense of dread emanating from his very soul. Lu Fengxian, how could he be here? Additionally, Ao Wei's voice rang out in surprise. Goodness. Lu Sandao, what has happened to you? Why did you suddenly kneel? Goodness, why are your pants wet? Chapter 71. Second Company Commander, for heaven's sake, fire the cannons. On the small, 30-square-meter island, what was once an imposing group had devolved into chaos. The man who had been at the forefront, Xing Daorong, stood there with his mouth agape, staring blankly at Lu Bu as if in a daze. Ao Wei shouted while tugging at a man named Lu Sandao. In the background, Lu Sandao's trousers were visibly stained in various shades. Other men dressed in ancient attire were frozen in place, mouths agape, lost in thought upon hearing Lu Bu's name. Meanwhile, the modern-dressed subordinates looked on in confusion at the disarray, and Dong Zhuo had already fainted, rolling his eyes back. Witnessing this scene, 4144's expression was a mixture of complexities. Although he lacked extensive historical knowledge, he surely recognized the name Lu Bu, the most formidable warrior of the Three Kingdoms era. In an instant, shock, resentment, and fury surged within him. Just moments ago, he had believed the burly man across from him was merely boasting alongside 1111. But the reactions of his subordinates led him to rationally conclude that this individual could indeed be Lu Bu. How could this be possible? 4144's gaze fixated on Jiang Tian, murmuring, You have a Wuxianovel, and now you also possess a Lu Bu. What gives you such extraordinary luck? After uttering this, he turned and glared fiercely at his subordinates. You useless lot, what are you dawdling for? Have you forgotten why we are here? Attack. Upon hearing this, several subordinates hesitated, pointing in Lu Bu's direction and stammering, Attack? But that Lu Bu Perhaps we should reconsider our approach, my lord. Let us return and deliberate. Indeed, while I know not who Lu Fengxian is, I cannot shake the feeling that we will be utterly defeated. As his subordinates spoke, 4144's expression grew darker. He had not anticipated that the opposing side would boast such a legendary warrior alongside Wuxianovel. Truthfully, he felt a momentary inclination to retreat. However, 4144 discreetly opened the regional chat channel, where survivors were inquiring about the progress of his confrontation with 1111, asking if he had claimed dominion over them. The influx of messages made 4144's scalp tingle. He had boasted so boldly. Could he truly turn tail now? He had envisioned a reign of power here, and to flee in disgrace would be utterly humiliating. In a fit of rage, 4144 kicked Xing Daorong's rear and gritted his teeth, reprimanding his subordinates. What are you afraid of? What can Lu Bu do? Even if he is formidable, can he fly over and strike us? With a gesture to the side, he continued, Fools, follow the plan. Arm yourselves and shoot them down with bows from a distance. Oh, at his command, the other subordinates sprang into action, hastily rummaging through the weapons laid out on the ground. They retrieved 3 curved wooden structures bound with twine. My lord, we have the bows. 4144 took one, instructing, distribute the remaining 2 to Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao. Yes, sir. After receiving orders, his subordinates handed the other 2 bows to the 2 men, who remained in a state of bewilderment. Lu Sandao, in particular, had already drenched his trousers. Upon witnessing the scene, 4144 was infuriated to the point of nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Although he was previously unaware of the identities of the individuals Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao, who had been caught, their bewildered expressions and obvious fear painted them as nothing more than 2 worthless fools. With a swift motion, he approached them and delivered a resounding slap to each of their faces, then pointed angrily at their noses, berating them vehemently. Look at yourselves, you disgraceful imbeciles. You're bringing shame upon me. We are still far from him, whether it be Lu Bu or Wuxianovel. They cannot reach us, do you understand? Grab your bows and shoot them down. Upon hearing these words, Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao finally regained their senses. Dazed, they accepted the bows, instructing their subordinates to fetch arrows. Observing their cowardice, 4144 let out a disdainful snort. Nevertheless, with bows in hand, His anxiety diminished significantly. After all, as long as he possessed a means of ranged attack, the opposition would have no choice but to suffer the consequences. He strode forward with renewed confidence, a self-satisfied grin returning to his face. 1111. Even if you are a formidable warrior, what can you truly do? Can you fly over here and strike me? Ha ha. You never anticipated that I would have. Suddenly, 4144 froze mid-sentence. The group on the opposing island, led by 1111, seemed entirely disinterested in him, busily tinkering with two large, wrapped objects beside them. It dawned on him that 1111 and his comrades had brought these items along when they arrived. Just as he pondered this, the large wrappings were pulled away. A peculiar yet familiar object emerged before his group. 4144 furrowed his brow. It appeared to be a cart. A large wooden platform mounted on 4 wheels. They had indeed pushed this contraption over. Upon closer inspection, it seemed somewhat different. The platform bore what resembled a semicircular structure, roughly the size of a large dining table. On top of this, there appeared to be a long, slender pillar, the tip of which gleamed with a metallic sheen. What in the world is this? For 1144's eyes widened in confusion. Meanwhile, Xiang Daorong and Lu Sandao, having finally managed their bows and arrows, turned pale at the sight of this object. This is a crossbow cart? They actually possess a crossbow cart. In an instant, panic seized them, causing their hands, even while gripping the bows, to tremble uncontrollably. A crossbow cart? 4144 stood there, utterly dumbfounded, swallowing hard. How could that scoundrel 1111 possess such a contraption? Gazing at the massive crossbow mounted on the cart, along with the thick, long arrows, 4144 felt his legs weaken. Damn it, I need to report this. 1111 is clearly cheating. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian observed the opposing team's trepidation with keen interest. He chuckled derisively and then gestured grandly toward the enemy's island, shouting, "Second Lieutenant, fire the cannon for me." As his words echoed, Wuxianovel, positioned nearby, firmly grasped the large bronze trigger. With a swift pull, a metallic clang resonated as the triangularly arranged hemp rope was released, snapping taut. In the next moment, the long, thick stakes from the crossbow cart shot forth like meteors, hurtling toward the distant island. On the other side, 4144 and his companions, still in shock, could only watch as a long, arrow-tipped projectile darted toward them, growing increasingly elongated and thick in their line of sight. Boom! At that moment of stunned silence, a wooden dragon, shimmering with a copper hue, erupted from beneath the island, only a meter thick. A hapless soul, caught off guard, barely had time to react before being struck and sent flying, vanishing from view, leaving only a mist of blood to speckle 4144 and his group. In that instant, they were rendered speechless, feeling the warm liquid splatter against their faces. 4144 stiffly raised a hand to wipe his face, desperate to discern what had just occurred. Yet reality abruptly yanked them from their stupor. As the dragon burst through the island, a jagged crack appeared on the surface. In the blink of an eye, dirt cascaded down from the fissure, which rapidly widened and deepened, forming a chasm. With a thunderous roar, the fissure swiftly spread, creating a web of cracks as the ground beneath them crumbled, leaving a gaping hole in the island. Before they could react, those standing on the unstable ground felt it give way, losing their balance and plummeting. Several individuals fell, disappearing without a trace. Only 4144, Wei, Xiang Daorong, Lu Sandao, and the recently awakened Dong Zhuo remained on the island. In that moment, emotions of shock, fear, and disbelief flooded their minds. Was this truly the power of a single crossbow bolt? What kind of might is this? Is this what 1111's defenses entail? This is the very target I vowed to annihilate. For a moment, 4144 found himself at a loss for words. Since entering the floating island, he had always been at the forefront of progress, while others were still caught in the rain. He had begun gathering resources to construct a wooden shelter. Who could have anticipated that the dwelling he painstakingly fashioned, a mere 6 square meters, was dwarfed by 1111's creation, which was at least 5 times larger. Not only that, but 1111 had consistently enjoyed superior food and living conditions. Even when he had acquired more fishing rods to gather resources during his pillaging, he still felt his supplies paled in comparison to those of 1111. Where is the fairness in this? He hadn't even seen that scoundrel venture out to raid. How could he amass such resources? This must surely be a case of cheating. Furthermore, on the day clay was refreshed, 4144 had been among the first to procure clay and water. Yet, his construction pace still lagged behind that of 1111. Take building a house, for instance. He had barely finished his bricks while 1111 had already completed the cement work. How is that even possible? While others were still crafting knives and clubs from stone and wood, he, 4144, had already begun preparing ranged weapons. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the wooden bow in his hands, then at the crossbow cart across the way. It felt like a slingshot facing a cannon. This was his version of a ranged weapon? Ridiculous. In a fit of frustration, 4144 raised his knee and snapped the wooden bow in two. At that moment, the 3 generals of the 3 kingdoms collapsed to the ground, each one having soiled themselves. Staring at the gaping hole in the island, They dared not even breathe. Wei, trembling, crawled on his knees toward 4144, panic etched across his face. Jia, what should we do now? What else can we do? We must retreat. 4144 kicked at the sprawled generals, spitting in disgust. Enough. Stop dawdling and get up to hoist the sails back to town. If you don't get moving, I'll personally throw each of you overboard. Upon hearing this, Wei and Dongjua hastily adjusted the sails, while the other two warriors scrambled to the fan, preparing to accelerate their departure from the floating island. Just then, a voice rang out. Now that you're here, why rush to leave? Didn't you claim you would slaughter me? Jiang Tian sneered, extending his right index finger to beckon 4144 closer. Come here. Bah. 4144 retorted angrily. Do you think I'm foolish? You're merely relying on a couple of formidable warriors. Stop pretending to be impressive. I'll tell you this. Fortunes change in 30 years. Once I've developed my strength, I will return. With that, 4144 urged Wei and the others. Hurry up. He.s. reloading his crossbow. And it will take time. Besides, they might not even have arrows left. We need to seize this moment to escape. However, just as 4144 finished speaking, and before the sails were fully raised, Jiang Tian yanked away another cloth covering a concealed object. With a whoosh, another identical crossbow emerged before everyone, its large, reflective arrows aimed directly at the remaining 5. This action left the occupants of the damaged island gasping in shock. What? How do you still have that? You. At this moment, 4144's hopes of fleeing were utterly dashed. In a fit of rage and despair, he pointed accusingly at Jiang Tian, exclaiming, I've wanted to ask you for ages, where do you get all these resources? I'm reporting you're cheating. He then proceeded to communicate on the world and regional channels. CNNS 4144. GM, does this game even have a GM? I want to report. There's someone named CNNS 1111. This bastard is cheating. The moment this message was sent, those in the world channel were left bewildered. What? This game has cheats? They questioned the validity of his claims. If there are cheats, get one for me too. Others speculated, this guy must have lost his mind. Conversely, the regional channel erupted with excitement. 1111 is cheating? What kind of cheat? 4144. Didn't you say you were attacking 1111? What is the situation now? Are you saying you were defeated by 1111? Oh, ISNT that 4144? What happened to your bravado? The messages flew by rapidly in the chat. And observing 4144's reaction, they deduced a single conclusion. He had been defeated. Those who had previously been mocked by 4144 now stood tall, ready to taunt him in return. Oh, 4144, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why are you mumbling now? What's wrong? 4144. Why the sudden silence? They jeered and laughed, eager to hear about his misfortune. 4144 watched in silence, his anticipated GM failing to appear, leaving him to endure the relentless ridicule from others, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. Just then, the man on the opposing island spoke again, his voice devilish. Didn't you hear me calling you over? Are you asking for another round? At this, 4144 was truly flabbergasted. Before he could react, Wei, panic-stricken, shouted to the rear, Sandao, didn't you hear? Get the fan moving now. Move it. Yes, yes. Lu Sandao's pants dripped water as he frantically waved his arms. Meanwhile, Xing Daorong stood bewildered, glancing at 4144, unsure of what to do. Witnessing this scene, 4144's eyes turned red with fury. Damn it, Wei and his crew are utterly useless. They're the first to cower when the tide turns. But at this point, I have no choice. If things continue like this, what if 1111 really decides to fire upon us? He had seen clearly the fate of the unfortunate soul struck by the giant arrow, and the others who had fallen were likely doomed. Below, the sea churned violently, with several elongated figures thrashing in the water. He did not wish to meet such a fate. Gritting his teeth, he ordered Xing Daorong to activate the fan as well, silently reassuring himself, survive first. There will be opportunities later. The two islands drew ever closer, and soon, the small island collided with Jiang Tian's. Jiang Tian nodded and waved at 4144 and his companions. Good, come here. Yes, yes. Wei nodded eagerly and rushed to Jiang Tian, immediately kneeling before him. Big brother, 1111, from now on, you are my boss. Give me a chance to join you. Upon uttering this, Wei gestured for Lu Sindao to come over. Hurry, recognize our new master. All right. Lu Sindao also stood up and ran towards Jiang Tian. Stop, stop. Jiang Tian quickly halted him, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Sindao's soaked pants. What is this? How ridiculous. Kneel somewhere else. Okay. Lu Sandao nodded and stepped back, kneeling at the edge of the island, head bowed, afraid to meet the gazes of those in front of him. On the other side, Dongjua and Xing Daorong exchanged puzzled glances, awaiting instructions. Let us go over first and see what they want. With a determined grunt, 4144 kicked the two men, and the trio made their way onto the other floating island. This time, the 5 remaining on the floating island had completely landed. However, 4144 did not anticipate that they would arrive in such a manner. Seeing the kneeling Wei, he was immediately filled with rage. When he had landed on Awei's island, this very same boy had uttered those words to him. To his disbelief, Awei was now saying the same to another man, merely swapping IDs. Clenching his teeth, he approached the kneeling Awei and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Damn, you little brat, how quickly you forget. It hurts. Brother Jia, please don't. Don't call me Brother Jia. Today, I'll make you pay. As this scene unfolded, Jiang Tian and his companions remained silent, watching the spectacle with keen interest. Only after Awei's face was bruised did Jiang Tian casually wave his hand, instructing Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing to properly manage the captives, while sending Zhang San and Li Si to inspect the situation on the opponent's island. At the same time, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to check the messages. The chat was a cacophony, messages flying by at breakneck speed. It seemed everyone had stopped working and was instead inquiring about the situation. 4144, how are you doing? Did you manage to escape? 4144, didn't you claim you would annihilate 1111? Where are you now? What the hell? You said 1111 was cheating. What kind of cheat was it? Give us the details. After a prolonged silence, one could not help but wonder if he had met an untimely demise. Jiang Tian offered a faint smile, uttering a few words. 4144? Our meeting feels long overdue. I intend to treat him to a meal. Having said this, Jiang Tian promptly instructed his aides, Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing, to escort the group, led by 4144, towards the west. As Hui Tsubing bound the captives, he inquired about the meaning of 2nd Battalion Commander. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to disregard such trivialities. Hui Tsubing, respecting the command, refrained from further questioning, yet pondered internally, speculating whether the Lord intended to assign him a military title. To the west of the island lay a makeshift latrine, surrounded by various livestock, chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and sheep, along with their excrement. Soon, all the captives were securely tied. The two men herded them to the pig pen, treating them as though they were mere beasts, carelessly discarding them near the enclosure. While no incidents occurred during the apprehension of others, things took a turn when Lu Bu approached Dong Zhuo, who had his head bowed. Frowning, he pointed at the rotund face before him and commanded, "You, lift your head and let me see." Startled by the command, Dong Zhuo quickly raised his head, revealing a visage etched with terror, particularly upon making eye contact with Lu Bu. An inexplicable panic surged within him. Conversely, Lu Bu felt an inexplicable fury upon seeing Dong Zhuo's face, clenching his fists, ready to strike. However, he recalled the unfortunate pigman from earlier, fearing that a single blow might end Dong Zhuo's life. "Humph, the Lord still finds you of use. Once the interrogation is complete, I shall deal with you." He spat this out, then picked up a branch from the ground and struck Dong Zhuo's plump face, leaving a crimson mark. Dong Zhuo let out a pained cry, still disoriented when he was suddenly hoisted like a chick and unceremoniously tossed beside the pig pen. Observing the captive group, Jiang Tian sauntered over to 4144. He crouched down, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Now, do enlighten me. How has your island progressed?" Chapter 74. Eat up, or I shall strike you down. Upon hearing this, 4144 raised his head defiantly, gritting his teeth as he feigned bravado. "What progress? What concern is it of yours?" "Of course, it concerns me," Jiang Tian replied with a sardonic smile. "You've come all this way to deliver a parcel. I must assess the situation. Simply provide me with the location, and I shall investigate myself." At that moment, Zhang San and Li Si returned after inspecting the island, reporting to Jiang Tian, "Boss, the island has been surveyed. The positions of the fan and sail embedded in the soil are somewhat loose but undamaged and can be utilized. Additionally, there are remnants of monster bones, 2 bows, and several arrows." Jiang Tian nodded. "Very well, resume your tasks." "Understood, boss." Zhang San and Li Si picked up a wooden bucket and a shovel, moving aside to commence their assigned duties. Listening to the exchange, 4144 sneered, fixing a glare on Jiang Tian. "Why ask such questions? Do you covet my island? Dream on. I would rather perish than disclose its location. If you have the audacity, search for it yourself." "My lord, I know." Before 4144 could finish, Awei sidled up to Jiang Tian, a sycophantic grin on his face. "My lord, do you desire that island? I know its location. I shall take you there." At that moment, 4144 was left dumbfounded, staring at Awei in disbelief. How audacious! Just as he was about to boast, he found himself smacked down, fuming. 4144's eyes turned red, consumed by a frenzied desire to eliminate Awei. However, with his hands and feet bound, he could only lunge at Awei, attempting to bite him. Brother Jia, no? That hurts. Stop. I'm bleeding." Awei writhed in pain, desperately trying to shake off 4144. Yet 4144 clung on like a tenacious leech. Seeing this, Jiang Tian decided to take action. Since this sycophant sought to curry favor, he might as well exploit the opportunity. He ordered Hui Tsubing to yank 4144 by the hair, pulling him off Awei. With that, Awei was finally freed. Lying on the ground, he twisted his face into a contorted grin, showering Jiang Tian with thanks. Meanwhile, 4144, once separated, spat onto the ground and lay there writhing, hurling insults at Jiang Tian and away. Damn you, sycophant. And you, 1111. TSK, such foul language. Even worse than in the chat channel, Jiang Tian retorted disdainfully, casting a glance at 4144 before addressing Zhang San and Li Si nearby. Have you cleaned up the unspeakable remains produced by those animals? Almost done, Zhang San replied, approaching with a large wooden bucket filled with a collection of unspeakable substances that emanated a foul odor, distorting the very air around them. Upon sighting the contents, 4144's eyes widened in horror, sensing impending doom. In a panic, he exclaimed, "What the hell? What are you planning to do?" A wicked grin crept onto Jiang Tian's face as he pinched his nose and commanded the two, "Go, feed the fourth young master his meal," and mask the stench emanating from his mouth. Yes, sir. Zhang San and Li Si understood the assignment, dragging 4144 towards the bucket. Yet, at that moment, they faced a dilemma. As per the boss's orders, they needed to feed this fourth young master, but how to do so? Should they use their hands to scoop it into his mouth? How unsanitary. Suddenly, Zhang San devised a plan. Li Si, let us lift him and make him lean over the bucket. Let him eat himself. All right. Li Si concurred, and the two seized 4144 by the shoulders, forcing him to kneel by the bucket. Eat up. Gagging from the stench, 4144 immediately retched, turning away in disgust. Get lost. I'm not eating that. Oh, so you refuse? Zhang San, fueled by indignation, stormed off to the nearby stone structure, grabbed a brick, and returned, glaring menacingly at 4144. Eat, or I shall strike you down. Upon seeing the brick, 4144 was taken aback, but still resisted, opening his mouth to curse. You smack. Zhang San swung the brick, landing a blow squarely on 4144's face, causing blood to gush forth. In his dazed state, he could still hear Zhang San instructing Li Si, just press his head down, let us not dirty our hands. Understood. Thud. 4144's head was shoved into the bucket. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Who would have guessed that Zhang San, typically unassuming, could be so fierce? Zhang San, be gentle, don't kill him just yet. Yes, Zhang San complied, lifting 4144's head from the bucket, glaring down at him. Do you submit? Ghoul. 4144 barely managed to utter a syllable before his head was forcibly submerged once more. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, cursing his misfortune. Awai and the three generals were utterly stunned. Without uttering a single word, they commenced the torture. Such treatment of captives is exceedingly brutal, verging on unbearable. Are all of 1111's subordinates so merciless? A devil. This man is a devil. In an instant, the three generals felt a wave of fear wash over them. Awai shuffled over to Jiang Tian's feet, hastily fawning, "My lord, I have long harbored disdain for this scoundrel. Your actions are truly magnificent. From now on, I shall be your loyal servant. I trust you will take good care of me." Jiang Tian cast a sidelong glance at Awai. "Spare me the flattery. Did you not claim to know the location of 4144 Island? Where is it?" "To the northeast." "It's in the northeast." Awai replied eagerly, "My lord, I know the precise location. I shall guide you there. But first, tell me, what is the situation on that island?" "Very well, regarding 4144 Island." Awai proceeded to meticulously describe the state of the 4144 base. That island, having plundered several territories, spanned approximately 700 to 800 square meters. It boasted 3 large sails and 6 windmills. To minimize weight, there were no notable structures, only a few wooden shacks, some farmland, a few animals, and an unfinished brick house. Additionally, there were 7 fishing rods. In terms of population, there remained only one confidant of 4144 and a handful of imprisoned survivors on that island. That will suffice, Jiang Tian contemplated, Xioning. Please guard these captives while I make arrangements. Yes, my lord. Chapter 75. Am I dreaming? Li Xioning stepped forward, clasping her hands, and strode toward the western part of the island. Upon reaching the location where several individuals were bound, she found Zhang San and Li Si still tugging at 4144's hair, pressing his head up and down as they interrogated him. Speak, where's your island? Gulyalu, what treasures lie upon your island? Gulyalu. Witnessing this scene, Li Xioning felt a wave of nausea. Enough, Zhang San, Li Si, my master has instructed me to take over. You may stand by. Understood. Upon hearing this, Zhang San and Li Si ceased their actions and hurried to Jiang Tian's side. Boss, what are your orders? Upon seeing the two, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Go wash your hands first. Afterward, proceed to the island that's floating over there. Yes, boss. As the words left his mouth, Zhang San and Li Si dashed toward a nearby water barrel. Meanwhile, Awai was left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at Li Xioning. Li Xioning? Is this the Li Xioning of the Tang dynasty? Indeed, what of it? What? Awai felt utterly bewildered, though he was not well versed in history. He had certainly seen enough dramas. The defenseless woman they had spoken of was indeed the renowned leader of the Tang dynasty's female warriors, Li Xioning. Am I truly dreaming? This 1111, with both Lu Bu and Huotsubing, was not enough. They also had such a famous female leader? This is beyond extraordinary. Contemplating this, Awai gazed at Jiang Tian, his sycophancy intensifying. With such a formidable ally, I shall never worry about going hungry again. This look made Jiang Tian feel quite nauseated. Turning his head away, he summoned Huotsubing and relayed the situation regarding the island. He then commanded, Huotsubing, shortly you'll take Zhang San and Li Si to see if you can secure that piece of land. Take this scoundrel and Lu Sandao along to guide you. And remember, you must keep track of the route back. If they exhibit any peculiar behavior, discard them immediately. Yes, my lord. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Huotsubing's eyes as he knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in submission. He then seized Awai and made his way toward the island they were headed to. At this moment, Jiang Tian seemed to recall something. He too approached the small island adjoining his own, reaching out to touch it. A notification echoed in his mind. Unclaimed land detected. Would you like to incorporate it into your current territory? Yes, no. Unclaimed land. Jiang Tian glanced back at the filthy 4144. Logically, this land should belong to him. But since that fellow was still alive, could it truly be considered unclaimed? After some contemplation, it seemed the mechanism allowed for incorporation only when no characters were present on the land. Jiang Tian then surveyed the dilapidated little island before him. The empty island had been pierced by arrows. Its internal integrity was likely compromised. Ascending it recklessly could be perilous. He didn't care much for Awai and Lu Sandao's fates, but he had to be cautious regarding Huotsubing and Zhang San and Li Si. Thus, he turned his gaze back to the prompt and selected yes. Upon confirming his choice, the structure of the small island underwent a transformation. The previously loose sections seemed to coalesce, forming a cross-section that fused seamlessly with his island. At that moment, the small island had merged with his, leaving not a single gap, though the sails and large windmills that had once occupied the small island remained. That will do. Jiang Tian nodded, drawing a line in the earth with his bronze sword before commanding, excavate this section to create a new independent vessel, redirect it to sail over. Yes. Huotsubing tossed the bound Awai aside and, along with the hastily arrived Zhang San and Li Si, resumed their tasks. This section had already been delegated, requiring no further intervention from Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian turned and returned to the western part of the island, glancing at 4144. Red, yellow, white, and brown, various colors of excrement were smeared across his face. After Zhang San's departure, he finally regained his breath but remained tense, still kneeling at the bucket's edge, retching violently. What a repulsive scene. Thankfully, he hadn't been eating when witnessing this. Otherwise, he too would have vomited. Reflecting on the matter, Jiang Tian pondered the time it would take for their scouts to report back, compared to the duration of this assault on the island. If all went well, perhaps by tomorrow, Huotsubing could secure 4144's island. He couldn't help but wonder how 4144 would feel upon witnessing the annexation of his territory. At that moment, Li Xioning stood nearby, observing 4144's state, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Jiang Tian inquired, "What is the matter, Li Xioning? Do you find him repulsive?" "Indeed," Li Xioning softly replied. Jiang Tian nodded and approached Dong Zhuo. "By the way, I am still unaware of your identity. Raise your head and let me see." Dong Zhuo was taken aback, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Although an ominous premonition stirred in his heart, with his current predicament, he had no choice but to comply. Jiang Tian scrutinized his plump face and unkempt beard, recalling Dong Zhuo's reaction when Lu Bu had thrown him over. A suspicion formed in his mind. Could you be Dong Zhuo? Dong Zhuo was startled but did not provide an immediate answer. Instead, he nervously asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Oh, indeed it is you." Jiang Tian shook his head in resignation. "Isn't it true that enemies are drawn together? Is 4144 your master?" Jiang Tian pointed at 4144, and Dong Zhuo glanced over, pursing his lips before reluctantly nodding. Jiang Tian then asked, "Seeing your master in such a state, do you feel any distress?" This question left Dong Zhuo momentarily speechless as his mind raced with calculations. Is this 1111 attempting to gauge my loyalty to my master? Could it be that he has taken a liking to his own talents and seeks to incite rebellion within me? Dong Zhuo pondered this possibility. However, despite the absence of his prior memories, he felt a nagging suspicion that should he utter words devoid of loyalty towards his master, this 1111 would undoubtedly regard him as a cowardly opportunist. For instance, just moments ago, as this 1111 gazed at Ah Wei, his eyes were filled with disdain, suggesting that Ah Wei was destined for an unfortunate fate. It would be wiser to adopt a counter-strategy, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty. Perhaps, upon witnessing his loyal heart and righteous spirit, his master would be moved and spare him. Thus, Dong Zhuo solemnly nodded. "My lord has suffered such great humiliation, naturally. It pains my heart. Spare my master. Let your ire be directed at me." "Ah, splendid," Jiang Tian replied, nodding in agreement, gesturing towards Dong Zhuo's face. "You, go and clean your master's face." Chapter 76. Let him continue to indulge. Upon hearing this, Dong Zhuo was utterly bewildered, realizing he had seemingly provided an incorrect response. Just as he attempted to offer a defense, he was interrupted by 4144 from the other side. Dongjua, did you not hear? Hurry up and clean my face. He too was unable to tolerate the mess on his face, but with his hands and feet bound, he had no means to remedy it. This opportunity was not to be squandered. With danger looming from both sides, Dongjua had no choice but to steel himself and approach. Ugh, Dongjua curses you. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian, weary of such a spectacle, turned his gaze away, as did Li Xiaoning, instinctively looking elsewhere. At this moment, Lu Bu approached, finding the scene somewhat satisfying. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to keep an eye on them, and asked Li Xiaoning to summon Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and Song Yingxing to resume their tasks. He then moved closer to Xing Daorong, squatting down with keen interest. What do you intend to do? Under Jiang Tian's scrutinizing gaze, Xing Daorong felt a chill run down his spine. He had witnessed Dongjua's fate and cautioned, I advise you to speak plainly. If it comes to it, just kill me. A gentleman may be killed, but must not be humiliated. Despite his bravado, his pants were now damp. Jiang Tian shook his head in exasperation and walked away. At this juncture, the others had resumed their work. Jiang Tian opened the trading post, contemplating the acquisition of supplies. As he perused the items for sale, a few caught his attention. For sale, 1 adult rooster, exchange for wood or other animals. For sale, 1 adult boar, exchange for sheep, other animals, or wood, quantity negotiable. For sale. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Who could afford an entire pig? Previously, he had attempted to sell these livestock, which could be traded as living animals. Generally, as long as one had sufficient food, these breeding animals would be retained rather than sold, unless one found themselves in dire straits. Additionally, sales typically involved male animals, unless one had an abundance of female livestock. Keeping several males held little value. Usually, people sold chickens, ducks, and geese, for most were rather impoverished, unable even to afford a pig. Such living creatures, capable of reproduction, inherently held higher value, let alone a large boar. Typically, people slaughtered pigs and sold the meat retail. Was this seller truly not going to butcher the pig? With this thought, Jiang Tian glanced towards the pig pen, where 7 pigs were already present, 3 males and 4 females. He could consider selling one of the boars or consuming it. Which one to choose? As he pondered, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xing Daorong, who was shifting nervously beside the pig pen, avoiding Jiang Tian's stare. At that moment, an audacious idea struck him. If living creatures could be sold, could this warrior be an option? With that, Jiang Tian reopened the trading post, browsing through the available living creatures, chickens, ducks, geese, pigs. After flipping through several pages dominated by poultry, he finally stumbled upon an intriguing item. 1 bound ordinary goblin, exchange for wood or food. Curious, he selected the item details, and an apparition appeared before him, revealing a goblin tightly bound. This revelation filled Jiang Tian with delight. Monsters could be sold? If that were the case, it would mean he could also sell any monsters he caught in the future. This was a significant resource. Had he known earlier, he would have sold all the monsters he had previously captured. Of course, selling monsters was not his primary intent. He approached Xing Daorong again, selecting the option to list an item for sale, pointing at him. This subordinate does not belong to you. Please make another selection. Wait, really? Jiang Tian was elated, feeling as though he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. However, it seemed only the master of that subordinate could initiate a sale. At that moment, 4144, disgusted by Dongjua's predicament, noticed Jiang Tian's unusual behavior. With a sneer, he remarked, Oh, what? Do you wish to sell my subordinate? How dare you? At this, 4144 was promptly kicked by Li Xiaoning. Speak such words again, and you shall endure further humiliation. Glancing at a nearby barrel, 4144 promptly silenced himself. Jiang Tian, taken aback, approached and asked, Do you know that this subordinate can be sold? Of course, 4144 replied, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xiaoning. I certainly know. After I caught Dongjua, I later caught an ordinary person, and it was through him that I acquired food to survive in the early days. No wonder. Jiang Tian recalled the time when his possession of Huixiubing was exposed, and many had sent him private messages, hoping he would part with Huixiubing. With this in mind, Jiang Tian glanced at Dongjua with newfound interest and inquired, If memory serves, you were quite disdainful of this old fat man. Why choose to sell an ordinary person instead of him? 4144 scoffed. The idea to sell people came from Dongjua himself, and he has provided me with many other suggestions, which have proven somewhat useful. However, at this point, 4144 shot a resentful glance at Dongjua. His face twisted with anger. Previously, I did attempt to list him on the trading post, but he simply would not sell. Not even for the price of a loaf of bread. People mocked me, saying, You fool, this thing is old and ugly. What use is it? Will it disrupt the harem? Ha ha. Jiang Tian burst into laughter. What a poignant critique. However, this also confirmed his suspicions. Unable to resist, Jiang Tian considered the prospect of selling a subordinate for amusement. Naturally, he had no intention of actually selling his own subordinates. Crouching down, he asked 4144 with keen interest, Since subordinates can be listed for sale, surely they can be traded? How about you give me the Xingdao? Haha. 4144 let out a cold laugh, retorting, you want my subordinate to work for you? Dream on. While Xingdao may be of little use, I will not simply hand over my labor for free. To speak candidly, as long as I refuse to part with my subordinates, even if you were to eliminate me, my subordinates would not acknowledge you as their master. So, abandon any such hopes. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Tian nodded, having grasped another piece of information. Naturally, at this moment, 4144 had yet to satiate his curiosity regarding the sale of subordinates, and he could not relent just yet. He promptly instructed Li Xiaoning, since he possesses such fortitude. Let him continue to indulge himself. As you wish, master, Li Xiaoning responded, picking up a stick from the ground and pressing it against 4144's head as she attempted to push him into the barrel. At that moment, 4144 was utterly terrified. He hastily exclaimed, wait. It's just a worthless subordinate. I'll give him to you. Chapter 77. You would actually sell this? How utterly despicable. After a calm discussion, 4144 traded over Xingdao. Once the transaction was completed, Xingdao was momentarily taken aback. He then looked towards Jiang Tian and called out, Master. Jiang Tian, uninterested in further dialogue, directly opened the trading interface, clicked to list items, and pointed at Xingdao, placing him on the market with a note indicating he could be exchanged for metals and animals. This listing proceeded remarkably smoothly. Following a successful prompt, Xingdao's information appeared in the trading hall. However, unlike other items, Xingdao did not transform into a mere ethereal shadow upon listing. Instead, a label stating listed simply appeared on him. After placing Xingdao on the market, he exhibited no reaction, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Tian nodded, indicating that characters could still assist others prior to the completion of the transaction. Subsequently, Jiang Tian did not assign any tasks to Xingdao. Given his drenched appearance, no one was inclined to approach him, so Jiang Tian left him to his own devices and busied himself with surveying the island's situation. Today marked the 21st day. The chicks and ducklings that had hatched from the previously bred chickens, ducks, and geese had grown and were now clucking and quacking in another cage, while the goslings were also nearing maturity. In addition to the 7 pigs accounted for earlier, 4 sheep were grazing in the pen, occasionally bleating. Jiang Tian then made his way northward. The cucumbers, tomatoes, and other fruits had been harvested, and their seeds collected and sown alongside other seeds acquired. These tasks were entrusted to Song Ingxing, allowing Jiang Tian to enjoy a bit of leisure. The saplings planted earlier had now grown to over 3 meters tall, bearing immature fruits. By recognizing the shape of the fruits and with Song Ingxing's guidance, Jiang Tian discerned that what he had planted were apples. Their nutritional value hardly required elaboration, and the prospect of cultivating more fruits to diversify flavors was indeed a delightful endeavor. In the future, as the variety of fruits increased, perhaps a fruit platter could even be arranged, followed by a karaoke session. Jiang Tian covered his face, feeling he had let his imagination wander a bit too far. After greeting Song Ingxing, who was tending to the plants, Jiang Tian proceeded to the fishing area. At this moment, Huatsubing and Zhang San and Li Si had separated from the island, taking away and Lu Sandao with them. Only Kai Wenji and Wang Yun remained there, fishing. Nearby, some lumber was stacked. At this point, there were already 17 fishing rods, under the daily average of 1 rod per day, excluding the earlier days of duplicating empty soil. Today should have yielded 18 rods. However, in the early hours of today, Jiang Tian had replicated something significantly more crucial, namely, a crossbow cart. Yesterday, after exhausting the efforts of Shi Jigang and several others, they had managed to hastily construct 1 crossbow cart. The other, naturally, was replicated by Jiang Tian's abilities. To be honest, Jiang Tian had initially approached this assembly with a tentative attitude. He was pleasantly surprised when the system indicated he could replicate it. After canceling the replication, Jiang Tian placed a large crossbow atop the cart and attempted to replicate it once more. This attempt, however, ended in failure. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian surmised a possible reason. While a singular unit such as the crossbow cart could be replicated, a complex unit like a crossbow cart with an attached crossbow could not be. He paid it no mind. As long as the core components could be replicated, the other supplementary parts would not pose a significant challenge, given his capabilities. With Li Xiaoning overseeing the relationship between 4144 and Dong Zhua, Jiang Tian summoned Lu Bu to assist with the fishing defense. He instructed Lu Bu to try to keep the monsters he caught alive, and after packing them, he made his way south. At this point, the furnace constructed here had been built into a blast furnace using clay. Once Shi Jigang and Zhang San and Li Si returned, they could set up a blacksmith shop beside it. Observing the harmonious scene on the island, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With the north water Xuanwu, south fire Zhuke, eastwood Qinglong, and west metal Baihu, he resided in the very midst of it all. If possible, Jiang Tian wished to continue expanding in this fashion. After completing his inspection, he returned to the warehouse to begin collecting supplies. Speaking of which, this small warehouse seemed rather insufficient now. Once Shi Jigang regained consciousness, he would need to coordinate with Zhang San and Li Si to find a time for an expansion. Good heavens. It felt as though Shi Jigang was a tool being exploited. Jiang Tian shook his head with a wry smile, clearing the distracting thoughts from his mind. Entering the trading hall, he began acquiring various metals and water. After over an hour, Jiang Tian shook his sore and weary arms, taking a brief respite. Upon exiting, he was astonished to find that Xing Daorong remained there. Was he not sold? Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. Perhaps most individuals were still unaware that generals could be purchased in the trading hall, hence they had not searched for them. To ensure the successful sale of Xing Daorong, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. At this moment, it was abuzz with activity. What the heck? Why has neither 1111 nor 4144 made a move? It's been so long. They wouldn't have perished together, would they? What nonsense about perishing together? Didn't you hear 4144 accuse 1111 of cheating? He must have been thrashed into oblivion. If 4144 was forced to claim cheating, then 1111's strength must be quite formidable. I'm curious about how the big shot has developed. By the way, where is 1111? Is he too busy tormenting 4144? Jiang Tian, seeing these messages, replied dryly. What do you mean by tormenting? Do you all think so poorly of my character? I merely treated him to a meal. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. I don't believe it either. Big shot, what kind of progress have you made? Could you share with us? Jiang Tian paid no heed to these messages. His sole objective this time was to market Xing Daorong and expedite his sale, lest he waste space and resources. He swiftly posted a message to entice others. Forget about that for now. I have some wonderful news. To express my gratitude for your patronage and support, I have decided to make a painful sacrifice and sell a general to you. The general has been listed in the trading hall under the name Xing Daorong. Act fast. First come, first served. Once this message was sent, the regional channel erupted. What? You can sell generals? I just found out. Wait. Does this mean that ordinary folks can sell too? I have 3 ordinary ones that are of no use and are just wasting food. I'll sell one right now to give it a try. To be honest, I knew that too, but under the current circumstances, who would sell their general? Wait. Isn't Xing Daorong that braggart? Indeed. What purpose does it serve to purchase him, akin to a fool, while simultaneously squandering resources? I am unaware of who Xing Daorong is, yet upon my recent visit to the marketplace, I was astounded to see this individual, reeking of urine, being offered for sale. How utterly repulsive. Just as I was inclined to make a purchase, your comments have dissuaded me. Thank you for the heads up. I cannot believe you would sell such a thing. How utterly malicious. Chapter 78. So this is how characters are traded. Following the dissemination of this information, the regional channel erupted into chaos. Many were left in astonishment, feeling as though they had stumbled upon a new frontier. Jiang Tian, feeling somewhat bemused, noted that some individuals had even divulged the sordid details of Xing Daorong, thereby shattering their own schemes. What? Reeking of urine? Jiang Tian, perplexed, reopened the marketplace to investigate the details of Xing Daorong. Indeed, the description was quite explicit. Reeking of urine, Xing Daorong. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, healthy. Good heavens. With such a description, it was no wonder he remained unsold. According to the previous system announcement, certain additional characteristics of listed items would be forcibly annotated. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian decided to conduct an experiment. He approached Xing Daorong and instructed, remove your trousers and cleanse yourself with water. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Xing Daorong cast a subtle glance at Jiang Tian, but complied with the order, removing his odorous trousers and swaggering over to the water bucket by the restroom to wash himself. Li Xiaoning, standing nearby, was left in utter disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at Jiang Tian. Master, you cannot be. No, 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 do not misinterpret. Jiang Tian waved his hand in exasperation. I am not what you suspect. I merely wish to conduct an experiment. Li Xiaoning, still skeptical, refrained from pressing further and, blushing, replied, in that case, master, I shall excuse myself. Yes, please go elsewhere. I will notify you when I am finished. Without uttering another word, Li Xiaoning left, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, 4144 and Dong Zhuo stood in stunned silence. You do not have some peculiar proclivity, do you? 4144 accused, pointing at Jiang Tian. What do you intend to do by locking me in here? I assure you, I am not that kind of person. Jiang Tian, equally exasperated, grabbed a board and struck 4144. Enough of your baseless thoughts. After dealing with 4144, he ignored him entirely. At that moment, a now bare-bottomed Xing Daorong returned. Jiang Tian promptly pointed at him in the marketplace and attempted to list him again. This time, however, the listing failed. The system notified him. This individual's status is too vulgar to pass approval. Jiang Tian found himself at a loss. Why was there scrutiny everywhere? He took a piece of wrapping cloth and instructed Xing Daorong to wear it. Once again, he attempted to list him. This time, the listing was successful. Xing Daorong. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, healthy. However, the details were rather sparse, containing only the name, gender, and physical condition. While any additional information had to be self-annotated and could not contradict the actual facts, in order to sell Xing Daorong expediently without violating the system's regulations, Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment before drafting the product information. Xing Daorong. Note: a general from the Three Kingdoms period. A valiant warrior who dared to challenge Zhao Zilong of Changshan, the foremost general of the Three Kingdoms. Exchange, metal or animals. Having completed the editing, Jiang Tian smirked and submitted the listing. This time, the listing was immensely successful, for the information he provided was indeed truthful. Just then, a commotion arose from the fishing area. Master, look. Today we have caught a cow. Moo. As the cow bellowed, Jiang Tian turned to see a 2-meter-long yellow cow, its horns curving upward, bound with hemp rope and lying by the fishing spot. Kai Wenji, having put down her fishing rod, crouched to pat the cow's head while beckoning Jiang Tian. Wang Yan also set down his rod, approaching to curiously inspect the creature. Meanwhile, Lu Bu was cutting the ropes from the cow with a spear, his gaze fixated hungrily on the animal. Jiang Tian was elated. He had not anticipated catching a cow today. It seemed the variety of ingredients for the dining table was set to increase. Of course, for now, he needed to raise the cow. Acquiring beef later from the marketplace would suffice. Due to insufficient manpower, Jiang Tian personally approached the cow and fashioned a makeshift enclosure with the hemp rope. He then led the cow to the western side of the island. Upon seeing the cow, 4144 and Dong Zhuo's eyes bulged in disbelief. 4144 cast several glances at the cow, then shot furious looks at Jiang Tian. Were it not for his current captivity, he might have already purchased beef and had it prepared for him. Yet now he could only watch. The thought made 4144 South eyes well up with tears. However, at that moment, Li Xiaoning returned, and he dared not voice his anger. Instead, gritting his teeth and glaring at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, unfazed by their stares, tied the cow at a distance from them and returned to his own tasks. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had intended to sell Xing Daorong. Opening the marketplace, he checked the product information and found numerous purchase requests had already arrived. 30 pounds of copper, 10 pounds of iron, 20 pounds of tin. Ultimately, Jiang Tian selected the offer that best suited his needs and accepted the trade. As he agreed to the transaction, he turned to observe Xing Daorong's condition. At the very moment he clicked to confirm, Xing Daorong's form gradually dissolved into a cascade of fragmented light, slowly dispersing. Subsequently, a small, elongated shadow appeared on the ground before Jiang Tian. After choosing an appropriate location, a bar of iron, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, 10 centimeters in width, and 5 centimeters in thickness, materialized on the ground. So this is how characters are traded, Jiang Tian mused softly. He then opened the world chat channel to see if anyone was discussing purchases or revealing information. As for the regional chat channel, it was unnecessary to consider. The individuals in his area had already become wise to the situation and would not buy a character like Xing Daorong. Indeed, in the world chat channel, Jiang Tian discovered a rather fortunate individual, JPN 7423. I just perused the marketplace and stumbled upon a general from the Three Kingdoms for sale. I have the utmost admiration for the warriors of their nation. This is simply marvelous, incredible. According to the note, this General Xing Daorong is hailed as the greatest warrior of the Three Kingdoms. What does that even mean? Oh my god. Are you referring to the warriors of the Three Kingdoms? I have heard they are all exceedingly brave. You are incredibly fortunate, my friend. Warriors? My Davarishi. I have heard that warriors love to drink, carrying their alcohol wherever they go. Does this warrior possess any alcohol? Wait, Xing Daorong? The self-proclaimed greatest warrior of the Three Kingdoms? My foreign friend, have you been duped? Brother, take my advice. Do not place too much hope in him. Why can't I find any of our warriors here? Upon reading these messages, a mischievous smile crept across Jiang Tian's face. It appeared that not only had he successfully sold this fellow, but he had also uncovered a potential loophole in the system's logic. This revelation would undoubtedly aid his future transactions. Now, it was time to contemplate his next steps. Chapter 79. Why do you sell everything, esteemed one? With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian cast his gaze upon 4144, his eyes shimmering with an unusual glimmer. He pondered whether this survivor could potentially be traded. Upon noticing his stare, 4144 felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something amiss. He hastily pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Tian, exclaiming, "What the hell do you want? I already told you. I am not that kind of person, and I would rather die than submit to you." Realizing that he had misinterpreted Jiang Tian's intentions, Jiang Tian chose not to clarify. If trading survivors were indeed possible, it would likely resemble a form of teleportation. This 4144 was certainly plotting to cast him into the depths of the sea, and he could not allow his experiments to provide such an opportunity. It would be prudent to wait for Awei's return to explore this further. The reason for temporarily retaining 4144 was the fear that Awei might attempt some deceit. Should he provide a false location, Jiang Tian would need to extract the island's coordinates from 4144 to facilitate a takeover. Dismissing the anxious 4144, Jiang Tian resumed his scrutiny of the chat channel, seeking lucrative opportunities. At that moment, It appeared that the participants in the regional chat had collectively discovered the gateway to a new world. One after another, they were posting notices about the sale of characters. Selling character Li Lei, purchase quickly. Selling character Ximenqing, now at a bargain. What? Ximenqing? What do we need him for? Offering a character with a specialty. Named Jiang Yixiao. According to him, he was once a medical student. Is there a seller for Li Lei? The one who speaks in the dialect? What use would I have for him? Whereas Han Mimi? She would be a better buy? You actually want to buy a girl? Dream on. Exactly. Selling a plumber. It seemed that everyone was offloading those who appeared useless. However, the locals were unlikely to fall for these schemes. One survivor, selling Ximenqing, revealed that while checking the world channel, he discovered that his Ximenqing had been purchased by someone with an ID starting with SK. It was said that the buyer, while shouting exuberantly, intended to bring this martial artist named Ximen over to enhance the spectacle. It seemed a case of mistaken identity. Meanwhile, many survivors, through their collective musings, began to speculate whether monsters could also be listed for sale in the trading market. Hey, if we can sell our subordinates, can we sell the goblins we fish up? Goodness, how intriguing. We find them annoying and yet would buy them? Well, it's just for research, but believe it or not, I actually saw one for sale in the trading market. Is that even possible? Aren't monsters inherently part of an opposing faction? How could they be listed? The one in the trading market must be a goblin that has been bound, rendering it incapable of resistance. What were you thinking? Who would even buy that? Goblins. Spider goblins, fishmen, none of them seem useful, but pigmen are quite impressive. I caught one yesterday that helped me defeat a fishman. How enviable. For those of us who can only catch ordinary black-faced individuals, pigmen are a true blessing. I want a pigman. Me too. Is anyone selling pigmen? I want to buy. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. A business opportunity had presented itself. Closing the interface, he strode towards the fishing spot. As noon approached, he found several bound monsters already at the fishing site. Goblins, fishmen, and skeletons. Jiang Tian placed them in the trading market, albeit without any immediate interest. The sole challenge remained the spider. It was indeed troublesome to bind. He could only continue to detach its 8 legs and 2 pincers, packaging them together as a disassembled spider. Yet, the most valuable merchandise had yet to be caught. After another 10 minutes, a slightly larger wooden chest was reeled in. Shortly after it landed, the top board shifted, revealing 2 pig hooves clinging to the edge, and a large pig had emerged. There it is. Jiang Tian commanded, Lu Bu. Seize it. Be gentle. Don't kill it. Understood. Lu Bu replied, stepping forward to pull the pigman from the chest. Given the pigman's considerable size, towering at 2 meters, Lu Bu lifted it effortlessly, gripping its back as if he were a weightlifter. The pigman was bewildered, feeling a large hand grasping its neck and another clutching its flank, staring up at the sky in confusion as its legs flailed helplessly. Knock it out. Yes, my lord, Lu Bu affirmed, turning slightly and releasing his grip. The pigman tumbled to the ground, creating a shallow indentation upon impact. However, despite the 2-meter drop, gravity failed to incapacitate the pigman. It lay on the ground, squealing in pain. Enough, just bind it, Jiang Tian ordered. Receiving the command, Lu Bu swiftly wrapped the pigman's hands with rope, securing them tightly with several loops. He then proceeded to bind its hind legs. By the time the pigman regained its senses, it was sprawled helplessly on the ground in Ave shape, utterly immobilized. In a fit of panic, it opened its mouth wide, attempting to bite, but due to its restraints, it could only gnash at the air. Its round eyes glared at Lu Bu, a mixture of fury and fear reflected within them. Observing this, Jiang Tian opened the trading interface and initiated the listing. Tentatively, he pointed at the restrained pigman. The transaction was successful, and the pigman was tagged as listed. At that moment, Jiang Tian noticed that when listing ordinary creatures and items, the text color was white. However, for forcibly restrained monsters, the detail information was rendered in blood red. This was the same color used for the goblin he had seen listed earlier. Perhaps this indicated a certain level of danger. This was also indicative of the pigman not being part of his faction. Nevertheless, these details were of little concern to Jiang Tian. Given the high demand for such creatures, he decided to ride the wave of interest and sell it. Opening the chat channel, he announced, selling pigman. Freshly caught pigman. Pigman security, safeguarding peace. Now listed in the trading market. Act fast. In an instant, the regional chat exploded. What? Just as you mentioned pigman, you caught one? Impressive. I can't even take on 2 of them. How did you manage to capture it? Just sold a subordinate, and now you're selling a pigman? How do you have so many things to sell? Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. There was much more to sell in the future, and it might well exceed their expectations. As the banter and transactions continued, time passed slowly. The pigman was sold, netting Jiang Tian 20 pounds of copper ingots. To his surprise, the spider and skeleton also found buyers. The purchasers expressed their intentions to roast the spider legs for consumption and use the skeleton's bones for soup. These revelations left Jiang Tian astounded. While spider protein was said to be 6 times richer than beef, the notion of skeleton bone soup was indeed quite peculiar. At this point, it was mealtime. After preparing the meal, Kai Wenji, apart from keeping an eye on Li Xiaoning and the others, enjoyed a delightful lunch with the group. Then, Lu Bu went to change shifts, allowing Li Xiaoning to have her meal. In truth, there was no need to rush to supervise 4144 and the other two at this moment. After the recent commotion, Dong Zhuo had already succumbed to the effects of vomiting, leaving him utterly exhausted. 4144, with a pallid countenance, lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, gradually drifting into a slumber. On another front, a small island, spanning around 30 square meters, floated towards the northeast. Zhang San, Li Si, Awei, and Lu Sandao were vigorously shaking their hands. Hu Xubing stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the actions of Awei and Lu Sandao, vigilantly monitoring for any signs of irregularity. At that moment, Awei squinted forward and halted his actions, rising to point at a faintly visible island in the distance, exclaiming, "Brother Hua, we are almost there. Look, that is the one." Upon hearing this, Hu Xubing frowned. "Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself. Address me as Captain Hua." Captain?" Awei was taken aback, quickly adjusting his expression to flatter. Yes, Captain Hua. Enough. Continue operating the fans and prepare for landing." "Understood, Captain Hua." On the opposite side, on an island of approximately 700 to 800 square meters, a young man clad in a green shirt and blue jeans sat on a wooden stump, grumbling. "When will the master return? It's so dreadfully boring being here alone." As he complained, he listlessly munched on a sweet potato. In truth, he was not entirely alone. At his feet lay 3 securely bound men, all dressed in modern attire. Their faces appeared weary and pale, their eyes fixated hungrily on the sweet potato in the young man's hand. Just then, the young man frowned and, with a sudden gesture, tossed the half-eaten sweet potato to the ground, cursing, "Damn it, eating this every day is making me sick. I wonder what delicious food the master will bring back from this siege." Upon witnessing this, the 3 men on the ground stared at the discarded sweet potato, drooling as they attempted to inch closer to it. Observing their desperate movements, the young man rose, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. He stepped forward and, with a swift motion, stomped on the half of the sweet potato, squashing it into a flat, unrecognizable mass. Furthermore, he ground it into the dirt with his shoe, mashing the flesh into the mud. "You." The 3 starving men, visibly heartbroken by this action, watched in despair. 2 of the men, clad in shirts, pleaded, "Lord Zhangshao, please have mercy on us and give us something to eat. Yes, we haven't eaten in over 2 days. Ha." Seeing their torment, the young man in the green shirt found immense satisfaction. Grinning, he replied, "Want food? You do? You do?" The 2 shirt men nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like garlic cloves. Only one man, dressed in a black t-shirt, sighed in resignation at the scene, his face ashen, not joining in the pleas for food. "All right then, I'll let you eat." Zhang Shao chuckled sinisterly, stepping forward, grasping one of the shirt men's hair, and pushing his face down into the spot where he had just stomped the sweet potato. "Eat. Didn't you want to eat? Here, have your fill." The 2 shirt men found their mouths filled with dirt, their already frail bodies convulsing in distress. Observing their suffering brought Zhang Shao great joy. In such dire circumstances, having you to pass the time is quite delightful." Just then, he noticed a shadow gradually approaching from a distance. "Master, it's the master returning." Woohoo. Zhang Shao joyfully leaped in place, stripping off his shirt and waving it in the air. "Master, you've finally returned. I've missed you so much." On the other island, Awei temporarily halted his actions, pointing towards the 700 to 800 square meter island, announcing, "Captain Hua, this is the stronghold of 4144. Hu Xubing squinted, assessing the situation on the island. Just then, he heard someone from the island call out, "Master, master." Upon hearing the voice, Hu Xubing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who is that person on the island?" Awei glanced over, his expression somewhat complex. "That guy is another individual caught by 4144, named Zhang Shao. This time, 4144 has brought all available personnel, leaving him here to guard and watch over the imprisoned survivors. To be honest, he seems a bit psychologically disturbed, particularly fond of tormenting others." "Is that so?" Hu Xubing replied, his expression neutral. "Let us head to the island first." "Understood." Not long after, the drifting island came to rest at the edge of the larger island. Hu Xubing, along with Zhang San, Li Si, Awei, and Lu Sandao, emerged one after the other from behind the sail. They stepped forward, preparing to land on the larger island. Noticing the newcomers, Zhang Shao sensed something was amiss and barked, "Who are you? Young, what kind of people have you brought here? Where are the masters?" At that moment, the disembarking individuals were able to observe the situation on the island more clearly, including the sinister-looking young man and the 3 pitiful, incapacitated men on the ground. Hu Xubing cast a casual glance, remaining silent as he continued to stride forward, gradually gripping the bronze sword at his side, a gift from his master. "What are you planning to do?" Zhang Shao, having noticed the movement, was suddenly alarmed. Realizing that his master might have met with misfortune, he turned to flee. Just as Zhang Shao pivoted, Zhang San, standing beside Hu Xubing, abruptly retrieved a brick from his pocket and hurled it at Zhang Shao. The brick soared through the air like a grenade, striking Zhang Shao on the back of the head with a resounding thud, causing blood to splatter. Zhang Xiao collapsed to the ground, unconscious, leaving his fate uncertain. This sudden turn of events startled Li Si, Away, and Lu Sandao. What the hell? Why does it feel like Zhang San is even more ruthless than Huatsubing? No hesitation whatsoever, just smashing without a word. Even Huatsubing was momentarily taken aback. However, he had no objections to this method of handling the situation, calmly stating, "All right, let us clear the way." "Yes, yes." Quickly, Lu Sandao lead the way. Away hurriedly replied, pushing Lu Sandao to the front, guiding him based on the locations of the buildings on the island. As Li Si observed the fallen Zhang Xiao and the bound captives, Huatsubing trailed behind Zhang San, maintaining a short distance from Lu Sandao, while Away hunched over, providing them with an overview of the island's conditions. The island indeed resembled what Away had previously described. The first sight to greet them was 3 sails, now furled, and 6 fans erected on the island. Among them, 2 of the largest fans served as the primary propulsion mechanism, while the 4 smaller ones, situated on either side of the larger fans, appeared to be for adjusting the island's direction. Additionally, there were 3 wooden cabins, 2 measuring 10 square meters, and 1 a smaller 6 square meter room. Nearby, an unfinished brick house was evident, approximately 50 square meters in size, with the brick walls already built up to about 1 meter high. Several stacks of bricks and some timber lay adjacent, indicating that 4144 was indeed preparing to construct a brick house. Regrettably, before the house was fully completed, he met his demise at the hands of his own lord, a truly pitiable and laughable fate. Huatsubing averted his gaze, issuing a calm directive for the others to continue leading the way. Shortly thereafter, the entire island had been surveyed. Among the 3 wooden cabins, one measuring 10 square meters was furnished with a reclining chair, while another of the same size served as a storage facility containing various supplies. The 6 square meter chamber housed 2 wooden cages, resembling a prison cell. Additionally, a water pit had been excavated nearby, accompanied by 2 small plots of land where sweet potatoes and vegetables were cultivated. The vicinity also housed a few chickens, ducks, and geese, along with a pair of sheep. Scattered around the island's periphery were 7 or 8 tents. Overall, the supplies were rather meager, with the most valuable items likely being the sails and large fan. After completing the circuit, the group returned to the spot where they had initially landed. Zhang Xiao, having been struck, lay motionless on the ground. Huatsubing turned Zhang Xiao over and checked for breath. He was still alive, much to his surprise. Nodding, Huatsubing instructed Away and the others to bind the young man. Meanwhile, 3 captives, bound and watching Zhang Xiao intently, bore expressions tinged with schadenfreude. When Huatsubing and Zhang San directed their gazes toward them, their expressions shifted to one of trepidation. "Who are you? What do you want?" Upon noticing this, Away explained, "The one in the black t-shirt seems to be the earliest captured by 4144 after arriving on the Sky Island, and he has been kept here to operate the fan. The other 2 are the former owners of the island who were brought down a couple of days ago. They were initially meant to be discarded, but due to yesterday's commotion regarding the battle for the island, they were left here for the time being." Huatsubing nodded, disregarding the captives' inquiries, and directly ordered Away and Lu Sandao to throw them into the prison cell. Once everything was completed, Huatsubing waved his hand, commanding, "Everyone, hoist the sails and prepare to return." The sun gradually traversed the sky, unknowingly descending toward the west. At this moment, Jiang Tian and his companions paused their labors to prepare dinner. "Boss, Shi Jigang, you're awake?" Observing Shi Jigang emerge from the wooden cabin, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and handed him a piece of meat he had just acquired. "You've awakened at just the right time. Here, slice this meat into thinner pieces. We shall have a feast tonight." "Understood, boss." Shi Jigang took the meat and ambled into the kitchen. Kai Wenji hurried over, throwing herself into Jiang Tian's embrace. "Master, what do you want to eat tonight?" On the other side, Li Xiaoning also glanced in the direction of Jiang Tian and the others, unsure whether to continue monitoring the 2 captives or assist in the kitchen. Jiang Tian ruffled Kai Wenji's hair. "You needn't worry about cooking today. We shall indulge in something fresh." "Fresh? Is the master going to cook himself? What shall we have?" Kai Wenji's large eyes blinked with curiosity and anticipation. Hearing this, Lu Bu approached as well, his gaze intense and his stomach rumbling. Jiang Tian chuckled helplessly. "You'll find out soon enough." That said, it might not be entirely accurate to label it as fresh. You may have had it before. "Kai Wenji, please gather some vegetables and wash them thoroughly, cutting them into large pieces. Lu Bu, bring out a stove from the kitchen and fetch a larger pot." "Yes, my lord." "Certainly, master." Before long, all preparations were complete. Under Jiang Tian's guidance, a stove had been placed outside the kitchen, topped with a large iron pot. Charcoal burned within the stove, and steam wafted from the hot water in the pot. Nearby, 2 tables and several stools were set up. One table was adorned with bowls and chopsticks, with Kai Wenji and the others seated around it. The other table held various bowls filled with slices of beef, lamb, sausages, and assorted vegetables. At this moment, Jiang Tian approached the stove with a plastic-wrapped item, humming a tune. "I'm having hot pot, and you're having the hot pot base." He tore open the packaging and placed a solid block into the pot. After stirring for a while, the solid substance dissolved in the water, transforming into a pot of red broth. Humming to himself, Jiang Tian glanced at the packaging. Delicious beef oil hot pot base. This item had been caught by Kai Wenji earlier that afternoon, and an entire box had been reeled in, featuring various flavors. Since it had been caught, they were destined to enjoy a sumptuous feast of hot pot. All right, let us start adding the meat. Yes, master. It smells so good. Indeed, my lord. Li Xiaoning. Bind the two of them together. You should join us for dinner as well. Yes, master. Upon catching a whiff of the aromatic beef oil, Li Xiaoning's beautiful eyes lit up. She grabbed a long rope and tied 4144 and Dong Zhuo's legs together, then secured the other end to the pig pen. After washing her hands, she strode toward the stove. At this moment, the incapacitated 4144 and Dong Zhuo stirred. Master, I'm so hungry. Damn. Do you think I'm not hungry? The two exchanged weak words. Since arriving on the island, they had yet to eat all day, expelling any abnormal substances. Now their stomachs were entirely empty, leaving them drained of energy. Their stomachs growled in unison. Just then, the drifting aroma of beef oil wafted into their nostrils. 4144 and Dong Zhuo instinctively swallowed. What is that smell? So familiar. Sniffing the air, 4144 lifted his head, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? This 1111 is having hot pot. I've been starving all day, and you're cooking meat right in front of me. Is this even humane? Chapter 82. Master, I'm quite familiar with this task. Master, I can't eat anymore. Then take a break for a while. Lu Bu, have you had enough? Burp, yes, my lord. Why haven't Huatsubing and the others returned yet? Had I known, I wouldn't have made so much. Boss, what should we do now? There are still some noodles and vegetable leaves left in the pot. Should we fish them out? Forget it. Pour them into the bucket. We can use it to feed the pigs tomorrow. That night, 4144 and Dong Zhuo were uncertain how they managed to endure. Their stomachs growled incessantly. Yet they could only watch as the group nearby savored hot pot for over an hour right before their eyes. The air was thick with delicious aromas and exclamations of delight. And they could even hear 1111 occasionally asking for someone to bring over the cola. Watching this scene, 4144 and Dong Zhuo felt as though their eyes might pop out of their heads. This was sheer torment. The most infuriating part was that after finishing the pot, they clearly still had food left, yet they planned to use it to feed the pigs. Dong Zhuo tentatively inquired if they could have some of the leftovers. But the group acted as if they hadn't heard, pouring the remains into the slop bucket and placing it just out of reach. That night, the two of them gazed longingly at the slop bucket, their cravings becoming unbearable. However, a balding middle-aged man stood nearby with a large stone hammer, making them wary of approaching to steal a bite. They could only press their faces into the dirt to avoid catching a whiff of the hot pot aroma. Finally, the night passed. The crowing of roosters heralded the rising sun, rousing everyone from their slumber. After washing up and having breakfast, Jiang Tian stepped outside. At this time, order had been restored. Old Master Song Yingxing was inspecting the growth of the plants and feeding the fish. Shi Jigang remained in the newly constructed stone house, checking the conditions inside while tidying up. Li Xiaoning was tending to two captives while feeding the chickens and ducks to the west. Lu Bu patrolled nearby, occasionally casting glances at 4144 and Dong Zhuo, who lay sprawled on the ground like lifeless dogs. Jiang Tian paid them no mind as he first said about replicating the crossbow cart. After the battle yesterday, Jiang Tian had tasted the sweet fruit of this contraption. In the current environment, such devices were undoubtedly invaluable. However, the crossbow bolts were rather costly, as the two bolts used yesterday were equipped with sizable bronze tips. He would need to speak with Shi Jigang later to see if he could try using stone and cement for the arrowheads. Master, a wooden box. All right, I'll take care of it. Jiang Tian approached the fishing spot, where a rather large wooden box was situated. As he shifted the planks atop the box, a pig head and trotters emerged. It was a pigman. Upon seeing this familiar friend, a smile graced Jiang Tian's face. The previous afternoon, Lu Bu had caught two pig men, both of which Jiang Tian had dispatched to test his current strength. To his astonishment, he realized that his physical prowess had markedly improved. The first pigman had accidentally been killed by him, while he had only knocked the other unconscious with controlled force. Furthermore, Jiang Tian discovered that these pigmen sold exceptionally well. Almost as soon as they were listed, purchase requests began to pour in, with prices steadily rising. Beaming, he beckoned to the pigman. Come, step out of the box. Humph. Huh. The pigman paused, taken aback by Jiang Tian's smile. However, he did not dwell on it, and slowly crawled out of the box, with Jiang Tian offering him a hand. Just as he was about to scurry towards the vegetable patch, he suddenly noticed the man standing before him, extending his right palm. Slap. The pigman received a resounding slap, spitting out two pig teeth, and collapsed to the ground. After binding the pigman, Jiang Tian opened the trading post, tossing the goods into it while checking the current state of the marketplace. Besides supplies, the post now displayed various creatures like spider goblins and some subordinates. These subordinates, with diverse pupil and hair colors from various regions, indicated that the news of their sale had spread worldwide. However, these subordinates appeared rather lackluster, seemingly more suited for menial tasks than combat, feeling inferior even to a pigman. As Jiang Tian perused the trading post, Lu Bu pointed towards the northeast, exclaiming, "My lord, it seems an island is approaching us." Hearing this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, a substantial object was slowly moving in their direction. If his guess were correct, it should be Wuxianovel and his company returning. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Jiang Tian called upon a few individuals to prepare for combat and push the crossbow cart forward. As time passed, the distant object grew nearer, revealing sails and propellers. It was undoubtedly an island, and its size surpassed that of their current one. At a distance of 500 meters, the sails were furled. At 300 meters, several figures were discernible atop the island. Finally, at a mere 100 meters away, the propellers ceased their rotation, and the massive island drifted forward due to inertia. Spotting a figure wielding a bronze sword, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. All right, no need for further vigilance. It's Wuxianovel and Zhang San and Li Si returning. At this moment, Lu Bu, Kai Wenji, and the others widened their eyes. They were only aware that Wuxianovel had gone to gather land, but they never anticipated it would be such a vast expanse. Each craned their necks, eager to glimpse the wonders upon the island. Not long after, as he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, the two islands gently collided at the fishing spot on the eastern side. Wuxianovel strode forth to Jiang Tian, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands. "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission and brought back the land." Subsequently, Wuxianovel recounted the situation on the island. "Excellent," Jiang Tian nodded. "You and Zhang San and Li Si should rest for a while and have something to eat. I will handle the ensuing matters." "Yes, my lord," Wuxianovel acknowledged before leading Zhang San and Li Si towards the tent. "Lu Bu, Li Xiaoning, you go to the island and bring those captives over." Just as he issued this command, Awei suddenly dashed over, his face brimming with servility. "Master, this task is familiar to me. Let Lu Sandao and I fetch them." Observing Awei, Jiang Tian found his demeanor somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he offered a benevolent smile. "Very well, you two may handle this task. Lu Bu, keep watch over them. Li Xiaoning, return to the west." "He will do," Awei exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. Unbeknownst to him what fate awaited him, he hurriedly urged his subordinate to work, hoping to make a good impression on this new lord. At this moment, 4144, feeling the ground tremble, weakly lifted his head. For a moment, he was utterly bewildered. What the hell? Upon seeing the island's arrangements, 4144 was left in complete disbelief. The large windmill and furled sails, was this not his island? Had 1111 truly brought his island here? At that moment, 4144 could no longer contain himself and erupted with curses. "What the hell, 1111? What do you think you're doing?" Before he could finish, he was abruptly kicked by Li Xiaoning. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Jiang Tian extended his hand to touch the island. No information about merging the land appeared. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, observing Awei and Lu Sandao as they carried the captives, forming a hypothesis about the land merging conditions. He then called out to the two, "Hurry up and bring these captives over here." "All right, my lord," Awei replied cheerfully. Soon, the two dragged 4 captives over and tossed them onto the ground. At this point, only Lu Bu remained on the adjoining island. Jiang Tian crouched once more and touched the land. Detecting unclaimed territory, "Do you wish to merge it with the current land? Yes or no?" "Indeed." Jiang Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. Upon making his selection, the island with the propellers underwent a transformation. The junction of the islands began to align perfectly with their current island, ultimately merging seamlessly without a trace of a gap. Jiang Tian also comprehended the conditions for merging islands. If there were characters from other factions on the adjoining island, it would not be considered unclaimed territory. As long as those characters were moved off the island, it could be claimed and merged. After the merging was complete, Jiang Tian turned to 4144, offering a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. On the other side, upon seeing Jiang Tian's smile, 4144's eyes nearly bulged out. He never expected to bring a large force here only to become a captive himself, losing the 700 to 800 square meters of territory he had painstakingly amassed, unwittingly delivering a grand gift to someone else. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. With red eyes, he glared at Jiang Tian, cursing, "What the hell?" "You." Before he could finish, Li Xiaoning promptly shoved his head into a barrel with a stick. Jiang Tian disdainfully turned away, then glanced at the 4 captives lying at his feet. 2 were clad in shirts, appearing to be in their 20s, while one was a middle-aged man in a black t-shirt. In the midst of the scene, there stood a young man clad in a green shirt, his head stained with blood. The 2 men in green shirts wore expressions of sheer terror, repeatedly inquiring, "Who are you? What do you want? Please let us go." Meanwhile, the man in the black t-shirt sat silently on the ground, his face ashen. The bloodied youth lay motionless with closed eyes, yet his body still bore warmth, indicating he had merely fainted. It was time to address their predicament. Moreover, since the island had been successfully acquired, the existence of 4144 and Dongjua had become unnecessary. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian directed Awei and Lu Sandao to continue holding on to the 4 youths and escort them westward. Once they were set down, The three men noticed 4144 and Dong Zhuan not far away. Initially startled, the two shirt men soon discovered that they too were bound and had their faces obscured by an indescribable substance. Buoyed by this realization, they began to hurl scornful insults at 4144. At that moment, 4144, despite his filthy appearance, lifted his head. Weak as he was, he could not muster a retort to their taunts. He merely tilted his head and offered a cold smirk, surprisingly refraining from a verbal assault. The man in the black t-shirt maintained his despondent demeanor. From the earlier introduction by Huatsubing, Jiang Tian began to grasp the situation. The bloodied youth was a subordinate of 4144, exhibiting a rather twisted personality. The other three were captives. Furthermore, the man in the black t-shirt was the one who had delivered a fan to 4144. Did he possess some unique skill? Jiang Tian's curiosity was piqued as he squatted before the man in black and inquired, "Come, tell me about yourself. Apart from making fans, what else can you create?" The man in black began, slowly recounting his experiences. After listening, Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words. This old fellow had merely worked on an assembly line producing fan blades. Aside from crafting fans, he possessed no other skills, and his timid nature rendered him seemingly valueless. At that moment, the two shirt men, having exhausted their insults, seemed to catch a whiff of something alluring, glancing toward the direction of a refused bucket. Was that the scent of hot pot? It appeared to be a fragrant beef tallow. After uttering this thought, the two men ambled over to the bucket, eagerly slurping up its contents. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Tian felt a mixture of disbelief and amusement, but chose not to intervene. Observing their actions, the man in black tentatively approached the bucket, searching for an opportunity to peer inside. Jiang Tian then turned his gaze toward 4144 and pointed at the bloodied youth. "Is this your subordinate?" With a scoff, 4144 replied, "What? Do you wish to sell him as well? Are you planning to sell Dong Zhuan next?" "Precisely. Spare me the pleasantries. Let us expedite this transaction." Having suffered losses, 4144 begrudgingly acquiesced. After unbinding one of his hands for the transaction, he was promptly resecured. The exchange proceeded smoothly. Although the subordinate remained unconscious, he was now ready to be listed on the trading platform. Following Wei's introduction, Jiang Tian began to draft the information. Zhang Xiao had injured. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, injured, in a state of unconsciousness. Note, the warden of the isolated island. Feared by enemies. Combat capability unaccessible. Exchange, metal or animals. Once successfully listed, Jiang Tian looked toward Wei. "All right, bring Lu Sandow here." My lord. Do you intend to keep Lu Sandow for yourself?" "Cut the nonsense. Hurry up." "Understood." Hearing this, Wei felt a sense of foreboding, but complied and transferred ownership of Lu Sandow. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian listed Lu Sandow as well. Luli, possessing a rather peculiar odor on his trousers. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, healthy. Note, a warrior from the Three Kingdoms era, also known as Lu Sandow. Capable of defeating Lu Bu within 3 strikes. Pleased with his crafted notes, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Truly, he had a knack for this. The descriptions appeared quite impressive, all grounded in truth. Just as he completed the listing for Lu Sandow, Jiang Tian noticed that Zhang Xiao had already received several purchase requests. One individual exhibited particularly fervent interest, offering 40 pounds of iron and urgently beseeching Jiang Tian to sell this unaccessible combatant to him. Seeing this, Jiang Tian fulfilled the request, and a smile crept onto his lips as iron ingots materialized beside him. The figure of Dong Zhuan was undoubtedly meant for Lu Bu to handle. Thus, matters concerning his subordinates were resolved. The next concern was how to address the survivors. Chapter 84. Are you selling me? At this juncture, the 3 survivors had consumed nearly all that was available. After finishing, they sat on the ground, contemplating their current predicament. One of the shirt men glanced at the bound 4144, his expression shifting subtly as a thought crossed his mind. He then turned to Jiang Tian and asked, "Brother, seeing you've dealt with that scoundrel 4144, you must be a good person, right? Can you let us go? Don't rush to label me a good person." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at the man smeared with hot pot remnants. "Let you go? Where do you intend to go?" At that moment, another shirt man seemed to come to a realization, surveying the harmonious surroundings, the elderly and children near the edge of the island. With a glimmer in his eye, he addressed Jiang Tian. "Boss, you seem to have a kind heart. How about this? You allocate a piece of land and a fan to us, and then provide us with a fishing rod so we can be self-sufficient?" Yes. I don't need much. Just 120 square meters will do." "Me too. I only require 110 square meters." The 2 men in shirts harmonized, their faces brimming with hope as they looked at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's expression turned to one of disbelief. "Why should I grant you land?" As soon as these words left his lips, the 2 men's faces stiffened. After exchanging glances, they began to coax him gently. "What do you mean why? Look at how much land you have. You won't miss a couple of 100 square meters, right? Just give it to us." "Exactly. Besides, that piece of land originally belonged to us. over 100 square meters of it. Listening to their words, Jiang Tian's expression gradually chilled. Ignoring the two men, he turned to the middle-aged man in the black t-shirt. And you? What do you hope to receive? The middle-aged man began, but the two-shirt men immediately turned their gazes toward him, their eyes burning with intensity, hoping he would align with them. However, the middle-aged man glanced at the bound 4144, then looked at Jiang Tian's grim expression and swallowed hard. Boss, I don't want any land. I just want to survive. Please, just give me a small corner and some leftover food to eat. Understood, Jiang Tian replied with a faint smile, nodding. He then turned back to the bound 4144 and asked, Did these two fellows discuss such conditions with you before? Humph. 4144 shot a glance at the two-shirt men, letting out a cold laugh. These two pathetic creatures tremble at the sight of me. What audacity do they have to negotiate with me? Is that so? Jiang Tian turned his gaze back to the two-shirt men, his expression icy. If you lack the courage to negotiate with him, what emboldens you to approach me? Do I appear more amenable than 4144? The two men, taken aback by Jiang Tian's demeanor, felt a sense of foreboding wash over them. They hastily began to explain. No, my esteemed friend, with your remarkable prowess, how could you possibly be bested by the likes of 4144? You must surely possess an abundance of resources. Indeed, we were merely jesting. We no longer desire any of it. The hearts of the two men raced fervently as they stammered, shifting uneasily on the ground, contemplating an escape from this place. Where do you think you're headed? Jiang Tian sauntered before them, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. This entire island belongs to me. Where could you possibly flee? I was mistaken, esteemed one. Please spare my life. One man pleaded. Yes, great one, grant me a chance at survival. At that moment, both men's faces drained of color. Their trousers dampened with fear. Li Xiaoning, present. How may I serve you, master? Li Xiaoning knelt on one knee, fists clasped, her countenance serious as she regarded Jiang Tian. She had found the previous conversation between the two men quite irksome. However, they posed no threat, and without her master's command, she refrained from intervening. It appeared now that her services would indeed be required. Jiang Tian gestured forward with a nonchalant flick of his finger. Dispose of them. Understood, Li Xiaoning replied, stepping forward to seize the two shirt-clad men. Ignoring their cries and pleas for mercy, she hurled them into the distance. Before long, a resounding splash echoed beneath the island, the tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Though they did not witness the event firsthand, it was not difficult to surmise that the great fish below were indulging in a sumptuous feast. The captives present, including Ao Wei and the yet-to-be-sold Lu Sandao, felt a pang of unease at this spectacle. Meanwhile, 4144 cast a sidelong smirk. Despite 1111's outwardly affable demeanor, he had previously shown no reaction when the crossbow had dispatched so many into the sea. The audacity of these two fools to negotiate with him was nothing short of astonishingly foolish. On the other side, a middle-aged man clad in a black t-shirt staggered before Jiang Tian, his face pale and trembling. Great one, I ask for nothing but the mercy of my life. I am a simple man, willing to undertake any work as long as I have a morsel to eat. Truly, you may inquire with 4144. I have never resisted. Observing this middle-aged man, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of pity. Had he been one of his subordinates, such a demeanor might have warranted consideration. Based on his observations, as long as his subordinates remained loyal, they would not harbor thoughts of rebellion. Even 4144's treatment of Dong Zhuo had not incited defiance, affirming this notion. However, this man was a survivor, capable of independent thought. The nature of human sentiment is often perplexing. He could not allow him to remain on his island. Yet, witnessing his pitiful state and earlier demeanor, Jiang Tian hesitated to cast him aside. With this thought, Jiang Tian turned to the man in black and offered a faint smile. I can grant you an opportunity, but you must assist me with an experiment. An experiment? The man looked taken aback. What sort of experiment, great one? Jiang Tian remained silent, quietly accessing the trading interface, selecting to list a product, and pointing at the middle-aged man. The man froze, seemingly caught in an unexpected turn of events. Is something amiss? Jiang Tian inquired. The man's expression was one of complexity as he regarded Jiang Tian, before he finally spoke. I received a prompt. It states, the lord of this island intends to sell you. Do you consent? There are options for yes and no. Is that so? Jiang Tian felt a flicker of surprise. He had merely intended to conduct an experiment, not anticipating that he could indeed sell a survivor. Is there more? He continued. Yes. It also indicates that should the player agree, they will forfeit their player identity and lose access to the chat system and trading interface. Please choose wisely. Nothing else. Nothing else. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. He then addressed the middle-aged man. Very well, I shall unbind one of your hands. You may choose to accept. You intend to sell me? The man's face was a mask of disbelief. This game can even sell survivors? Jiang Tian waved his hand, cutting through the man's astonishment. To be frank, I will not keep you on my island. Whether others will accept you depends on your fortune. An opportunity lies before you. Ponder it carefully. His words were remarkably straightforward. The middle-aged man remained speechless for a brief moment before nodding fervently. I agree. Chapter 85, finished? Upon the middle-aged man's affirmation, Jiang Tian nodded and instructed Li Xiaoning to release one of his hands. The man, trembling, pointed into the void. Jiang Tian then received a system notification. CNNS 4150 has accepted your arrangement and is successfully listed. Simultaneously, the trading interface displayed the middle-aged man's information. CNNS 4150. Type, survivor. Gender, male. Condition, weak. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Tian commenced editing the notes. Notes, a wandering artisan, diligent and easy to sustain. As a survivor, he may possess certain undisclosed abilities. Once the notes were completed, a listing tag appeared on the middle-aged man's profile, with the details presented in a brown font. Perhaps this was the designated color for survivors. Throughout this process, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He felt adrift, having lost his autonomy since entering this perplexing game, where all he could do was accept his fate. Jiang Tian, uninterested in the man's internal struggle, commanded Li Xiaoning to rebind his hands before approaching Wei. At that moment, Wei was utterly bewildered. As he beheld Jiang Tian's slow approach, an escalating sense of unease gripped him. He had an inkling of what awaited him. Swallowing hard, he forced a smile and stuttered, "Master, do you have any tasks for me to carry out? Do not call me master. Your true master awaits you." Jiang Tian smiled faintly, accessing the trading interface and gesturing. "Now, hurry and choose to accept." This. Wei looked up at the prompt in the void. Cold sweat cascading down his body. He had overheard the earlier conversation between 1111 and the middle-aged man. Should he be sold, he would lose his player identity. Though he had never contemplated the implications of this identity, he understood that losing it could not bode well. Moreover, if he were sold, who would purchase him? It could very well be worse than being under 4144's control. What if he encountered something monstrous? All he desired was to align himself with someone formidable enough to secure sustenance, not to be devoured by some unknown entity. With this thought, Wei's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he clutched Jiang Tian's pant leg, pleading, "Great master, please allow me to stay with you. You see, I shared 4144's position with you. I may not have contributed much, but I have endured hardships. Spare me this theatrics." Jiang Tian brushed him aside, recalling how he had mocked him alongside 4144. Had you not created some value in recent days, you would have met the same fate as those two men. Do you understand? Either you accept, or you may leap into the abyss. I shall not stop you. Wei glanced westward, in the direction of the two men. His resolve crumbled. Trembling, he lifted his right hand and clicked in the void. Upon receiving feedback, Jiang Tian ordered Li Xiaoning to bind Wei's hands and feet to prevent any further complications. Now, only 4144 and Dongjue remained. After casting a glance at the two, Jiang Tian exhaled in relief. "Li Xiaoning, summon Lu Bu. You two shall switch shifts." "Yes, master." Li Xiaoning nodded and departed. At that moment, upon hearing Lu Bu's name, Dongjue's complexion turned ashen. He had actually awakened when 4144 did, yet feigned sleep out of fear of persecution. However, hearing the captor 1111 mention summoning Lu Bu sent a jolt of dread through him. This could spell disaster. Shortly thereafter, "My lord, you've arrived." Jiang Tian nodded at Lu Bu and gestured towards Dongjue. "This rotund fellow is Dongjue. I leave him in your capable hands." Dongjue? The name struck Lu Bu like a thunderclap. Repeating it to himself, he approached Dongjue with clenched fists. Soon, he was standing beside the feigning Dongjue, disregarding the filth on him, and seized his neck, lifting him into the air. At that moment, Dongjue could no longer maintain his charade, losing his balance. His corpulent body squirmed as his eyes widened in terror. He gazed at Lu Bu, seemingly wishing to articulate something, but his constricted throat rendered him mute, and he involuntarily wet himself. Simultaneously, Lu Bu scrutinized Dongjue, his expression a mix of confusion and simmering rage. Dongjue, gazing at the familiar yet alien visage before him, he felt an inexplicable enmity. The more he contemplated the name, the more his anger flared. "So, you are indeed called Dongjue." As he uttered this, his grip tightened further. With a sickening crunch, Dongjue's throat emitted a strangled sound. His eyes bulged, appearing as though they might pop out, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. Ultimately, his heavy head lolled to one side, his body slackening, suspended lifelessly in Lu Bu's grasp. Lu Bu remained rooted in place, maintaining his hold, his gaze fixated on the now lifeless Dongjue, his expression reflecting a deepening confusion. Jiang Tian sighed. "Enough, dispose of him." "Yes, master." Lu Bu snapped back to reality and flung Dongjue aside, resulting in a heavy splash as he hit the water. "Clean your hands. I grant you the day off to rest." "Understood." Lu Bu replied quietly, turning towards the restroom. "Enough of your dawdling." Jiang Tian squatted before 4144, his expression shifting back to a mockingly cheerful demeanor. "Now it's your turn. Witness your island being consumed, as your subordinates perish or are sold. How does that make you feel?" You bastard faced with Jiang Tian's affable visage, 4144 was momentarily at a loss for words. Casting a furtive glance at the harmonious surroundings, an elderly man and a young girl laboring amidst blooming flora, stone houses, tents, a furnace, a pond, and small animals, 4144 felt a chill creep into his heart at the bizarre tableau. You bastard. After stammering for an eternity, 4144 found himself unable to articulate a single word. Have you finished? Jiang Tian sighed, seizing 4144's ankle. With a flick of his wrist, he declared, Go Pikachu. 4144. Splash. Chapter 86. Now, I shall send you to him. Beneath a blue sky, fluffy clouds, and a gentle breeze, the ocean below emitted rhythmic waves, creating an atmosphere of tranquility as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Jiang Tian stood still, gazing into the distance, resembling a statue. Nearby, away, and the middle-aged man lay incapacitated on the ground, while Lu Sandow stood rigidly beside them, not daring to breathe. After a moment, Jiang Tian turned away. Lu Sandow. Keep an eye on them. Yes, master. Lu Sandow swallowed hard, quickly responding. He kicked away and the middle-aged man together, standing straight and attentively watching them. Jiang Tian, hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely eastward. Here, the land had expanded significantly. Li Xiaoning was fishing at the juncture of two islands, accompanied by Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, near a northern gap. Upon spotting Jiang Tian, the three stood up simultaneously. Master, I just caught a large patch of empty land. Hee. Master, is the matter resolved? I caught a goblin earlier and have it tied up. Kai Wenji set her fishing rod down and jogged over. Her large eyes filled with concern. Master, what troubles you? Why do you ask? You seem a bit unhappy. Observing Kai Wenji's worried expression, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, realizing his own demeanor appeared rather cold. He then smiled. It's nothing. I'm quite well, no need to worry. Kai Wenji replied, leaning into Jiang Tian's embrace. Master. She looked up at him, her big eyes sparkling with joy. Master, what would you like for dinner tonight? I will prepare it. Anything will do. But it's not even noon yet. Why the sudden thoughts of dinner, you little glutton? Hee. Then I'll go fish for now. Go ahead. Jiang Tian tousled Kai Wenji's hair, watching her small figure hug him once more before retreating to her spot. Continuing his leisurely stroll, Jiang Tian inspected the spoils of war on the island. Wooden houses, vegetable patches, and animals, alongside several tents. There were 7 fishing rods on this island, previously retrieved by Lu Bu. One wooden house had been converted into a storage space for food and tools. Overall, the resources were rather meager. The most valuable assets were the land and the fishing rods, with little food remaining. Given that 4144 had raided so many subordinates, their consumption of food was substantial. Even with 7 fishing rods, sustaining such a number proved inadequate. Coupled with the exchange of resources for wood and clay, little remained. This situation might prove beneficial, allowing the redistribution of items from the previous storage to this one. As for the land, with this addition, his island now spanned 300 square meters. Most of the land comprised the initial territory seized by 4144 and was approximately 3 meters thick. Indeed, Jiang Tian had significantly profited from this endeavor. After surveying the area, Jiang Tian settled down, immersing himself in the chat interface. First, he checked the world channel to see if there had been any notable changes today. Hey, look what I caught, a cow. Haha, we'll have beef, rich in protein. I sent you a private message. Please sell me some beef. I caught another pigman. The island's defense just got stronger. Yo, this pigman is quite a fighter. 1 left hook, 1 right hook, and the spider skeleton is in danger. Bro, are you selling the pigman? I want a pigman too, but the prices are too steep right now. Selling vegetables, fresh vegetables. Everything seems routine on the channel, predominantly featuring various commodities for sale. Aside from the pigmen, no one discusses the matter of monsters. It appears that the types of monsters have not increased today. Jiang Tian continued to observe as messages on the channel refreshed rapidly, shifting the conversation back to the issue of subordinates. How many subordinates do you have now? I've had terrible luck. Since the beginning, I haven't caught a single subordinate. I have to deal with all the monsters myself. Is anyone willing to sell me a decent warrior? Most individuals on the trading post are ordinary people, and no one is inclined to sell capable fighters. Yeah, buddy. Why not give the pigmen a try? Their combat capabilities are quite impressive. Damn it. I bought a guy with the surname Shiman yesterday, thinking he was Shiman Shui Shui. But it turns out I made a mistake. Now this brat stares at my female subordinate every day, drooling. Shiman Ching? Brother, you're hilarious. What the hell? I just saw a survivor on the trading post. What? No way. My god, can survivors really be sold? I saw it too. It's clearly marked as a survivor, and there's even a number. I'll go take a look. With the emergence of this news, the world channel was abuzz with discussion about the appearance of survivors on the trading post. At this moment, Jiang Tian recalled that he still had a few individuals listed on his trading post. Upon checking, indeed, the information for the middle-aged man and Ah Wei had transaction requests beneath them. However, it seemed that everyone's bids were rather low, even less than that of a pigman. After all, Items on the trading post allow one to click for details and see the virtual image to estimate their value. These two individuals had already been bound, appearing quite feeble. It was evident they possessed little combat capability and seemed of little use. Those purchasing them likely held a mere curiosity, wishing to acquire them for research. Conversely, the trading value beneath Lu Sandao was steadily rising. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian decided to let Lu Sandao's value brew for a while and selected the middle-aged man's order. Upon clicking the trade, a copper ingot appeared before him. Grasping the copper ingot, he returned to the location where the few were held captive. At that moment, the middle-aged man's figure had vanished, as if he had never existed. Beside him, Wei stared at the spot where the middle-aged man had lain, his face pale. He then turned to Jiang Tian, his mouth trembling, unsure of what to say. Ignoring his expression, Jiang Tian reopened the trading post. To his astonishment, he discovered that someone had offered a significantly high price for Wei, 40 pounds of iron ingots. This piqued Jiang Tian's curiosity. Why was the middle-aged man's price so low while Wei, another ordinary survivor, had suddenly shot up? Examining Wei's appearance, he resembled an exceedingly common youth, slight of build, with thin arms and legs, seemingly devoid of any special attributes. Noticing Jiang Tian's peculiar gaze, Wei felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was amiss. Big shot, what do you want to do? Jiang Tian smiled lightly. Your new master has been found, and the terms seem quite favorable. I'm sending you to him now. What? No, big shot, please. Before he could finish his plea, Jiang Tian consented to the trade. Wei's form shimmered with a phosphorescent glow before dissipating into the air. Chapter 87. Doesn't it feel like the weather has warmed up a bit? Where am I? On an island. Wei groggily awoke. Just moments ago, it seemed he had experienced a terrifying dream. Attempting to move, he discovered his hands and feet were bound. He tried to summon the system, but no matter how fervently he called in his mind, the system interface did not appear. It was then he remembered he had been sold by 1111, losing his player functions. Damn it, who did I get sold to? Lying on the ground, he twisted his body to assess his surroundings. At that moment, he noticed a man approaching him. The man wore a black hood, his upper body bare, clad in black leather pants. He stood at an angle before Wei, scrutinizing him with a peculiar grin. Yum, that's good. Wei was startled. This person spoke English? Although he did not comprehend foreign languages, he found he could understand the man's words. It seemed the system was still looking out for him. By the way, he seems to find me quite satisfactory. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over Wei. He quickly inquired, who are you? With the aid of the game system, the leather pants man understood the language. Maintaining his smile, he introduced himself in a gentlemanly manner. My name is Van. I am an artist, a performance artist. Wei was utterly bewildered. A performance artist? What does that mean? What do you do? The expression on the leather pants man shifted subtly. I am hired for people to fulfill their fantasies. Huh, fantasies? Wei was even more confused. What fantasies? The man's smile broadened, his eyes gleaming with fervor through the holes in his hood. They're deep, dark fantasies. Before Wei could process this, he suddenly felt himself being lifted. What the hell? What are you doing? Don't touch my pants. Oh. Meanwhile, after selling these two individuals, Jiang Tian continued to browse the chat channel. Damn, those two survivors were just sold. Honestly, I wanted to buy one to see if there were any special abilities. But I couldn't get one. I wonder what price the buyer offered. I want to buy one too. So survivors can be sold as well. Haha. It seems my income is about to increase. It was indeed wise to hasten the creation of the mobile device. Damn it, you're not thinking of selling survivors too, are you? Hee, I want to be a sky pirate. I'll sell you all. No, don't. What are you all thinking, you bunch of devils? Damn it. You bandits, if you have the guts, come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Oh my god, I'm so weak. Please, don't hurt me. We should unite and fight against these sky pirates. By the way, the IDs of the two that were just sold were both CNNS. If I'm not mistaken, they must have been sold by people from the same region, right? Damn, are the people in this region that terrifying? Could it be a den of sky pirates? Hey, I warn you, don't go throwing around accusations. Seeing this, Jiang Tian sighed. He had not anticipated that a single action would stir such a significant uproar on the world channel. Furthermore, from the messages on the chat channel, it seemed that the method for moving sky islands had been fully disseminated. Many people across the globe began preparing mobile devices for sky islands, with some even having completed them, just waiting to go out and rob. It appeared that tumultuous times were on the horizon. At this moment, Jiang Tian received several private messages. 0888. Damn, buddy, what did you do to 4144? The regional channel is going crazy. 0066. Did you manage to fend them off? By the way, did you sell that Wei? Who was that other middle-aged man? Did you sell him to? The first two messages were from these two individuals, followed by others he had previously conversed with, all clamoring to inquire similar questions. Jiang Tian remained silent for a moment, opting not to respond to them. He switched to the regional chat channel, which was indeed in utter chaos. The subject of discussion was none other than themselves. I just strolled through the trading post. And do you know what I discovered? The lackey from 4144 has been put up for sale in the trading post, and it actually sold. I recognized him immediately. I remembered his ID from when he was acting tough earlier. Goodness, the 4144 lackey should be with his master, attacking the formidable 1111, right? Did he get sold off by 1111? And who was that 4150 that was also listed? Could he too have been sold by 1111? Wow. I never even considered the notion of selling survivors. This 1111 is truly ruthless. Can someone please tell me where this 1111 is located? Wait a minute, brother. If I recall correctly, weren't you the one shouting about wanting to confront the sky thief? Why are you asking about his location? Are you planning to seek trouble with 1111? Aren't you afraid of dying? Seeking trouble? If I knew his location, I'd steer clear of him. Exactly. We can't afford to rob him. What if he retaliates and sells us off? That would be absolutely foolish. The uproar continued, with some individuals wanting to confront him for an explanation. Jiang Tian found this rather exasperating. With no one offering a reply, he promptly closed the chat interface. He cast the matter aside and began relocating some items to the newly acquired island. Thus, he continued his work, adhering to the usual procedures. In the afternoon, Wuxianovel and Zhongsan Lisi arose from their slumber. Shi Jigang also emerged from the stone brick house, reporting back to Jiang Tian. Boss, the house has been tidied up. Good, we can move in right away, correct? Indeed. All right, this afternoon's task is to allocate the newly acquired resources, placing food in the warehouse near the stone brick house, while other materials should be stored in the wooden house on the new land. Understood. The four of them busily transported various supplies. Halfway through their task, Shi Jigang wiped the sweat from his neck. Looking up at the sun hanging low in the sky, he inquired, "Do you feel like the weather has gotten a bit warmer?" Chapter 88. The stone brick house is completed, and drought weather is approaching. Upon hearing Shi Jigang's comment, Zhongsan Lisi also raised their heads to observe the sun, simultaneously wiping the sweat from their brows. It indeed seemed that the temperature had risen. They had earlier assumed they were just fatigued from work. Wuxianovel, however, remained unperturbed, continuing with his tasks. At that moment, Jiang Tian, who was seated nearby reviewing the trading post, noticed their unusual demeanor. He closed the interface and approached them. "What's the matter? Boss, we feel that the temperature is a bit high. Do you think summer is approaching?" Summer? Jiang Tian was taken aback, taking a moment to assess the temperature around him. Compared to before, it did seem to have risen. Come to think of it, aside from when it rained a bit cold, the climate had consistently been rather temperate. Could it be that summer was indeed on the horizon? Jiang Tian became cautious regarding seasonal changes. The parchment had explicitly warned that in this world, calamities both natural and man-made could occur. While he had already witnessed the latter, the former was yet to be encountered. Technically, the rain on the 9th day could hardly be deemed a natural disaster. It had merely served as a wake-up call for the survivors. This time, a drought might very well be on the way. He needed to hasten and store more water to prevent a shortage. Furthermore, summer also brought the potential for heavy rains and hail, which could wreak havoc on his crops. Such preventive measures were essential. Should hail fall, his carefully cultivated plants would suffer. Summer truly was a troublesome season. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian instructed, "Let us finish organizing these items and swiftly construct a greenhouse beside the plants. With the acquisition of a new plot of land featuring a wooden house, we can temporarily set aside the warehouse construction and prioritize building the vegetable greenhouse." "Yes, boss." The three responded in unison and resumed their efforts. Jiang Tian reopened the trading post to begin gathering supplies. First and foremost, water was a priority. It was crucial to collect more. Although they had procured a fair amount recently, their consumption was equally significant, and the previously constructed 100 cubic meter water reservoir was only half full. He needed to gather more in the coming days to replenish it. Additionally, it seemed the prices for rainwater and clay were beginning to rise. More individuals were preparing to construct brick houses, indicating a trend of phasing out wooden structures. Fortunately, he had already built the stone brick house and had stockpiled a significant amount of clay, so the demand for these resources was not pressing at the moment. However, the price of timber remained exorbitantly high, as many were now preparing to construct fans from wood. This train of thought led Jiang Tian to recall the discussions in the chat channel and the private messages he had received. A wave of frustration washed over him. It was others who had sought trouble with him, and he had merely responded in kind. Although his methods might have been harsh, he had done what was necessary. His guiding principle had always been to refrain from provoking others unless provoked himself. Why, then, did he appear to them as a villain? Moreover, the fearful gaze of 4144 earlier lingered in his mind. Did even such a villain fear him? For a moment, Jiang Tian's thoughts grew tangled. Perhaps it was for the best. Should his notorious reputation spread, fewer would dare to seek trouble with him, especially now, when survival and progress were paramount. Jiang Tian had no time to squander on their fruitless pursuits. With a sigh, he dismissed these chaotic thoughts and made his way to the warehouse, beginning to exchange salt for some meat and vegetables. In the midst of his busyness, he lost track of time until the sun began to set. The group completed their tasks as planned, relocating the food from the warehouse on the 4144 plot to a closer warehouse near their living quarters. Construction materials and tools were transferred from the original warehouse to the wooden house. Snacks and beverages were placed in the newly built stone brick house. As Jiang Tian entered the stone brick house to inspect, he noted that it had been thoroughly cleaned, divided into 4 rooms, 1 master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms. Except for 1 secondary bedroom facing east, the remaining rooms faced south. To the left of the entrance, a section had been designated as a kitchen, connected to a dining area and a living room. Additionally, a toilet had been constructed from stone bricks, although the pit beneath had yet to be excavated. Song Yingxing had suggested to Jiang Tian that it would be wise to build a septic tank, as human waste serves as excellent fertilizer for crops and plants. Jiang Tian acknowledged the suggestion but insisted that the septic tank's location must be at the edge of the floating island, given its potent odor. The windows in the stone brick house had been installed, but as glass was not yet available, they were fitted with sliding wooden boards. The center of the wood was hollowed out and covered with plastic film. Everything appeared quite standard. Furthermore, the interior of the stone brick house was a dull gray, lacking the resources to apply a fresh coat of paint. Of course, in this environment, that was merely nitpicking. Compared to others, one is already quite commendable. It is worth noting that some, unfortunate in their luck, hardly manage to reel in any timber. With the rising cost of lumber, those without wooden houses can only make do with tents. Stepping outside with satisfaction, I coincidentally encountered the lively Kai Wenji, who bounced into Jiang Tian's embrace. "You've worked hard, Master." Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled Kai Wenji's hair. "So, what treasures have you caught today?" "Indeed, we have quite the haul today." Kai Wenji proudly presented the spoils of their efforts: timber, clay, cattle, sheep, and plant seeds, along with the 7 fishing rods acquired today. They now possessed a total of 24 rods. The resources gathered in a single day appeared particularly bountiful compared to those who possessed only a single rod. Of course, they had also captured a considerable number of monsters, over 30 in total. These creatures were managed efficiently. The pigmen were bound and prepared for sale, while half of the skeletons were ground into bone meal and the other half set aside for sale. As for the goblins and fishmen, Jiang Tian discovered that these creatures were not in demand. In the chat channel, he noted attempts to tame these 2 species, all of which ended in failure. Others had even tried their meat, only to find it sour and unpalatable. It remained a mystery why the pigmen and the large fish below seemed to find it so delectable. Thus, Jiang Tian instructed Li Xiaoning to leave behind weapons when encountering these creatures and to kick them overboard. According to the chatter in the channel, the most delectable option turned out to be spiders. Therefore, he tasked Li Xiaoning with cutting up the spider carcasses and packaging them for sale. Previously, Jiang Tian had also asked Li Xiaoning to dissect a spider to see if it contained anything unusual, but alas, there was not even a single strand of silk within. After Kai Wenji concluded her report, she curiously glanced at the stone-bricked house nearby. "Master, is the new house finished?" "Indeed, it is ready for occupation tonight." "Oh." Kai Wenji's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "How many rooms does it have?" Chapter 89. Is there really such a thing? When Kai Wenji posed her question, Jiang Tian did not take it too seriously. "There are 4 rooms, 1 master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms." As he spoke, he led Kai Wenji inside for a brief tour. Observing the interior layout, Kai Wenji examined everything with keen interest, finding the modern arrangement quite novel. With her eyes wide open, she asked, "Master, we now have a total of 10 people. How will we allocate the 4 rooms?" Hearing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin in contemplation. "For now, I will occupy the master bedroom. I will ask everyone to choose their preferred room." "Kai Wenji, which room would you like to sleep in?" Hee. Kai Wenji's eyes curved into crescent moons. Without answering Jiang Tian's question, she dashed outside. "Master, I'm going to prepare dinner." Jiang Tian smiled and called for Shi Jigang and the others, instructing them to move the tables, chairs, beds, and cooking utensils from the wooden house to the new one. Since it was mealtime, the stove and other equipment could remain behind to be transferred the next day. Additionally, he instructed them to craft a few more wooden beds. An hour later, the meal was ready and served in the dining area of the new house. The dining room featured a large square table, newly constructed by Shi Jigang, capable of accommodating 10 people. The menu included beef stew with potatoes, carrot and tomato duck soup, and stir-fried greens. Men, women, and children gathered around, enjoying their meal and engaging in cheerful conversation, praising the newly built house. Among them, Shi Jigang appeared the most proud, beaming brighter than anyone else. During the meal, a head suddenly peeked in through the door of the stone-bricked house, staring longingly inside. Upon recognizing the intruder, Jiang Tian felt somewhat exasperated. Goodness, Lu Sandao was still outside. Initially, there had been plans to sell Lu Sandao, but in the flurry of activity, that intention had slipped his mind. After contemplating, he realized that Lu Sandao was, after all, his subordinate. Aside from his unfortunate habit of wetting himself, he had not committed any other heinous acts. Hence, Jiang Tian fetched a bowl and filled it with food, bringing it to Lu Sandao, instructing him to eat outside, while keeping an eye on the surroundings for any unusual occurrences. The decision to have him eat outside was not a deliberate slight. It was merely a matter of practicality, given his unfortunate odor. Upon seeing the food, Lu Sandao was overcome with gratitude. He accepted the bowl, wiping away tears as he stepped outside. Not long after, the meal concluded. While everyone sat digesting their food, Jiang Tian began to discuss the room allocations. On this matter, most had no objections. Wang Yun had no additional requests, simply stating that he did not wish to share a room with Lu Bu, to which Lu Bu concurred. Ultimately, it was decided Lu Bu and Shi Jigang would share one room, Zhang San and Li Si another, while Li Xiaoning would have a room to herself. Huixubing would stay with Wang Yun and Song Yingxing in the previous wooden house. Kai Wenji said nothing, and Jiang Tian did not inquire further. With the room assignments settled, Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning took turns washing the dishes, while the two elderly men tidied the dining table. Shi Jigang, along with the other strong men, continued crafting wooden beds. As the sound of hammering filled the air, night descended quietly, with the moonlight casting a gentle glow. Boss, the beds have been completed and placed in their respective rooms, Shi Jigang reported to Jiang Tian, who was seated on the floor. Jiang Tian glanced out the window at the night sky and nodded. Well done today. Everyone should return to rest. By the way, summon Huixubing. Understood, boss. Shi Jigang acknowledged, leaving the living room before returning with Huixubing. Huixubing, you will patrol the night with Lu Sandao. Also, bring him a pair of pants so he can wash his old ones. Yes, my lord, Huixubing responded, taking his weapon and stepping outside to assign Lu Sandao his duties for the night. As for Lu Sandao, Jiang Tian did not wish to keep him around indefinitely. However, as a subordinate, he would not rebel. It was a time when manpower was needed, and perhaps he could be sold later. While pondering these matters, Jiang Tian made his way to his bedroom. The master bedroom was approximately 20 square meters, illuminated by candlelight that showcased the furnishings within. The most prominent feature was a wooden bed, the same one that had previously been in the wooden house. Beside it stood a round table laden with snacks and drinks. Adjacent to the bed was a wastebasket. With no modern conveniences such as televisions or computers, the room felt quite spacious. Lying down on the bed, he closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open, and a small figure tiptoed inside. Master, Jiang Tian feigned sleep, keeping his eyes closed. Observing this, the small figure carefully shut the door and stealthily extinguished the candle. The following day, cock-a-doodle-doo. The crowing of roosters signaled the start of a new day. Everyone rose from their slumber. After breakfast, Huixubing, who had been on guard duty, returned to rest, while Lu Sandao was assigned to tend outside. Soon after, everyone commenced the work of a new day. The fishermen were busy at their tasks, while old man Song Yingxing tended to the fruits and vegetables along the pond's edge and proceeded to organize the new farmland as per Jiang Tian's instructions. Shi Jigang, along with Zhang San and Li Si, began constructing a vegetable greenhouse using plastic sheets and timber. Everything was running smoothly. After duplicating a crossbow cart, Jiang Tian casually opened the world channel, eager to see if any changes had occurred in the world that day. Hey, have you all noticed that these monsters seem to have grown stronger again? Indeed, just a moment ago, I managed to reel in a goblin whose muscles appear to have grown even more formidable. His weapon has transformed from a crude stone club into a stone axe. Good heavens, the fishman I encountered earlier has also developed biceps. Can you fathom how surreal this sight is? Furthermore, it seems the bones of the skeletons have hardened somewhat. I have come to a realization. My pigment appears to have become stronger as well. Engaging these enhanced monsters is hardly a challenge. How is this possible? My pigment feels more vigorous than before. It seems that their consumption of monster flesh has led to this transformation, and they've even sprouted some dark fur. What? Pigmen can level up by eating monster meat. I must procure some monsters for them to feast upon. By the way, my friends, do refrain from purchasing skeletons. They consume everything except skeletons, as there is no meat to be had. Thanks for the heads up. I shall go and buy some now. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Monsters have become stronger? Pigmen can level up? Such occurrences exist? He opened the trading hall to investigate. Subsequently, he approached Li Xiaoning and shared these developments, instructing her not to discard the goblins and fishmen caught today, adhering to the old custom of binding them. He then returned to the trading hall. He modified the trading conditions for the goblins he had previously stored, exchanging food for metal or animals to see if anyone would be inclined to purchase them. Once that was settled, he reopened the world chat channel. To his astonishment, within the brief time he informed Li Xiaoning, the topic had shifted. Help! An empty island is approaching me, adorned with a large sail depicting a black skull. Chapter 90, Sky Pirates? Self-disciplined fishmen. This message incited a wave of panic. What? A skull on the sail? My friend, your description makes it sound like a pirate ship. Could it be that you have encountered sky pirates? Ha ha, I am battling alongside Captain Blackbeard. Tremble in fear, landlubbers. My goodness, Blackbeard, is it the infamous Edward Teach? Have the sky pirates already commenced their operations? Wow, my mobile device is ready. I shall set sail in search of prey. I am joining too. I shall become the king of sky pirates in this world. Messages in the world channel can only be sent once per day. Just now, the survivor who claimed to have seen the skull has gone silent. Perhaps due to the message limit, they can no longer speak in the world channel. They might be seeking help in their regional channel or, tragically, may have met an untimely end. The messages in the World Channel continued to roll in, essentially dividing into three factions. One group was clamoring to create mobile devices to escape, another was shouting to mobilize their islands to set forth, and yet another was calling for alliances to collectively combat these marauders. As Jiang Tian perused these updates, he received a private message. 0066, are you there? Would it be convenient to chat? I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? There have been more robberies in our area, and survivors are being sold. Are you aware of this? Jiang Tian was taken aback. He switched to the regional chat window. I have finally seized an island. I have gained over 100 square meters of land and resources, a bountiful haul. No wonder 4144 was so fond of plundering. I have also claimed one. And there are women on it. Delightful. I am on my way. What the hell? Are you all insane? Being a bandit is one thing, but to flaunt it so brazenly? Help. These bastards are going to sell me. Save me. Have you seen the World Channel? Someone has turned a mobile floating island into a pirate ship, adorned with a skull. It's so incredibly cool. I want to paint one too. Of course, I've seen it. I'm currently painting mine. This time, I will be the king of sky pirates. The clamor continued, mirroring the situation in the World Channel. At this moment, 0066 sent another private message. I never expected that after 4144's demise, such events would unfold, so I wish to prepare some defensive measures on the island. According to our previous agreement, could you sell me some strong crossbows? At this point, Jiang Tian recalled their earlier arrangement, where he had agreed to provide her with some ranged weapons in exchange for the logs she had given him. He had become preoccupied with other matters and had forgotten. Jiang Tian glanced at the 4 crossbow carts nearby and pondered for a moment. He replied, to be frank, I have crafted crossbow carts. The materials you previously provided only allowed for the creation of 1 cart, so I cannot offer you any at this time unless you provide me with more logs. However, if you are attacked, do let me know. I can lend you a crossbow cart to use. By the way, crossbow bolts are not included. You will need to prepare those yourself. This was the truth. The materials 0066 had supplied could only produce 1 such large crossbow cart, and it had consumed considerable manpower. The subsequent carts were all replicated using Jiang Tian's skills. Thus, his statement was entirely defensible. Moreover, given the current chaotic environment, having more crossbow carts was undoubtedly advantageous to prevent being besieged on their island. Therefore, he could not afford to casually sell one to someone else. Upon hearing this, 0066 was silent for a moment before responding. You used this against 4144, right? How effective was it? Very effective, considering the cost involved. Well then, I must say, I am also looking forward to the new batch of crossbow carts. The logs are currently being cultivated. I hope you will keep your promise. However, we have made an agreement, and given the chaotic state of the world, even if you cannot provide me with a crossbow cart, you must supply me with some other weapons for self-defense. Jiang Tian did not refuse this request. After all, the materials he utilized indeed came from her, and he had not paid for them. Furthermore, he would need to continue sourcing supplies from her in the future, so he could not take advantage too heavily. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Tian gathered some weapons dropped by monsters, along with the 2 wooden bows he had previously, and sent them over. These weapons were rather crude and could merely serve as expendables. Jiang Tian held no value for them. Soon, the trade was completed, and both parties exchanged staples like potatoes and wheat. Before concluding the conversation, 0066 reminded Jiang Tian to ensure he sells her a crossbow cart when the time comes. Jiang Tian, testing the waters, inquired if she could sell him some log seeds. However, 0066 declined. Jiang Tian shook his head in resignation and closed the chat interface. As he strolled, he inspected the work of others. Upon reaching the fishing area, Kai Wenji had just reeled in a chest. Thud. Jiang Tian approached the chest and instructed Li Xiaoning. Open it, and remember to leave it intact. Yes, Li Xiaoning replied, bending down to retrieve something. She then picked up a long wooden hook and snagged it onto the movable plank of the chest. This wooden hook was crafted by Shi Jigang in his spare time over the past few days, requiring little time. The primary intention was to maintain a safe distance while opening the chest, just in case. Given that there could be spiders emerging from the chest now, one could never be too cautious about the potential appearance of facehuggers, which are rather revolting. The movable plank was gradually pulled open by the hook, and soon, a fishman wielding a spear leaped out. The fishman, with a delicate azure hue, stared intensely with its verdant eyes, brandishing its muscular arms and baring its teeth in a menacing grimace. A woo! It howled, lunging at Li Xiaoning with a spear held high. Unfazed, Li Xiaoning nonchalantly flicked her fair right hand, sending a stone, roughly the size of her palm, soaring through the air. Crack! The stone struck the fishman just above its lips, hitting the 2 small orifices. It fell to the ground, unconscious, with blood gushing from the punctured holes. Master, it has been dealt with, she reported. Jiang Tian nodded, strolling leisurely towards the scene, hands clasped behind his back. The fishmen he had previously encountered were clad in green skin, with spindly limbs. This one, however, was blue, and as the channel had indicated, its arms were well muscled, exuding considerable strength. Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with a fish boasting biceps. Since when did monsters take to fitness regimens? Are they truly so disciplined? Chapter 91. You should first test the hardness of this creature. Nonetheless, regardless of their discipline, they were no match for Jiang Tian's prowess. As per his usual procedure, he bound the fishman's limbs before squatting beside it and prodding its arm with a twig he had picked up from the ground. Indeed, the muscle density was significantly greater than before. The blue skin appeared smoother than its green counterpart. Conventional stone weapons would likely prove ineffective against it. It was likely that others had already suffered at their hands. Beside the fishman lay the stone spear it had carried, an unimpressive weapon, truly subpar. He decided to bundle it up for sale at the trading post. Before long, another box was reeled in. Upon opening the wooden lid, a similarly muscular being emerged, a goblin. Its green skin, prominent nose, and stone axe in hand betrayed its familiar visage. Yet, it had grown considerably bulkier. The previously hunched figure had vanished, replaced by a straightened back and even a set of 4 abdominal muscles. Of course, its face remained as unattractive as ever. Jiang Tian scrutinized it, bemused. Goodness, how many days has it been? Monsters have bulked up so dramatically? Which gym do they frequent? As he silently critiqued, the goblin bared its teeth and charged at Li Xiaoning. Weewa, crack. Another stone flew through the air, directly into the goblin's open mouth. Its eyes widened in shock, and it fell to the ground, incapacitated. Following the usual protocol, Jiang Tian bound the goblin as well, packaging it alongside the stone axe for sale at the trading post. After another spell of fishing, yet another wooden box appeared, revealing a familiar yet unfamiliar entity, a skeleton. This skeleton bore a similar structure to those previously encountered. However, it emanated a faint blue glow. In its right hand, instead of the usual small bone dagger, it clutched a bone sword approximately 70 to 80 centimeters long. Upon sighting this entity, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. According to the recent discussions in the chat channel, this skeleton had merely hardened bones. There had been no mention of a color change in the skeleton's bones. Was this a mutation? He nodded at Li Xiaoning, who repeated her previous tactic. Grabbing another stone, she struck at the skeleton's nasal cavity. Thud! The stone shattered upon impact, scattering debris aside. At that moment, the skeleton stepped out of the wooden box, bone sword in hand, advancing toward Jiang Tian and Li Xiaoning with a menacing gait. Li Xiaoning furrowed her brow, gripping a bronze short sword from the ground. Jiang Tian stood still, observing the skeleton without any reaction. In mere moments, the skeleton stood before them, raising its bone sword for a downward strike. Clang! The bone sword collided with Li Xiaoning's bronze short sword. Crunch! A notch appeared in the bone sword as fragments crumbled to the ground. Although the creature's expression was inscrutable, the blue skeleton seemed to sense something amiss, raising its hand in an attempt to retract the bone sword. At that instant, Li Xiaoning sidestepped, her short sword slicing at the skeleton's neck. Crack, crack! The blue skeleton's neck was severed, its skull rolling away. However, even in this state, the skeleton's body continued to move, lifting the bone sword to strike at Li Xiaoning's head. Yet, she was no novice. She deftly evaded this attack. Through her battles with monsters over the past few days, she had come to understand their characteristics. For instance, even without a head, their bodies could still function. After dodging the blow, she swiftly swung her short sword, targeting the inner joints, effectively dismantling the blue skeleton. Once she confirmed that the bones had ceased their movements, she turned to Jiang Tian and reported, "Master, it has been resolved." Jiang Tian nodded and approached the skeleton, crouching down to commence his examination. He picked up the stone axe dropped by the goblin and struck it against the skeleton's ribcage. Thud! The collision produced a dull sound, and cracks spread across the axe's edge, with fragments scattering across the ground. He then took the bronze short sword and struck the ribcage. Crack! A fissure appeared in the rib, and a dull mark marred the blade's edge. Assessing the force exerted, Jiang Tian gained a rough understanding of the skeleton's skeletal strength. This creature was indeed much sturdier than the previous skeletons. Despite the visible cracks, they had been caused by its own force. A regular person wielding this short sword might not even leave a scratch on its bones. Others encountering this creature would likely face significant challenges. The only discernible weakness lay in the joints. If they were dismantled, the skeletal structure would be rendered immobile. Having observed the transformations of the goblin, fishman, and skeleton, Jiang Tian called over the patrolling Lu Bu. Given the changes in the monster's strength, it was imperative for them to familiarize themselves with the situation. "My lord, is there a matter? Do you require a shift change?" Lu Bu inquired. Jiang Tian shook his head, gesturing toward the skeleton. "Indeed. You should first test the hardness of this creature." "Understood." Lu Bu, intrigued by the blue skeleton, squatted down and grasped one of its leg bones. With a firm grip, he twisted. Crack! The leg bone snapped in two. Lu Bu nodded approvingly. "Indeed, this creature is quite hard, stronger than the other skeletons." Witnessing this, Jiang Tian was taken aback. "Goodness, Lu Bu, was that merely a casual twist? It broke so easily? Such strength." However, this was a boon for him. Having a powerful subordinate was advantageous. Jiang Tian shifted his focus to the remaining half of the leg bone, which now bore a hollow cavity. It was empty inside, devoid of any marrow. He pondered how others had managed to create hearty bone soup from such remnants. Subsequently, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to peruse the ongoing discussions. Although monsters had undergone mutations today, the primary topic remained centered around the empty thieves. Occasionally, he noticed a few discussions about the monster's newfound strength, but regarding the skeleton, the consensus was merely that its bones had hardened. Some noted that the skeleton's bones appeared whiter, yet none mentioned a transformation into blue. This implied that, apart from himself, many had not encountered a skeleton of this blue hue. He hadn't anticipated stumbling upon such a rare monster, though it seemed to hold little practical value. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and instructed Li Xiaoning to gather the collection of skeletons, intending to transform them into bone powder to explore any potential extraordinary effects. Naturally, based on the previous analysis, it was evident that a stone hammer would be ineffective. At the very least, a bronze or iron hammer was requisite, which necessitated the craftsmanship of a blacksmith's forge. Chapter 92. Goodness, are these two spider legs? The establishment of a blacksmith's forge had become somewhat awkward. The extensive time spent on constructing the house had delayed the forge's construction until now. Once Shi Jigang and the others had implemented the necessary protective measures for the greenhouse, they would need to expedite the forge's construction. Otherwise, the creation of weapons would become a cumbersome endeavor. The previous experience of crafting the mechanical box had been quite nerve-wracking. It involved melting down the collected iron ingots to form a relatively rectangular iron block, creating a rudimentary anvil. Then, bronze would be melted and poured into molds fashioned from clay. Following this, the hammer caught during fishing would be utilized for forging. The mechanisms of ancient crossbows were not overly complex. Therefore, such equipment could suffice for the time being. However, subsequent tools and weapons could not be crafted in such a manner. Assigning Lu Bu to oversee the fishing area, Jiang Tian proceeded to the fields. At that moment, a group of individuals was laboriously engaged in their tasks. They were using shovels to dig pits, driving wooden stakes into the ground, and then filling the holes with soil. It appeared that they would not be able to complete this task in the immediate future. Jiang Tian, not one to remain idle, took up a shovel and, under Shi Jigang's guidance, began to work alongside them. Fortunately, there were not many crops on the island that required protection at present. By lunchtime, the greenhouse was already more than halfway complete. After enjoying a meal and a brief nap, Jiang Tian awoke an hour later and stepped outside. He discovered that Huachu Bing had also awakened and had just exited his quarters. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, he greeted him. "My lord." Jiang Tian nodded and instructed. "First, find some prepared food to stave off your hunger. I have a task for you shortly." "Of course, my lord, please command." Noticing the earnest glint in Huachu Bing's eyes, Jiang Tian continued. "There should still be some leftover materials from the timber used to craft the crossbow, correct?" "Indeed." "Can these remnants be fashioned into a wooden bow?" Upon hearing this question, Huachu Bing contemplated for a moment. After discarding some unusable scraps, he concluded that the remaining materials could indeed yield 1 or 2 bows. "Very well, let us proceed with that." Jiang Tian nodded. "This matter is not overly urgent. First, eat something, and then this afternoon, construct the wooden bows." "Understood, my lord." After Huachu Bing received his orders and departed, Jiang Tian resumed his stroll, intending to hasten the construction of the greenhouse. Just then, a loud thud emanated from the fishing area. Looking up, he saw a box placed before Lu Bu. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Tian approached the fishing spot. "Lu Bu, use the wooden hook to pry open the box. Let me see." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu nodded and complied with Jiang Tian's request, diligently using the hook to pull open the movable wooden panel. Initially expecting a creature to leap out, he was instead greeted by the sight of a young man standing inside. The youth had somewhat disheveled hair and a robust build, clad in a gray tank top and black trousers. Another modern individual. Upon noticing Jiang Tian, the young man nodded in acknowledgement. "Master." Jiang Tian nodded in return. "Yes. Please introduce yourself. What is your name? What do you remember? And do you possess any skills?" The young man gazed at him, contemplating for a moment before replying. "In response to my master, my name is Tang Yan, and I seem to possess the ability to forge iron." "Forging iron? A blacksmith?" "Yes, it appears so." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Although he had been somewhat displeased by the lack of individuals caught in recent days, it seemed that fate had favored him by bringing a blacksmith at this moment. "All right, follow me." "Yes, master. From now on, do not call me master. Refer to me as boss." "Yes, boss." They conversed as they walked. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tian led Tang Yin to the smelting furnace. "Can you operate this?" Tang Yin did not respond immediately, but crouched down to inspect the furnace closely before nodding. While the furnace was rather rudimentary, it was functional. Subsequently, Jiang Tian pointed to a nearby anvil crafted from a large iron block and the small iron hammer he had caught earlier. "Anvil, hammer, surely you know how to use these?" Upon seeing the two items, Tang Yan's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "This thing can be called an anvil? Who was responsible for this? It's utterly foolish." Jiang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though he had not personally constructed it, the idea had originated from him. Nevertheless, this indicated that Tang Yan indeed possessed considerable expertise in blacksmithing. He then patted Tang Yan on the shoulder. Very well, from now on. The furnace and the blacksmith's forge will be under your purview. Where's the forge? I don't see it anywhere. Tang Yin looked around, bewildered. Jiang Tian smiled. It hasn't been constructed yet. First, we need to finish the greenhouse, and then we will begin building the blacksmith's forge. Boss, what connection does the greenhouse have with the forge? Would it not be better to construct the forge first? Enough with the questions. Come along and help me with the work. After assigning this loquacious blacksmith to assist Shiji Gang, a commotion arose from the only tent on the ground. Lu Sandao emerged, nodding to Jiang Tian. My lord. As Jiang Tian still required Lu Sandao's assistance in the days ahead, he allowed him to change his address to avoid discomfort. He then entered the tent, retrieving a piece of bread, a sausage, and a bottle of mineral water, tossing them to Lu Sandao. Consume these, and then seek out Shiji Gang to work together. Yes, my lord. After Lu Sandao departed, another thud resonated from the fishing area as a box hit the ground. Curiosity compelled Jiang Tian to approach and instruct Lu Bu to open the box. As the movable wooden panel creaked open, two elongated objects emerged through the gap. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow at the sight of these two items, which were approximately the thickness of a rolling pin, covered in fur, with sharp tips that had even punctured the wooden panel of the box. The potential lethality of these appendages, if they were to strike a human body, was unimaginable. Goodness, are these two spider legs? Stop. Jiang Tian waved his hand, halting Lu Bu's movements. There is a spider inside. Just push the wooden panel a little further in to allow its legs to emerge. Lu Bu complied, slightly retracting the panel, effectively trapping the spider's legs. The gap was just right, preventing the spider from escaping while its exposed limbs thrashed in vain, unable to retract. In its frustration, the spider emitted a hissing sound, seemingly warning those outside not to engage in such trickery. Intrigued, Jiang Tian leaned in closer to observe the spider that was ensnared. Judging by its two legs, it appeared to be of a size comparable to the previous spider. However, the force with which its legs had punctured the wood indicated a distinct quality. Unlike the ordinary black spiders encountered before, these two spider legs bore stripes of yellow fur amidst the black, confirming that these arachnids had indeed been enhanced. Chapter 93. Lu Bu reported the presence of an approaching island, seeking your guidance. At this moment, the exposed half of the yellow-furred spider's leg continued to thrash, desperately attempting to reclaim its limb. However, neither Jiang Tian nor Lu Bu had any intention of allowing it to succeed, keeping it firmly trapped. Not only that, but Jiang Tian also picked up two branches from the side, with the sharp tip of the spider's leg pinched between his fingers. Jiang Tian scratched the surface of the wooden box a couple of times. Noticing the marks left behind, he raised an eyebrow. This thing is rather sharp, he mused. Inside the box, the spider felt humiliated as it sensed its legs being toyed with, driving it nearly to madness. The indignity was unbearable. Soon, the spider began to thrash its limbs more vigorously, its body colliding against the wooden panel above. Observing this, Jiang Tian calmly commanded, Lu Bu, push the lid down. Yes, my lord. With a resounding thud, Lu Bu forced the panel down, causing two severed spider legs to fall to the ground, oozing green blood. The spider inside let out a furious hiss, feeling that its entrance had been rather mismanaged. As the creature writhed in distress, Jiang Tian crouched down to examine the severed limbs. One appeared to be a front leg, ending in a sharp conical spike. The other leg, while also pointed, was slightly less formidable. Prodding the spike, he found it to be impressively sturdy. Furthermore, it could be detached from the softer part of the spider's leg, creating an independent, hollow conical weapon. Upon seeing this hollow section, an audacious idea took root in Jiang Tian's mind. He could use this as an arrowhead. It was far superior to sharpened wood. Though it couldn't rival a bronze arrowhead, it was naturally formed and cost him nothing. With this thought, he became intrigued by the other front leg of the spider. Lu Bu opened the box just a crack, allowing it to extend its other leg. Lu Bu complied, gradually pulling apart the wooden panel, allowing a beam of sunlight to filter into the box. However, the spider had learned its lesson this time, retreating to a corner and remaining motionless. Just as Jiang Tian decided to instruct Lu Bu to remove the lid entirely and dispatch the spider, a sudden sound interrupted him. It was Kai Wenji, fishing nearby, whose bell rang once more. Lifting her fishing rod, she inadvertently caused another box to drop. Bang! Another box landed. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and instructed Lu Bu to maintain their current position. He approached the new box and gently pulled the wooden panel apart to create a gap. Just as he speculated whether this box contained a spider, a green hand emerged, grasping the edge of the box, attempting to push the panel aside. A goblin? Upon seeing the goblin's hand, an idea sparked in Jiang Tian's mind. He yanked the panel open. The goblin, taken aback, quickly rose to its feet. Just as it was about to let out a scream and attack with its stone axe, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its right arm, realizing that its axe-wielding limb had been broken. Before it could utter a sound, it felt itself being lifted by the neck. Lu Bu pulled back the wooden panel guarding the spider. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu opened the panel, and Jiang Tian promptly tossed the goblin inside, then pushed the panel back into place. The spider, feeling a sudden crash as something intruded into its space, was instantly filled with rage and lunged to bite. The goblin, having just regained its composure, felt a sharp nip and, enraged, retaliated with a loud screech. Bang, bang, bang. The box erupted into chaos. Moments later, silence fell. When Jiang Tian reopened the box, both the goblin and the spider lay motionless, their bodies marred with bloody wounds. What a fierce rivalry, Jiang Tian muttered as he instructed Lu Bu to empty the contents of the box. The spider's entire form was finally revealed to him. Although its legs were of ordinary thickness, its body was notably larger, adorned with yellow stripes. Its pincers and fangs were also more robust and sharper, suitable for affixing to arrows. Upon inspecting the goblin's injuries, he noted that aside from muscle damage, there were no other abnormalities. The spider appeared to be non-venomous. That being said, its sheer strength was sufficient to dispatch most creatures without the need for poison. After dissecting its abdomen, he found nothing particularly special within. After a thorough examination, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to preserve the spider's fangs and the two conical spikes from its front legs, while the remaining parts should be cut into sections for sale. After Lu Bu acknowledged his orders, the fishing resumed its normal pace. Jiang Tian then made his way to Shi Gang and the others, rejoining the construction of the greenhouse. With Jiang Tian's assistance, alongside the recently caught Tang Yan, their efforts in erecting the greenhouse accelerated significantly. Approximately 2 hours later, a rudimentary vegetable greenhouse was erected above the newly acquired farmland. Well done, everyone. Let us take a moment to rest, Jiang Tian called out, prompting the group to sit down on the ground. Fanning themselves with their collars, they wiped away the sweat, as the weather had indeed turned warmer. After toiling for a while, they felt parched, as the sun had sapped their moisture. All right, it's a bit too hot under this sun. Let us head indoors, he suggested. Yes, boss. The 6 of them rose and returned to the stone brick house. Thanks to Lu Sandao's efforts in cleaning and changing his pants the previous night, he no longer carried an unpleasant odor, allowing Jiang Tian to welcome him inside. Each person was given a bottle of mineral water, which they pressed against the cool cement wall as they drank, feeling considerably refreshed. After instructing Lu Sandao to deliver a few bottles of water to others at different workstations, Jiang Tian opened the trading post to check for bamboo or straw mats in preparation for a cooler night's sleep. While they rested, he searched for quite some time, but found no mats for sale, though bamboo was available. He managed to exchange a higher price for a finished bamboo mat from vendor 0888 and purchased some long bamboo to create more. After placing the mat back in the room, the others were mostly rested. Shi Gang inquired, Boss, the greenhouse is finished. What shall we do next? Tang Yan interjected, Boss, let us construct the blacksmith shop. Jiang Tian considered the current weather and replied, All right, let us divide up the tasks. Shi Gang, you will lead the others to fire bricks and build the blacksmith shop. I'll need to bond some plastic sheets together to create a large transparent cover for the pool to prevent evaporation. By the way, since it's quite warm, let us have Old Song make us some straw hats to wear. Just as he finished giving these instructions, Song Yingxing rushed in to report, My lord, Lu Bu has detected an island approaching from the north and seeks your guidance. Chapter 94, Brave Warriors, I stand behind you. Jiang Tian frowned at the news. Old Song, which direction does ahead refer to? Directly north, my lord. I noticed something flying past while fertilizing, and I informed Lu Bu, who asked me to relay this to you. He is keeping watch over there. Very well, everyone, prepare the crossbow carts and load the bolts. We head north. Yes. The group exited together, heading towards the crossbow carts positioned to the east and south. Jiang Tian maintained an indifferent expression as he strode northward. Tang Yan, observing the bustling activity, was bewildered and curiously followed Jiang Tian, asking, Boss, what is going on? What is happening? You'll find out soon enough. Come on, just tell me. What was that about an incoming threat? Enough, be quiet. Jiang Tian found himself exasperated with the blacksmith's incessant chatter. Upon reaching the northern position, Lu Bu bowed, saying, My lord, As Jiang Tian gazed ahead, he discerned an object floating in the sky not far from him. The speed of its approach was not swift, yet it was undeniably drawing closer to his position. It was an aerial island belonging to another individual. Jiang Tian sighed. Although he was already aware that many had developed devices for airborne islands to engage in looting, he did not anticipate encountering such a situation so soon after having dealt with another. Just as he had dispatched one, another appeared. Should he disregard caution, he would have no choice but to send this one on its way as well. Meanwhile, a small island of approximately 100 square meters, equipped with large fans at both its front and rear, was gliding leisurely through the air. The sails billowed with the southern breeze, while 3 subordinates behind were energetically turning the fans. A young man with short hair, fair complexion, and a notably sunny disposition was embracing a vividly dressed woman at the ship's bow. Observing the island that loomed ahead, a smile crept onto his lips. He had not expected to encounter another's aerial island so soon. It seemed fortune was on his side. He wondered how developed that individual's island was and how many resources it could potentially yield him. After muttering this to himself, the young man activated the world chat channel. The cacophony of voices filled the air, with most discussions revolving around a singular theme. Woohoo! I just raided an aerial island and snagged a fishing rod. The resources I gain will double from now on. This feels absolutely exhilarating. Ha ha. I too have plundered an island. Survivors are now available for purchase. Hurry and buy. Goodness. This band of sky pirates is utterly rampant. Is there no one to rein them in? Heh. I am the king of this airspace. Who can challenge me? Huh. You dare to claim kingship? The title of Sky Pirate King rightfully belongs to me. I've been meaning to ask, what exactly does this Sky Pirate King nonsense mean? Is there such a thing? Dude, where are you from? Haven't you heard of One Piece? I'm a bit confused too. I've seen a little of that One Piece. And there seem to be two distinctive characters, something like Luffy and Zoro. Upon reading this, the young man closed the chat channel with a cold smirk. Others were already taking action. He too needed to act swiftly, consolidating his strength by conquering other islands to secure a foothold in this new world. Conquer? The woman in his arms displayed a hint of unease. Are we really going to take that island? Of course, we must seize it. And I intend to deal with the natives to exchange for even more resources. What if they resist? Resist? They are powerless to oppose me. For I possess the strength. The young man's expression was one of arrogance. In his eyes, the common folk in this region were no match for him. After all, in an environment where each person had 2 subordinates on average, he had managed to acquire 4 through his own efforts, including the woman in his arms and 3 burly men behind him. Of course, this did not imply that he had a particularly high recruitment rate. In reality, he had only managed to recruit 2 individuals previously, but he had been fortunate enough to capture 2 women with a notoriously low recruitment probability. Just yesterday, he had sold one of his female subordinates and, in return, acquired the 3 strong men and the aerial island mobility device. One of the burly men appeared to be an ancient warrior, known as the short-legged tiger Wang Ying. Although he was not well versed in ancient figures, he had gleaned from the world channel that such ancient individuals were typically formidable. Thus, he brimmed with confidence. This aerial island mobility device was also rather advanced, having replaced the fans with 2, one at the front and one at the back, allowing for greater maneuverability. The purpose of acquiring these was to keep pace with the era's grand vessels, augmenting his strength through plunder. With these thoughts in mind, the young man turned to the woman in his arms. Wait, this plundering may be somewhat ruthless. You might want to step aside. No need, she replied, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light as she playfully insisted, I want to watch you in action when you fight. Upon hearing this, the young man's heart swelled with joy, and he flashed her a devilish grin. All right, you can stand by and witness me claim this island. Once I do, the whole world shall know that this island is yours. Darling, you're so manly, she cooed, leaning affectionately against him. The young man, filled with vigor, commanded the burly men behind him. You 3, shake those fans faster, then arm yourselves and get ready to charge. Yes, the 3 strong men responded, intensifying their efforts. Before long, the distance between the 2 islands began to diminish, now merely a mile or so apart. The occupants of both islands could now clearly perceive the scale and some structures of each other's domains. At this moment, the young man and the woman in his arms were taken aback. What the hell? We couldn't see it from afar, but this island is massive. Indeed, that island is at least 10 times the size of ours. Darling, look, it seems to have a large stone house. A stone brick house? The young man froze for a moment, as if recollecting something. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Trembling, he opened the regional chat channel and inquired, CNNS 2111. May I ask who mentioned wanting to build a stone brick house? Was it that 1111? That's him. What's the matter? Aside from that 1111, no one else could possibly construct a brick house at this time. What? Are you interested in raiding his brick house? Brave warrior, go ahead. I support you. Upon reading these messages, the young man was drenched in cold sweat. Such an expansive piece of land, coupled with that brick house. Wasn't it 1111? Wasn't he the one who had swallowed the notorious sky pirate leader, 4144? No wonder the land was so vast. This individual was not to be trifled with. He couldn't believe that on his very first expedition, he had encountered such a formidable opponent. If he truly collided with that 1111, he would likely be sold off without a second thought. Realizing this, the young man shouted, Damn it, you 3, stop shaking those fans and pull back. Huh. The 3 strong men were taken aback, uncertain of what had transpired. The young man, face pale with fear, had no time to explain. Stop advancing. Quickly lower the sails. Move forward and reverse. Hurry, reverse. Oh, okay. Although the 3 men were puzzled, they hurriedly jogged forward, beginning to turn the fans in the opposite direction. The young man also joined in, working alongside his subordinates to reverse the sails. While doing so, he berated the bewildered woman standing nearby. Damn it. What are you staring at? Hurry and come help. On the other island, Jiang Tian observed the sudden halt of the approaching island, which then rapidly retreated, shaking his head in disbelief. By the looks of it, they had been frightened away by him. He pondered who this individual might be. Subsequently, he opened the chat channel to review the messages. Upon encountering the inquiry regarding the stone brick house, Jiang Tian's expression shifted. His eyes narrowed as he murmured, This person's ID is 2111. Chapter 95. Someone is calling for an alliance to take you down. Jiang Tian did not recognize the individual with the ID CNNS 2111. He had never engaged in conversation or transactions with him, nor had he exchanged even a single word. However, this ID had piqued Jiang Tian's interest. The IDs of both parties differed by just a single digit, and the other was approaching from the north. Could it be that 2111 originally resided directly to the north of him, above the numbered 1111? Moreover, 4144 encountered the middle-aged man, numbered 4150, who was the first to utilize a fan for movement, and his number was remarkably close. This suggests that the initial positions in this game are likely arranged according to their identifiers. While pondering this, Jiang Tian crouched down and picked up a stick to sketch a square in the soil. Subsequently, he inscribed the letters C and S above the square. The distribution of their current locations may indeed be organized in accordance with this square. From left to right and top to bottom, the positional information sequentially ranged from 0001, 0002, up to 1000, representing the first row. Ascending further, above 0001 lies 1001, continuing all the way to 2000, and so forth. As Jiang Tian observed the intersecting lines of the square drawn in the dirt, a realization dawned upon him. The map of this game might very well be configured based on these identifiers. The number following each person's identifier signifies a coordinate of that particular area. This clarification elucidates why 4144 charged in from his northeast. As for the middle-aged man 4150, who was the first to navigate the floating island, it remains a mystery why he was not detected by individuals such as 4145 prior to encountering 4144. Perhaps, without any reference points, his flight path was sinuous, allowing him to bypass them. It is also possible that those 5 individuals had already lost their lives. These are merely minor issues that need not be overly concerning. With the ongoing plunder by others, this information will likely be discovered by an increasing number of players. Now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Well then, since the individuals have departed, it would be prudent not to linger here. Jiang Tian waved his hand, interrupting the thoughts of his surrounding subordinates. Everyone, return to your respective posts and resume your duties. Lu Bu, continue your patrol. The rest of you accompany Tang Yin to gather some bricks in preparation for the blacksmith shop. Shiji Gang, come over here. Boss, what is it? Here's the plan. Please cut a square piece of paper measuring 1 meter on each side and divide it into 100 equal sections to create a map. Meanwhile, a small island, approximately 100 square meters in size, was swiftly advancing northward. Seated upon the island, 2111, accompanied by 3 men and 1 woman, frantically churned the fan, creating a rather chaotic scene. After an indeterminate amount of time, 2111 and the woman finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. How long have we been at this? Sir, we must have been moving for half an hour. The large island hasn't caught up with us, has it? No, it seems not. That's a relief. Upon hearing this, 2111 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once he relaxed, he began reflecting on the events that had transpired. He had set up the fan and, guided by the wind, drifted southward, only to encounter 1111. After contemplating for a moment and correlating their IDs, he discerned the distribution pattern of the islands. Enlightened by this realization, 2111 felt a surge of excitement. He had inadvertently unraveled a significant piece of information. I truly am a genius. After a brief moment of elation, 2111's mind returned to the recent encounter with 1111's island, and a chill ran down his spine. Over 1,000 square meters cannot possibly yield such rapid expansion based on the efficiency of a fishing rod alone. That individual, aside from 4144, must have also annexed other islands. This was terrifying. Surely, no one else possessed land as vast as his at this moment. Yet, he maintained a facade of humility in the chat channel, feigning innocence while occasionally flaunting resources to attract attention, provoking others to attack him and deliver him resources. What a cunning strategy, far more efficient than his solitary plunder. Damn, how insidious. Thank heavens I escaped swiftly. Reflecting on this, 2111 felt a wave of gratitude. However, recalling his earlier bravado in front of the woman, only to be frightened into retreat, he felt a profound sense of embarrassment. It was infuriating. Yet there was nothing he could do, for he was indeed outmatched. Opening the regional chat channel, he sought to divert his attention. At that moment, messages were flying by at an alarming rate, and they were all discussing him. Hey, 2111, did you just go looking for trouble with 1111? Have you confronted him? What's the situation now? He hasn't said a word since. He hasn't been killed by 1111, has he? That's a possibility. He might have been sent to the trading post. I just checked the trading post, and I didn't see 2111 there. I suspect he has indeed perished. Many began to speculate that 2111 had, in this interval, departed for the afterlife. Observing these messages, 2111 felt a surge of indignation. He responded, "Stop the nonsense. I just saw him. His land is massive, at least 1,000 square meters. Fortunately, I was at a safe distance, and I managed to escape." Huh, you got away? I thought you were invincible. Yeah, why don't you go confront him? You might score some loot. What the hell? 1,000 square meters. How many people must he have consumed to achieve that? Shut up. If you're so capable, why don't you go after him? Following this remark, the channel fell silent for a moment. Then, someone chimed in, I've been displeased with 1111's arrogance for a while now. If this continues, he'll only grow stronger. What if he decides to consume all of us? Indeed, 1111 hasn't he spoken in the regional channel for several days. He might be plotting against us. I'm not too worried. If his land is truly that vast, he probably can't fly over to us. Who can say for certain? What if we run into him while we're robbing someone else? That would be quite embarrassing. I've seen many people in the world channel calling for alliances. How about we form an alliance to take him down? I think that's a good idea. The early bird catches the worm. Where are you located? I'll come find you. The regional channel buzzed with chatter as various individuals equipped with mobility devices began discussing a coalition to take down 1111. 2111 also participated, and the discussion grew increasingly fervent. On the other side, Jiang Tian surveyed the coordinate map he had drawn and nodded at Shijigang. All right, you can continue with the blacksmith shop. Yes, boss. Shijigang nodded and exited the room. Jiang Tian then opened the chat channel, intending to procure construction materials such as metal and plastic sheets. At that moment, he received two private messages from 0066 and 0888. Both sent the same message. Quick, check the regional chat channel. Someone is rallying an alliance against you. Chapter 96. Have I hooked another girl? Upon reading these two messages, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. He did not respond immediately, but instead opened the regional channel to take a glance. Indeed, the chat history revealed several individuals openly discussing how to form an alliance to attack him. During discussions about locations, some players with higher IDs began suggesting heading southwest. It must have been that guy, 2111, who had exposed his position. Jiang Tian felt a mix of frustration and disbelief. Just moments ago, this fellow had been a mile away from him, conveniently outside his crossbow's range. Moreover, given the smaller size of his island, he was able to flee quickly. With Jiang Tian's considerably larger island, laden with numerous items, it was uncertain whether he could catch up. In such a small place, Jiang Tian would hardly take notice. However, if this person were to flee without further ado, it would have been one thing, but now they have carelessly revealed their location. Jiang Tian took note of this incident. Subsequently, these individuals, having exhausted their opportunities for conversation, vanished from the regional chat channel. Yet, judging by their previous exchanges, it appears they have retreated to private chats. Jiang Tian responded briefly to 0066 and 0888, acknowledging their messages, and then refrained from further discussion. With a pensive mind, he closed the chat interface and returned to his work. The immediate priority remained the completion of the blacksmith shop, followed by the crafting of equipment from metal. This would prove invaluable whether confronting monsters or encountering other survivors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fruits of their labor began to materialize. With the bricks they had fashioned now arranged for firing in the kiln, by this time tomorrow, they would be ready for use. Coupled with the remaining bricks from before, constructing a blacksmith shop should pose no difficulty. After their meal, Jiang Tian did not allow his companions to rest. Apart from a few engaged in fishing, he instructed the others to venture outside and craft crossbow bolts. Jiang Tian took it upon himself to patrol the island, assessing the situation and devising plans for future developments. As he strolled leisurely, he was drawn to a cacophony of animal sounds emanating from the west. Clucks, honks, and moos filled the air. Turning to observe the animals, Jiang Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. His supply of meat was steadily increasing. 10 pigs, 5 sheep, and 2 cows, along with various poultry. With the growing number of domesticated animals, some were tethered outside, secured to stakes driven into the ground. Once the blacksmith shop was completed, he would need to enhance the livestock enclosure. Additionally, the issue of animal waste required attention. Previously, Song Ingxing had managed this, utilizing it as fertilizer in the fields or discarding the unusable remnants. The construction of a septic tank, as he had suggested, was also necessary. At that moment, the patrolling Lu Bu approached with a report. My lord, another person has been caught at the fishing spot. Bring him over, Jiang Tian replied. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu obeyed and returned to the fishing area. A short while later, he arrived with an unusually dressed individual in tow. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, with a graceful figure and sun-kissed skin, clad in a leopard print top and skirt. Her flaxen hair was braided and cascaded down her back. Her bright eyes sparkled as she called out to Jiang Tian, addressing him as master. A woman? Jiang Tian paused, then inquired, what is your name? The young woman hesitated, reflecting for a moment. I can't remember my name. Many people seem to call me Leopard Woman. Leopard Woman? Jiang Tian was taken aback. Can you transform into a leopard? Upon uttering this, all eyes on the island turned toward Jiang Tian, their expressions marked by a peculiar glimmer. Tang Yin burst into laughter, exclaiming, Oh my, boss, why are you asking her that? I didn't know you had such strange preferences. At Tang Yan's teasing, the expressions of those present turned decidedly odd. The leopard woman stood frozen, bewildered. I cannot do that. Jiang Tian shot a stern glance at Tang Yan and then waved his hand awkwardly. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Do you recall any skills you possess? The leopard woman remained perplexed, surveying her surroundings as if she understood nothing, appearing akin to an ordinary person. Just then, Song Ingxing approached and suggested, "My lord, perhaps we could have this young lady accompany me to tend to the fields." As he spoke, Jiang Tian was about to nod in agreement when a sudden commotion erupted from behind them. Drawn by the noise, the leopard woman turned to see the cattle and sheep. Instantly, a spark of recognition illuminated her face. "I can take care of these cows and sheep." Song Ingxing smiled kindly. "Very well, let this child tend to the animals. I see that Kai Wenji is already overwhelmed with feeding them every morning." Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Having briefly assessed the situation, he noted that there were likely over 100 chickens, ducks, and geese. Combined with the cows, sheep, and pigs, it had been Kai Wenji managing their care single-handedly. Previously, when the number of animals was fewer, it was manageable, but now she would indeed struggle to keep up. He then turned to Kai Wenji, who spoke in a soft voice, "Master, it's all right, I can manage." Observing her somewhat dirty face, Jiang Tian sighed softly. After all, she was still a young girl. In a modern society, she would be sheltered and carefree within the confines of academia. Yet here, amidst fishing, tending to animals, boiling water, cooking meals, and acting as a caretaker for herself, it was a heavy burden for such a gentle girl. How could anyone claim she was useless or a hindrance? In Jiang Tian's eyes, as long as one was capable and obedient, there was no such thing as being unhelpful. Clearing his throat, he declared, "There is no one without value." These past days, she had worked hard. Jiang Tian stepped forward and affectionately ruffled Kai Wenji's hair. "From now on, let the leopard woman handle the livestock.